Wang Jianqiang, before his sojourn in this realm, was deeply ensnared by novels devoid of female protagonists. Upholding the belief that women solely impede the swiftness of one's draw, he remained a virgin even after decades within the Huan sect. In his twilight years, his cultivation stagnated at the third level of qi refinement. Unable to endure any longer, he decided to reward himself, thus awakening the super god. Cultivation system. From that moment forth, he discerned that women might indeed be his fortuitous stars on the path of cultivation. He resolved to indulge himself and relish life. Just then, his ungrateful niece arrived. Chapter 1. If you promise uncle, he will forgive you.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for bravely taking the first step. The super god cultivation system has been activated. In the dimly lit room, Wang Jianqiang's hand within his trousers froze. What was happening? Had he merely performed a trivial task to activate the system? Was it really that effortless? Wang Jianqiang was a transmigrator, profoundly influenced by novels. Upon arriving in this world, he recklessly devoted himself to the pursuit of immortality. Initially, he believed himself to be the chosen one and eagerly joined the Huan sect, aspiring to traverse the celestial path and attain eternal life. However, aspirations proved to be a lavish fantasy, while reality was starkly harsh. His aptitude was dismally poor, and now, in his 90s, he remained at the third level of qi refinement, far from the foundational breakthrough necessary for further advancement. Immortality? Merely a delightful illusion. What saddened him further was his steadfast belief, shaped by certain novels from his past life, that women only hindered the speed of one's draw. Thus, even amid the open-mindedness and beauty of the Huan sect, he maintained his chastity, resulting in his continued virginity. Just moments ago, having endured a lifetime of restraint, he decided to occasionally break his vow and treat himself. Little did he expect to awaken the system, who claimed that women would impede one's draw speed, who lauded those novels devoid of female leads. Reflecting on the years he had resolutely set aside romantic entanglements, dedicating himself solely to cultivation, darkness clouded his vision. He could not help but grit his teeth in frustration. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a sudden knock echoed through the door. Wang Jianqiang rose to open it, revealing a striking figure. Upon seeing the visitor, Wang Jianqiang's brow furrowed slightly and a smile, albeit strained, creased his wrinkled face. The visitor was Chun Jiao, the niece of a friend of his. 17 years ago, she joined the Huan sect, and the following year, her father entrusted her care to Wang Jianqiang before his demise. The man had once bestowed some kindness upon him, and to repay that debt, Wang Jianqiang had willingly taken her under his wing, treating her as his own. To this day, he had supplied nearly all her cultivation resources. Initially, Chen Jiao had shown him respect, but as time passed, he noticed her growing accustomed to his generosity. In recent years, her attitude had soured, and he had even felt disdain and aversion emanating from her on more than one occasion. Uncle Wang, Chen Jiao said, suppressing her disgust as she looked at Wang Jianqiang's wrinkled visage. The pills you gave me last year are all used up. Hurry, and find a way to get me some more. You still want gathering spirit pills? Wang Jianqiang inquired, his brow furrowing. Due to his exceedingly slow progress, he had dedicated himself to alchemy. However, his talent in this field was as dismal as his cultivation aptitude, and after more than 20 years of toil, he had only barely managed to become a low-level first-year alchemist. Such meager skills could hardly elevate his abysmal constitution. Nevertheless, they had rendered him financially comfortable enough to support Chun Jiao. Last year, in an effort to aid her breakthrough, he had painstakingly gathered 10 gathering spirit pills for her. These were mid-tier spiritual pills, far beyond the capability of a low-level first-tier alchemist like himself to concoct. He had purchased them from the External Affairs Hall. Their value was substantial, beyond the means of ordinary cultivators at the 5th or 6th levels of qi refinement. Despite being an alchemist, he had to balance his own cultivation and Chen Jiao's needs, which left him with little wealth. The expenditure on those 10 gathering spirit pills had consumed much of his resources. And yet, she still desired more? Just as he was about to speak again, Chen Jiao's scornful voice interrupted him. While gathering spirit pills are decent, they remain somewhat low tier. Bring me 10 azure spirit pills. I want to swiftly break through to the 7th level of qi refinement. Wang Jianqiang was momentarily taken aback, unable to suppress a mocking laugh. Azure spirit pills? How audacious! These were the pinnacle of mid-tier spiritual pills, each worth nearly 10 gathering spirit pills. How could she so brazenly demand such a sum? Not only could he not afford them, but even if he could, he had no intention of complying. He was utterly disheartened by Chen Jiao's behavior over the years. If she was an ungrateful wolf, then he would simply cease to nourish her. What are you laughing at? Noticing the mockery in his laughter, Chen Jiao paused, her expression shifting from shock to irritation. Wang Jianqiang's smile faded, and he coldly shook his head. Leave now, I shall no longer provide you with any resources henceforth. Chen Jiao stared at him in disbelief. What did you say? Is my meaning not clear enough? From this day forth, we have no further ties. Do not come seeking me again, Wang Jianqiang stated flatly. How can you do this? You are the daughter of my late friend's kin, and my late friend aided you. How can you simply disregard me? Do you have no conscience? Wang Jianqiang gazed at her without expression. Indeed, her uncle had offered him some guidance when he first entered the sect, but he had cared for Chen Jiao for 16 years, more than sufficient to repay that kindness. He did not wish to argue further, merely shaking his head. You know well how you have perceived me over the years, and how you have spoken of me to others. Leave now. Once the words are spoken, it benefits no one to remain. Chen Jiao's expression shifted tumultuously. Wang Jianqiang's reputation as a failure had long since spread through the outer sect, rendering him a subject of ridicule among the disciples. As Wang Jianqiang's niece, she naturally attracted some peculiar glances within the sect. In her younger years, she hadn't thought much of it, but as she matured, her perspective shifted dramatically. Especially after forming a partnership with someone, under their influence, her relationship with Wang Jianqiang had become a source of shame in her life. However, Wang Jianqiang had always provided abundantly, and she was reluctant to sever ties. Thus, she publicly claimed to have distanced herself from him, mocking him alongside others, while privately maintaining their connection. Yet, she had not anticipated that her shifting mentality would silently affect her demeanor towards Wang Jianqiang. Despite her efforts to disguise it, her occasional genuine emotions were still keenly sensed by Wang Jianqiang. The resources Wang Jianqiang provided had constituted the majority of her cultivation supplies. If she truly severed ties with him, she could scarcely imagine how arduous her path would become. As she pondered this, her face turned pale. Wang Jianqiang gazed at Chen Jiao's delicate and alluring features, her long and voluptuous form, and the smooth, fair skin of her calves beneath her skirt. He had previously regarded her as a junior, without any ulterior thoughts. Now, upon closer inspection, he found her quite enticing. Once this notion took root, inspiration surged within him. He cleared his throat and said, Jiao, do not say that Uncle Wang is not giving you a chance. If you can agree to one condition of mine, I shall forgive you. Chen Jiao was initially engulfed in despair, but upon hearing Wang Jianqiang's words, her expression suddenly brightened. Uncle, I was wrong. Whatever you say, I will agree. It was not that she realized her mistake, rather, she was filled with fear. Wang Jianqiang curled his lip, dismissing her pretense, and smiled at her. If you sleep with your uncle, he will forgive you. Chapter 2. The bankruptcy version of the law of heaven and earth. Upon hearing Wang Jianqiang's emphatic words, Chen Jiao was momentarily stunned, and it took her a while to react, her face flushing crimson. She looked at Wang Jianqiang in disbelief. How can you propose such a condition? But you are a friend of my uncle. Wang Jianqiang scoffed. Now you acknowledge that I am your uncle's friend? What were you thinking when you were cursing me to others? At his words, Chen Jiao's expression shifted. She gazed at the elderly man before her, his hair gray and face lined with wrinkles, filled with an overwhelming sense of aversion. She wished to refuse, but the thought of losing Wang Jianqiang, a valuable resource, was even more daunting. In the end, the pragmatic side of her chose to prioritize her career. After a brief moment, Wang Jianqiang stepped out of the room, his expression darkening. I have yet to use it in this lifetime. Why is it suddenly ineffective? His mood fluctuated, filled with reluctance. Suddenly, he recalled the newly awakened system, like grasping a lifeline. With a thought, he entered the sea of souls within his mind. At that moment, a colossal light screen floated in the soul sea. Name: Wang Jianqiang. Gender: male. Age: 95,100. Root bone: 5-element waste. Spirit root. Talent and abilities: none. Cultivation level: Qi refining level 3. Is this the attribute panel? Wang Jianqiang was momentarily taken aback, and soon after, a mechanical voice resonated in his mind. Beep! Congratulations, host, for obtaining the newcomer care package for transmigration. Would you like to open it? Wang Jianqiang felt a surge of joy. There was even a package? Yes, he thought resolutely. Beep. Newcomer care package opened. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the epic-level talent ability, bankruptcy version of the law of heaven and earth. Congratulations, host, for receiving 50 cultivation points. With the mechanical voice fading, Wang Jianqiang noticed a line of text appear behind the talent ability section of the attribute panel. Bankruptcy version of the law of heaven and earth. Epic level can freely change body size, and upon transformation, physical strength is enhanced. Current awakening level, beginner, physical enhancement, 1x. There is a smaller line of text below. Talent ability levels are categorized as bronze, silver, gold, platinum, epic, legendary, divine. According to the system's classification of ability levels, epic level already ranked as a highly esteemed talent ability. Wang Jianqiang's attention shifted to the upper right corner of the attribute panel, where a line of small text read, cultivation points, 50. As Wang Jianqiang's focus shifted, the attribute page transformed, revealing a subpage. The page displayed 3 rows of text. Cultivation points can be allocated to skills, spells, and auxiliary abilities. Each point corresponds to 1 year of diligent training. Note: based on the host's current cultivation speed, cultivation points can be obtained through daily diligent practice. 1 session of hard training grants 1 cultivation point. All terms are ultimately interpreted by this system. Upon seeing the utility of cultivation points, Wang Jianqiang was elated, immediately reminded of charging for a minute to gain 2 hours of talk time. However, these cultivation points were even more exaggerated. 1 session of hard training granted a year of cultivation time. Truly a miraculous cultivation artifact. As for that ridiculous right of interpretation, he had seen enough of it in his previous life to be unfazed. Wang Jianqiang, you're not thinking of backing out, are you? At that moment, a wary voice echoed in his ear. He noticed Chen Jiao staring at him, her pretty face cold as ice. Wang Jianqiang, I have already satisfied your condition. If you dare to backtrack, don't blame me for being heartless. After exiting the room, Chen Jiao observed Wang Jianqiang suddenly halting in his tracks, silently watching her with an expression that seemed off, thinking he might have second thoughts. Wang Jianqiang was momentarily taken aback, but quickly understood. It seemed his moment of distraction had led Chen Jiao to misunderstand. He looked at her, about to speak, when he unexpectedly discovered another attribute panel appearing in his mind. Name: Chen Jiao. Gender: female. Age: 35. Root bone: gold, wood, earth. 3 element spirit root. Cultivation level: Qi refining level 6. Current good evil value: 10. This system could even check others' data. Wang Jianqiang raised an eyebrow, feeling a sense of delight. Especially the good evil value, which would allow him to easily discern others' intentions towards him, proving to be immensely practical. With this thought, Wang Jianqiang felt elated, disregarding Chen Jiao's unfriendly demeanor, merely shaking his head. Jiao, you misunderstood me, did I? Wang Jianqiang, am not one to go back on my word. Hearing his words, Chen Jiao's expression softened slightly. Uncle Wang, please don't hold my earlier attitude against me. I was merely too invested in our bond to react so strongly. Can we be as we were before? Valuing the bond? How could someone who valued it have a negative good-evil value? Wang Jianqiang silently scoffed but maintained a smiling facade. Sure, seeing that he only nodded without further comment, Chen Jiao's delicate brows furrowed. Uncle Wang, since you have forgiven me, you must help me with the matter of the elixir. Elixir? What elixir? Wang Jianqiang looked at Chen Jiao in confusion. Chen Jiao's expression stiffened, forcing a smile. Uncle Wang, don't joke with me. Didn't we agree that as long as I satisfied your condition, you would still be my uncle? Yes, you can still call me uncle. Wang Jianqiang nodded. But what about the elixir? What elixir? A flicker of urgency crossed Chen Jiao's face. Wasn't my cultivation resource always provided by you? You did say that was in the past. Wang Jianqiang shrugged. Chen Jiao's pretty face grew cold. Are you toying with me? Wang Jianqiang maintained a gentle smile. You are mistaken. I promised to forgive you once you met my conditions, but I never stated I would continue providing you with cultivation resources. Chen Jiao's expression faltered, turning grim. It seemed Wang Jianqiang truly had not said such a thing. Had she merely called him uncle to earn his forgiveness? If it weren't for Wang Jianqiang's resources, who would want to associate with this useless individual? Beep. Good evil value decreased. A mechanical voice echoed in Wang Jianqiang's mind. Chen Jiao's good evil value towards him dropped to 55. According to the system's definition of good evil value, positive numbers represented goodwill, while negative numbers indicated disdain. A good evil value between 0 and 50 merely represented aversion, not escalating to physical conflict. However, once the value fell below 50, it indicated that the person might act against him at any moment. Yet Wang Jianqiang felt no worry. Fighting was strictly prohibited within the Hehuan sect unless Chen Jiao wished for her demise. She would not dare lay a finger on him. His smile remained unwavering. Don't be angry if you want resources. I can provide them. Chen Jiao's expression shifted, still regarding him coldly. Wang Jianqiang rubbed his hands together. A spirit-gathering pill. And let's do it again. Chapter 3. The External Affairs Hall, Elder Dongyu. You are shameless. Wang Jianqiang's words caused Chen Jiao's face to flush crimson in an instant. Unwilling? Then forget it. Wang Jianqiang curled his lip. Chen Jiao's expression changed. Wait. Chen Jiao's complexion shifted dramatically as she coldly remarked, one gathering spirit pill is insufficient, I require a Qingling pill. Wang Jianqiang glanced at her dismissively. Are you dreaming? Do you think this place is made of celestial gold? I never force others if you are unwilling. You may leave. Wait a moment. Chen Jiao called out to Wang Jianqiang once more. She simply could not let go of this easily attainable resource. Though the efficacy of the gathering spirit pill was mediocre, a mere 3 seconds was all it promised. To trade just 3 seconds for a gathering spirit pill, it was a tremendous gain. Alas, who could blame her for her ambition? Resolute, she stepped confidently toward the room. As she brushed past Wang Jianqiang, her lips barely moving, a barely perceptible whisper reached his ears. Those lacking skill often have great cravings, yet they do not fear. Exhausting themselves, how outrageous! Today, I shall show you some real prowess. Wang Jianqiang's expression darkened, and his consciousness shifted to his mind, where he opened the subpage of his attributes. Only 2 lines of text appeared. Yuan Ling Ju entry level Yang Sua Yuan Jing not yet initiated. The Yuan Ling Ju was a basic qi cultivation technique. Although the Hehuan sect possessed a plethora of advanced techniques, the prerequisites were quite stringent. Wang Jianqiang, being merely of the lowest 5 spirit roots, was incapable of cultivating them. Despite its simplicity, the Yuan Ling Ju was versatile enough for those with 5 spirit roots to practice. The Yang Sua Yuan Jing was a unique technique of the Hehuan sect, a requisite for every disciple upon joining. Regrettably, this technique necessitated cultivation alongside a partner. And with his 5 spirit roots being the most inferior, who would be willing to become his partner? This predicament had prevented him from ever practicing this technique, let alone mastering it. Now that he had awakened the system, it was the perfect opportunity to test the effects of his cultivation points on this technique. Focusing on the Yang Sua Yuan Jing, he concentrated and added 20 cultivation points to it. Due to the technique's uniqueness, even the most gifted cultivators would find it remarkable to practice for 2 or 3 hours in a day. Even after a decade of diligent training, the time devoted to the Yang Sua Yuan Jing would likely amount to less than a year. However, Wang Jianqiang's addition of 20 cultivation points equated to an uninterrupted, day and night practice spanning 20 years. This was akin to the arduous efforts of an ordinary cultivator over 200 years. In an instant, Wang Jianqiang felt a surge of strength, even his vision seeming to brighten. Simultaneously, the attributes panel glimmered. The words not yet initiated following the Yang Sua Yuan Jing transformed into ultimate transcendence. Wang Jianqiang was momentarily stunned, then overjoyed. It is commonly understood that the cultivation of techniques and spells is categorized into 6 realms: entry, foundation, proficiency, minor achievement, major achievement, and perfection. The term ultimate transcendence signifies a level beyond perfection, representing an attainment that transcends the limits of techniques, reaching heights that even their creator had not touched. Wang Jianqiang's heart swelled with delight. The efficacy of the cultivation points was indeed formidable. A mere 20 points had propelled the Yang Sua Yuan Jing to the realm of ultimate transcendence. It was said that the perfected Liang Yang Su Yuan Jing could enhance endurance fivefold. What power might it possess in this elevated state? Are you coming or not? If you cannot, say so soon. Do not waste my time. At that moment, an impatient voice echoed in his ears. This is utterly outrageous. Wang Jianqiang chuckled coldly, withdrawing his consciousness from his mind and confidently striding into the room. Half an hour later, the door swung open. Chen Jiao emerged, astonished by Wang Jianqiang's transformation. She could not comprehend how one could achieve such significant progress in such a brief span of time. While perhaps a leap from 3 seconds to 30 seconds was not remarkable, transitioning from a mere massage therapist to a master of critical strikes was excessive. Pills. She regarded Wang Jianqiang with a complex expression, extending her fair hand. The pills inside are sufficient to exchange for a gathering spirit pill. Wang Jianqiang brushed his palm against his storage pouch at his waist, producing a jade vial and presenting it to Chen Jiao, winking at her. I am quite satisfied with your performance. Should you require more pills in the future, feel free to seek me out. Upon hearing this, Chen Jiao merely blushed and accepted the pills, neither agreeing nor declining. Her demeanor suggested a tacit acceptance. Good and evil value, 30. Simultaneously, a notification resonated in Wang Jianqiang's mind. Not only was he not angered, but his good and evil value had also increased. Wang Jianqiang was momentarily taken aback, feeling odd. Could it be? She was persuaded? After consuming 20 cultivation points, he was left with only 30 points. Having experienced the formidable efficacy of the cultivation points, he felt an urgent desire to acquire more. Sitting down, he began to cultivate. An hour later, he opened his eyes in bewilderment. Was it not said that one could gain 1 cultivation point for a minute of diligent training? He had practiced for an entire hour, yet not a single point had been awarded. Could it be that he misunderstood? Wang Jianqiang pondered for a long time but could not arrive at an answer, shaking his head and temporarily setting the matter aside. Regardless, he needed to devise a way to enhance his cultivation. He focused his thoughts and opened the subpage for auxiliary skills. The content on the page was simple, consisting of only 2 lines. Alchemy. First level low-grade alchemist artifact crafting. Non-mainstream with a thought, he added 10 cultivation points to alchemy. In an instant, a wealth of alchemical knowledge flooded his mind, imprinted with clarity. On the page, his alchemy level elevated to that of a second-level intermediate alchemist. His reasoning was straightforward. Since his innate talent was subpar, he would resort to alchemy to compensate. With an improved alchemical skill, he could not only earn spirit stones for cultivation more efficiently, but also concoct intermediate-grade pills for himself. The combination of these advantages would surely accelerate his cultivation speed significantly. As he had yet to resolve the issue of acquiring cultivation points, he dared not recklessly use the remaining 20 points. Departing his residence, he made his way to the outer affairs hall. Upon entering, he proceeded directly to a counter. Behind the counter sat a woman with her long, raven hair simply tied back. Her beauty was striking, reminiscent of a figure stepping out from a painting, exuding an ethereal charm. Where she was ample, she was remarkably so. Where she was delicate, it was exaggeratedly so. One phrase to describe her: grand and magnificent. I am Wang Jianqiang, an outer disciple, here to pay my respects to Elder Dong.
Chapter 4. Methods of acquiring cultivation points, selling, or purchasing items. Dong Yu glanced at Wang Jianqiang, her exquisite visage devoid of warmth. The disciple expressed a desire to acquire the formulas for the nourishing pill and the Qingling pill. Wang Jianqiang, however, paid little heed to the tone of this outer sect elder. Elder Dong's demeanor was simply her nature, not directed at him alone, but rather a characteristic she exhibited towards all. Upon hearing Wang Jianqiang's words, Dong Yu's expression shifted slightly. The External Affairs Hall was the sole venue for purchasing and selling items within the outer sect of the Hawan sect. Since taking up alchemy as a secondary pursuit, Wang Jianqiang had frequented the hall with notable regularity, further enhanced by his considerable reputation within the outer sect. Though Dong Yu maintained her aloof disposition and rarely paid attention to disciples, she nonetheless held a vivid impression of him. If her memory served correctly, Wang Jianqiang was merely a first-level low-grade alchemist, while both the nourishing pill and the Qingling pill were classified as first-level intermediate elixirs, esteemed among their kind. For an ordinary first-level intermediate alchemist, the crafting of such pills was exceedingly arduous. What could a first-level low-grade alchemist possibly want with the formulas for these 2 kinds of pills? Had he perhaps experienced a breakthrough in his alchemical skills? With such thoughts in mind, Dong Yu could not help but shake her head internally. In truth, first-level intermediate alchemists were not particularly rare. There were at least 80. if not 100, within the outer sect. Among them, several talented individuals had not yet reached the age of 40. While she recognized Wang Jianqiang's diligence in cultivation, she understood that hard work alone was insufficient for success. In the realm of cultivation, innate talent held paramount importance. In both alchemy and the path of cultivation, Wang Jianqiang's gifts were woefully inadequate. Often, a decade of his arduous practice yielded less than a month of progress for those with exceptional talent. She could already envision a future where Wang Jianqiang met his untimely end, reduced to mere dust. Cultivation was akin to traversing a precarious narrow bridge. Some fell at the outset, while others persevered longer, yet if one could not ultimately cross over, they remained a failure regardless. Contemplating this, a fleeting shadow of melancholy crossed her features before she resumed her usual demeanor. Retrieving 2 jade slips from her storage ring, she casually tossed them along with 200 spirit stones. Damn. Thank you, Elder, Wang Jianqiang said as he accepted the jade slips, purchased additional herbs, and bowed respectfully to Dong Yu before taking his leave. As he turned, his gaze inadvertently swept over Dong Yu's bosom before he hurriedly departed. Name, Dong Yu. Gender, female. Age, 175. Bone structure, golden spiritual root. Cultivation level, foundation establishment completed. Current good-evil value, 0 after exiting the external affairs hall. The data that flashed in Wang Jianqiang's mind upon seeing Dong Yu left him momentarily astonished. This elder Dong was, in fact, a rare golden spiritual root. Normally, such a talent could easily break through to the core formation stage. Yet, Elder Dong remained stuck at the pinnacle of foundation establishment, unable to advance even as her limit approached. This was quite illogical. After a brief contemplation, Wang Jianqiang shook his head, dismissing such thoughts. For him, nothing was more crucial than improving his cultivation at present. Upon returning to his dwelling, he extracted the formula for the nourishing pill. Upon recognizing the ailments plaguing his body, a sense of unease took root in his heart. After thorough research, he discovered a restorative elixir, namely, the nourishing pill, which held remarkable efficacy for his particular afflictions. If he wished to rid himself of his hidden ailments, this pill was undoubtedly an essential remedy. Pressing the jade slip containing the nourishing pill's formula to his forehead, a torrent of information surged into his mind, revealing the crafting method for the pill. Just as he prepared to study it earnestly, the system's voice suddenly chimed in. Ding. Inferior formula detected. Optimizing and upgrading the formula will consume 10 cultivation points. Would you like to proceed with the optimization? Wang Jianqiang was momentarily taken aback, but promptly made his decision without hesitation. Yes. Ding. The nourishing pill formula has been successfully optimized and upgraded to the perfect nourishing pill formula. An influx of information appeared in his mind, and Wang Jianqiang focused intently to absorb it. Upon comparison, he realized that the efficacy of the perfect nourishing pill was several times greater than that of the ordinary version. Yet the difficulty of its creation had not escalated. In fact, the required materials had become even more streamlined, reducing the cost of crafting. What was more astonishing was that the perfect nourishing pill contained no pill toxins. Generally, all elixirs bore some degree of pill toxins. A higher quality pill merely indicated a lower concentration of toxins, not their complete absence. Should a cultivator consume a large quantity of pills within a short span, it could lead to the accumulation of toxins within their body. Such accumulation was notoriously difficult to resolve. If not expeditiously eliminated, it could halt cultivation progress, or, in severe cases, even erode one's cultivation. Typically, cultivators would endeavor to expel toxins promptly after refining a certain quantity of pills to prevent buildup, which often consumed more time than the refining itself, thereby hindering cultivation efficiency. Yet, the system-optimized elixir not only boasted enhanced efficacy and lower costs, but also eliminated concerns about pill toxins, allowing for unrestrained refinement and a tenfold increase in cultivation efficiency. If such news were to spread, it would undoubtedly drive any cultivator into a frenzy. Wang Jianqiang marveled, retrieving his alchemical furnace to commence crafting. Half a day later, the elixir was complete. Wang Jianqiang waved his hand, and 3 perfectly round pills shot forth from the furnace. He seized them eagerly, just as he prepared to examine them. A mechanical voice resonated in his mind. Ding. Pill crafting successful. You have gained 1 cultivation point. Wang Jianqiang was momentarily stunned, then a look of delight crossed his face. It turned out that alchemy also qualified as arduous practice. He had been at a loss for ways to acquire cultivation points, and this unexpected revelation solved his most pressing dilemma. Regaining his focus, he consumed one of the perfect nourishing pills. After refining it, he distinctly sensed a revitalization coursing through his body. A warm sensation enveloped his lower abdomen, and even his vision seemed to brighten. The potency of the elixir was formidable. Wang Jianqiang's eyes sparkled as he continued to consume the pills. After half a day, he had fully refined the remaining 2 perfect nourishing pills. He felt a significant improvement in his physical condition. Had Chun Jiao been present, he would have been eager to demonstrate the true meaning of strength and the folly of underestimating the elderly. However, there would be ample time to teach Chun Jiao a lesson later. For him, the priority remained achieving foundation establishment as swiftly as possible. Relying solely on pills was but a temporary fix. Once he established his foundation and underwent a transformation in his physique, all hidden ailments would naturally dissipate. Moreover, upon achieving foundation establishment, his lifespan could extend to 200 years. With this thought in mind, Wang Jianqiang felt a surge of motivation. He retrieved another jade slip, Upon reading the information contained within, the system's voice predictably echoed once more. Ding. Inferior formula detected. You may consume 10 cultivation points to optimize and upgrade. Would you like to proceed? Yes. Ding. Optimization and upgrade successful. The Qingling pill formula has been upgraded to the perfect Qingling pill formula. Chapter 5. Seeking resources. As the system's voice resonated, the formula for the perfect Qingling pill manifested in Wang Jianqiang's mind. As expected, the perfect Qingling pill boasted greater efficacy than the ordinary Qingling pill, with reduced crafting costs as well. After thorough research, he gathered the necessary materials and commenced the crafting process. Half a day later, the first perfect Qingling pill was successfully refined. With a glimmer of anticipation on his face, Wang Jianqiang swallowed the perfect Qingling pill. In the next moment, a gentle yet robust surge of medicinal power erupted within him. He immediately focused intently, fully committing to the refinement process. However, he soon encountered a challenge. The potency of the perfect Qingling pill was overwhelmingly strong. Under the vast eruption of medicinal power, he found that he could only harness a mere 10%, with the majority dissipating and wasted. Talent and technique were the two primary factors determining the efficiency of refinement. He could not alter his qualifications, and if he wished to enhance his refining efficiency, he had no choice but to elevate his cultivation level. With this thought in mind, he decisively allocated his remaining 15 cultivation points to the Yin-Ling technique, instantly advancing it from the entry level to the threshold stage. Consequently, his utilization rate of the perfect Qingling pill surged to 30%. Although a significant portion was still wasted, Wang Jianqiang felt no remorse. Instead, he quickly focused his mind and devoted himself to the refining process. Half a day later, as the last vestige of medicinal power dissipated, Wang Jianqiang's aura abruptly ascended to a new level. He had achieved a breakthrough. Upon opening his eyes, a glimmer of astonishment crossed his face. The efficacy of the perfect Qingling pill exceeded his expectations, likely surpassing that of an average first-tier high-grade pill. More importantly, there was no trace of pill toxicity within the perfect Qingling pill. He could consume it without any reservations to facilitate his breakthrough. He then filled a bucket with water and cleansed himself of the foul impurities expelled during the breakthrough, before resuming the refinement of the perfect Qingling pill. The following morning, after a night of refining, 2 more pills were produced. Previously, he had exhausted his savings to purchase 2 pill recipes and the necessary materials, leaving him with only 1 gathering spirit pill, which he had given to Chun Jiao. Adhering to the principle of steady progress, he did not intend to consume these 2 pills for his own cultivation. Rather, he planned to sell them at the External Affairs Hall. At the External Affairs Hall, Dong Yuru, with her usual cool demeanor, leaned against the desk. Wang Jianqiang discreetly indulged in a glance at her. Dong Yu's gaze turned towards him, a flicker of surprise passing through her expression. Had he broken through? She quickly shook her head in silence. Even with a breakthrough, he was merely at the 4th layer of qi refinement, still unable to evade the impending doom. Her expression reverted to its usual indifference. Was he buying or selling items? Wang Jianqiang took out the 2 perfect Qingling pills he had prepared in advance, stating, "I wish to sell these 2 pills. I kindly ask Elder Dong to take a look." Qingling pills. Dong Yu raised an eyebrow. To successfully refine Qingling pills in just 2 days, Wang Jianqiang indeed exhibited diligence. However, having only recently become a first-tier intermediate alchemist, it was likely that the pills he produced were of the lowest quality. With the deadline approaching, it was perplexing whether to admire his determination or pity him. Dong Yu sighed inwardly. Very well. I shall compensate him with a few more spirit stones later. As she spoke, she extended her hand, drawing the 2 pills into her palm. The quality of these 2 Qingling pills was decent. I shall value them at 180 spirit stones each. How could this be? Dong Yu's initial cursory glance at the pills was followed by an inability to tear her gaze away. With her cultivation level, she immediately discerned the distinctiveness of these 2 Qingling pills. Although their appearance was similar to ordinary Qingling pills, a closer inspection revealed that their surface was more refined. Furthermore, it was evident that the medicinal power contained within was significantly stronger than that of regular Qingling pills. Most crucially, she found no traces of pill toxicity. The effectiveness was astonishing, coupled with the absence of toxins. Was it truly Wang Jianqiang, the recognized waste among all outer sect disciples, the subject of everyone's ridicule, who could produce such pills? Suddenly, excitement illuminated her face. A perfect pill devoid of toxicity. Was this not the alchemist she had been seeking? Yet in the next moment, her demeanor regained its composure. He was far too weak, and the deadline loomed over him. She glanced at Wang Jianqiang, a hint of melancholy flashing in her eyes, before returning to her usual self. The toxin-free Qingling pill, of perfect quality, possessed efficacy even greater than that of an ordinary first-tier high-grade pill. I shall offer you 2,000 spirit stones for each. Upon hearing this, Wang Jianqiang's eyes brightened. The cost of refining a perfect Qingling pill was less than 100 spirit stones. This was indeed a lucrative endeavor. He spent 3,000 spirit stones in one go to purchase a substantial quantity of materials, all for refining perfect Long Yang pills and perfect Qingling pills. After contemplating, he also bought some gathering spirit pills before departing from the External Affairs Hall. Upon returning to his residence, Wang Jianqiang had just refined a few perfect nourishing pills when a cheerful voice rang out from outside. Uncle Wang, are you in? I came with your niece to see you. Niu Shoren. Wang Jianqiang was taken aback upon hearing this voice. Niu Shoren was Chun Jiao's partner. known for his strong sense of pride. Since their union, visits to him had been few and far between, primarily due to his fear of being associated with Wang Jianqiang, the outer sect's laughingstock. If not for others' foolishness and wealth, Niu Shoren might have severed ties with Chun Jiao long ago. Why had he suddenly chosen to visit me? And with Chun Jiao, no less. A peculiar expression crossed Wang Jianqiang's face as he approached the door. Standing outside were two figures. One, a slender and graceful woman with a stunning appearance, reminiscent of a ripe peach, was none other than Chun Jiao. Beside her stood a rather handsome middle-aged man. Upon seeing the dashing man, Wang Jianqiang wore a benevolent smile, leading the two into the living room while exchanging a covert glance with Chun Jiao. Noticing her relaxed demeanor, he felt a sense of relief. Shoren, do you have something to discuss with your uncle? Wang Jianqiang initiated the conversation after they were seated. Niu Shoren chuckled heartily. It's nothing, really. It's just been a while since I visited, so I thought I'd drop by. Wang Jianqiang took this statement with a grain of salt, maintaining his benevolent smile as he engaged in warm conversation with Niu Shoren. After a lengthy exchange, Niu Shoren hesitated, a conflicted expression on his face. Uncle Wang, both Jiao and I have reached the 6th layer of qi refinement. If we can break through to the 7th layer within 3 years, foundation establishment will be within reach. You are the closest person to us. We hope you can assist us. As expected, Wang Jianqiang smirked inwardly, his expression feigning difficulty. However, I have been supplying both you and Jiao for years, and my resources are quite limited. Uncle, you cannot say that, Niu Shoren interjected, shaking his head. The resources you provided were for Jiao. The portion she transferred to me was a gift from her and does not count as your provision. I have never actively sought your assistance. This is a favor I hope you can grant us. Wang Jianqiang hesitated, as if making a firm decision. Rest assured, Shoren. Since you have asked, I will certainly help. At this point, he gritted his teeth. I have 2 batches of pills in my possession. If they are successfully refined, along with my savings, I should be able to acquire a dozen Qingling pills. That won't do. Niu Shoren feigned concern. You are of considerable age, and it is too burdensome for you to take on this task. Jiao and I cannot bear it. How about this? We will stay and assist you. Assist? More like monitor. Wang Jianqiang cursed inwardly, though his exterior remained unchanged. You mean well, but uncle can manage without it. That is not acceptable. We must help. No, truly. It's unnecessary. It's settled. Just listen to me. Jiao is capable and attentive. Let her stay and assist you. Very well. After Niu Shoren's departure, Wang Jianqiang's smile vanished, replaced by an impassive gaze directed at Chun Jiao. Her face paled slightly as she hurried to explain, Uncle. It wasn't me who asked Shoren to come. He insisted on accompanying me. Wang Jianqiang remained silent, continuing to regard her with an impassive expression. Chun Jiao sighed, continuing her explanation. In the past, you provided ample resources, but recently, you have only given 1 gathering spirit pill, which has significantly diminished. Shoren speculated that it was due to your displeasure at our lack of interaction, prompting him to insist on accompanying me. I could not restrain myself. Nor could I offer an explanation. I could only accompany him. Upon hearing this, Wang Jianqiang relaxed his expression. Really? Absolutely. Chun Jiao nodded repeatedly. Initially, Wang Jianqiang suspected that Chun Jiao had brought Niu Shoren along to pressure him, to shake him down. If that were the case, he would decisively sever ties with Chun Jiao, preferring to make enemies with the two rather than grant her any resources. However, upon hearing Chun Jiao's explanation, his demeanor softened. So that was it. Feeling a twinge of guilt, he placed a hand on Chun Jiao's shoulder. Jiao, I misjudged you. I noticed you looked a bit pale earlier. Are you unwell? Come, let me check your health. For the next month, Wang Jianqiang remained indoors, diligently concocting elixirs. Ever since awakening his system, he had not experienced a single failure in alchemy. His success rate was nothing short of extraordinary. After a month's time, he had exhausted all the medicinal materials he had previously acquired, yielding 50 perfect health elixirs and 50 perfect Qingling elixirs. Additionally, he accumulated a substantial amount of cultivation points. During this period, Niu Shoren and Chun Jiao visited several times. After exchanging pleasantries, Chun Jiao would remain as a supervisor while Niu Shoren departed. Believing he had Wang Jianqiang under control, feeling quite pleased with himself. Little did he know, the most formidable hunters often present themselves in the guise of prey. For Wang Jianqiang, the gathering spirit elixir was merely an inconspicuous trifle. Cultivation was inherently a tedious endeavor, and prolonged practice made it even more monotonous, serving as a fitting diversion during breaks. Spending a little money on such a diversion was insignificant. In the dimly lit room, Wang Jianqiang gazed at the attribute panel displaying a full 100 cultivation points and, without hesitation, allocated them to the Yanling method. Elevating the martial arts level would enhance the absorption rate of elixirs, making it the most effective way to elevate his cultivation at present. His ambition was to elevate the Yanling method to its highest perfected state. Ding! The Yanling method has reached its current highest realm. You may consume 500 cultivation points for optimization and upgrade. Would you like to proceed? Upon hearing the system's voice in his mind, Wang Jianqiang was momentarily taken aback. Could a martial art truly be optimized and upgraded? He glanced at the attribute panel. The Yanling method now displayed perfection instead of entry. Indeed, an option for optimization and upgrade had appeared. Given his mediocre aptitude, coupled with the fact that he was cultivating a common martial art, his progress was excruciatingly slow. If he could enhance the level of the martial art, his cultivation speed would undoubtedly increase significantly. With this thought, excitement surged within Wang Jianqiang. However, upon noticing the mere 5 remaining cultivation points, his exhilaration swiftly dissipated. Transitioning the Yanling method from entry to perfection required a total of 95 cultivation points, leaving him with just 5. He was still 495 points short of optimizing and upgrading the Yanling method. This was no trivial sum. Even if he devoted himself tirelessly to concocting elixirs, it would take nearly 4 months to accumulate. Wang Jianqiang shook his head, setting aside these considerations for the moment. He retrieved a perfect Qingling elixir and swallowed it. After achieving perfection in the Yanling method, his utilization of the elixir's potency increased from 30% to 70%. His rate of cultivation accelerated more than double. In just 2 days, after refining 10 perfect Qingling elixirs in quick succession, he successfully broke through to the 5th level of Qi cultivation. He was poised to continue his cultivation, aiming for a breakthrough to the 6th level when he heard Chun Jiaojiao's voice outside. Wang Jianqiang decided to take a break. Half an hour later, Chun Jiaojiao departed, satisfied with the gathering spirit elixir in hand. After resting, Wang Jianqiang resumed his seclusion for cultivation. 10 days later, while seated in meditation, Wang Jianqiang's body trembled as he experienced another breakthrough. The transition from the 5th to the 6th level of Qi cultivation had consumed 37 perfect Qingling elixirs. He intended to refrain from refining the remaining 3 perfect Qingling elixirs himself. After reaching the 6th level of Qi cultivation, the speed of cultivation through the elixir would sharply decline. To rely solely on perfect Qingling elixirs for a breakthrough would require refining 2 to 300, which would take 2 to 3 months of continuous effort. For others, this rate of breakthrough might be considered astonishing, but for him, such progress was unworthy of his aspirations. He unleashed his spiritual energy, cleansing the grime from his body, and made his way toward the outer hall. Chapter 7. Elder Dong's Special Treatment. Perfect Yunxia elixir in the outer hall, Wang Jianqiang approached Dongyu, as customary, bestowing her a gaze filled with admiration. The beauty of the Huan sect was renowned, yet such astonishing grandeur was something he had only witnessed in Dongyu. Would you like to buy or sell items? Dongyu regarded Wang Jianqiang with her usual aloofness. The next moment, her gaze sharpened, and her previously languid posture straightened abruptly. Wang Jianqiang's eyelids twitched, fearing they might leap from her attire. Dongyu, oblivious to Wang Jianqiang's scrutiny, fixated on him. 6th level of Qi cultivation. In less than 2 months, your cultivation has remarkably ascended from the 3rd to the 6th level. At this rate, you might truly establish a foundation. But that seemed impossible. Wang Jianqiang's extraordinary rate of breakthrough was undoubtedly attributed to the perfect Qingling elixir. While it was remarkable, it remained merely a mid-tier first-grade elixir. Once Wang Jianqiang's cultivation broke through to the 7th level, the efficacy of the perfect Qingling elixir would inevitably diminish. Moreover, as his cultivation continued to rise, its effectiveness would consistently decrease. Reaching the 10th level of Qi cultivation, achieving the 9th level solely with the perfect Qingling elixir appeared unrealistic, let alone establishing a foundation. Furthermore, even if he were to reach the 10th level before the impending deadline, what would it matter, given his aptitude? The success rate for establishing a foundation would likely be alarmingly low. Wang Jianqiang remained unaware of Dongyu's thoughts. Although he was somewhat astonished by her sudden shift from standing to sitting, he did not dwell on it. I wish to purchase the formula for the Yunxia elixir. Before arriving, Wang Jianqiang had already decided on the elixir he wished to acquire. In terms of efficacy, the Yunxia elixir ranked among the finest in the realm of first-grade advanced elixirs, and its gentle potency was well suited for him. Upon hearing this, Dongyu's eyes flickered. A first-grade advanced formula. Has he already become a first-grade advanced alchemist? Did he not just recently attain the status of a first-grade intermediate alchemist? Dongyu scrutinized Wang Jianqiang closely, suddenly realizing she could not fully comprehend this disciple. Upon hearing Dongyu's words, Wang Jianqiang's expression faltered. So expensive. The formula for the first-grade intermediate Qingling elixir was merely 200 spirit stones, yet the Yunxia elixir's formula, being just 1 tier higher, commanded such an outrageous price. Had it been anyone else, Dongyu would have been too disinterested to explain, leaving them to buy or not as they pleased. Yet, inexplicably, she displayed a markedly different attitude towards Wang Jianqiang, patiently elucidating. The formulas for first-grade low-tier and first-grade intermediate elixirs are too basic. The sect does not place much importance on them, hence their lower prices. First-grade advanced formulas are considered regulated items, and their prices are significantly higher. After hearing Dong Yu's explanation, Wang Jianqiang began to grasp the situation, yet an awkward expression surfaced. He had initially believed that the spirit stones he possessed, along with the 3 perfect Qingling elixirs, would be more than sufficient to purchase both the Yunxia elixir's formula and its materials. However, upon reflection, he realized he lacked the funds even to acquire the formula. Insufficient spirit stones? Wang Jianqiang nodded sheepishly. I only have 500 spirit stones and 3 perfect Qingling elixirs. The perfect health elixirs had been consumed too rapidly. Aside from the initial 10 he had concocted, he had managed to refine a few more, but had long since exhausted them. Dongyu pondered for a moment before suggesting, I can make an exception and grant you the Yunxia elixir's formula on credit. You need only repay within 2 months. Wang Jianqiang was taken aback. The typically aloof Elder Dong was unexpectedly extending a favor to him. Could it be that she had developed an interest in him? Wang Jianqiang, filled with delight, soon dispelled the thought. Unable to comprehend, he decided to let it go, considering it a good fortune nonetheless. Grateful to Elder Dong, he bowed to Dong Yu. Subsequently, he exchanged 3 perfect Qingling pills for spirit stones and purchased a substantial amount of medicinal herbs before departing. Dong Yu gazed at his gradually receding figure, her beautiful face marred by confusion. Knowing full well that he could not establish a foundation, why did she still harbor a fleeting, unrealistic hope for him? The fact that a Qi refining stage cultivator could concoct the legendary perfect pill was indeed miraculous. Perhaps it was this small miracle that ignited her subconscious desire for an even greater one. Alas, if miracles could be easily wrought, they would not be deemed miracles. With a weary sigh, she returned to her residence. Upon his return, Wang Jianqiang promptly retrieved the formula for the Yunxia pill. Pressing the jade slip to his forehead for reading. After a brief moment, the system's notification echoed. Ding, inferior formula detected. Optimizing the formula will consume 30 cultivation points. Would you like to proceed? The cost of upgrading to a high-level first-stage formula had increased significantly compared to the intermediate health and Qingling pills. Fortunately, he had utilized the past few days productively, accumulating 50 cultivation points through diligent practice while actively engaging with Qin Jiajiao. With a thought, he confirmed, yes. Ding. The Yunxia pill formula has been successfully optimized to the perfect Yunxia pill formula. Wang Jianqiang then allocated the remaining 20 cultivation points to the alchemy skill, raising its level from intermediate to advanced. However, he did not immediately concoct the perfect Yunxia pill. Rather, he first prepared several perfect health pills and warmed up by crafting a few perfect Qingling pills before commencing with the perfect Yunxia pill. Just as he was about to begin the creation of the perfect Yunxia pill, Chun Jiajiao arrived to procure pills. Wang Jianqiang graciously entertained her. In a mere half hour, they concluded a substantial project worth over $1 billion. With slightly trembling legs, he escorted Chun Jiajiao to the door. Jiajiao, I found a precious pill a couple of days ago and have been reluctant to consume it. It's yours now. After careful consideration, Wang Jianqiang produced a perfect Qingling pill. He always believed that the existence of the good and evil value in the system must serve a purpose beyond simply discerning others' attitudes towards him. He had a premonition that if he could max out a person's good and evil value, its true function would surely be revealed. This is a Qingling pill? Chun Jiajiao received the perfect Qingling pill, examining it closely, her delicate face betraying astonishment. No, its potency far exceeds that of an ordinary Qingling pill. Coming to her senses, she hesitantly asked Wang Jianqiang, is this really for me? Of course, he replied with a benevolent smile, nodding. Uncle Wang, you are truly wonderful. Chun Jiajiao expressed her heartfelt gratitude before departing. Ding, good and evil value 20. Upon checking his attribute panel, he noted that Chun Jiajiao's good and evil value had risen to 80 points, not far from its maximum. After resting for a while, he resumed alchemy. As expected, with his alchemy level elevated to advanced first stage, he was now capable of crafting the perfect Yunxia pill, maintaining a 100 success rate. Within half an hour, he produced his first perfect Yunxia pill. Afterwards, he paused his alchemical endeavors, waiting for his spiritual power to recover before swallowing the perfect Yunxia pill. With one more, he would break through to the 7th layer of Qi refining. The potency of 2 would rival that of 100 perfect Qingling pills. The efficacy of the perfect Yunxia pill was indeed formidable. Wang Jianqiang was immediately invigorated, continuing his alchemical pursuits. The next day, Wang Jianqiang consumed another perfect Yunxia pill and, as anticipated, his cultivation advanced to the 7th layer of Qi refining. The following day, he crafted 3 more perfect Yunxia pills. Rather than continuing his cultivation, he set out for the External Affairs Hall with these 3 perfect Yunxia pills. When Dong Yu received the 3 perfect Yunxia pills from Wang Jianqiang, despite her mental preparation, she could not help but feel a jolt of shock. Simultaneously, a sense of regret deepened within her. Wang Jianqiang was indeed a prodigy in alchemy. The legendary perfect pills, once thought to exist only in tales, had been successfully crafted in succession. Unfortunately, his alchemy level was too low to produce high-grade pills, and with his impending deadline, he was destined to remain unable to establish a foundation, thus losing his cultivation value. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly garner the sect's attention. The Yunxia pill, free from pill toxins, possessed effects far surpassing ordinary Yunxia pills, each exchangeable for 3,500 spirit stones, totaling 10,500 spirit stones for the 3. After deducting the 8,000 spirit stones for the Yunxia pill formula, he had a surplus of 2,500 spirit stones. After securing the perfect Yunxia pills, Dong Yu inquired if he had any items left to purchase. Wang Jianqiang pondered for a moment. Elder Dong, how much is the formula for the foundation establishment pill? Dong Yu's heart trembled, staring intently at Wang Jianqiang. Have you become a second-tier alchemist? Wang Jianqiang possessed the unique ability to concoct pills devoid of toxins. Should he manage to produce foundation establishment pills, their potency would likely surpass that of conventional ones. If he could establish a foundation, he would gain an additional 100 years of life, affording him ample time to progress in both cultivation and alchemy. If he could become a second-tier advanced alchemist before her lifespan ran out at this thought, the once stagnant waves of Dong Yu's heart surged anew. Wang Jianqiang was unaware that his casual inquiry had elicited such a profound reaction from Elder Dong. Embarrassed, he shook his head. No? He merely felt that he was close to reaching the 10th layer of qi refining and wanted to inquire about the market for the foundation establishment pill formula in advance to prepare himself. Upon hearing this, the light in Dong Yu's eyes dimmed instantly. It was true. He was merely a qi refining stage cultivator. How could he possibly become a second-tier alchemist? However, the significance of the foundation establishment pill formula was immense. It was a first-level controlled formula, and outer sect disciples were forbidden from purchasing it. Even if one possessed 1,000,000 spirit stones, it was unattainable. What? Wang Jianqiang was taken aback. Outer sect disciples couldn't he purchase the foundation establishment pill formula? How was he to establish a foundation? Acquiring ordinary foundation establishment pills, not to mention the extreme difficulty for outer sect disciples to obtain them. Even if he could procure them easily, he was acutely aware of his own lackluster talent. Relying on ordinary foundation establishment pills, even disregarding the toxin, it would be challenging to succeed in establishing a foundation. The perfect foundation establishment pill was his only hope. Yet to concoct the perfect foundation establishment pill, he first needed the formula for the foundation establishment pill. Dong Yu's words struck him like a bolt from the blue. Seeing Wang Jianqiang's expression darken, Dong Yu's demeanor shifted. You seem quite eager to obtain the foundation establishment pill formula? Wang Jianqiang, in a daze, nodded. Observing this, Dong Yu, whether driven by a deep-seated unwillingness or a yearning for the so-called miracle, spoke unexpectedly. If you can become a second-tier alchemist, come find me. I will assist you in acquiring the foundation establishment pill formula. Upon hearing Dong Yu's words, Wang Jianqiang was momentarily stunned, then joy blossomed on his face. It was truly a stroke of serendipity. Thank you, Elder Dong. He gratefully bowed to Dong Yu, then exchanged all his spirit stones for medicinal herbs before bidding her farewell. Dong Yu watched Wang Jianqiang's departing figure, lost in thought. Greetings, Elder Dong. A clear, melodious voice broke the silence. She was exquisitely beautiful, her skin as fair as snow. Long, dark hair cascaded down her shoulders, and her purple dress barely grazed her knees, revealing her slender, fair legs. Though her bosom was not as impressive as Dong Yu's, it was still remarkable. This young woman was Su Yutong, one of the few outer sect disciples who had left a deep impression on her, aside from Wang Jianqiang. Su Yutong had joined the sect 3 years prior. According to the rules of the Hahuan sect, disciples who join within 5 years are considered newcomers. Although Su Yutong is a novice disciple, her cultivation has remarkably reached the 8th layer of qi refinement within a mere 3 years, showcasing her exceptional talent. Her stunning beauty, combined with her formidable abilities, has garnered her considerable fame in the outer sect, where she is often regarded as one of the 3 most beautiful women. Are you buying or selling? Dong Yu's voice remained as indifferent as ever. Su Yutong, seemingly accustomed to Dong Yu's demeanor, pursed her red lips and replied, I would like to purchase some yunxia pills. What quality do you require? Naturally, the higher the quality, the better. Dong Yu nodded and directly retrieved 5 perfect yunxia pills she had acquired from Wang Jianqiang. These are the highest quality yunxia pills available in the Outer Affairs Hall, priced at 5,000 spirit stones each. Upon hearing the price, Su Yutong was taken aback. Although yunxia pills are among the top-tier first-grade medicinal pills, their value typically ranges between 300 to 500 spirit stones, does it not? Seemingly sensing her thoughts, a glint of meaning flickered in Dong Yu's eyes. These yunxia pills are truly extraordinary. Purchasing them will not leave you at a loss. Su Yutong remained skeptical. Extraordinary? Regardless of their quality, they are still merely yunxia pills. Can one pill possibly be worth 10? However, since Dong Yu offered her recommendation sincerely, she did not wish to refuse. I'll take 1 perfect yunxia pill and 10 ordinary ones. Dong Yu, with her vast experience, immediately discerned Su Yutong's underlying intentions and shook her head. She was certain Su Yutong would regret this decision after experiencing the perfect yunxia pill. Nevertheless, she refrained from further explanation, retrieving 1 perfect yunxia pill along with 10 ordinary ones for Su Yutong. After Su Yutong paid and departed, Dong Yu prepared to put away the remaining 4 perfect yunxia pills on the table when a graceful young woman hurriedly burst into the Outer Affairs Hall. Her gaze swept over the counter and landed on the 4 perfect yunxia pills. Elder Dong, are these 4 yunxia pills the ones sold by Senior Brother Wang? Dong Yu glanced at the young woman, whose impression on her was profound, not due to her fame or talent, but because she had been obsessively waiting at the Outer Affairs Hall ever since purchasing a perfect Qingling pill a few days prior. Noting her eager demeanor, Dong Yu nodded. Yes. The woman's eyes sparkled with delight. May I purchase them? Certainly, Dong Yu replied coldly. I'll take all 4 of them. 20 days later, after refining the 10 ordinary yunxia pills, Su Yutong opened her eyes, a frown etched upon her brow. Despite some progress in her cultivation, she remained distant from breaking through to the 9th layer of qi refinement. With only 6 months left until the outer sect competition, her hopes of achieving a breakthrough before then seemed bleak. If she could not advance, competing with only the 8th layer of qi refinement would render her chances of placing well, despite her formidable combat prowess, quite unrealistic. Before joining the Hahuan sect, she hailed from a prestigious family of cultivators, having displayed remarkable talent from a young age, receiving treatment akin to that of a star, surrounded by admirers. Even after entering the Hahuan sect, her talent and beauty allowed her to stand above nearly all her fellow novices. This history of superiority had instilled a profound pride within her. Upon learning about the outer sect competition, she had resolved to make a remarkable impression and set her sights on reaching the 9th layer of qi refinement before the event. However, it now appeared that achieving this goal was highly improbable. With a heavy heart filled with reluctance, she had no choice but to take things one step at a time. While deep in thought, she retrieved her last Yunxiao pill, the one Elder Dong had recommended, priced at an exorbitant cost. Although she had no prior knowledge of alchemy, she could vaguely sense that the potency of the perfect Yunxiao pill was more refined than that of ordinary ones. But how much difference could it make? After all, they were still Yunxiao pills. Could this one possibly surpass the others? 5,000 spirit stones each. An over tenfold price. Clearly, Elder Dong considered her an easy target. With a hint of dissatisfaction, she tossed the perfect Yunxiao pill into her mouth. In an instant, an incredibly pure medicinal power surged through her body. This power was not only pure, but also immensely potent, far beyond that of typical Yunxiao pills. Strangely, its effects were remarkably gentle, despite its magnitude. The difficulty of refining it was even less than that of ordinary pills. Rather than causing discomfort, it enveloped her in warmth and comfort. To her astonishment, there was not a trace of pill toxicity within this Yunxiao pill. In other words, if conditions permitted, this type of Yunxiao pill could be used without reservation. 1 hour later, Su Yutong trembled, her aura skyrocketing. She had reached the 9th layer of qi refinement. Just one pill had enabled her to transcend to this level. If only she could acquire a few more. With this thought in mind, Su Yutong quickly rose, freshened herself, and hurried toward the outer affairs hall. In the outer affairs hall, Dong Yu sat behind the counter, gazing vacantly outside. Her mind was occupied by the image of an elderly figure. Just then, a hurried silhouette rushed into the hall. Elder Dong, please give me 3 more perfect Yunxiao pills. Before she could even steady herself, her urgent voice reached Dong Yu's ears. Dong Yu looked up to see that it was Su Yutong. Anticipating this very scene, she merely shook her head with indifference. They are no longer available. No longer available? Su Yutong was taken aback. How could that be? Wasn't he there a dedicated alchemist supplying the pills? Dong Yu cast a sidelong glance at her. The perfect Yunxiao pills are not produced by the alchemists of the outer affairs hall. They were acquired, and only 5 were available. Su Yutong bit her lip. A flash of reluctance crossing her face. If she could obtain enough perfect Yunxiao pills, she was confident she could reach the 10th layer of qi refinement, perhaps even achieving full mastery before the outer sect competition. At that point, not only would she aim for the top 100, but she was also confident of securing a place in the top 10. What an astonishing feat it would be for a newcomer to rank among the top 10 in the outer sect. If she succeeded, it would undoubtedly draw the attention of the inner sect elders. With a stroke of luck, she might even be accepted as a disciple by one of them. Such an opportunity would allow her to soar to great heights. How could she let this chance to alter her fate slip away? Elder Dong, could you please inform me who is selling the perfect Yunxiao pills? Upon hearing Su Yutong's inquiry, Dong Yu paused for a moment before replying. Even if I do not tell you, I suspect you would not relent and would seek other means to find out. Su Yutong fell silent. She had some connections within the outer sect, and given the number of people coming and going in the outer affairs hall, transactions were not conducted with strict confidentiality. Even if Dong Yu remained tight-lipped, she could undoubtedly discover the seller of the perfect Yunxiao pills. Seeing her resolve, Dong Yu's expression remained unchanged as she continued. Since that is the case, it is no harm to tell you. The seller of the perfect Yunxiao pills is Wang Jianqiang. The moment Su Yutong heard this name, she nearly thought she was imagining things. If she recalled correctly, the only person by that name in the outer sect was the so-called waste. She confirmed with Dong Yu once more. Though still incredulous, she had no choice but to accept the truth. The seller of the perfect Yunxiao pills in the outer affairs hall was indeed that infamous waste, Wang Jianqiang. Unbeknownst to Wang Jianqiang, he had no idea of the happenings within the outer affairs hall. After repaying his debts that day, he had not left his residence since. For 25 consecutive days, he devoted nearly all his time to alchemy, except for moments spent in deep conversation with Chen Jiaojiao. Now, his stock of medicinal materials had been entirely depleted, replaced by over 100 perfect Longyang pills, more than 200 perfect Yunxiao pills, and over 300 perfect Qingling pills. In terms of value, this amounted to over 1,000,000 spirit stones. At this moment, Wang Jianqiang finally felt a sense of wealth. The next step was to enhance his cultivation. Just as he prepared to enter his training, a knock echoed from outside his door. Wang Jianqiang paused. His reputation as a waste had long spread throughout the outer sect. Those disciples shunned any association with him, and only Chen Jiaojiao would visit him. But hadn't she just left early this morning? With a hint of confusion, he approached and opened the door. A beautiful visage came into view. Upon seeing the visitor, Wang Jianqiang was momentarily taken aback. Information about the newcomer flashed in his mind. Name, Su Yutong. Gender, female. Cultivation level, 9th layer of qi refining. Age, 21. Root, dual golden water spiritual roots. Good evil value, 48. Su Yutong, what could she want with me? In recent years, Wang Jianqiang had heard this name countless times. A prodigy among newcomers. One of the 3 beauties of the outer sect. Each title carried substantial weight. He had seen her from a distance before, but as a waste and a prodigy. They belonged to entirely different worlds and had never crossed paths. This was their first close encounter. Just as Wang Jianqiang was astonished by Su Yutong's arrival, her brows slowly knitted together. The sight of this unattractive, elderly man leering at her filled her with disgust, a flicker of disdain flashing in her eyes. However, recalling her purpose for today, her furrowed brow relaxed, and a faint smile graced her exquisite face. Brother Wang, won't you invite me in to sit? Chapter 10, Wang Jianqiang. It must be said that Su Yutong, one of the three beauties of the outer sect, was indeed breathtakingly beautiful. Her every frown and smile tugged at the heartstrings. While Chun Jiao Jiao was also a remarkable beauty, in comparison, she was akin to a duckling next to a graceful swan, utterly overshadowed in both appearance and demeanor. However, despite Su Yutong's beauty, Wang Jianqiang had no desire to admire her. Though she wore a smile, he could distinctly sense an aura of exclusion emanating from her. It was an ingrained arrogance, as if she were gazing upon a filthy rat in a sewer, a superiority and disdain that could not be entirely concealed. This feeling left Wang Jianqiang quite displeased. The glaring 48 on her good-evil value panel undoubtedly confirmed his feelings. Now, Wang Jianqiang had gained a deeper understanding of the various data on the attribute panel. A good-evil value from 0 to 100 represented animosity, while 0 to 49 indicated distaste. A value of 48 signified an extreme level of aversion, akin to a person stepping in dog waste or kissing a rat from a sewer. Wang Jianqiang furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before stepping aside to invite Su Yutong into his humble abode. Upon entering, Su Yutong surveyed her surroundings. Simple and chaotic, this was her immediate impression. Her distaste intensifying, she refrained from sitting, as if coming into contact with any objects in the room would tarnish her. Brother Wang, I have come for the perfect Yunxiao pills. She wasted no time, heading straight to the point, as her time was precious. How many do you desire? Wang Jianqiang was not particularly surprised, nor did he deny it. He readily acquiesced. Given the bustling nature of the external affairs hall, he had not intended to keep the sale of the perfect Yunxiao pills a secret. 15. With the potency of the perfect Yunxiao pill, merely 5 would suffice for her to break through to the 10th layer of qi refining. The remaining 10 would enable her to reach the pinnacle of the 10th layer, achieving complete mastery in qi refining. That is acceptable. Wang Jianqiang nodded. Although Su Yutong's low good-evil value was somewhat perplexing and her attitude irksome, he bore no animosity towards her. After all, selling the elixirs was a matter of business. There was no need to needlessly offend her. If Su Yutong could demonstrate sufficient sincerity, he was not averse to completing this transaction. Seeing Wang Jianqiang's swift agreement, Su Yutong displayed a satisfied expression. Brother Wang truly knows how to act appropriately. Please bring forth the elixirs. I will not take from you for free. I can offer you the opportunity to dine with me. Her words dripped with arrogance, devoid of any semblance of supplication, more akin to bestowing a favor. Wang Jianqiang had already prepared to retrieve the elixirs when he heard this, rolling his eyes. So, this woman intends to fleece me? 15 perfect Yunxiao pills. Even by the External Affairs Hall's purchasing price, valued a staggering 500 spirit stones. And now, she expects me to pay for her meal? Is she even human? Let us skip the meal then. I prefer a straightforward exchange, payment for goods. Wang Jianqiang replied with a forced smile. What do you mean by that? Su Yutong's expression stiffened, quickly giving way to anger. I am extending you the honor of dining with me, and you dare insult me. She had made her stance clear. If Wang Jianqiang was sensible, he would accept the invitation to dine together, a privilege many outer sect disciples would covet. Yet he failed to recognize its value. Ah, how unfortunate to spurn the generosity of Sister Su. Upon hearing Su Yutong's almost derogatory words, Wang Jianqiang's expression gradually turned cold. The perfect Yunxiao pill is 8,000 spirit stones each. If Sister desires them, let us speak in terms of spirit stones. 8,000 spirit stones each. Su Yutong's eyes widened in disbelief. The External Affairs Hall sold them for only 5,000 spirit stones each. Have you lost your mind? You ancient waste? Too expensive? Wang Jianqiang replied expressionlessly, gesturing toward the door. Feel free to leave. You. Su Yutong glared at Wang Jianqiang, her chest rising and falling with anger. Fine, I will take 3. I hope you never leave the sect. Or these spirit stones will be earned with your life, but spent without it. Hearing her threat-laden words, Wang Jianqiang couldn't help but roll his eyes. Just because you want to buy does not mean I must sell. Am I your father or grandfather? I refuse to sell. Even a clay figure has some temper. Initially, Su Yutong's arrogance had merely irked Wang Jianqiang, which is why he quoted such a high price. Now, however, her threats had thoroughly enraged him. You're toying with me. Su Yutong fixed her gaze on Wang Jianqiang. On the attribute panel, her good-evil value plummeted to 60, but he paid it no mind. Believe what you will. Now, leave immediately, or I shall report you to the sect enforcers for trespassing. Su Yutong's expression changed. The rules of the Hehuan sect were strict. Trespassing was no small offense. If this charge were substantiated, even with her considerable talent and importance to the sect, she would likely face severe repercussions. Realizing this, she shot Wang Jianqiang a fierce glare, her good-evil value dropping to 70. After uttering a few more harsh words, she begrudgingly turned to leave. Just as she stepped outside, a figure approached. The newcomer was an elegant and beautiful woman, clad in a simple gown, with a stunning bosom that exuded both grace and allure. As Su Yutong noticed the woman too became aware of her presence. Upon seeing the renowned prodigy of the outer sect exiting Wang Jianqiang's dwelling, a hint of surprise crossed her face. However, she refrained from saying much, merely nodding politely to Su Yutong before bowing to Wang Jianqiang inside the room. I have come to seek your assistance, senior brother Wang, said Wang Yuyao. I advise you to reconsider, came the retort. Wang Yuyao was taken aback, glancing at Su Yutong beside her. What do you mean, Su senior sister? Su Yutong sneered. Wang Jianqiang is but a useless man, arrogant and ignorant of etiquette. Seeking his help will only lead to humiliation. It would be better to confide in me about your difficulties. With my connections within the sect, I may be able to assist you. At this point, she directed her gaze not at Wang Yuyao, but towards the room, seemingly wishing to showcase her status in the outer sect to Wang Jianqiang, hoping he would regret offending her. Yet, despite her intentions, reality did not align with her expectations. Wang Yuyao did not express gratitude or surprise. Instead, she shook her head coldly. There is no need for you to trouble yourself, senior sister. What I seek cannot be provided by you. With that, she ignored Su Yutong and offered another bow towards the room. I implore you, senior brother, to assist me. Su Yutong, feeling slighted, wore an even more displeased expression and left with a cold huff, taking to the skies on her sword. She was not oblivious to Su Yutong's animosity towards Wang Jianqiang. While she was unaware of the conflict between them, she understood the necessity of displaying a certain stance. For the coveted perfect cloud glory pill could only be obtained from Wang Jianqiang. Come in, an aged voice called from within the room. Wang Yuyao's expression brightened as she hurried inside. Chapter 11. Foundation Establishment. Wang Jianqiang's gaze lingered on Wang Yuyao, and a light curtain appeared in his mind. Name, Wang Yuyao. Gender, female. Cultivation level, Qi refinement. 9th layer. Age, 33. Root attributes, water, wind, wood. Virtue value, 0. As Wang Yuyao entered the room, Wang Jianqiang's attention was fully captured by her, and a light curtain materialized in his consciousness. Greetings, senior brother Wang. Wang Yuyao's respectful voice echoed in his ears. Her long hair cascaded to her waist, simply tied with a colorful ribbon, and her fair skin shone. Her attire was modest, yet it failed to conceal her enchanting figure. Wang Yuyao secretly sighed in relief, but her thoughts were soon interrupted. Could it be that Su Yutong also came to seek the perfect cloud glory pill from senior brother? She remembered Su Yutong's vexation upon leaving. Could it be that she had met with rejection? Wang Yuyao felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. If even the renowned beauty of the outer sect, the prodigy Su Yutong, faced such a setback, then her own quest might end in disappointment. With a resigned sigh, she thought, since I am here, I must at least attempt to inquire. She nodded. I understand the rarity of the perfect cloud glory pill. May I ask if senior brother would consider parting with it? She instinctively lowered her head. Certainly, Wang Jianqiang replied. You may interrupt me, sister. Did you mean to say that you wish to buy it? Wang Yuyao, initially despondent at the seeming futility of her visit, paused in surprise, her gaze shifting to Wang Jianqiang with excitement. You mean it? Indeed, Wang Jianqiang confirmed with a nod. He had a favorable impression of Wang Yuyao. He could discern her deliberate attempts to please him at Su Yutong's expense. Intelligent, humble, and courteous. How could one not feel fondness for her? How many do you wish for? He inquired. Just one, she replied. Wang Jianqiang nodded and produced a perfect cloud glory pill. Upon seeing the pill delicately held between his thumb and forefinger, Wang Yuyao's eyes sparkled with delight. Are you aware of the price? Wang Jianqiang asked. Wang Yuyao hesitated, then cautiously responded. Would 5,000 spirit stones suffice? That was the price she had paid at the Outer Affairs Hall. Given that, 5,000 spirit stones should be adequate, she thought. Yet, as soon as her words left her lips, Wang Jianqiang shook his head. Her heart sank. Was it insufficient? Indeed, rarity begets value. If what Elder Dong stated were true, only Wang Jianqiang could concoct the perfect cloud glory pill within the entire sect. If the efficacy of the pill were to be known, it could fetch not just 5,000 spirit stones, but possibly 8 or even 10,000, with many willing to buy. However, she could not produce more spirit stones. Her resources had been nearly exhausted after her previous purchase of the perfect cloud glory pill at the Outer Affairs Hall. The 5,000 spirit stones she offered were all that remained from selling her last 2 magical artifacts. With a heavy heart, she shook her head. I apologize for disturbing you, senior brother. With that, she walked dejectedly towards the door. Wait, where are you going? Wang Jianqiang called out, surprised. Wang Yuyao halted, turning to face him, her expression awkward. Senior brother, I cannot afford it. Wang Jianqiang was momentarily taken aback before realization dawned on him. He chuckled softly, shaking his head. The purchase price at the Outer Affairs Hall is 3,500 spirit stones for each pill. You may offer me that amount. Wang Yuyao stood in disbelief, struggling to accept this generosity. Really? Of course, Wang Jianqiang affirmed with a nod. To him now, acquiring spirit stones was effortless. Earning 8 or 10,000 was trivial. He had given a high quote to Su Yutong out of disdain, but Wang Yuyao, who appeared more amiable, warranted a lesser profit. Thank you, senior brother. Wang Yuyao exclaimed, her excitement evident as a rosy blush graced her fair cheeks, enhancing her already striking beauty. As Wang Jianqiang observed her enchanting visage, a warmth surged within him. He continued, while the perfect cloud glory pill possesses remarkable effects, a single one will not suffice for another breakthrough. He then fixed his penetrating gaze on Wang Yuyao, his voice laced with an inexplicable allure. Would you desire more perfect cloud glory pills? Wang Yuyao's eyes brightened, but soon dimmed once more. Alas, I come from humble beginnings, and the resources I have accumulated over the years have been exhausted. I have no more spirit stones. Wang Jianqiang smiled. What if I do not require spirit stones from you? Wang Yuyao's expression brightened at his words, but then she seemed to remember something, her joy waning as she cautiously inquired. What would you have me offer in return, senior brother? Conversing with such a perceptive individual was indeed refreshing. Wang Jianqiang thought approvingly as he beamed at her. Let us dispense with the pretense. He paused before continuing. As I have grown older and weary of solitude, all I require is your company and sleep. For every 3 nights, I shall provide you with a perfect cloud glory pill. Senior brother, is that sleeping as a verb or a noun? Wang Yuyao asked, glancing at him with caution. Wang Jianqiang shot her a glance. What do you think? Wang Yuyao's face flushed crimson. Rather than feeling ashamed, she pondered for a moment before looking back at him. Senior brother, the path of cultivation is fraught with challenges, and my talent is not exceptional. Without your pills, I might still be struggling at the 6th layer of qi refinement to this day. If you hold me in high regard, I would be more than willing. I desire progress immensely, she added earnestly. Very well. Moments later, the door to the room opened, and Wang Yuyao emerged alongside Wang Jianqiang. He was in high spirits. Wang Yuyao was far more considerate than his niece. She was gentle, thoughtful, intelligent, and generous. Her demeanor towards him was a stark contrast to his niece's. He could sense her genuine respect for him, a sentiment reflected in her virtue value, rising from 0 to 50. In comparison, Shun Zhaojiao's virtue value had only reached 85, despite always greeting him with a smile. Her disdain for him lingered. This is your advance payment, Wang Jianqiang said as he produced a perfect cloud glory pill and handed it to Wang Yuyao. Wang Yuyao gratefully accepted it, then hesitated before addressing him. Senior brother, perhaps you should rest more tomorrow, your health. Wang Jianqiang felt insulted. What nonsense. I am as robust as a young man. As he spoke, he forcefully slapped his own chest, only to find himself staggering backward. Fortunately, Wang Yuyao was quick-witted and caught him just in time, preventing him from falling. The foundation of cultivation. At this moment, Wang Jianqiang's desire to establish his foundation intensified significantly. Chapter 12. The Qianyuan Spirit Array, Yin Qingxian time, like fine sand slipping through one's fingers, quietly eludes us when we least expect it. Over the past 2 months, Wang Jianqiang had embodied the essence of a master of time management. While diligently honing his skills, he also maintained deep conversations with Wang Yuyao and cared for his niece. Chen Jiaojiao. Time was utilized to its fullest extent. After refining nearly 150 perfect Yunxia pills, his cultivation finally broke through to the 9th level of qi refinement. As he felt the burgeoning spiritual energy within him, Wang Jianqiang was filled with joy. Yet he could not suppress a wave of complaints. While others required only 3 to 5 perfect Yunxia pills to ascend from the 8th to the 9th level of qi refinement, he had consumed nearly 150. Truly, his 5-element way spirit root was proving to be exceedingly ineffective. He shook his head and ceased his cultivation. Upon reaching the 9th level of qi refinement, the efficacy of the perfect Yunxia pills had significantly diminished. Relying solely on them, further breakthroughs in the near future would be challenging. After pondering for a moment, he was struck by an idea and rose to head outside. In the outer affairs hall, when Dong Yu saw Wang Jianqiang again, she immediately recognized that he had achieved the 9th level of qi refinement. She was not surprised. With the assistance of perfect Yunxia pills, it was to be expected. Are you selling or purchasing items? She inquired as usual, though Wang Jianqiang sensed a slight reduction in the coldness of her tone compared to before. I would like to purchase a set of Qianyuan Spirit Array flags. The mention of the Qianyuan Spirit Array flags caused a fleeting expression of surprise to cross Dong Yu's face. After a moment's contemplation, her slender hand waved gently, and a set of 16 palm-sized array flags appeared before Wang Jianqiang. The Qianyuan Spirit Array flags, a mid-level magical artifact, are priced at 100,000 spirit stones. Although he had mentally prepared himself for the cost, Wang Jianqiang was still taken aback by the price. He knew that complete sets of array flags were typically more expensive than ordinary artifacts of the same rank, but he had not anticipated such a vast difference. Regular mid-level artifacts were priced around 10 to 20,000 spirit stones, yet the Qianyuan Spirit Array flags were over 5 times that. Despite the substantial cost, Wang Jianqiang, now affluent, did not flinch. He readily produced 35 perfect Yunxia pills. He also purchased a large quantity of medicinal materials needed for pill refinement. The remaining 22,500 spirit stones were entirely exchanged for materials required to refine perfect Yunxia pills. Thank you, Elder Dong. After placing the materials and the Qianyuan Spirit Array flags into his storage bag, Wang Jianqiang expressed his gratitude and left the outer affairs hall. Dong Yu watched Wang Jianqiang's retreating figure, her expression complex. With the dual aid of the Qianyuan Spirit Array and perfect Yunxia pills, he was likely to achieve full qi refinement soon, barring any unforeseen circumstances. However, with his qualifications, there was no chance of establishing a foundation under normal circumstances. To do so, he would need to refine the legendary perfect foundation establishment pill. With this thought, she sighed helplessly, hoping he could continue to create miracles. Hee. No wonder senior sister is so attached to the outer sect. It turns out she is nurturing a romantic interest. Suddenly, a sultry voice rang out without warning. The surroundings blurred, and the multitude of figures and cacophony of sounds in the outer affairs hall vanished in an instant, as if this area had been severed from reality. Faced with this abrupt change, Dong Yu remained unperturbed, her expression calm as she slowly looked up. A dazzling figure soon came into view, clad in a vibrant red dress. The fabric was extremely thin, revealing ample fair skin beneath. The hem of the dress barely reached above her knees, exposing her slender legs entirely, and her delicate feet were completely bare. No wonder you have been dismissive of those suitors. It seems you prefer older men. Who would have thought senior sister had such unique tastes? A faint smile graced her stunning face, her voice sweet and soft, yet laced with a hint of mockery. TSK, while the Qianyuan Spirit Array flags are merely a first-tier mid-level artifact, their effects are peculiar, and outer sect disciples are not authorized to purchase them. Dong Yu's expression showed no sign of change as she continued to regard her coldly. Fine, you remain as boring as ever. Yan Qingxian shrugged, her expression turning serious. My master instructed me to convey a message to you. If you cannot break through within 3 years, you must enter the Yin Yang Hall. Upon hearing Yan Qingshuan's stark words, Dong Yu's complexion paled. Sister, you and I entered the sect in the same year and became disciples of our master in the same year. I have always competed with you. However, Yan Qingxian paused. Gazing deeply at Dong Yu, I do not wish for you to follow in my footsteps. If there is no certainty, then flee from the sect. Before her words could fully settle, her figure rapidly blurred and ultimately vanished into thin air. Simultaneously, the outer affairs hall returned to normal, bustling with people and lively chatter. Upon returning to his residence, Wang Jianqiang immediately began refining pills. Having exhausted his supply of perfect Yunxia pills, he was in dire need of replenishment. Half a month later, with the newly purchased materials consumed, Wang Jianqiang ceased his pill refinement. 380 pills, sufficient for the time being. He checked the quantity of perfect Yunxia pills. Exhaling deeply, once his spiritual energy and mental state were fully restored, he retrieved the Qianyuan Spirit Array flags and began the refining process. 3 days later, all 16 array flags were successfully refined. He pointed his finger, and the 16 array flags immediately flew to their respective positions, forming a spirit array. It worked. Feeling the fluctuations of the array around him, Wang Jianqiang was elated. He took out 16 perfect Yunxiao pills and tossed them into the air. The pills hovered above the 16 array flags, spinning rapidly. In the next moment, an invisible force erupted from the array flags. The medicinal power of the perfect Yunxia pills surged continuously into the flags, and then converged toward the center of the array. Under the influence of the array's power, the 16 streams of medicinal energy perfectly merged into a higher quality essence. Seeing this, Wang Jianqiang promptly activated his cultivation technique to absorb it. The immense medicinal power flowed into his body, continuously transforming into pure spiritual energy. His cultivation swiftly ascended. At this rate, within no more than 10 days, he would undoubtedly reach the 10th level of qi refinement. The only drawback was that nearly 30% of the medicinal power was wasted during the fusion process through the array, resulting in excessive consumption of perfect Yunxia pills. However, this was of no concern to Wang Jianqiang. They are just pills. If they are gone, I can simply refine more, can I? Senior brother, are you there? Just as he prepared to cultivate to the 10th level of qi refinement in one go, a voice suddenly called from outside. Wang Yiyo? Wang Jianqiang raised an eyebrow, envisioning the image of a graceful and beautiful woman. The last time they met, Wang Yiyo mentioned she would be in seclusion to break through. It had been nearly half a month since he last saw her. Hearing her voice now stirred a sense of eagerness akin to that of a newlywed after a brief separation. With a wave of his hand, he stowed the array flags and swiftly made his way to the door. Chapter 13. Yan Qingshuan's test creaking opened the door. A lovely face came into view. Indeed, she had already broken through to full qi refinement. Upon seeing Wang Yiyo, her attribute panel immediately appeared in his mind. Her cultivation was unmistakable. A smile spread across his face. Congratulations, junior sister, on your breakthrough. This is all thanks to the pills you sent me, senior brother. She smiled brightly, producing a jade slip. Senior brother, I found this item in the market outside the sect. It seems to be a pill formula. But there are restrictions on the jade slip, allowing only alchemists to view it. Oh, in the next moment, his spiritual sense was abruptly obstructed. Indeed, there was a restriction in place. Wang Jianqiang narrowed his eyes, channeling his spiritual energy with full force. A sound akin to breaking glass echoed in the air as the restriction shattered. Instantly, a piece of information materialized in Wang Jianqiang's mind. Wang Yuyao was right. The jade slip contained a recipe for a medicinal pill. However, the name left him momentarily stunned. Mortal pill? What a peculiar name. Wang Jianqiang raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing the information in his mind. How is it? Wang Yuyao inquired after a brief pause, noticing Wang Jianqiang's silence. The jade slip contained only the recipe, devoid of any record regarding the effects of the pill. Yet, seeing the eager anticipation on Wang Yuyao's face, he could not help but smile. It's a commendable recipe. I find it quite appealing. That's wonderful. Wang Yuyao sighed in relief, her face breaking into a joyful smile. For an alchemist, the allure of a recipe was undeniable. Although Wang Jianqiang did not specialize in alchemy, his interest in this enigmatic recipe remained substantial. However, he desired to understand the effects of the mortal pill. With this thought, he turned to Wang Yuyao. Wait for me a moment. With that, he swiftly made his way to the alchemy room. The materials required for concocting the mortal pill were rather commonplace, and he happened to possess them. Rather than commencing the refinement immediately, he focused his mind on the jade slip. In the next instant, the system's voice echoed. Ding. Inferior recipe detected. Optimizing and upgrading the recipe will consume 30 cultivation points. Would you like to proceed with the optimization? Yes. Ding. The mortal pill recipe has been successfully optimized and upgraded to the perfect mortal pill recipe. As the system's voice faded, the recipe in his mind had been enhanced. Wang Jianqiang immediately set to work on the refinement. 1 hour later, a mortal pill was produced. Stepping out of the alchemy room, he spotted Wang Yuyao patiently waiting outside. With a smile, he casually tossed the mortal pill onto a nearby table and approached her. Half an hour later, with the outer sect competition looming just 2.5 months away, he asked, "Have you considered participating?" Wang Jianqiang, having regained a bit of strength, turned to the impeccably dressed Wang Yuyao. Upon hearing his question, her expression darkened. The outer sect competition only rewards the top 50. Although I have reached the peak of qi refinement, my spellcasting skills are rather average. I fear I may not stand a chance against those with a solid foundation at the 9th level of qi refinement. Participating would only invite ridicule. It might be better to abstain. Wang Jianqiang shook his head. What if I could ensure you a spot in the top 50, or even the top 10? Wang Yuyao was taken aback, then her excitement surged. Really? I do not engage in endeavors without assurance. Since I have made such a claim, I shall surely deliver. Wang Jianqiang replied, fixing his gaze on her. Just tell me if you wish to participate. The outer sect competition is a grand event for the entire sect. Anyone entering the top 50 receives a foundation establishment pill as a reward and may even attract the attention of inner sect elders. If one makes it into the top 50, it is a coveted opportunity for a junior sister like you. Thinking of the foundation establishment pill, Wang Yuyao's cheeks flushed with excitement. Such a precious item was sought after by many outer sect disciples who had reached the peak of qi refinement. Now, having just attained it, she had a chance to acquire it. How could she not be thrilled? Then it's settled. Wang Jianqiang nodded. You go ahead and register. I'll handle the rest. Thank you, senior brother. I am immensely grateful for your kindness. Wang Yuyao replied earnestly, her face radiant with gratitude. For her, achieving foundation establishment had been a lifelong dream and goal. Now, her cultivation had progressed by leaps and bounds, accomplishing in mere months what would have taken decades. She now even had a chance at the foundation establishment pill to reach that stage. All of this was thanks to Wang Jianqiang. Ding. Good and evil values have increased. A mechanical voice resonated in his mind. Previously, it had reached 90 points, and now, Wang Jianqiang directed a fragment of his consciousness towards the light curtain belonging to Wang Yuyao in his mind. The number in the good and evil value section had transformed to 96, nearing its maximum limit. Wang Jianqiang felt a surge of excitement. He had long suspected that once the good and evil value reached its peak, the system might unveil new functionalities. Yet, Xun Jiao, that ungrateful wretch, had proven uncooperative. No matter how he maneuvered, her good and evil value remained stagnant at 80 points. Conversely, Wang Yuyao had rapidly climbed to 96 points in just over 3 months. Coming back to his senses, Wang Jianqiang looked at Wang Yuyao with an increasingly amiable gaze. No need for formality, junior sister. Go ahead and register. After Wang Yuyao left, he reclined for a while longer. Just as he regained some strength and was about to rise, a soft, alluring voice suddenly chimed in. TSK. You truly are youthful at heart despite your age. Before the words could settle, a figure in a red dress appeared beside his bed, smiling at Wang Jianqiang. However, he overlooked the fact that he had not fully recovered yet. Failing to rise, he quickly rolled off the bed to create distance, then took a moment to observe the stranger. Upon recognizing her beauty, his eyes widened in astonishment. She was as stunning as Dong Yu, rivaling Su Yutong, one of the 3 beauties of the outer sect, with a grace and figure that surpassed them all. TSK. Despite your age, you maintain quite a youthful mindset. Yan Qingxian teased, playfully tugging at her skirt. Wang Jianqiang's eyes involuntarily widened further. Suddenly, he caught a whiff of a delicate fragrance, followed by a chilling snort that pierced his ears. Dare to be so bold. Do you not fear for your life? Wang Jianqiang instantly snapped back to reality, instinctively taking a step back as he forced a smile. The Hahuan sect prohibits private duels. I suspect you do not wish to violate the regulations here. Hehe. Since you were so adept at guessing, why not ponder whether anyone would know if I were to kill you? Yan Qingxian replied, giggling. Wang Jianqiang suddenly noticed the surroundings beginning to blur. The walls, bed, table, and chairs faded into nothingness, as if this space were swiftly separating from the realm of reality. In the blink of an eye, he found himself in an endless void, surrounded by nothingness. Yet, the figure in red before him remained utterly still. Wang Jianqiang gazed at her with uncertainty. Illusion, formation, or spell. Regardless of which it may be, it signifies that her strength far surpasses my own. With this realization, he swallowed hard. I assure you, I have not offended you, esteemed senior. May I inquire as to your purpose here? Purpose? I have plenty to discuss. I simply found you quite interesting and wanted to take a closer look, Yan Qingxian remarked, her gaze appraising Wang Jianqiang. Since discovering Dong Yu's special treatment of Wang Jianqiang, she had kept an eye on him. The results were astonishing. Wang Jianqiang, nearing 96 years of age, possessed an exceptionally rare lack of talent. Classified among the lowest in 5 elemental spiritual roots, a veritable battle machine among refuse. After 70 years of cultivation, he had only reached the 3rd level of qi refinement. Yet, this was merely the perception of the majority of outer sect disciples. From a select few, she had learned that Wang Jianqiang had finally awakened a unique talent in alchemy, capable of producing perfect pills devoid of any toxic effects. Perfect pills, a legendary item. Even the most accomplished alchemist within the Hahuan sect could not concoct them. How could a mere outer sect disciple, deemed worthless, easily create such a thing? Wang Jianqiang felt increasingly uneasy under her scrutinizing gaze. With a wave of her hand, everything around returned to its original state. She glanced at the table beside her, extended her hand, and summoned a jade vial. which floated into her grasp. A gentle tap of her finger on the vial released a perfectly round and flawless pill, soaring into the air. Rumor has it that one can concoct a flawless pill devoid of toxins. This must surely be a perfect elixir, she mused. Holding the pill in her hand and examining it closely, she soon revealed a look of astonishment. How extraordinary! The medicinal properties are perfectly contained. At my level, I can perceive the strength of its efficacy, yet I cannot discern its specific effects. Senior, wait! Wang Jianqiang exclaimed in alarm, hastily trying to intervene. What? Are you unwilling to part with a mere first-tier pill? Jianqiang shot him a sidelong glance. No, Wang Jianqiang shook his head. It's just a first-tier pill. A toxin pill is inconsequential. Jianqiang curled her lip and continued to bring the pill toward her mouth. Wait! Wang Jianqiang stubbornly blocked her again. Jianqiang furrowed her brow, her expression growing cold as she regarded him. Clearly, his repeated interruptions had begun to irritate her. Wang Jianqiang felt a pang of anxiety and forced a laugh. Senior, this pill was an unexpected find for me, and its efficacy is unknown. As he spoke, he produced a perfect yinxia pill. Take this one instead. Its potency is superior, and the taste is far more pleasant. No need. I shall have this one. Jianqiang replied dismissively, a smirk gracing her lips. With that, she swallowed it whole. What a farce. Did she consume his pill for its efficacy? It was merely a first-tier pill. Even a perfect pill would bear no effect on her. She merely wished to savor the flavor of a perfect elixir. A cold smile flickered within Jianqiang as she contemplated reprimanding Wang Jianqiang, only to suddenly sense something amiss. It dawned on her what she had just ingested. How could this happen? Jianqiang's eyes widened as she shouted at Wang Jianqiang. Hurry and give me the antidote. Wang Jianqiang swallowed hard, his voice tinged with bitterness. I already told you. The formula for that pill was a stroke of luck. I had no prior knowledge of its effects. You scoundrel. Jianqiang hissed, her teeth clenched. And she turned to flee. However, she failed to account for her current state and, as she spun around, lost her balance and fell backward. Wang Jianqiang instinctively caught her. Jianqiang wrapped her arms around him. Wang Jianqiang opened his arms, hesitant to let her go, his heart filled with silent dread. It was fortunate for him that a beautiful woman had chosen to embrace him, but what of a beauty who could crush him with ease? Was he to feel flattered? Certainly not. Yet, he remained motionless, unable to prevent Jianqiang from moving. He could only endure the pain and joy of the moment. After a brief interval, Jianqiang regained a modicum of composure. She tapped her fingers across her body, and a radiant glow emanated from her. An invisible yet palpable pressure made Wang Jianqiang's scalp tingle. Moments later, the overwhelming force receded. Only then did Wang Jianqiang dare to turn his head. Jianqiang had changed out of her torn gown into a new, red dress. She regarded him with a cold stare. Consider today's events as though they never occurred. If word gets out, you know the consequences. With that, she vanished in a flash. As Jianqiang departed, Wang Jianqiang released a long sigh of relief. What manner of situation was this? It seemed he was the true victim. His pill had been snatched, his fingers nearly paralyzed, and he almost transformed into a mere husk. Yet, he was the one painted as the villain. Fortunately, this woman proved to be somewhat reasonable. Otherwise, in a fit of rage, she might have struck him down. And whom would he turn to for justice? Ultimately, weakness is the original sin. Were he to be a legendary nascent soul ancestor, he would have no need for such concerns. How could he not impose his will upon her? If anyone dared to confront him, he would ensure they understood the gravity of their actions. I must cultivate. Wang Jianqiang gritted his teeth, his resolve to train intensifying once more. 10 days later, Wang Jianqiang felt a tremor within himself, his aura surging as a plethora of foul impurities were expelled from his body. He opened his eyes, a gleam of joy illuminating his face. He had reached the 10th level of qi refining. The spiritual energy surged through him, and all impurities were thoroughly eradicated. After silently savoring his newfound strength for a moment, he closed his eyes once more to continue his training. An hour later, he opened his eyes again. Indeed, his cultivation speed had noticeably slowed. At his current pace, should he wish to reach the pinnacle of the 10th level of qi refining, it would require at least 3 months of arduous training. However, he had anticipated this situation, so he was not overly surprised. Though 3 months seemed lengthy, it was not beyond acceptance. He chose not to continue training immediately, but instead sank into contemplation. The completion of qi refining was imminent, and the most pressing matter was to prepare for foundation establishment. Chapter 15. Dong Yu's hope he already had a lead on the formula for the foundation establishment pill, so that was no longer a concern. However, the herbs required for concocting the foundation establishment pill were exceedingly rare, and the sect did not sell them to outsiders. Thus, he would have to seek alternative means. To his knowledge, the top 50 disciples in the upcoming outer sect competition would not only receive a reward of foundation establishment pills, but would also gain access to the cold pool secret realm. The top 10 would even receive an additional spot for a companion, effectively granting 2 entries. The Hahuan sect primarily had 3 avenues for obtaining the raw materials for the foundation establishment pill, one of which was the cold pool secret realm. Wang Jianqiang, disliking the thought of being paraded like a monkey in the arena, encouraged Wang Yuyao to participate in the outer sect competition. Should she place in the top 10, she could bring him along into the cold pool secret realm. With 2 months remaining until the competition commenced, it was time to make preparations. An hour later, in the outer affairs hall, when he encountered Dong Yu once more, something felt amiss. She appeared markedly different from before, her expression somewhat clouded, with a hint of worry etched between her brows. It seemed she bore a heavy heart. Elder Dong. Noticing her dazed demeanor, Wang Jianqiang could not help but call out. He forced a wry smile, having already repeated himself twice, only to realize she had not been listening. Reluctantly, he repeated, I wish to purchase some blueprints for magical tools. You can forge too? Dong Yu's delicate brows furrowed at Wang Jianqiang's words. Seeing her troubled countenance, he was momentarily baffled, unsure where he had offended her. Tentatively, he replied, I understand a little. Dong Yu shook her head. In cultivation, one must focus on precision, not breadth. The more you learn, the more it will scatter your focus. If you devote yourself to alchemy, perhaps there lies a slender chance of successfully establishing your foundation before your time runs out. At that point, your lifespan will double, and then it will not be too late to pursue the path of forging. Wang Jianqiang chuckled softly in response. Thank you for your concern, Elder. I am confident I will become a second-tier alchemist. Dong Yu's expression darkened, her displeasure evident. Wang Jianqiang's arrogance seemed excessive. I am unaware if you have recently encountered some fortuitous event that has allowed you to make consecutive breakthroughs in alchemy. However, the chasm between first tier and second tier is vast. It is by no means a trivial hurdle. If you remain blindly arrogant, regret will come too late. She cast a penetrating gaze upon Wang Jianqiang, suppressing her indignation, and spoke patiently. Hearing the weight in Dong Yu's tone, Wang Jianqiang was taken aback. He could not fathom why this typically aloof elder suddenly seemed concerned for him. Yet he recognized her good intentions. Maintaining his composure, he replied, I naturally understand the reasoning you present, Elder. However, my confidence stems from substantial foundation. In recent days, I have made significant advancements in alchemy and have brushed against the threshold of becoming a second-tier alchemist. In 2 to 3 months, or at most 6, I will undoubtedly achieve that status. In truth, he could break through at any moment if he so desired, but to be candid would be overly audacious. Thus he opted for a more conservative approach. Even so, Dong Yu appeared to be astonished. After he finished speaking, he was left in a state of shock. Suddenly, there was a blur before him as Dong Yu materialized like a specter, gripping his arm with excitement. Is everything you said true? Feeling the strength in her grasp, Wang Jianqiang could not help but smile, nodding vigorously. Absolutely true. Wonderful. That's magnificent. Seeing the certainty in Wang Jianqiang's expression, Dong Yu suddenly broke into a radiant smile, illuminating the room like a blooming garden. Wang Jianqiang was momentarily entranced. Usually, Elder Dong maintained a stoic demeanor towards everyone. When had she ever displayed such vibrant emotions? Why not seize the opportunity to break through? Why divert your attention to crafting artifacts? He inquired. I wish to refine some magical artifacts in preparation for the outer sect competition, Wang Jianqiang explained. Dong Yu paused, then quickly realized. You intend to enter the cold pool secret realm to obtain the materials for crafting foundation establishment pills? Wang Jianqiang nodded with a smile. Elder, you have keen insight. Hearing this, Dong Yu beamed. It seems you have great confidence in breaking through to the second-tier alchemist. In that case, I shall not hinder you. What designs do you require for your artifacts? She hesitated, glancing over, only to find Wang Jianqiang gazing at her in a daze, prompting her voice to rise in pitch. Wang Jianqiang, what are you doing? This will not happen again. Dong Yu shot him a glare and reiterated, what designs do you need for your artifacts? Prior to their meeting, Wang Jianqiang had already considered the designs he required and quickly replied, wind-chasing boots, purple cloud flowing skirt, Xianpa sword, Xianguang seal, and the little Qianshan seal. You are a first-tier advanced artifact craftsman? Dong Yu was taken aback. To her, Wang Jianqiang was merely a first-tier low-level craftsman. Yet, to her surprise, the artifacts he mentioned were all advanced. I only just advanced recently, he chuckled modestly. Dong Yu was left speechless. She now harbored serious doubts about Wang Jianqiang having concealed his talents all along. His aptitude in both alchemy and artifact crafting exceeded that of most outer sect disciples. He had likely already mastered both disciplines at a first-tier advanced level, only recently choosing to reveal his abilities. This could explain the remarkable speed of his progress in alchemy. Returning to the present, she appeared contemplative and then slowly stated, outer sect disciples are only permitted to purchase advanced artifacts, not their designs. You can only purchase designs for intermediate artifacts at most. Wang Jianqiang's expression fell upon hearing this. Dong Yu regarded him thoughtfully, biting her lip. I can authorize the sale of an advanced design to you, but you may only acquire one. The rest must be either purchased as artifacts or exchanged for intermediate designs. Wang Jianqiang's eyes lit up. Clearly, there were influential figures who could facilitate matters. After some reflection, he ultimately chose the design for the little Qianshan seal. As for whether to purchase an advanced artifact or intermediate designs, given the optimization and upgrades, a perfected intermediate artifact would undoubtedly rival an ordinary advanced artifact. Thus, acquiring the designs proved to be the more prudent choice. Ultimately, Wang Jianqiang procured the design for the little Qianshan seal along with several intermediate designs. Following that, he purchased an abundance of crafting materials before bidding farewell to Dong Yu. After Wang Jianqiang departed, Dong Yu could no longer contain her excitement. He truly might break through to become a second-tier alchemist. This presented her with a potential opportunity. Should she discuss matters with him? A flicker of hesitation crossed her face, but she soon shook her head. There was no rush. She could approach him once he successfully established his foundation. If he failed, all discussions would be for naught. Chapter 16. The competition begins inside the room. Wang Jianqiang sat cross-legged, his consciousness transported to the Sea of Souls. Within the vast expanse of the Sea of Souls, a luminescent screen materialized. Wang Jianqiang directed his gaze towards the attribute panel. With a thought, the panel shifted to the supplementary skills page. Alchemy, first tier advanced alchemist artifact crafting. Unranked, his attention focused on artifact crafting, and with another thought, he allocated 60 cultivation points to it. This infusion of experience, equivalent to 60 years of diligent practice, propelled his artifact crafting skills from unranked to first tier advanced. Withdrawing his consciousness from the Sea of Souls, he flipped his palm and retrieved a jade slip from his storage bag. As he concentrated on the jade slip, the system's voice resonated predictably. Beep. Detecting subpar design. Optimizing the design will require 20 cultivation points. Proceed with optimization? Yes. Beep. Water moon skirt design has been successfully optimized to perfect water moon skirt design. Wang Jianqiang set the perfect water moon skirt design aside and pulled out 3 more designs. Beep. Detecting subpar designs. Optimizing will require 20 cultivation points each. Proceed with optimization? Yes. Beep. Purple jade boots design has been successfully optimized to perfect purple jade boots design. Beep. Xian water ring design has been successfully optimized to perfect Xian water ring design. Beep. Cloud water cold light sword design has been successfully optimized to perfect cloud water cold light sword. Having completed the optimization of all 4 intermediate designs he purchased, Wang Jianqiang then retrieved the sole advanced artifact design, the little Qianshan seal design. Beep. Detecting subpar design. Optimizing will require 30 cultivation points. Proceed with optimization? Yes. Beep. Little Qianshan seal design has been successfully optimized to perfect little Qianshan seal design. With all designs optimized, Wang Jianqiang took out the alchemy furnace he had prepared and commenced the crafting of the artifacts. Thanks to the system's guarantee of a 100 success rate, he succeeded in creating an artifact on his very first attempt. To his delight, he discovered that crafting artifacts also yielded rewards and cultivation points, further fueling his motivation. In just 3 short days, he successfully crafted 4 perfect intermediate artifacts and 1 advanced artifact. He summoned Wang Yuyao, and upon learning that these 5 artifacts were gifts for her, her excitement knew no bounds. Her favorability soared once again, reaching 99 points, just a hair's breadth from maximum. This unexpected joy invigorated Wang Jianqiang. Yet, upon calming down, he couldn't help but lament, why must it be stuck at 99 points? Such a near miss is simply shameful. As time passed, the day of the competition approached rapidly. Outer Sect disciples, who had been on missions or in prolonged seclusion, began to emerge. The Outer Sect was bustling with activity. Before long, the day of the Outer Sect competition arrived. Wang Jianqiang concluded his seclusion and made his way to the square where the competition was held. Along the way, streams of people flowed, some anxious and eager to compete, while others, like Wang Jianqiang, were merely there to observe the spectacle. Soon, a colossal square capable of accommodating thousands came into view. Towering above were 10 grand arenas, each reaching heights of over 100 feet, dividing the square in 2. Rows of seats lined either side. Wang Jianqiang found a spot in the spectator area and settled in. After half an hour, the seats around him filled to capacity, creating a sea of heads. Suddenly, a formidable aura surged throughout the venue, silencing the previously raucous crowd. Wang Jianqiang's gaze swept over 3 individuals, and their information instantly appeared in his mind. 2 were in the early stages of foundation establishment, while 1 was in the mid-stage. Truly, it was a grand event for the sect, with 3 inter-sect elders present at once. Just as Wang Jianqiang was reflecting on this, among the 3, the elder in the mid-stage of the core formation slowly spoke. I am Yunzhongque, the presiding judge of this grand competition. As he gestured with his hand, a cluster of luminous orbs materialized in the air. Each orb contained a token, totaling 1,880 orbs, corresponding to the number of participants in this contest. Those who drew the same number would become opponents for this round. Let the drawing commence, Yunzhongque declared. As his voice faded, figures surged into the air. Moments later, 1,880 luminous orbs were claimed by the participants, revealing the tokens within. Among them, Wang Jianqiang spotted Wang Yuyao, as well as Su Yutong, and even Chun Jiaojiao along with her partner, Niu Shuren. To his astonishment, he realized that Su Yutong had also reached the pinnacle of qi refinement. This rapid progression seemed somewhat unusual. However, upon further reflection, he felt reassured. Recently, he had sold a considerable amount of the exquisite Yunxia Dan to the External Affairs Hall to acquire resources. If Su Yutong had the intent, obtaining some of those wouldn't be difficult for her. It seemed she had indeed struck a fortunate deal. Wang Jianqiang shook his head, choosing not to dwell on her any longer. Those who draw numbers 1 to 10 shall ascend to platforms 1 to 10. Yunzhongque's voice rang out once more. Wang Jianqiang focused intently, noticing 20 figures had already taken their places on the stage. Among them was Wang Yuyao. His brow arched as he directed his attention to platform 3. Wang Yuyao's opponent was a rugged middle-aged man. His cultivation at the 9th level of qi refinement, a level considered average among the participants. As Yunzhongque spoke again, the 20 contestants on the 10 platforms sprang into action simultaneously. On platform 3, Wang Yuyao and the rugged man struck with haste. Wang Yuyao wielded the exquisite Yunshui cold light sword, its brilliance rendering her opponent utterly defenseless. After a brief exchange, she emerged victorious. Observing this battle, Wang Jianqiang couldn't help but shake his head. While it appeared that Wang Yuyao held a decisive advantage, her opponent's artifact was merely of low grade. Despite her superiority in both cultivation and artifact, she was unable to eliminate her opponent instantaneously. This merely indicated her foundational skills were lacking. Without the advantage of her artifact, overcoming her adversary would have been exceedingly difficult, even with her cultivation edge. He then chuckled softly. Just half a year prior, Wang Yuyao had only been at the 6th level of qi refinement. Her struggles were understandable. In contrast, he himself bore no such concerns. Having immersed himself in rigorous training without ever practicing combat spells, this thought left him feeling somewhat awkward. Chapter 17. The top 50. Due to the varying strengths of the participants, the first round progressed swiftly. A total of 940 matches concluded within the span of a single afternoon. Among them, Su Yutong effortlessly defeated her opponent, who was also at the 9th level of qi refinement. In stark contrast to Wang Yuyao, Su Yutong did not even employ her artifact, relying solely on her formidable spells to secure victory. Following a brief intermission, the remaining 940 participants drew lots once more, continuing into the second round. This time, Wang Yuyao faced another practitioner at the 9th level of qi refinement and, after a brief encounter, emerged victorious with ease. By dusk, the second round concluded, and the remaining 470 participants drew lots again, commencing the third round. This cycle repeated itself. By the time the 6th round began, it was already the early hours of the following day. In this round, Wang Yuyao faced a practitioner at the 10th level of qi refinement, wielding a mid-grade artifact of considerable power. Despite her exquisite Yinshui cold light sword, she found herself unable to dominate, ultimately relying on the Ziyu boots to enhance her speed, barely clinching victory through sheer agility. Following this battle, Wang Yuyao advanced to the next round, attracting significant attention. Artifacts and pills are not the same. In this realm, the concept of a perfect artifact does not exist. A perfect mid-grade artifact rivals that of a high-grade one, and to outsiders, it is perceived as a high-grade artifact. In the outer sect, ordinary disciples typically possess low-grade artifacts, while those with mid-grade artifacts are exceptionally affluent. High-grade artifacts are reserved for the elite few in the outer sect. Wang Yuyao not only possessed one but two such artifacts, inciting envy among all present. Below the arena, Su Yutong watched Wang Yuyao with an exceedingly grim expression. If her memory served her right, when she had encountered Wang Yuyao at Wang Jianqiang's place, the latter had only been at the 9th level of qi refinement. Yet now, Wang Yuyao had attained the peak of qi refinement. In her pursuit of pills, Su Yutong had even sold her only high-grade artifact. Meanwhile, Wang Yuyao had evidently gained face at her expense. After being humiliated by Wang Yuyao, Su Yutong had conducted her investigation into her, discovering that Wang Yuyao was merely an ordinary outer sect disciple who had only been at the 6th level of qi refinement half a year ago. She concluded that her rapid ascent to the 9th level was likely due to sheer luck, having fortuitously encountered Wang Jianqiang and the External Affairs Hall's transactions, allowing her to procure the perfect pills at the earliest opportunity. However, given her modest background, it was unlikely she still possessed the resources to continue purchasing pills. Thus, the only explanation for Wang Yuyao reaching the peak of qi refinement would be that Wang Jianqiang had generously provided her with the perfect Yunxia Dan, perhaps even giving it to her for free. This would also explain her possession of high-grade artifacts, which were undoubtedly gifts from Wang Jianqiang. Although he was perceived as a waste, his luck was astonishing. He had actually developed perfect pills. With these perfect pills, he could easily amass a fortune in spirit stones within a short span. For other outer sect disciples, high-grade artifacts were invaluable, yet for him, they likely came with little effort. Wang Jianqiang's treatment of Wang Yuyao stood in stark contrast to his demeanor towards Su Yutong, cultivating a profound sense of imbalance within her. Why? Why did Wang Jianqiang treat her with such disdain while bestowing favor upon Wang Yuyao, a mere ordinary disciple? She felt as though Wang Jianqiang was deliberately targeting her, and her resentment towards him intensified. As the competition progressed, it soon became Su Yutong's turn to compete. Undoubtedly, Su Yutong lived up to her reputation as a rising star. Her opponent was also a practitioner at the 10th level of qi refinement, equipped with a mid-grade artifact of considerable prowess. Yet, against such an opponent, she triumphed effortlessly with just a low-grade flying sword. Her formidable strength, combined with her ethereal beauty, evoked admiration from the crowd. 100 individuals participated in the 6th round, and Wang Yuyao's victory over her opponent signified her successful entry into the top 50. However, Wang Jianqiang's expectations for her extended beyond merely the top 50. He aspired for her to reach the top 10. In this outer sect grand competition, those who placed within the top 50 would receive a foundation-building pill and an opportunity to enter the cold pool secret realm. Meanwhile, those who made it to the top 10 would be rewarded substantially more, gaining an accompanying entry into the cold pool secret realm, effectively doubling their chances. The entry into the cold pool secret realm could not be gifted to others, but the accompanying entry could be freely bestowed. This was precisely what Wang Jianqiang sought. If Wang Yuyao could secure a spot in the top 10, he could enter the cold pool secret realm as her attendant. After another hour, the 6th round finally concluded. In midair, Yun Zhongque cast his gaze upon the participants below. The top 50 had been determined, and the final round, a battle for the defending champion, was about to commence. Those confident in their abilities could ascend the stage to become defenders, with 10 platforms and a total of 10 defenders available. The remaining 40 participants may freely choose challengers to face, with each individual allowed 2 attempts. Failure in both disqualifies them from further challenges. should the defender lose a match. They are still permitted to retain their chances and continue challenging other defenders. To endure until the end or to successfully defend for 10 consecutive matches is regarded as victory. This contest will determine 10 successful defenders who will advance to the top 10, with the stage numbers signifying their final rankings. Now, the competition resumes. The moment Yun Zhongque's voice fell, a figure shot forth and landed on the first stage. A commanding voice resonated throughout the venue. An intriguing rule. This first stage belongs to ye. Anyone who dares, come forth. The crowd fell silent for a moment. Then several figures successively soared to other stages. The second stage is mine. The third stage belongs to me. In the blink of an eye, all 10 stages were occupied. Wang Jianqiang glanced at the ninth stage, raising an eyebrow. Su Yutong, how confident she is. He smirked, turning his gaze toward Wang Yueying in the crowd. Wang Yueying did not vie for the stages. And Wang Jianqiang felt no urgency. The initial identity of the defender held little significance at this moment. Whether one fought for a stage or not was inconsequential. Only those who remained standing in the end could be deemed victors. A few participants, like Wang Yueying, remained motionless, evidently sharing the same mindset. Wang Jianqiang's attention shifted to these individuals, sensing their exceptional potential. After the 10 initial defenders were established, the 40 challengers below began to scrutinize them carefully, seemingly contemplating whom to confront. The atmosphere grew quiet. Haha, since everyone is so courteous, allow me to go first. At that moment, a figure darted toward the 8th stage, triggering a chain reaction as others followed suit, rapidly filling the remaining stages. The clash of battles erupted across the 9 stages, thunderous sounds echoing throughout, while the first stage remained eerily silent. Wang Jianqiang couldn't help but observe the figure seated on the first stage. Name, Yi Lingyun. Gender, male. Cultivation, perfect. Qi training. Age, 30. Root bone, dual gold and earth roots. Favorability, 0. It was him. No wonder. Upon seeing the information, Wang Jianqiang's pupils contracted. This name was well known in the outer sect. Yi Lingyun had joined the sect a decade ago, achieving perfect Qi training in merely 9 years. Shortly after his breakthrough, he ventured out for practical experience and single-handedly defeated 3 perfect Qi training disciples from the demon sect in a confrontation. He was recognized as one of the strongest in the outer sect, a formidable contender for the championship before the competition even commenced. It was no surprise that no one dared to challenge him. As Wang Jianqiang assessed Yi Lingyun, the battles on the 9 stages gradually subsided. 4 of the stages had already seen new defenders take their place, while Su Yutong continued to demonstrate her prowess, effortlessly defeating her challengers. Following a half-hour recovery period, the second round of challenges commenced, repeating this cycle until, after 5 rounds, only the 1st and 9th defenders remained. Yi Lingyun still had yet to be challenged, while Su Yutong had easily vanquished 5 challengers. Soon, the 6th round of challenges arrived. This time, Wang Yueying, who had refrained from challenging thus far, finally made her move. With a flash of purple light beneath her feet, she surged onto the 9th stage. Observing Wang Yueying's actions, Wang Jianqiang couldn't suppress a smile. Su Yutong was formidable, securely placing herself among the top 10 contestants, potentially even vying for the top 6. Challenging her was hardly a wise choice. Wang Yueying, being astute, must have realized this. She clearly harbored a grudge against Su Yutong for her treatment of Wang Jianqiang. Wang Yueying, it's you. Upon seeing the new challenger, Su Yutong narrowed her eyes slightly, and then coldly laughed. You truly are foolish, thinking that just because you have reached perfect Qi training and possess 2 advanced artifacts, you can defeat me? Whether I can win will be determined in battle. Wang Yueying's expression was equally frosty, her words sharp and devoid of courtesy. People are inherently different. Perhaps in Chun Jiaojiao's eyes, her relationship with Wang Jianqiang was merely transactional, with no debts owed. However, for Wang Yueying, it was entirely different. Born into poverty and hardship, she would have perished in her youth had it not been for the kindness of benefactors. Therefore, she was always one to express gratitude. Given her talent, her chances of achieving foundational cultivation were initially slim. Now, thanks to Wang Jianqiang's assistance, her cultivation had skyrocketed, and foundational success was within reach. Once she established her foundation, her power would surge, fundamentally transforming her life and extending her lifespan, a debt akin to rebirth. Wang Yueying bore no animosity towards Su Yutong initially. Yet, Su Yutong's disdainful remarks about Wang Jianqiang birthed a rivalry between them. Humph, how ignorant. Su Yutong's expression darkened. Ultimately, she looked down upon Wang Yueying. Even though Wang Yueying's cultivation was now on par with hers, Su Yutong believed it was merely a temporary circumstance. The disparity in their backgrounds and innate abilities was vast. Compared to her, Wang Yueying was but an ugly duckling. In the future, her achievements would far exceed those of Wang Yueying. With a cold snort, she pointed her finger, sending a flying sword with a fierce momentum hurtling toward Wang Yueying. Unyielding, Wang Yueying summoned her own flying sword. The 2 swords collided midair, both being sent flying backward. In the ensuing clash, Wang Yueying staggered several steps back, while Su Yutong merely swayed slightly. Remarkable. Just with a lower-tier artifact, she has managed to suppress Wang Yueying. Fairy Su is formidable. The saying goes that one must forge themselves. Wang Yueying's aura was unstable, relying heavily on the power of her artifacts. While she could handle ordinary opponents, she faltered against true prodigies. Observing this scene, the audience erupted into discussions. Particularly, a plump man beside Wang Jianqiang made disparaging remarks. That wretched Wang Yueying must have latched onto some wealthy heir. His face was filled with mockery as he fixated on Wang Yueying. It was as if there were some deep-seated hatred between them. Beside him stood a lanky figure who immediately chimed in. Brother Bu is right. Wang Yueying is merely lucky. How dare she look down upon Brother Bu? It's truly detestable. The flattery seemed to please the plump man, who wore a smug smile. May I know your name? At that moment, an elderly voice suddenly interrupted. The plump man turned to see a frail, aged figure had approached them. The newcomer's hair was white, his face lined with wrinkles, exuding an air of someone who seemed to have reached the end of their days. Waste Wang. Upon seeing the newcomer, a flicker of disdain crossed the plump man's eyes. What do you want? I don't have time to entertain a useless old man. Wang Jianqiang, unfazed by the plump man's rude demeanor, chuckled. You seem quite skeptical of Wang Yueying? The plump man scoffed. Is there any need to say? Anyone with eyes can see it. Wang Jianqiang shook his head, expressing his confidence in Wang Yuyo, believing she had the potential to triumph. You worthless fool. What do you understand? The stout man laughed heartily, declaring that if that wretched woman were to win, he would dare to eat dung. Ha ha ha. I laugh at your folly. At that moment, the lanky man couldn't contain himself and joined in the laughter, mocking the notion of a waste asserting authority before him. If Wang Yuyo were to win, I would accompany her in such an act. That would be splendid. Wang Jianqiang responded with a grin. How about we make a wager? Get lost. Do you think you are in a position to bet against me, you worthless creature? What do you have to stake? The stout man cursed vehemently, but his words were abruptly cut off. Beside him, the lanky man stood frozen. Both men's gazes were fixated on the ground beneath Wang Jianqiang, their eyes sparkling with excitement. There lay a considerable pile of spirit stones. Wang Jianqiang smiled at the two. Here are 10,000 spirit stones. If Wang Yuyo loses, they belong to you both. However, should she emerge victorious, I shall not claim your spirit stones. As you so eloquently put it, how about eating dung? Will you take the bet or not? Chapter 19. Just wait a moment. You seem eager to gamble. Of course we will bet. Wang Jianqiang's words had barely left his lips when the stout man and the lanky man agreed without a second thought. Su Yutong could suppress Wang Yuyo, who wielded advanced artifacts, using merely a low-grade tool. The disparity in their abilities was evident to them. In their eyes, this was a sure victory. Who would be foolish enough to forego spirit stones? Very well, let's draft a written agreement. Should anyone renege, the Hall of Punishment will intervene. Upon hearing the mention of the Hall of Punishment, the two instinctively recoiled. The hall was the domain of the Huan sect responsible for administering punishment to disciples who violated sect rules. It was a place all disciples dreaded and preferred to avoid mentioning. Furthermore, it served as a venue for notarization. Once the agreement was signed, any breach would certainly invoke the hall's involvement. But as they thought about it, what was there to fear? This was a guaranteed bet. Signing would only serve to prevent that old fool from backing out. With that in mind, they hesitated no longer and quickly inscribed their names on the document. Wei Yuan, Xiong Zhuang. Wang Jianqiang glanced at the names on the agreement. Indeed, they matched the information in his sea of consciousness. He then signed his name as well. The bet was officially established. While the three finalized their agreement, the battle on the stage intensified. At this moment, Wang Yuyo had successively activated the perfect purple jade boots, the perfect cloud water cold light sword, and the perfect water moon skirt. Clad in a dark gown that danced gracefully, her feet adorned with purple boots that shimmered like amethyst, and a blue flying sword emanating a fierce aura overhead, her long hair, once simply tied, now flowed freely in the wind due to the tumult of battle. On the other side, Su Yutong regarded Wang Yuyo with a cold stare. Her expression had turned grave. Despite Wang Yuyo's weak foundation and average strength, under the enhancement of three powerful artifacts, she was no longer to be underestimated. After a fierce exchange, although she held a slight advantage, Su Yutong realized she could not easily subdue her opponent. A glint of determination flashed in her eyes. You have fought well to reach this point, but let us end this battle. With her icy words, Wang Yuyo pointed toward the flying sword. A layer of golden light appeared on the sword's body, accompanied by a piercing shriek as it shot directly towards Wang Yuyo. Her expression turned serious as she summoned her spiritual energy. The perfect cloud water cold light sword was enveloped in a thick mist, and in an instant, it collided with the incoming golden sword. Boom! A tremendous roar erupted, scattering the cold mist and showering Wang Yuyo with countless golden sword energies like needles. Her complexion changed as she hastily activated the perfect water moon skirt. In an instant, a lake-like illusion manifested on her dark gown. The reflection of the moon appeared, and the cool moonlight spread like quicksilver, enveloping Wang Yuyo within its glow. Ding ding ding. The next moment, a barrage of golden sword energies overwhelmed her. The clashing sounds of metal rang out. The moonlight trembled violently, shattering. Moments later, as the golden sword energies dissipated, Wang Yuyo re-emerged. At this moment, the protective layer formed by the perfect water moon skirt had been completely shattered, revealing several torn marks on the exquisite gown. Vivid crimson blood seeped from the damaged areas, staining the long skirt. Wang Yuyo's face turned pale, blood continuously oozing from the corner of her mouth. There has always been an insurmountable gap between us. Perhaps temporary luck has blinded your eyes, but after this battle, you will surely see the reality. Su Yutong gazed at Wang Yuyo with pride, her palms coming together to form a seal, the golden light intensifying between her fingers. This sword shall lead to your defeat. No sooner had she spoken than the flying sword, enveloped in a rich golden light, shot forth. This strike was exceptionally fierce. Wherever it passed, the air warped and fragmented. The spectators, observing this clash, found their eyelids twitching in response. How formidable! Is this the extent of Su Yutong's power? She is merely a novice disciple. How could she be so strong? At this moment, apart from a few participants who maintained their composure, the rest displayed expressions of astonishment. The golden light seal? To have refined it to such a degree is indeed rare. In midair, 3 inner sect elders had been observing the stage below. Upon witnessing this, one could not help but reveal a look of surprise. Indeed, with top-tier talent and comprehension, it seems our Hahuan sect has produced another prodigy. Yun Zhanghe gazed at Su Yutong, his eyes reflecting an indescribable fondness. Coincidentally, he was recently considering taking on a female disciple. With Su Yutong's exceptional appearance and the fact that her primordial yin remained, she was simply perfect. Ha ha ha, those spirit stones belong to us. On the other side, Bu Yuehan and Xiong Zhuang, witnessing Su Yutong's lethal strike, were filled with excitement and rushed to claim the spirit stones in front of Wang Jianqiang. Heh, since you refuse to shed tears until you see the coffin, wait a moment longer. You'll certainly lose with a clear conscience, Bu Yuehan and Xiong Zhuang mocked. Wang Jianqiang paid them no mind, his gaze fixed on the arena. On the stage, the golden sword was now less than a yard away from Wang Yuyo. Even with a high-grade artifact to increase her speed, she could not evade it in time. At this moment, everyone, including the 3 inner sect elders, believed Wang Yuyo was cornered and destined to fail. Except for Wang Jianqiang, no one noticed a faint glow flickering on Wang Yuyo's right-hand finger. As a ring resembling blue crystal appeared, the instant the ring manifested, an invisible force erupted from it, enveloping the perfect water moon skirt. A sound akin to a tidal wave rose unexpectedly. On the perfect water moon skirt, the lake illusion reappeared, and the bright moon emerged. The pure moonlight radiated outward, transforming into a protective force that collided with the descending golden sword. Boom! The stage trembled violently. The next moment, a radiant golden light surged, occupying half the arena, while the other half was cloaked in pristine moonlight. The golden light was domineering and fierce, as if countless sword energies had coalesced. The moonlight was serene and tranquil, exuding a sacred aura. The two forces clashed and consumed one another. Ultimately, when the moonlight dwindled to a radius of merely 10 feet, the golden light dissipated first. She has blocked it. She possesses yet another advanced artifact. How extravagant! Witnessing this scene, the onlookers exchanged glances of disbelief. Even the 3 inner sect elders could not help but share a moment of silent astonishment. What a wretched woman! Who has she allied with to receive such an abundance of advanced artifacts? Bu Yuehan and Xiong Zhuang exchanged grim looks, an ominous premonition stirring within them. Wang Jianqiang, hearing their curses, cast them a smiling glance. I understand that both of you are anxious, but please hold your impatience for a moment. You will find yourselves even more anxious shortly. Chapter 20. Rules are merely chains for the weak. The onlookers see clearly, while those involved are often blinded by their own perspectives. Initially, Su Yutong was oblivious to the unfolding events, only coming to understand the situation upon hearing the discussions around her. You possess yet another high-level artifact. Her gaze fell upon Wang Yuyao's right hand, fixating on the exquisite perfect Xian Shui ring, her expression darkening considerably. How extravagant of that old rascal. He bestowed 4 high-level artifacts upon this lowly woman, especially this blue ring, which astonishingly enhances the power of other artifacts, a rare and formidable capability. Such artifacts are far more precious than ordinary ones of the same grade. Wang Yuyao remained silent. The invisible power from the perfect Xian Shui ring fused into the perfect Yun Shui cold light sword. The sword trembled, and an icy mist enveloped it entirely, swiftly condensing into a layer of solid ice on its surface. In an instant, the perfect Yun Shui cold light sword transformed into a crystal-clear ice sword, emanating an astonishing chill. The temperature on the arena plummeted. Whoosh! A sound of slicing air rang out. The ice sword broke through the air, appearing before Su Yutong in the blink of an eye. As the ice sword approached, a terrifying chill surged forth, causing Su Yutong's body to stiffen, as if it could be frozen at any moment. Her countenance changed, and she rapidly circulated her spiritual energy. Easing her rigidity slightly, she pressed her palms together, intertwining her fingers to form a seal. The golden light seal. A beam of golden light emerged from her fingertips, merging with the flying sword, transforming it into a golden blade. In the next moment, the two swords clashed. The icy mist swept across the arena, and the golden sword energy was frozen and shattered. Moments later, as the mist dissipated, a disheveled figure emerged. Su Yutong knelt on one knee, her hair in disarray. A gruesome blood hole marred her shoulder, a shocking sight. The terrifying icy power coated her hair and skin in a layer of frost. You have been defeated. Wang Yuyao's long hair billowed as she held the perfect Yun Shui cold light sword above Su Yutong, exuding icy sword energy. No, it cannot be. How could I possibly lose to a wretched person like you? Su Yutong was momentarily dazed, then suddenly looked up, her expression wild. How dare a lowly woman like you compete with me? Impossible. Wang Yuyao frowned slightly, pointing her finger forward. The perfect Yun Shui cold light sword shot directly towards Su Yutong, with her combat strength dwindling to nearly nothing. A direct hit from this sword would leave her without a chance of survival. Just then, a blazing beam of light shot through the air like a meteor, suddenly striking from outside the arena. Beside Yun Zhongque, an inner gate elder furrowed his brow, about to intervene. Yet, Yin Zhongque waved her hand, halting him. The elder, taken aback, hesitated but ultimately refrained from acting. During this moment of indecision, the beam of light had already entered the arena and accurately collided with the perfect Yun Shui cold light sword. Boom! The light struck the ground, unleashing a fierce and scorching wave. Caught off guard, Wang Yao was hit squarely, spitting out blood and staggering back several steps. As the wave subsided, a half-foot-deep pit appeared before the spectators. In the pit, a golden jade talisman stood upright like a blade embedded in the earth. Yutong, you forgot to bring this item. A faint voice echoed across the square. Wang Jianqiang narrowed his eyes, his gaze shifting to the first arena. The golden jade talisman was indeed thrown by Yi Lingyun. The distance between the first and ninth arenas was several hundred zhang. Although Wang Yuyao's attack was not at full strength, being able to intercept it from such a distance spoke volumes about his capabilities. It is Yi Lingyun. He actually intervened. To stop Wang Yuyao's attack from such a distance demonstrates his growing strength. The onlookers finally reacted, their gazes turning toward the first arena. At the same time, Su Yutong also regained her composure. Upon seeing the golden jade talisman, her expression brightened. She summoned the talisman with a wave of her hand. You wretched woman, die! With a fierce shout, she channeled her remaining spiritual energy into the golden talisman. In the next moment, the talisman transformed into a multitude of light points, which then reassembled above her head, slowly forming a golden light blade. A powerful surge radiated outward, intensifying as the golden blade took shape. Gasps of astonishment filled the square. Heavens, it is a talisman treasure. This golden jade talisman is a talisman treasure? Wang Yuyao was doomed. Wang Jianqiang observed the light blade forming from the jade talisman with a furrowed brow. Given that talisman treasures typically only possessed 30% of the original artifact's power and were difficult to restore once depleted, their creation is generally considered an imprudent endeavor. Such items are usually crafted by elders to protect favored juniors, making them exceedingly rare. Talisman treasures have usage limits, and once exhausted, they shatter completely. What is the relationship between Yi Lingyun and Su Yutong that he would bestow such a treasure upon her? Wang Jianqiang pondered, glancing at the two before directing his attention to the three figures hovering in the air. Elders, this action must have violated the rules of the competition, has it not? His voice resonated throughout the square, amplified by his spiritual energy. The square fell silent, all eyes turning to him. Wang Jianqiang, known as the most infamous waste of the outer gate, dared to stand and question the inner gate elders at this moment. Before the three inner gate elders could respond, Yi Lingyun shifted his gaze, his sharp eyes piercing Wang Jianqiang like arrows. Indeed, he merely returned what belongs to him. It is only fair. Are we to allow Wang Yuyao to wield so many high-level artifacts while forbidding others from using treasures? Beside him, Bu Yuehan and Xiong Zhuang, who had initially felt despair, suddenly saw a glimmer of hope. That was a talisman treasure. Even the weakest talisman treasure, forged from the source power of a spiritual tool, far surpassed any ordinary artifact. No matter how many high-level artifacts Wang Yuyao possessed, they could never compete with Su Yutong, who wielded a talisman treasure. Wang Jianqiang ignored the three, his gaze fixed on the figures in the air. Sensing Wang Jianqiang's disregard, Bu Yuehan and Xiong Zhuang could not help but snort in disdain. Yi Lingyun narrowed his eyes, a hint of coldness flashing in his pupils. In the air, Yun Zhongque glanced at Wang Jianqiang with an expressionless face, then turned her gaze to Yi Lingyun. A calm voice soon followed. This shall be the last time. Understood, elder. Yi Lingyun cupped his fists toward the air, then turned to Wang Jianqiang, a mocking smile on his face. Wang Jianqiang fell silent. Yun Zhongque's words, seemingly a reproach, subtly acknowledged Yi Lingyun's actions. Indeed, in any world, strength reigns supreme. Rules merely serve to bind the weak. He smiled nonchalantly, his gaze returning to the arena. The battle was not yet over, and the outcome remained uncertain. Chapter 21. Just now, the battle on the arena did not cease due to the surrounding changes. Above Su Yutong, the golden light blade had fully formed, its radiating power now formidable enough to astonish even seasoned practitioners at the peak of their cultivation. Kill! She pointed forward, and the light blade shot forth like a streak of light. As the light blade was launched, Wang Yuyao, caught off guard by Yi Lingyun's intervention, quickly suppressed her injuries. Seeing the light blade approaching, she waved her palm, releasing a small, exquisitely crafted seal. During the process of projection, the expanded dramatically, instantaneously growing from a mere palm-sized object to a colossal entity with a diameter exceeding 10 zhang. Boom! In the next moment, the blade of light collided with the. A violent force surged, engulfing the entire arena. Meanwhile, Wang Jianqiang also focused his thoughts and gazed intently at the scene. At this moment, the arena was shrouded in a tempest of fury. Debris and dust swirled in the storm, obscuring vision. Even spiritual awareness was hindered by this ferocious power, making penetration nearly impossible. The onlookers could not discern the outcome of the battle and could only await the tempest's subsidence. Time flowed slowly. The raging storm gradually abated, revealing the scene in the arena. The once sturdy platform, capable of withstanding battles among accomplished Qi practitioners, was now in utter disarray. Cracks crisscrossed the entire arena, as if it were about to shatter into countless pieces. On the broken platform, Wang Yuyao's hair was disheveled, her complexion pale, with blood constantly dripping from the corner of her mouth. She appeared weak, her form swaying as if she might collapse into unconsciousness at any moment. Yet, she persevered and remained standing. Opposite her lay a figure who had long since lost consciousness, Su Yutong. Witnessing this scene, nearly everyone was stunned, then erupted in astonished exclamations. Wang Yuyao had triumphed. She had defeated Su Yutong, who possessed a talisman. That was a talisman, a treasure considered invincible among Qi practitioners. How outrageous. At this moment, the shock was not limited to the outer sect disciples observing. Did you see that? Exclaimed an inner sect elder, gazing in surprise at the two individuals beside him. That is extraordinary. Another inner sect elder nodded in agreement. Hearing their discussion, Yin Zhongxue also turned his gaze towards Wang Yuyao, his eyes flickering. Although the talisman was merely crafted from the essence of a low-grade spiritual weapon, it was undoubtedly beyond the reach of ordinary artifacts. Her not only defended but also gained the upper hand, indeed impressive. However, he shook his head, noting that her foundation was weak and that she relied on external objects to reach this point. She would ultimately struggle to achieve greatness. As the three inner sect elders exchanged views, Wang Jianqiang's attention shifted to Arena 1. On Arena 1, Yi Lingyun's complexion had turned an ashen hue. Sensing Wang Jianqiang's gaze, he turned to look. Upon seeing the faint smile at the corner of Wang Jianqiang's mouth, his face twitched. A worthless individual dared to mock him? His expression instantly morphed into one of icy disdain. If a gaze could inflict harm, Wang Jianqiang would have been slain countless times. Perceiving Yi Lingyun's murderous intent, Wang Jianqiang merely scoffed. Who are you trying to intimidate within the sect? I refuse to believe you would dare to act. Suddenly, he felt a shift and turned to his side, spotting two figures, one stout and one slender, sneaking away. Where are you two going? Do you intend to summon the enforcers from the punishment hall to negotiate with me? Upon hearing Wang Jianqiang's words, the two froze, halting their steps. Wang Jianqiang. Do not be unreasonable, the stout figure retorted, glaring at Wang Jianqiang. We admit our narrow-mindedness. Can we not consider this your victory? Wang Jianqiang remained impervious, stating that by their agreement, the two were required to perform the disgraceful act. Wang Jianqiang, having more friends opens more paths. Do not take it too far. Upon hearing Wang Jianqiang's insistence that they consume excrement, the flesh on Bu Yueban's face trembled uncontrollably. Wang Jianqiang glanced at him, bemused. Weren't you quite pleased when the wager was established? What is this? You don't want to honor your loss? Then let us meet in the punishment hall. As soon as Wang Jianqiang's words fell, the faces of the two turned white. If today's events were reported to the punishment hall, given their reputation, not only would they have to fulfill the wager, but they would also be skinned alive. Realizing this, their tone instantly softened. Wang Jianqiang, we do not wish to breach the contract. It is just that even if we wanted to eat, where could we find excrement? Wang Jianqiang frowned at this. Excrement is a common occurrence in the mundane world, but in the realm of cultivators, it is indeed rare. Once a cultivator reaches the foundation establishment stage, they can practice abstinence, thus eliminating mundane needs. Though Qi practitioners cannot abstain, they primarily consume spiritual essence and water. While impurities exist within these, they are far purer than anything mundane, and thus the need to relieve oneself is significantly reduced, typically occurring only once every 2 to 3 months. Finding something for these two gluttons to eat proved quite challenging. However, these two evidently had a grudge against Wang Yuyao, and if he were to let them off the hook, they would be dissatisfied. Just as Wang Jianqiang found himself in a quandary, a voice suddenly resonated from behind. Brother Wang, I often raise some mundane livestock and can provide these two with something to eat. The voice was robust and filled with vigor. Had he not seen the speaker, Wang Jianqiang might have mistaken them for a muscular man. What a formidable woman. Indeed, the speaker was a woman, towering above 2 meters. With 2 playful ponytails atop her head, her pink dress tightly hugging her form, showcasing the remarkable elasticity of the fabric. Her bronze legs were well-muscled, with abundant leg hair. In the Harmony sect, women typically possess above-average appearances, but such a rare gem was truly exceptional, leading Wang Jianqiang to silently muse. Upon regaining his composure, a smile graced his face. Thank you, junior sister. No need for formalities, Brother Wang, the muscular woman replied, a hint of blush appearing on her cheeks. With a swift turn, she took flight on her sword. Moments later, so soon? Wang Jianqiang was taken aback, questioning whether she could reach the residential area in such a short time. The muscular woman blushed slightly and nodded. With a wave of her hand, a large, foul-smelling mass appeared on the ground, steaming at its apex. Considering the timing, Wang Jianqiang's heart skipped a beat. No way, could this be fresh? Chapter 22. Begin your performance. Wang Jianqiang could not help but glance furtively at the muscular woman. At that moment, her face radiated excitement, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. In this instant, he finally confirmed that the excrement was indeed freshly produced by this sister, who must have a peculiar preference for such matters. No wonder she was so enthusiastic about it. With this thought, Wang Jianqiang found himself in a mix of amusement and incredulity as he looked at Bu Yueban and the stout man. Gentlemen, it's time for your performance. Bu Yueban's chubby face and the stout man's expression morphed into one of profound distress. Gritting their teeth, laden with a blend of reluctance, anger, and resolve, they squatted down. However, as they neared the foul mass, the stench made them retch. Holding back their nausea, they exchanged glances, clenched their teeth, and with eyes closed. One of them grabbed a handful and stuffed it into his mouth, their faces smeared with the mess. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers nearly vomited. Even Wang Jianqiang felt a wave of discomfort in his stomach. The muscular woman, however, was the exception, her expression growing increasingly excited, her eyes glinting with fervor, her body trembling with anticipation. Damn, why does it taste like garlic? At that moment, two indistinct voices nearly overlapped. The next moment, Buyeban and the stout man collapsed to the ground, retching violently, nearly expelling their bile. After a bout of intense vomiting, the two rose, their faces pale, casting venomous glares at Wang Jianqiang. Wang Jianqiang, you are despicable, just wait. They were shaking with rage, feeling the mocking gazes of those around her. Her face flushed with embarrassment, and she could no longer bear to remain. In a flight of shame, she left in haste. The unconscious Su Yutong had already been carried away, leaving Wang Yuyao alone on the arena. A defender is granted half an hour of recovery time after each challenge. Wang Yuyao sat cross-legged on the stage, seizing the opportunity to recuperate. After half an hour, she slowly opened her eyes. Her spiritual energy had been severely depleted. In that short span, she had regained less than 30%. However, she had managed to restore some of her combat prowess. Below the arena, most challengers had exhausted their qualifications. The remaining few looked at the 9th arena with trepidation. Although Wang Mengyao had a poor foundation, the powerful artifacts she possessed were formidable. The scene of her defeating Su Yutong with sheer force left nearly everyone in awe. Even in her current, incomplete state, none of the challengers dared to act recklessly. It seemed wiser to challenge the evidently weaker defenders instead of gambling on her condition. Thus, the 9th arena became a no-go zone for challengers, much like the 1st arena. As time passed, the number of remaining challengers dwindled, and the competition was nearing its final countdown. It appeared that Wang Yuyao would triumph without shedding blood and stand victorious at the end. Suddenly, Yi Lingyun rose from the 1st arena. Recognized as one of the strongest contenders in this competition, every move he made drew significant attention. As he approached the edge of the arena, he voluntarily jumped down. Everyone was momentarily stunned. What was happening? Yi Lingyun was willingly forfeiting the first place that was within his grasp. Just as this thought crossed their minds, he transformed into a streak of golden light, dashing across the square and instantly appearing on the 9th arena. At this moment, realization dawned upon the crowd. Yi Lingyun sought vengeance for Su Yutong. Excitement surged as they anticipated the unfolding drama. On the 9th arena, Wang Yuyao looked gravely at Yi Lingyun, feeling an overwhelming pressure emanating from him. This sense of oppression filled her with unease. Yet, she did not waver. Prior to the competition, her senior brother had shared his strategy with her. To assist him, she must place in the top 10. Therefore, retreat was not an option. After Yi Lingyun ascended the 9th arena, he made no effort to speak, pressing his palm directly to the ground. In an instant, an astonishing gravitational force erupted from the earth. Wang Yuyao's complexion turned pale as she was forced to kneel. She struggled to activate her perfect water moon skirt, relying on the moonlight to protect her, thus avoiding being flattened to the ground. However, the perfect water moon skirt could not fully shield her from this immense force. She remained on one knee, unable to rise. Were you not formidable just moments ago? Yi Lingyun approached her, a proud expression on his face. As he drew nearer, the gravitational pull intensified. Wang Yuyao trembled violently, as if she might collapse under this force at any moment. She bit her lip so hard that it bled, a crimson droplet escaping. Just as she prepared to fight desperately, a familiar voice echoed in her mind. You cannot defeat him, concede. Senior brother. Wang Yuyao hesitated, her expression wavering. She was about to leap off the arena when her senior brother's voice resonated in her mind again, this time laced with firmness. Upon hearing this, Wang Yuyao finally made up her mind. A shimmer appeared on her finger as she activated the perfect Xian water ring, bestowing invisible power upon her perfect water moon skirt. The protective moonlight suddenly intensified. Feeling light, she charged toward the edge of the arena without hesitation. Trying to escape, Yi Lingyun extended his hand, grasping at her. A terrifying gravitational force erupted instantaneously. Wang Yuyao's movement stalled as this force entirely held her in place, pulling her backward instead of allowing her to advance. Gritting her teeth, she felt the powerful energy from her perfect purple jade shoes surge. The combined might of 3 high-level artifacts finally broke through the overwhelming gravitational pull. Yi Lingyun frowned, letting out a cold snort. With a push of his palm, the powerful gravitational force transformed into repulsion, crashing down upon Wang Yuyao's back like a heavy hammer. Wang Yuyao coughed up a mouthful of blood, her body hurtling forward and crashing heavily onto the ground below the arena. The arena stood several dozen feet high, and the fall was no trivial matter. Wang Yuyao felt a jolt in her insides, spewing forth another large mouthful of blood. Just then, Yi Lingyun reached the edge of the arena. His expression was grim as he pointed downward. The powerful repulsion acted like a shockwave, aimed directly at the gravely injured Wang Yuyao. The air warped in its wake. In a moment of crisis, Wang Yuyao disregarded her own injuries. She hurriedly summoned the perfect little Qianshan seal and activated the power of the perfect Xian water ring. In the next instant, Yi Lingyun's attack descended. Boom! A terrifying explosion erupted. Wang Yuyao let out a muffled groan, her body being flung like a ragdoll toward the audience. Just as she was about to hit the ground, a figure rushed in, catching her in their embrace. Senior brother, Wang Yuyao, her face pale, brightened at the sight. Wang Jianqiang nodded, gently lowering them both to the ground. First, heal your wounds. He released his hold around her waist. Indeed, Yi Lingyun's assault was tyrannical and fierce. However, Wang Yuyao appeared worse off than she truly was. Thanks to the protection of the perfect water moon skirt, her injuries were not as severe as they seemed. Wang Yuyao nodded and unhesitatingly settled into a meditative position. Observing her enter a trance, Wang Jianqiang looked up at the ninth arena. At that moment, Yi Lingyun stood at the edge, his gaze icy and filled with disdain and mockery. Just a mere waste dared to defy him repeatedly. How utterly foolish. Were it not for the confines of the sect, he would ensure this waste regretted it for a lifetime. Wang Jianqiang's gaze lingered on Yi Lingyun for a moment before shifting to the sky. Elder, Wang Yuyao has jumped off the arena, clearly intending to concede. Yet, Yi Lingyun continues to pursue her with lethal intent. Is this not a violation of the rules? Yun Zhongque, expressionless, paused for a moment before responding coolly. As long as one has not touched the ground, they have not exited the arena. When Yi Lingyun delivered his final strike, Wang Yuyao had yet to land. Thus it does not constitute a violation. According to the rules of the competition, if one side demonstrates an intention to concede, it is considered a surrender, and the other side must cease their attack. This was a blatant distortion of the truth. However, Wang Jianqiang felt no anger, merely offering a nonchalant smile and a fist salute to Yun Zhongque. The disciple understands. Thank you for your clarification, elder. Watching Wang Jianqiang's calm demeanor, Yun Zhongque furrowed his brow, feeling inexplicably uncomfortable. Wang Jianqiang's heart sneered. He had not even left the audience area, merely catching Wang Yuyao. Was that considered intervening in the match? Such reasoning was quite far-fetched. Yet, in the face of a golden core cultivator, he dared not retort. This was not a matter of cowardice, but rather one of prudence. On the ninth arena, Yi Lingyun, witnessing Wang Jianqiang's predicament, wore an even more pronounced expression of mockery. This Wang Jianqiang was not only a waste, but likely lacked common sense as well. He was currently the top disciple of the outer sect, while Su Yutong was a peerless genius, having achieved such remarkable strength in just 3 years since entering the sect. In elder Yun Zhongque's eyes, neither Wang Jianqiang nor Wang Yuyao could be compared to them. The fool cannot even comprehend such a simple truth. Repeatedly harboring the delusion of seeking elder Yunhe to preside over fairness? Truly, it is beyond foolishness. He then cast his gaze upon Wang Yueying. With me present, you shall not hope to enter the top 10 in this competition. His domineering words resonated without the slightest veil. Wang Yueying's eyes widened, anger etched upon her face. Ignore him. Focus on your recovery, Wang Jianqiang advised calmly. Wang Yueying nodded, closing her eyes once more to recuperate. Seeing this, Yi Lingyun let out a cold laugh, his eyes sweeping over the challengers below the arena. The ninth platform belonged to Su Yutong. Any who dared to seize it would be at odds with me, Yi Lingyun. After he departed, the ninth platform lay vacant. Below, the contestants who had yet to exhaust their challenge opportunities gazed at the empty ninth platform, their eyes flickering with anticipation. However, out of respect for Yi Lingyun, none dared to ascend the stage. As time passed and the competition neared its conclusion, Wang Yueying finally ceased her recovery. How is your condition? Wang Jianqiang inquired. The injuries have been suppressed, and my spiritual energy has recovered by 70%, Wang Yueying replied. Wang Jianqiang nodded. Then ascend the stage, to the ninth platform. Wang Yueying paused momentarily but, without question, climbed onto the deserted arena. She had heard Yi Lingyun's tyrannical declaration, but so what? Since her senior brother had instructed her to proceed, she would comply. Upon witnessing Wang Yueying's bold return to the ninth platform, the crowd stirred with renewed energy. How audacious of her to confront Yi Lingyun directly. Did she not fear for her life? Meanwhile, seated at the center of the first platform, Yi Lingyun's expression darkened. Seeking death, he snorted, transforming into a beam of golden light, hurtling toward the first platform with astonishing speed. As Yi Lingyun charged once more, Wang Mingyao's expression grew grave. The perfect little Qianshan seal materialized before her, spinning with fervor. Just as she prepared to strike, a voice echoed in her mind. She paused, unable to resist glancing toward Wang Jianqiang in the audience. He offered no further communication, merely nodding. Wang Yueying took a deep breath, turning her attention back to Yi Lingyun. At that moment, he had already appeared on the ninth platform, showing no signs of hesitation, like an arrow released from a bow, ruthlessly aimed at Wang Mingyao. Just as the crowd anticipated an imminent clash, Wang Yueying unexpectedly executed a move that took everyone by surprise. She turned and jumped down from the platform. Is she fleeing? The audience was momentarily stunned. How cowardly. If that were the case, it would be better to hide beneath the platform. Why show herself? No. It seemed her challenge opportunities had not yet been exhausted. She intended to deplete Yi Lingyun's chances. This realization sparked a commotion among the crowd. Indeed, each contestant had only 2 opportunities to challenge. This meant he could only remain on the ninth platform, while Wang Yueying still had 1 challenge left, easily allowing her to seize the first platform. What a clever strategy. Hearing the murmurs around him, Yi Lingyun's expression soured. In his previous fervor to avenge Su Yutong, he had not considered this possibility. Only now did he realize he had been outmaneuvered. Wretched woman, you are cunning. He glared down at the platform's edge. Suddenly, he was taken aback. Where was Wang Yueying? Just as his face displayed surprise, a flying sword and a seal came hurtling toward him. It was the wretched woman's magical artifacts. He had fallen into a trap. She did not merely wish to exhaust my challenge opportunities. She sought to eliminate me entirely. Yi Lingyun's expression shifted dramatically, turning savage. Wretched woman, you are dreaming. At that moment, a sharp voice rang out. The perfect cloud water cold light sword and the perfect little Qianshan seal detonated simultaneously. Chapter 24. By Shiru and the mysterious maiden on the ninth platform, a tremendous explosion erupted, unleashing a terrifying force that swept through the arena like a tempest. The once resilient stage shattered like tofu. The violent blast surged beyond the platform, wreaking havoc in all directions. Spectators close to the arena changed color in alarm and fled in panic. The explosive force raged for several minutes before gradually subsiding. As the dust settled, the crowd turned their eyes toward the ninth platform, only to be astonished to find the sturdy structure reduced to ruins. Amidst the debris, a figure floated in midair, her gown billowing, enveloped in a cool moonlight. It was Wang Jianqiang. On the ground, a distance away, Yi Lingyun was clad in a crimson armor that exuded a scorching aura, his pallid face darkened with fury. Witnessing this scene, the audience erupted in exclamations. This Wang Jianqiang actually detonated 2 high-level magical artifacts in one breath. If I had even one high-level artifact, I would cherish it, let alone destroy it. Wang Jianqiang is too wasteful. Moreover, Yi Lingyun is extraordinarily powerful. The explosion of 2 high-level artifacts did not even severely injure him. Another exclaimed. Wang Jianqiang, amidst the crowd, focused on the crimson armor adorning Yi Lingyun, his expression tinged with regret. This fellow indeed possessed the audacity to be arrogant. His reflexes were astonishing. He had reacted just in time to activate his defensive talisman as Wang Jianqiang triggered her artifacts. Listening to the surrounding comments, Yi Lingyun's expression grew increasingly grim. He glared fiercely at Wang Jianqiang, unable to fathom that she would dare to self-destruct high-level artifacts, and even 2 at once. Had it not been for his quick reflexes, he would have been gravely injured. A distinguished outer sect powerhouse had been outsmarted by an unknown woman. How could he swallow this humiliation? Wretched woman, I will kill you. His eyes turned crimson as he transformed into a streak of light, charging toward Wang Jianqiang. Yi Lingyun, you have already lost, a soft voice suddenly echoed from the audience. Yi Lingyun's momentum halted abruptly, his expression twisted as he glared at Wang Jianqiang. She conceded first. I have not lost. Concede? Wang Jianqiang scoffed. Who heard her concede? She has already jumped off the platform. Once a contestant leaves the platform, it counts as a concession. At this, Wang Jianqiang smiled, a hint of mockery crossing his face. Did not Elder Yun Zhongque already state that as long as the contestant has not touched the ground, it does not count as a concession? Wang Jianqiang did leap from the platform, yet she has not touched the ground until now. You, however, have already landed. Therefore, it is you who has lost. Yi Lingyun's expression faltered as he glanced at Yun Zhongque. The elder cast a profound look at Wang Jianqiang. Others may not have realized it, but with his cultivation, how could he not perceive the earlier transmission from Wang Jianqiang? Wang Jianqiang was merely the executor. The true mastermind was this man. To silence him and prevent any further bias toward Yi Lingyun, he had cleverly utilized his previous statement against him. Before so many outer sect disciples, if he continued to favor Yi Lingyun, would he not be slapping his own face? This outer sect disciple had calculated deeply, not only outmaneuvering Yi Lingyun, but ensnaring him as well. Ultimately, while Yi Lingyun possessed talent and strength, he was still too inexperienced. Shaking his head, he turned to Yi Lingyun. Yi Lingyun, you have lost. Upon hearing Yun Zhongque's declaration, Yi Lingyun's face paled, filled with unyielding resentment. He shot a cold glare at Wang Jianqiang. Wang Jianqiang, is it? You are cunning. We shall see how this unfolds. As soon as he finished speaking, before Wang Jianqiang could respond, a soft voice drifted over, stating that since he had already been eliminated, he should not delay the progress of the competition. Yi Lingyun's expression froze as he glanced at Wang Jianqiang, a flicker of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. With a cold snort, he transformed into a streak of light and shot away. As the frontrunner for the championship in this grand competition, he had been outmaneuvered by an obscure woman and failed to even make it into the top 10. He could no longer bear to remain. After Yi Lingyun's departure, Wang Jianqiang looked at Wang Jianqiang, who understood her unspoken thoughts and slowly shook his head. With Yi Lingyun eliminated, the greatest contender for the championship had vanished, presenting an opportune moment to vie for the title. Yet, securing the championship was no simple feat. Wang Jianqiang discreetly surveyed the remaining challengers, pausing for a moment on 2 figures among them, both women. One wore a light yellow gown, her bright eyes and radiant smile coupled with a tall, graceful silhouette. The other appeared quite young, her petite frame belying a face that already displayed an extraordinary beauty. Since the start of the competition, these 2 had not made a move. Yet they emanated an aura of danger that made Wang Jianqiang uneasy, surpassing even that of Yi Lingyun. Even without the perfected little Qianshan seal and the flawless Cloudwater Cold Light Sword, Wang Jianqiang was no match for either of them, especially not now. Although Wang Jianqiang was unaware of Wang Jianqiang's thoughts, she unconditionally trusted him. Seeing him shake his head extinguished her desire to compete for the number 1 platform. However, her restraint did not extend to others. Those confident in their abilities rushed to claim their chances. The pace of the competition noticeably quickened. In a mere half an hour, only 2 challengers remained beneath the arena. Those 2 women Wang Jianqiang had previously noted. The one in the light yellow gown glanced at the petite girl and made the first move, leaping gracefully onto the stage. It was Bai Shiru. The first among the 3 beauties of the outer sect had finally taken the stage. Amidst the cheers, Bai Shiru landed on the number 1 platform, and the battle commenced. With just a single blow, the number 1 defender was sent crashing down in disarray. Such power. Witnessing this scene, the crowd gasped in astonishment. Bai Shiru was renowned as the foremost beauty, largely due to her looks, her talent deemed only above average. She could not be compared to prodigies like Su Yutong. Having rarely acted in public, few knew her true strength. In the previous rounds, her performance had not been particularly remarkable. Making it into the top 50 had already been surprising. No one could have anticipated her actual combat prowess to be so staggering. Even Wang Jianqiang felt a jolt of surprise. Surely, those who dared to compete for the #1 platform could not be weaklings? Although the defender was not on par with Yi Lingyun, he was certainly formidable, having previously defeated several challengers and held his ground until now, his abilities surpassing even Su Yutong. How could such strength be dispatched with a mere flick of her hand? This was truly terrifying. Following by Shiru. The petite girl also made her move. Rather than challenging by Shiru, she ascended to the #2 platform, delivering another effortless strike. The #2 defender, who had held firm against 6 rounds of challenges, spat blood and conceded in shock. This astonishing display elicited another wave of gasps from the audience. From the surrounding murmurs, Wang Jianqiang learned that this petite girl was unknown to anyone, as if she had materialized out of thin air within the outer sect. This revelation sparked his astonishment, prompting him to focus intently on her. The next moment, the girl's attributes appeared in his mind. Chapter 25. The Small 5 Elements Sword Array Name. Mu Lingxi Gender. Female Cultivation. Full Circle of Qi Refinement Age. 15 Root Bone. Thunder Elemental Spiritual Root Virtue, and Vice Value. 0. A 15-year-old at the pinnacle of Qi Refinement. A Thunder Elemental Spiritual Root. Upon seeing the girl's information, Wang Jianqiang could not help but widen his eyes. Initially, he had thought the girl had practiced some special technique that stunted her growth, making her appear younger. He never imagined she was genuinely just a girl. A 15-year-old at the pinnacle of Qi Refinement. If this information were to spread, it would surely drop jaws everywhere. Even more astonishing was her rare Thunder Elemental constitution. A true spiritual root. The outer sect was indeed a hidden treasure trove of talent. Snapping back to reality, Wang Jianqiang couldn't help but sigh in wonder. After Mu Lingxi's challenge, the competition did not conclude, as both opponents defeated by her and by Shiru still held one more chance to challenge. It was only after their attempts that the competition was finally declared over. In the end, Bai Shiru secured first place, Mu Lingxi came in second, and Wang Yuyo achieved ninth. Following the announcement of the top 50 competitors, Yun Zhongqiue could not resist glancing at Wang Jianqiang. In this grand competition, what left the deepest impression on him was not Yi Lingyun, nor the prodigious Su Yutong, or any other contestant. Rather, it was Wang Jianqiang. From the murmurs of the audience, he had gleaned some information about Wang Jianqiang. A waste, nearing his end. Over 70 years of cultivation had only raised him to the 3rd layer of Qi refinement. However, the rumors seemed to diverge from the truth. Wang Jianqiang's cultivation had evidently reached the 10th layer of Qi refinement. There was, indeed, a faint aura of death emanating from him, a clear sign of impending demise. Just an ordinary outer sect disciple, had it not been for his cunning that had caused him trouble several times, Yun Zhongqiue would hardly have noticed him. Subsequently, he announced the conclusion of the competition and departed with the other 2 inner sect elders. With the exit of the 3 elders, the outer sect competition was officially concluded. The events of the competition spread rapidly throughout the sect, including the elimination of the new prodigy Su Yutong, the unexpected failure of the favorite Yi Lingyun to reach the top 10, and the emergence of Wang Yuyo, the competition's greatest dark horse. Each revelation was astonishing. Even Bai Shiru's explosive performance and the seemingly sudden appearance of Mu Lingxi took everyone by surprise. Moreover, the exploits of Bui Weban and the imposing figure also became the subject of jokes among many disciples during their training. Compared to previous years, this competition may not have been the most intense, but it was undoubtedly the most engaging and spectacular. 3 days later, while Wang Jianqiang was immersed in his cultivation, Wang Yuyo suddenly arrived. This was the first time he had seen her since the conclusion of the competition. The event had seemingly served as a whetstone, transforming her aura entirely. If she had once resembled a shy and self-deprecating ugly duckling, she now stood before him like a proud swan. Brother, the rewards from the competition have been distributed, and I have secured a place in the Cold Pool Secret Realm for you. Additionally, I have prepared 2 gifts. Wang Yuyo waved her hand, revealing 2 items, a jade vial and a jade slip. The vial contains a foundation establishment pill. This jade slip contains an attack technique I specifically selected for you. Hearing Wang Yuyo's gentle introduction warmed Wang Jianqiang's heart. After the competition, he had casually mentioned his intention to purchase an attack technique, and she had remembered it. As far as he knew, the rewards for those who placed 4th to 10th in the competition were identical. A foundation establishment pill, 300,000 spirit stones, and an opportunity to select 1 item from the outer sect treasury. In terms of value, the foundation establishment pill was the most significant, followed by the chance to choose a treasure from the outer sect treasury. The small 5 elements sword array must have been chosen from there. The foundation establishment pill, an opportunity to select treasures from the outer sect's treasury. These were her 2 greatest gains from the outer sect competition, and she unhesitatingly offered them to him. Especially the foundation establishment pill. This is a treasure that any Qi refining stage cultivator dreams of possessing. Wang Jianqiang looked at Wang Yuyo gently, tucking away the jade slip of the minor 5 elements sword array. Although some offensive techniques could be purchased in the external affairs hall, their quality was generally inferior, far from the collection in the outer sect treasury. Moreover, combat techniques were urgently needed by him, so there was no reason to decline. I'll take the minor 5 elements sword array. Keep the foundation establishment pill for yourself. But, no buts, just keep it. Wang Jianqiang shook his head. Oh. Observing Wang Yuyao's obedient demeanor, Wang Jianqiang chuckled. Now that we've settled the trivial matters, let us discuss more serious matters. With that, he swept her off her feet in a sudden embrace, just as she gasped in surprise, preparing to turn away. Ouch! His body stiffened abruptly, a cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. What's wrong? Wang Yuyao was taken aback. Noticing his pale complexion, her expression instantly filled with concern. I think I've pulled my back. Wang Jianqiang grimaced as he set Wang Yuyao down. Wang Yuyao visibly relaxed, playfully chiding. Who told you to be so undignified at your age? Is this the time? Of course it is, he replied. But what about your back? It's fine. You can just help me out, right? Moments later, Wang Yuyao, blushing, assisted Wang Jianqiang as they emerged from the inner room. Just as she was about to leave, Wang Jianqiang's expression shifted, and he said to Wang Yuyao, you might want to hold off on taking that foundation establishment pill for now. The cold pool secret realm only allows chi refining stage cultivators to enter. Once you break through to the foundation establishment stage, you will lose your eligibility. However, once inside, there are no restrictions. Understood, Wang Yuyao replied. After she departed, a contemplative look crossed Wang Jianqiang's face. Since he had already decided to enter the cold pool secret realm, how could he not make any preparations? The cold pool secret realm opened once every 30 years, coinciding perfectly with the interval of the outer sect competition. With the next opening set for a month later, the cold pool secret realm was not solely owned by the Hahuan sect, but was jointly managed by the 4 major cultivation factions of the northern region. Once opened, it would not be limited to disciples of the Hahuan sect. Disciples from all 4 factions would enter. At that time, the competition for resources among them would be far more intense than that among peers. Casualties were a common occurrence. Even within the Hahuan sect, there were formidable figures like Bai Shira, Mu Lingxi, and Yi Lingyun. The other 3 sects surely had their own powerful disciples. To ensure success in the upcoming expedition to the cold pool secret realm, relying solely on the minor 5-element sword array was insufficient. Additional preparations were necessary. With this thought, he rose and walked toward the door. Chapter 26. Preparations before the secret realm opens. Wang Jianqiang had not been outside for long when he encountered 2 familiar figures, Chen Jiaojiao and Niu Shaoran. Wang Jianqiang raised an eyebrow. It had been over 2 months since he last saw Chen Jiaojiao. As he noticed them, they too recognized him. Chen Jiaojiao's expression flickered, her gaze evasive. Beside her, Niu Shaoran's face twisted with derision. Oh, if it isn't the useless Wang? Why don't you hide away like the waste you are instead of embarrassing yourself out here? Hearing Niu Shaoran's taunt, Wang Jianqiang raised an eyebrow, pondering deeply. Chen Jiaojiao hadn't sought him out in such a long time. It seemed there was more to the story. His gaze lingered on Chen Jiaojiao. Information about her flashed in his mind. Upon seeing that only 10 points of favorability remained, he became increasingly certain of his suspicions. It was all due to Shaoran. Then, Wang Jianqiang pretended not to hear Niu Shaoran's insult, responding with a smile. Indeed, I participated in the competition and was eliminated in the first round. I was quite severely beaten and spent half a month recovering. This was a humiliation for someone as prideful as him. And Wang Jianqiang's mention of it made his face flush with embarrassment. Humph, I only entered to gain experience. The results were never my concern. Quite right. Wang Jianqiang nodded, seemingly in agreement. Niu Shaoran's expression relaxed slightly, only for Wang Jianqiang's voice to follow. With your strength, you would hardly achieve any notable results. His face stiffened, momentarily at a loss for words. Humph, useless Wang, enough with the chatter. Jiao Jiao and I were just about to seek you out, but encountering you here saves us the trouble. Oh, you were looking for me. What's the matter? Wang Jianqiang glanced at Chen Jiaojiao. She averted her gaze. Remaining silent, Niu Shaoran continued. We are here to sever ties with you, you old waste. From this day forth, you shall have no relation with us. Are you certain? Jiao Jiao exerted considerable effort to mend our relationship in the past, Wang Jianqiang remarked, looking at Chen Jiaojiao. Niu Shaoran was taken aback. What do you mean by mending relations? Chen Jiaojiao's expression shifted. Wang Jianqiang, Shaoran has made himself quite clear. We have no further relations from now on. Do not pursue us any longer. From Wang Jianqiang's perspective, the scene was rather awkward. Jiao Jiao, what did the useless Wang mean by that? What do you mean by mending relations? Did you plead with him? You could say that, but it was also because of your stubbornness that I had to placate him. I see. My apologies for putting you in that position, Jiao Jiao. In the gentle breeze, their conversation drifted away. Wang Jianqiang couldn't help but chuckle softly. Chen Jiaojiao's betrayal did not dampen his spirits. He had never held any expectations for her, a cold-hearted person. Otherwise, she would not have concealed her alchemical skills from him. He hadn't given her a single perfect cloudy mist pill. And even the perfect azure spirit pills had only been gifted 4 times. However, he found himself perplexed. Previously, Niu Shaoran's cultivation level was comparable to Chen Jiaojiao's, both having just recently broken through to the 7th layer of qi refining. Why was Chen Jiaojiao still at the initial 7th layer, while Niu Shaoran had already reached the 9th layer? After pondering for a moment, he shook his head and decided to set aside these thoughts as he walked towards the external affairs hall. Half a day later, with a wave of his hand, 5 jade slips emerged before him. These 5 slips were the preparations he had made for the journey into the cold pool secret realm. 3 of them contained alchemical formulas, while the other 2 were blueprints for magical artifacts. The 3 alchemical formulas were all first-tier advanced pills, namely the Spirit Restoration Pill, the Remania Pill, and the blood-exploding pill. The spirit restoration pill accelerated the recovery of spiritual energy. The Remania pill was a healing pill. And the blood-exploding pill temporarily boosted strength at the cost of significant side effects, making it a desperate gamble. The two blueprints were for the Mystic Light Seal and the Wind Chaser boots, both advanced magical artifacts. Dong Yu had previously mentioned that outer sect disciples were not permitted to purchase advanced blueprints, yet for some unknown reason. Upon learning of his preparations for entering the Cold Pool secret realm, she made an exception and sold him two. Naturally, he would not refuse such a stroke of good fortune and purchase them on the spot. With these items, his expedition into the secret realm would be significantly safer. He then focused his mind on the 5 jade slips one by one. Ding. Detecting inferior alchemical formula. Optimizing and upgrading will require 30 cultivation points. Proceed with optimization. Ding. Detecting inferior alchemical formula. Optimizing and upgrading will require 30 cultivation points. Proceed with optimization. Ding. Detecting inferior blueprint. Optimizing and upgrading will require 30 cultivation points. Proceed with optimization. Ding. Detecting inferior blueprint. Optimizing and upgrading will require 30 cultivation points. Proceed with optimization. The series of system prompts echoed in succession. As Wang Jianqiang's thoughts flashed through his mind, the system's voice resonated once more. Ding. The recipe for the revitalizing pill has been successfully optimized and upgraded to the perfect revitalizing pill recipe. Ding. The recipe for the rejuvenating pill has been successfully optimized and upgraded to the perfect rejuvenating pill recipe. Ding. The recipe for the blood-exploding pill has been successfully optimized and upgraded to the perfect blood-exploding pill recipe. Ding. The blueprint for the profound light seal has been successfully optimized and upgraded to the perfect profound light seal blueprint. Ding. The blueprint for the Wind Chaser boots has been successfully optimized and upgraded to the perfect Wind Chaser boots blueprint. After completing the optimization and upgrades of both the recipes and the artifact blueprints, Wang Jianqiang retrieved the materials he had long prepared and commenced the refining process. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. After a continuous month of refinement, the results were remarkable. He had amassed 500 perfect cloudy mist pills, while the more resource-intensive perfect revitalizing pills and perfect rejuvenating pills each totaled over 1,000. The blood-exploding pills, being less frequently used, were prepared in a quantity of just 20. Additionally, he refined 20 pieces each of the perfect profound light seal, perfect wind chaser boots, perfect small Qinshan seal, perfect profound water ring, perfect cloud water cold light sword, and perfect water moon skirt. As for the perfect purple jade shoes, they were rendered unnecessary with the superior perfect wind chaser boots as a replacement. Senior brother, the notice has been issued. We will head to the Snowfall Mountain in 3 days. On this day, Wang Yuyao approached Wang Jianqiang with news. The Snowfall Mountain was indeed the entrance to the Cold Pool secret realm. Was the secret realm finally about to be opened? A glimmer of anticipation flickered in Wang Jianqiang's eyes. He then did not let Wang Yuyao leave, pulling the blushing girl into the inner room. Since she was already there, they might as well do something, right? Chapter 27, Yan Qingxian, the leading elder? After Wang Yuyao departed, Wang Jianqiang took a deep breath and his consciousness entered his mind. A month prior, the optimization and upgrades of recipes and blueprints had consumed 150 cultivation points. Now his cultivation points had reached 580. With a thought, the screen flickered and he arrived at the page for techniques and spells. Behind the techniques column, there still lay only 2 lines. Transcendent Spirit Formula. Great achievement. Reached the highest realm. Costs 500 cultivation points to optimize and upgrade this technique. Fiery Sun Locking Essence Sutra. Ultimate Sublimation. Upgrading the Transcendent Spirit Formula required 500 cultivation points. Whenever he wished, he could obtain a higher level technique. However, the enhancement of techniques would impact the future with little effect on immediate combat power. For now, his primary focus was on enhancing his combat prowess. His gaze shifted downward. Below the techniques column, the previously empty spells column now contained an additional line. Minor 5 Elements Sword Array. Beginner. Wang Jianqiang concentrated on the Minor 5 Elements Sword Array, practicing until he achieved its highest realm. Ding. The realm of the Minor 5 Elements Sword Array has been elevated. When he glanced at the screen again, the description in the spells column had changed. Minor 5 Elements Sword Array. Great achievement. Mastery of spells at the snap of a finger. This was the bliss of being exceptional. Wang Jianqiang smiled with satisfaction, absent-mindedly glancing at his cultivation points. 80. Upon seeing this number, he couldn't help but freeze momentarily, followed by a pang of dismay. What nonsense spell was this? Achieving great achievement had consumed a staggering 500 cultivation points. Did this not imply that without cultivation points, his innate talent would require him to meditate tirelessly for 500 years to reach great achievement? However, upon further reflection, this thought quickly balanced itself out. He felt an urge to test his newfound ability, yet the many eyes within the sect made impulsive experimentation likely to attract unwanted attention. Without considering the concealment of aura through special artifacts, only those of a higher realm could perceive another's cultivation level. Although he had already reached the 10th layer of Qi refinement, he would need to be at the foundation establishment stage to see through his true capabilities. Should he not actively reveal his aura? In the minds of all outer disciples, he remained a useless individual, while his talent in alchemy might have circulated. This world revered power above all else, and it did not prevent others from regarding him as a mere triviality. The Cold Pool secret realm was about to open. It was best if no one regarded him as a threat, allowing him to navigate the murky waters more effectively and, at the very least, more safely. Considering this, Wang Jianqiang ultimately refrained from testing the power of the minor 5-element sword array. There would be ample opportunities to try later. There was no need to reveal himself prematurely. 3 days later, early morning, the sun began to rise. When Wang Jianqiang and Wang Yuyao arrived at the gathering point, numerous figures had already assembled. As Wang Jianqiang scanned the crowd, he was taken aback. Niu Shoren and Chen Jiaojiao? How did they manage to obtain a spot in the secret realm? Haha, one relying entirely on artifacts to break into the top 10, and the other a mere chi refinement 3rd layer waste. Are you two not just asking for a death wish in the secret realm? A mocking voice suddenly echoed. Unrestrained and merciless, eyes swiftly turned, drawn to Wang Jianqiang and Wang Yuyao. Laughter erupted. Indeed, it is the wasteful Wang. Wang Yuyao actually gave her accompanying slot to him. This wasteful Wang is merely at the 3rd layer of chi refinement. What could he possibly do in the secret realm? Is he hoping for a quicker demise? Haha, isn't Wang Yuyao there to protect him? Perhaps she has lacked paternal love since childhood, finding comfort in this old fellow. Hearing the laughter around them, Wang Yuyao's complexion shifted between shades of green and white. Wang Jianqiang paid no mind to the crowd, his gaze sweeping past them to lock onto a singular figure. Yi Lingyun. The voice that had first spoken belonged to him. At this moment, Yi Lingyun stood with arms crossed, a mocking expression on his face as he observed the commotion. Regardless of how he attained his top 10 placement, it was certainly better than those who had been eliminated. In recent days, Yi Lingyun had harbored resentment regarding the outer sect competition. Wang Jianqiang's words struck a chord with him. The smile on Yi Lingyun's face vanished, replaced by a dark frown. You stubborn old fool, pray you do not encounter me in the secret realm. His eyes gleamed coldly. Wang Jianqiang merely scoffed, completely disregarding the threat, allowing his gaze to linger for a moment on Su Yutong beside Yi Lingyun. Noticing Wang Jianqiang's gaze, Su Yutong snorted coldly, then shot a resentful glare at Wang Yuyao. Senior brother, Wang Yuyao furrowed her brow. Do not pay them any mind. Wang Jianqiang shook his head, and the two found a corner to settle in. Not long after, 2 figures shot forth from the depths of the Hahuan sect. The journey to the Cold Pool secret realm was of great significance to the sect. To ensure everything proceeded without a hitch, they had dispatched a male and female intersect elder to lead the expedition. The male, with hair graying and resembling an elderly figure, and the female, clad in a red dress and veiled in red gauze. Although her appearance remained obscured, her tall and exquisite frame, along with her flawless white skin, indicated her undeniable beauty. When Wang Jianqiang discerned their appearances, his expression involuntarily stiffened. Both of these outer sect elders were acquaintances. The male was none other than Yun Zhongxue, who had presided over the outer sect competition. The female, though her face was veiled in red, her familiar stature and demeanor allowed Wang Jianqiang to instantly confirm her identity. Yan Qingxian. How could it be these two? Was my luck truly this abysmal? Wang Jianqiang felt a bitter smile emerge. Truly, the old adage holds, enemies are drawn together. Although he could not precisely label them as enemies, their relationship was hardly cordial. Yun Zhongxue was somewhat more tolerable, having left him with merely a bad impression without any real animosity. However, Yan Qingxian was a different matter altogether. He had clashed with her severely, though she had been quite reasonable at the time. Should she see him again and recall past events, a moment of impulse could lead to catastrophic consequences. With this in mind, Wang Jianqiang hastily lowered his head and squeezed back into the crowd. Yet, trouble seems to come unbidden. Wang Jianqiang, despite his best efforts to conceal his presence, found his attempts utterly futile. Upon arriving at the square, Yan Qingshuan's gaze was unwavering and immediately settled upon him, piercing through the crowd. Noticing her attention, Wang Jianqiang's body stiffened momentarily. Fortunately, it appeared that Yan Qingxian had no intention of dredging up the past. Her gaze lingered only for a brief moment before she diverted her attention elsewhere. Wang Jianqiang let out a long sigh of relief. Senior brother, why are you sweating so profusely? At that moment, Wang Yuyao, observing the beads of sweat dotting Wang Jianqiang's forehead, expressed her curiosity. The weather is indeed sweltering today, Wang Jianqiang replied awkwardly, hastily wiping his brow while feigning discomfort from the heat. Wang Yuyao remained perplexed, her brow furrowing deeper. Heat. This is winter, is it not? Even in summer, as cultivators, should we not be impervious to such sensations? She opened her mouth to continue, but just then, the voice of Yun Zhongxue interjected, providing Wang Jianqiang with an escape from the inquiry. Everyone is present. We are ready to depart. With a wave of his hand, a brilliant light shot into the sky, transforming into a magnificent ship resembling white jade. An aura, both restrained and grand, emanated from it. This is the Yulong boat, the treasure we shall be boarding for our journey. All aboard immediately. Having spoken, he and Yan Qingxian were the first to ascend into the vessel. Is this truly a treasure? The onlookers gazed at the Yulong boat in awe. Wang Jianqiang, too, looked up at the resplendent ship, his expression one of astonishment. Magical tools are typically wielded by those in the chi refinement stage, while spirit tools are reserved for foundational cultivators. Only those who reach the core formation stage can utilize treasures. This was his first encounter with such an artifact. Though its aura was subdued, he still felt an overwhelming sense of pressure, akin to standing before an expansive ocean. He had no doubt that if the artifact's full power were unleashed, its mere presence could obliterate all disciples present. As figures began to soar into the Yulong boat, Wang Jianqiang turned to Wang Yuyao. Shall we board as well? With that, the two ascended into the vessel. The distance between the Hahuan sect and Falls of Snow Mountain spanned 100,000 miles. Even a fully realized qi refinement cultivator, should they disregard exhaustion and fly tirelessly, would require at least a month to traverse such a distance. However, under the speed of the Yulong boat, they arrived at Falls of Snow Mountain in just a single day. The entrance to the secret realm has been reached. Within the Yulong boat, Yun Zhongque gestured with his arm. Wang Jianqiang felt a blur before his eyes, and when his vision cleared, he found himself atop a grand mountain. Snowflakes drifted from the sky, and every corner of the mountain was blanketed in layers of eternal snow. Yin Qingxian? I did not expect the Hahuan sect to be led by you and Taoist Yun Zhongque. A voice of surprise suddenly echoed through the air. Wang Jianqiang followed the sound, spotting another group awaiting them not far away. This group, regardless of gender, was composed of robust individuals with well-defined muscles. The speaker was evidently the leader of this assembly, a white-haired elder, appearing advanced in years, yet paradoxically devoid of wrinkles, his exaggerated musculature straining against his robes, which clung tightly to him, showcasing remarkable elasticity. It was as though an elderly head were affixed to the body of a youthful fitness instructor, an incongruous sight. The four major cultivation factions of the northern region, Hahuan sect, Xianqing Palace, Wanjian sect, and Jingyang sect, were represented. Rumor had it that the Jingyang sect specialized in physical cultivation. It was clear that these imposing figures hailed from the Jingyang sect. Wang Jianqiang observed them thoughtfully. Simultaneously, Yin Qingxian regarded the muscular elder, her voice, cool as ice, emerged from beneath her veil. Jiao Wenchang, are you surprised to see me? Indeed, it is somewhat surprising. The muscular elder, Jiao Wenchang, seemed unfazed by Yin Qingxuan's tone, offering a nonchalant smile. Fairy Qingxian was once renowned as the foremost prodigy of the Hahuan sect in the northern region. It is curious that you have not left the sect in 70 years, with rumors suggesting you suffered a grievous injury that could not be healed. Even whispers of your demise. But it appears those tales were somewhat exaggerated. Jiao Wenchang chuckled, his gaze shifting to Yun Zhongque. Elder Yun, it has been 30 years since we last led an expedition to the secret realm together, and now we meet again. In stark contrast to the harmonious exchange between the elder leaders, the atmosphere between the disciples of the two sects was palpably tense. Each party was acutely aware that once they entered the Cold Pool secret realm, they would become competitors engaged in a life-and-death struggle. Their mutual glances crackled with provocation, as if sparks were destined to fly. Be cautious of the two individuals behind Jiao Wenchang. At that moment, an unexpected voice resonated in Wang Jianqiang's mind. He was momentarily taken aback and glanced towards Yin Qingxian, who remained oblivious to him, as if the transmission had not originated from her. Wang Jianqiang smiled, turning his gaze towards the Jingyang sect's entourage. Standing behind Jiao Wenchang were a man and a woman. The man, nearly 2 meters tall and bare-chested, was covered in exaggerated muscle definition, exuding raw power. The woman, taller by half a head, was fair of face, yet her musculature rivaled that of her male counterpart, her dress straining against her impressive physique. Subsequently, their attribute panels materialized in Wang Jianqiang's mind. Name, Yang Yun. Gender, male. Cultivation, full circle qi refinement. Age, 29. Root bone, dual earth-water spiritual roots. Good evil value, 50. Name, Su. Gender, female. Cultivation, full circle qi refinement. Age, 28. Root bone, dual earth-wood spiritual roots. Good evil value, 50. As expected, both had reached the pinnacle of qi refinement. It was reasonable to assume their true combat prowess would not be inferior to that of Yi Lingyun and his ilk. Moreover, as top-tier prodigies from the outer sect, their cultivation accumulation was likely substantial, and they undoubtedly possessed foundation-building pills, though they were currently in the qi refinement stage. Upon entering the secret realm, they would undoubtedly break through to the foundation establishment stage swiftly. As for the good-evil values, he was not surprised. After all, within the secret realm, they would become adversaries, and it was only natural for them to engage in fierce competition where life and death were at stake. At that moment, as Wang Jianqiang regarded the two, they seemed to sense his scrutiny, their eyes flashing with intensity as they turned to face him. What keen perception! They are truly formidable. The woman, named Su, was the first-place winner of the Jingyang sect's outer sect competition, while the man, Yang Yun, claimed second place. Yin Qingxuan's voice echoed once more in his mind, detailing the top 10 competitors of the outer sect competition. Wang Jianqiang committed their names to memory, ensuring he would not forget. Suddenly, a sound akin to the tearing of space filled the air. A colossal sword descended rapidly, hovering above the assembled crowd. In the next instant, dozens of figures leapt from the giant blade, each exuding an aura of unparalleled sharpness, akin to peerless treasures. Though Wang Jianqiang did not recognize these individuals, their distinctive traits made their origins immediately apparent. In an instant, he deduced who they were, Wanjian sect. Haha, Qingfeng Taoist. You have arrived a bit late this time. Jiao Wenchang, ever the social butterfly, laughed heartily as the Wanjian sect members made their entrance. The leader of the Wanjian sect, a middle-aged man clad in green, turned to Jiao Wenchang and nodded in acknowledgement. Jia Taoist, Qingfeng Taoist, Jiao Wenchang greeted, and Yun Zhongque followed suit with a smile, addressing Qingfeng as well. Upon witnessing Yin Qingxian beside Yun Zhongque, he exhibited a look of astonishment, akin to that of Jiao Wenchang upon encountering Yin Qingxian. Yin Daoyu? I did not anticipate your presence in this expedition to the Cold Pool Secret Realm. If my memory serves me correctly, this should be your first departure from the sect in nearly a decade, is it not? Yan Qingxian, her countenance cold, merely nodded without uttering a word. However, in the next moment, Wang Jianqiang's mind resonated with Yan Qingxuan's earlier warning. The woman named Lu Qing'er was the top contender of this session's outer sect competition at the 10,000 Sword Sect, and the one wielding dual swords, known as Jianjiao, held the second rank. Following Yan Qingxuan's guidance, Wang Jianqiang scrutinized them one by one, his gaze lingering momentarily on Lu Qing'er. To his surprise, she was remarkably young, merely 18 years of age. Unlike other disciples of the 10,000 Sword Sect who bore flying swords and exuded a sharp aura, she appeared subdued. Yet, upon closer inspection, an unyielding brilliance could be sensed within her, an essence imbued with an indomitable will to sever all that stands in her path. Truly remarkable. As for her morality value, it too stood at 50 points. Just as Wang Jianqiang was appraising the disciples of the 10,000 Sword Sect, a sudden sound of something slicing through the air reached his ears. Everyone turned their gaze to witness a magnificent palace soaring towards them. Upon seeing the palace, Zhao Wenchang smiled. The people from Xianqing Palace have arrived. At last, everyone is gathered. As he spoke, the palace hovered above them, and in the blink of an eye, it vanished. Dozens of figures appeared in midair, gracefully descending to the ground. At the forefront was a regal woman clad in palace attire. Her gaze swept across the assembly, and upon spotting Yan Qingxian, her pupils constricted. Yan Qingxian, you are still alive? The palace-clad woman's expression was fierce, her tone aggressive. Yan Qingxian remained unfazed, casting a fleeting glance her way. Song Qiuyue, it seems even you, a defeated foe from years past, have not met your end yet. How could I possibly perish before you? Is there a backstory here? Wang Jianqiang mused, observing the exchange between the two women with growing interest. It appeared there was a history between them, and judging by their dialogue, Yan Qingxian seemed to hold the upper hand. At that moment, he recalled that he had yet to examine Yan Qingxuan's information and instinctively focused his mind. In the next instant, a projection of her details materialized in his consciousness. Name, Yan Qingxian. Gender, female. Cultivation level, late-stage golden core. Age, 170 years. Root bone, fire elemental. Spiritual root. Morality value, 10. Another with a spiritual root. Furthermore, her cultivation was astonishingly formidable. Yet, what truly astonished Wang Jianqiang was that Yan Qingxuan's morality value towards him was positive. Meanwhile, upon hearing Yan Qingxuan's words, Song Qiuyue's expression hardened as she prepared to retort, but Zhao Wenchang interjected. All right, ladies, we are here for the Cold Pool Secret Realm. Let us not provide the younger generation with a spectacle. With a cold huff, Song Qiuyue ultimately refrained from continuing. Yan Qingxian offered a nonchalant smile, subtly introducing Wang Jianqiang to the top 10 of the Xianqing Palace competition. Lin Xianer, the first of the outer sect of Xianqing Palace. Xiao Wuyo, the second of the outer sect of Xianqing Palace. Wang Jianqiang's gaze drifted over the disciples of Xianqing Palace, ultimately resting on a lady clad in white. Her long, raven hair cascaded down to her waist, and she wore a flowing white dress. Her ethereal beauty was striking. However, her only flaw was an air of arrogance. As if she deemed herself superior to all, it appeared that the four major sects of cultivation were experiencing a decline in masculine prowess. Upon regaining his composure, Wang Jianqiang reflected on the rankings of the Hahuan sect competition, feeling a pang of sentiment. Since all had assembled, it was time to commence the secret realm expedition. At a certain moment, Elder Qingfeng of the 10,000 Sword Sect addressed the gathered leaders. Let us proceed. Yan Qingxian, Zhao Wenchang, and Song Qiuyue nodded in agreement. Subsequently, the four of them produced jade tokens, casting them into the air. They each executed a hand seal, channeling their spiritual energy into the tokens. For beams of light erupted from the tokens, converging in the air, warping the space, and gradually revealing a pitch-black portal. The entrance to the Cold Pool Secret Realm has been revealed. Disciples of Xianqing Palace, enter swiftly. Disciples of Zhengyang Sect, enter swiftly. Disciples of 10,000 Sword Sect, enter swiftly. Disciples of Hahuan Sect, enter swiftly. The four leaders proclaimed almost in unison. In the next moment, disciples from all four sects surged toward the portal. Wang Jianqiang and Wang Yueying mingled among the Hahuan Sect disciples, entering the portal together. Upon crossing the threshold, Wang Jianqiang was enveloped in darkness for a brief moment, only to feel an invisible force pulling at him. Before he could react, light flooded his vision, and he found himself in an unfamiliar space. Surveying his surroundings, he noted the absence of any other souls. Indeed, the transmission points within the secret realm were random. Snowflakes fell from the sky, an eternal cascade. The ground lay blanketed in ice and snow, stretching out in a vast expanse of white. The flora appeared crystalline in structure. Curiously, these plants were not lifeless. He could distinctly sense vitality emanating from them. To his astonishment, some of the towering trees were adorned with blossoms, and a few even bore fruit. Unable to resist, he approached to investigate. Upon confirming that these plants were not spiritual herbs, he chose a direction and proceeded forward. Just as he had taken a few steps, a sharp sound of something slicing through the air reached his ears. He flicked his finger, and a small seal materialized instantaneously. A ray of golden light erupted from the seal, enveloping him in its protective embrace. In the next instant, an ice crystal bird soared towards him, its wings spanning a length of nearly 10 feet, striking the golden light with a forceful peck. The golden light remained unscathed, while the ice crystal bird emitted a mournful cry before shattering upon impact. Witnessing this, Wang Jianqiang felt a twinge of embarrassment. His lack of combat experience had led him to overreact, summoning the perfect Xingui seal. Was this not akin to using a cannon to swat a fly? Amidst the shattered ice, a sphere of ice, the size of a dragon egg, shimmered with a crystalline glow. This object, known as the Cold Pearl, was unique to the Cold Pool secret realm. The realm was named for its central feature, a cold pool housing numerous precious spiritual herbs and treasures at its depths. However, the water of the cold pool possessed a formidable corrosive power. Only by wielding a cold pearl could one withstand this erosion. Otherwise, even a golden core cultivator would be turned into an ice sculpture upon entering the pool. Cold pearls could be acquired by defeating creatures within the cold pool secret realm. Multiple cold pearls could be fused to create higher quality variants. The higher the quality of the cold pearl, the longer one could resist the corrosive effects of the cold pool. Hence, gathering as many cold pearls as possible was essential for achieving success within the cold pool. Wang Jianqiang pocketed the cold pearl from the ground and continued his leisurely advance. With a year-long duration for the secret realm expedition, he had ample time. Surprisingly, the cold pool secret realm was vast. After half a month of wandering, Wang Jianqiang had yet to encounter another soul. However, he had encountered numerous creatures within the realm, collecting dozens of cold pearls and significantly enhancing his combat experience. Additionally, he had gathered several types of herbs, though their value could only be deemed average. As he was aware, the deeper one ventured into the cold pool secret realm, the smaller the area became, and the likelihood of encountering others would significantly increase. Here, danger arose not only from the realm itself, but also potentially from disciples of the other three sects and fellow disciples. Suddenly, the ground trembled beneath him, and a remarkable surge of intense heat erupted several miles ahead, akin to a volcanic explosion. What a heat! Wang Jianqiang mused. How could such a searing presence erupt in this icy realm? He furrowed his brows and hastened his pace toward the source of the disturbance. In this moment, it was not only Wang Jianqiang who sensed the sudden spark of inspiration. To his astonishment, a fiery essence, starkly contrasting with the frigid atmosphere of the cold pool secret realm, had emerged. How intriguing! Feeling the intense heat rushing towards him, a robust man raised an eyebrow and swiftly made his way toward the source of this energy. It was indeed a fire attribute. Could a treasure have manifested? It seemed fortune was favoring him. A figure gliding on a sword smiled, quickening his pace. A treasure's emergence? It appeared to be several dozen miles away. The fact that this scorching aura could travel such a distance indicated that this treasure was extraordinary. A group of four gazed into the distance. The leader waved a hand, and a bronze leaf soared forth, transforming into a sizable object. Hurry up! Such an opportunity must not be missed. With his full speed, Wang Jianqiang covered several miles in no time. Suddenly, he halted midair, looking down. The ice and snow in this area had long since melted away. The vegetation had completely dissolved. The ground had turned into scorched earth, thick smoke billowing upwards. At the center of this desolation, a palm-sized jade stone floated quietly. Its surface was as smooth as a mirror, oval in shape, resembling a goose egg. Through the translucent jade, a flickering blue flame could be seen burning within. The terrifying temperature radiated outward. Chapter 30. The yellow sparrow lurks behind though unaware of the jade's true nature. The mere presence of such a small stone causing such astonishing phenomena was undoubtedly remarkable. He did not rush forward. The temperature emanating from the jade was far too fearsome to approach. However, he sensed that the jade's heat was gradually subsiding. Once it cooled to a bearable level, he would naturally be able to claim it. After waiting for a moment, he suddenly turned his gaze back. Several auras were swiftly approaching from behind. Were there others nearby? It seemed that acquiring this treasure would require some effort. His eyes flickered as he remained motionless, still hovering in midair. A moment later, a robust figure surged towards him. What a treasure! Upon arrival, the newcomer immediately focused on the jade stone, his expression brightening. Only then did he glance at Wang Jianqiang. Sensing the overwhelming aura of decay surrounding Wang Jianqiang, a sneer crossed his face. Old man, I have some recollection of you. You must be from the Hahuan sect. I wonder what your sect is thinking, allowing such a decrepit waste to enter the secret realm. Is this not a squander of a precious spot? With a jovial demeanor, he continued, since I am in a good mood, I shall offer you a chance. Leave immediately, and this treasure shall belong to me. Wang Jianqiang narrowed his eyes at the imposing figure before him. Outside the secret realm, Yan Qingxian had introduced him to the top 10 outer disciples of the three major sects, and he recognized this man as Wu Yan, ranked 10th in the Zhengyang sect. What? Unwilling to leave? Noticing Wang Jianqiang's lack of response, a glint of malice flashed in Wu Yan's eyes. If that is the case, do not blame me for being ruthless. As he spoke, Wang Jianqiang felt his moral value diminish from 50 points to 70. Just as he prepared to act, a sudden sound of rushing air echoed from afar. Wu Yan frowned, pausing his aggression. Wang Jianqiang, too, sensed the shift and looked back. A gleaming flying sword was hurtling towards them at astonishing speed. In an instant, it went from 100 feet away to right before them. Standing atop the sword was a young man. He initially cast a glance at the jade stone below, his eyes lighting up. Then, his gaze swept over Wang Jianqiang. Upon realizing that he was merely a desolate figure nearing his end, disdain flickered in his eyes before he turned his attention to Wu Yan. Recognizing Wu Yan, a serious expression crossed his features. It's him. Simultaneously, Wu Yin locked his gaze onto the newcomer, his expression also shifting to one of caution. He evidently recognized the identity of the young man and, disregarding Wang Jianqiang, prepared himself for confrontation. As the two regarded each other, Wang Jianqiang, overlooked, scrutinized both of them. Wu Feng, from the Wang Jian sect, ranked ninth among the outer disciples. His eyes fixated on the man standing proudly on the flying sword, recalling his identity with a twinge of admiration. It was remarkable that after half a month within the secret realm without encountering anyone, his first encounter was with two top-tier disciples. He discreetly assessed the two. Both seemed wary, though poised for action, neither willing to strike first. Thus, a stalemate ensued, with Wang Jianqiang feeling like an outsider. As time passed, the temperature of the jade continued to decrease. Finally, it reached a level that was tolerable. This seemed to break the deadlock. In an instant, both Wu Feng and Wu Yin lunged toward the jade stone. Wang Jianqiang did not rush to intervene. Instead, he calmly observed the ensuing contest. In terms of speed, Wu Feng clearly had the advantage, reaching the jade first. Just as he reached out to grasp it, Wu Yin bellowed, his form rapidly expanding to over 10 feet, resembling a giant. He unleashed a powerful punch. Wu Feng's expression shifted as he had to abandon his claim to the jade, retaliating with a surge of sword energy. Boom! In midair, the clash of their forces erupted into an explosion. Wu Feng was sent reeling backward. Seizing this opportunity, Wu Yin swiftly approached the jade, his massive hand reaching for it. "Get away from me!" Wu Feng shouted, launching his flying sword. Mid-flight, the sword split into two, then into four. Bloodlight coalesced rapidly, forming a crimson armor that enveloped him. "Break for me!" he roared, striking out. 3 of the 4 flying swords shattered, sending the 4th hurtling back towards Wu Feng, whose face paled as he was propelled back several dozen feet. Wu Yin was not unscathed either. Although he shattered the fierce sword energy, remnants of it pierced through his blood armor, invading his body. Puffed. He spat out blood, quickly channeling his energy to fend off the encroaching sword energy. Just as the two were prepared to unleash their full might, a sudden disturbance caught their attention. They froze in shock, ceasing their attacks and turning to the jade stone. There, unbeknownst to them, stood Wang Jianqiang. Sensing their gazes, he paused mid-action, then chuckled. "You two take your time. I won't disturb you. You old bastard. How dare you snatch the fruit?" Both men's expressions twisted in fury. They had never regarded Wang Jianqiang as a threat. In their eyes, only the top 10 disciples from the 4 sects were worthy of attention. This old man was neither among the top 10 nor a formidable opponent, merely a decaying remnant. Utterly insignificant before them, they could not believe he would dare to snatch from them after witnessing their strength. Yet the reality was that they had gravely miscalculated. Wang Jianqiang paid no heed to their frantic roars. Without the slightest hesitation, he seized the jade stone into his grasp, seeking death. Witnessing this, both Wu Yin and Wu Feng's eyes turned crimson. Like 2 enraged bulls, they charged at him. "Goodbye," Wang Jianqiang chuckled, preparing to depart when he suddenly felt his internal energy suppressed by more than half. "What the hell? Why is this jade suppressing my energy?" His expression changed dramatically, his first reaction being to stow the jade into a pre-prepared empty storage bag. However, in the next moment, his countenance darkened. He found himself unable to place it into the storage bag. As he saw Wu Yin and Wu Feng charging towards him, Wang Jianqiang let out a sigh. He had intended to communicate with them as an ordinary person, but it was they who had forced his hand. No more pretense. He was ready to reveal his true self. With a flick of his finger, dozens of emerald sword energies shot forth, merging into the void. In the next instant, a grand formation materialized, ensnaring Wu Yin and Wu Feng within. Boom, boom. Their attacks struck against the formation, causing it to tremble violently, revealing numerous cracks, akin to fragile porcelain on the verge of shattering. Yet, in the following moment, a flash of green light enveloped the formation, and all the cracks vanished without a trace. Witnessing this, Wang Jianqiang couldn't help but shake his head. The suppression of his spiritual power by 70% had a significant impact on his strength. Otherwise, these 2 mere nuisances would never have been able to inflict any damage upon his wooden sword formation. Chapter 31. Targeted? Wang Jianqiang had initially intended to eliminate the 2. Although his cultivation had been suppressed, dispatching these 2 was not particularly challenging. However, he soon changed his mind. The disciples entering the secret realm were quite affluent. It would be better to seize this opportunity to attract more of them. As this thought crossed his mind, his eyes brightened. He glanced at the 2 men, who were furiously leaping within the formation, and chuckled heartily, deliberately shaking the jade in his hand. "Gentlemen, this treasure has been graciously accepted by me, so I shall take my leave now." That old rascal. Watching his opportunities were snatched away so brazenly, the 2 were incensed. Wu Yin nearly ground his steel teeth to dust, his massive form trembling with rage. Wu Feng's expression darkened, the sword energy emanating from him becoming erratic and shooting wildly around them. "Break it." The 2, fueled by adrenaline, attacked the formation with fervor. Unfortunately, despite the formation appearing on the brink of collapse, every strike left it riddled with cracks, yet it remained unbroken. Crack. At a certain moment, the formation suddenly shattered like glass. Wu Yin and Wu Feng's bodies stiffened simultaneously. They exchanged glances, their faces devoid of any joy, instead reflecting the grave pallor of despair. The formation had not been shattered by their assaults. It crumbled due to the departure of that old fellow, whose lack of subsequent spiritual energy input led to its self-destruction. This was akin to two individuals engaged in a game of rock, paper, scissors, where one consistently lost, their face swollen from the slaps. Frustrating, wasn't it? Wu Feng and Wu Yin were on the verge of madness. That old bastard. I will ensure you suffer 1,000 arrows to your heart. I will crush your very essence. Once the two departed, tranquility returned to the surroundings. Soon after, 4 figures, 3 men and 1 woman, materialized in this space. One individual surveyed the scorched earth with a look of regret. We have arrived too late. The treasures have already been claimed by others. While it was indeed unfortunate to miss out on the treasures here, for us, the greatest opportunity does not lie in these artifacts. The leader smiled, turning to the silent man and woman behind him. Brother Shorin, was what you mentioned earlier indeed a fact? Brother Liangchun, you have already inquired about this multiple times. Neo Shorin replied with a wry smile. You are the 5th place in the outer sect competition. Even if I had several more audacity, I would not dare deceive you. Then it is true that Wang Jianqiang possesses methods to facilitate rapid breakthroughs? Liangchun pondered. Absolutely. Neo Shorin nodded. You must know of that woman, Wang Yuyao, correct? The 9th place in the outer sect competition? Liangchun raised an eyebrow. Indeed, that is her. Neo Shorin confirmed. You may not be aware, but I happened to hear of her a year ago. Half a year ago, she was merely a 6th-layer Qi refinement cultivator, coveted for her beauty by Buyueban. It created quite a stir in my circle at that time. However, ever since she began associating with Wang Jianqiang, her cultivation has skyrocketed. In just half a year, she has progressed from the 6th layer to peak Qi refinement. Liang Chen's expression shifted dramatically. Such a significant breakthrough in merely half a year. Are you certain? This is no longer mere cultivation. This is partaking in an immortal journey. Indeed, such a pace of cultivation brings no hardship, only joy. He then furrowed his brow. But if Wang Jianqiang truly possesses such abilities, why has his own cultivation stagnated at the 3rd layer for many years? That is indeed the case. Neo Shorin nodded. My partner frequently visits Wang Jianqiang's residence and has encountered Wang Yuyao multiple times. Liang Chun turned his gaze towards the woman beside Neo Shorin. You frequently visit Wang Jianqiang's residence? For what purpose? Chen Jiao's expression became somewhat uneasy. Just as she was about to fabricate an excuse, the astute Neo Shorin interjected. Jiao was once Wang Jianqiang's godniece. Although he has never helped her, she is quite loyal and often assists him. However, Wang Jianqiang is too shameless, constantly demanding without giving. Eventually, Jiao could no longer endure it and resolved to sever ties with him. Upon finishing, he discreetly signaled Chen Jiao with his eyes, as if to say, look how clever your husband is. His words are a blend of truth and falsehood, hard to discern. Heaven have mercy. Neo Shorin genuinely believed his words to be half-truths. Liang Chun did not dwell on this and was unconcerned about the relationship between Chen Jiao and Wang Jianqiang. However, he ultimately confirmed that Wang Jianqiang indeed possessed a method for rapid breakthroughs. Yet, it seemed to have limitations, otherwise he would not have remained stuck at the 3rd layer for so long. Whether this method was exclusive to the Qi refinement stage remained uncertain. Nonetheless, even with such restrictions, the value of this method would undoubtedly be beyond imagination. If they could obtain it, they would strike it rich. With this thought, Liang Chun felt a surge of urgency. Excellent. If we can capture Wang Jianqiang, there will be no shortage of rewards for you too. Thank you, brother Liang Chun. Neo Shorin rejoiced, then added, however, Wang Yuyao appears to have a close relationship with Wang Jianqiang. We must prepare accordingly. As they spoke, a hint of unwillingness flickered in his heart. It was precisely due to his apprehension of Wang Yuyao that he had informed Liang Chun of this matter. Otherwise, had it only been about dealing with Wang Jianqiang, he would have acted alone long ago, rather than allowing others to reap the benefits. Fear not. We are well prepared with tracking talismans, and our luck has favored us, allowing us to teleport to a relatively nearby location in the secret realm, enabling us to gather swiftly. It would be difficult for them to assemble in such a short time. Liang Chun remarked with a cold smile. Moreover, even if they do manage to gather, what of it? Just an outer sect 9th place. I alone am more than capable of handling it, especially with brother Qian Yu's support. Qian Yu, the man standing beside him, a 7th place contender in the outer sect competition, smiled confidently upon hearing Liang Chen's words. An outer sect 9th place, especially one who attained that rank through external means, is hardly a threat. While Neo Shorin and the others conversed, Chen Jiao's expression remained conflicted. She bit her lip, ultimately unable to suppress her voice. Brothers, would it be possible to spare Wang Jianqiang's life after obtaining the breakthrough method? Jiao, why do you speak in his defense? Before Liang Chun and Qian Yu could respond, Neo Shorin could not help but scold. That Wang Jianqiang clearly possesses a method for rapid breakthroughs, yet refuses to assist even his own godniece. Such a selfish individual deserves to die. Chen Jiao's expression shifted, and she sighed. But he was once my goduncle. Seeing Chen Jiao's insistence, Neo Shorin couldn't help but glance at Liang Chun and Qian Yu. Wang Jianqiang is but a worthless life. Sparing him is of no consequence. Liang Chun replied nonchalantly. Thank you, brother Liang Chun. Chen Jiao smiled, her demeanor noticeably relaxing. Let us depart and seek out Wang Jianqiang. Liang Chun cast his gaze ahead, a flicker of greed flashing in his eyes. Wang Jianqiang remained oblivious to the fact that he had become the quarry of another. At this moment, he was racing forward with utmost speed, while behind him, over 10 figures, radiating an aura of murderous intent, trailed far behind. Feeling the immense force generated by their convergence, Wang Jianqiang could not help but swallow hard. Had he perhaps overstepped his bounds? Initially intending to leverage the treasures in his possession to attract more unwitting victims for harvesting, he had grossly miscalculated his fortune. He had barely ventured far when he encountered several groups, each one formidable in strength. Among the dozen pursuers, at least 5 ranked within the top 10 of their respective sects, while the others, though not quite at that level, were nonetheless elite warriors. Furthermore, the aggro effect of his wood sword formation had exceeded his expectations. After casting a few formations, these individuals seemed invigorated, relentless in their pursuit despite his attempts to accelerate. Each of them exuded an overwhelming murderous intent, as if he had committed the most heinous of acts against their kin. In particular, Wu Yin and Wu Feng had their enmity towards Wang Jianqiang maxed out, leading the charge with fervor. It felt as if they bore a deep-seated vendetta against him. Just as Wang Jianqiang pondered whether to conclude his fishing and harvesting endeavor, a figure suddenly appeared ahead. It was his senior brother, Wudong, from the Xianqing Palace. Among the pursuers, a voice filled with excitement exclaimed, "Wutong, this person possesses great treasures. We must stop him." Chapter 32. Overwhelming power 5th place in the outer sect competition of Xianqing Palace, Wutong? Hearing the commotion behind him, Wang Jianqiang raised an eyebrow. This was indeed a significant catch. Just as his thoughts crystallized, the individual ahead had already taken action. With a wave of his hand, Wudong sent forth a small compass which swiftly soared above Wang Jianqiang, hovering in midair. In the next moment, infinite spiritual light erupted, radiating from the compass and enveloping an area of nearly 100 feet around Wang Jianqiang. Surrounded by this luminescence, Wang Jianqiang felt an immense force pressuring him from all directions, attempting to pin him in place. His speed was instantly reduced by more than tenfold. Wudong has detained him. Let us kill him. The ecstatic disciple of Xianqing Palace shouted, promptly launching an attack. The others, not to be outdone, swiftly followed suit. In an instant, over 10 formidable assaults descended upon him. Water sword formation. Wang Jianqiang's fingers danced, and sword shadows fused into the void. The heavens and earth seemed to heave like waves, sealing off the surroundings. Boom, boom, boom. A series of attacks crashed down as the sound of roaring waves resonated through the air, as if massive tides were crashing against those assaults. One after another, the attacks were extinguished in midair. The water sword formation continued unabated. However, Wang Jianqiang was currently suppressed to 70% of his spiritual power and taken by surprise by Wudong's initial advantage. He ultimately could not withstand all the assaults and suffered a minor setback. With a thunderous explosion, Wang Jianqiang was sent flying. His once pristine white hair was instantly disheveled, and his garments were rendered tattered. "You've angered me," he exclaimed, his fingers flickering once more. Shadows of swords danced, and a grand formation materialized. This time, the formation was fundamentally different from before. It brimmed with countless sharp swords, their blades not only chillingly sharp, but also engulfed in fierce flames. Swish, swish, swish. Countless sword energies, seemingly sentient, precisely targeted each individual. The expressions of the crowd shifted dramatically as they prepared to defend themselves. Wang Jianqiang's fingers flicked again, and a surge of spiritual light melded into the grand formation. Within the formation, gravity surged 100-fold, except for Wutong, who merely bent at the waist. The others all found themselves kneeling, some even prostrating on the ground. In the next moment, cries of anguish erupted. Among the 3 remaining individuals, aside from Wudong, who seemed slightly better off, Wu Yin and Wu Feng were both severely injured. How could this old man be so powerful? They thought, bewildered. Wudong was similarly stunned. The decayed aura surrounding Wang Jianqiang was overwhelming. He appeared as though he were on the brink of death, typically a state in which one's vitality would already be waning and combat prowess severely diminished. Why, then, was his strength so astonishing? Flee. At that moment, the 3 reached a unanimous decision. They soared into the air, dispersing in 3 different directions. Trying to escape? You wish to compel me to be serious, do you? Wang Jianqiang scoffed. He pointed at the grand formation, and endless fiery swords rampaged forth. As the 3 felt a surge of dread, the swords pierced through their bodies, cleaving them in 2. Once he confirmed their demise, Wang Jianqiang waved his hand, dissipating the grand formation. After gathering the treasures from their bodies, he could not suppress a hint of delight. Not to mention anything else, he had secured 15 Foundation establishment pills. The saying about killing and looting was indeed true. This time, the harvest was not in vain. With the treasures collected, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, preparing to study the intriguing jade piece. After all, it was too conspicuous. If it could not be stored in his spatial pouch, it would pose quite the hassle. While engrossed in examining the jade, he failed to notice that the blood on his finger, upon touching the jade, was inexplicably absorbed. Subsequently, the jade entirely melded into his palm, forming an egg-shaped pattern. What on earth is happening? Wang Jianqiang gasped in shock, and before he could comprehend the situation, a tremendous suction force erupted from the egg-shaped pattern. His internal spiritual energy surged uncontrollably towards it. How could this happen? Wang Jianqiang was horrified. Despite his best efforts to control his spiritual energy, he could not suppress its consumption. Fortunately, just as his spiritual energy dwindled, the egg-shaped pattern seemed to have had its fill, finally ceasing its absorption. Wang Jianqiang breathed a sigh of relief, raising his hand to inspect his palm, feeling a mix of despair and bewilderment. This was no treasure, it was a burden. Its utility remained undiscovered, but it certainly caused chaos. He consumed a recovery pill and shook his head. If he could not calm his mind to refine it, the recovery pill would be effective but significantly diminished in potency, and the speed of recovery would be painfully slow. However, having just experienced a battle, it was easy to attract the attention of others or creatures within the secret realm. Clearly, this was not a suitable place for a peaceful recovery. At this moment, his internal spiritual energy was less than 10%, leaving him with feeble combat power. If he were to encounter others or confront a more formidable creature from the secret realm, it would spell trouble. With this thought, he hastened forward. The reason he avoided traveling through the air was not only due to the significant energy expenditure, but also because the sky was desolate and far too easy to be detected. Given his current state, the risk was simply too great. However, fate often has a way of defying expectations. After advancing several miles, four figures suddenly appeared to the side. Startled, he quickly distanced himself. The four individuals seemed equally surprised by his sudden appearance and instinctively retreated. Once they regained their composure, Wang Jianqiang focused intently on the four. His expression shifted to one of astonishment. Wang Jianqiang? These two were among the top 10 in the outer sect of the Hahuan sect, and he recognized them from the outer sect competition. But how did Niu Shorin and Chun Jiaojiao end up with them? Then he recalled how Niu Shorin and Chun Jiaojiao had severed ties with him previously, and realization dawned upon him. So they had found a new backing, no wonder. Just as Wang Jianqiang scrutinized the four, they too recognized him. Wang Jianqiang. Their voices, filled with excitement akin to discovering a rare treasure, echoed simultaneously. Chapter 33. A blinding sight. Liang Chun, Qian Yu, Niu Shorin, and Chun Jiaojiao stared fixedly at Wang Jianqiang, their eyes brimming with greed, as if they had stumbled upon a walking vein of spiritual stones, filled with exhilaration. After departing from the site where the jade stones emerged, they had proceeded onward. Not long ago, they had suddenly sensed the fluctuations of a fierce battle. The overwhelming aura emanating from it was so powerful that even Liang Chun and Qian Yu felt a twinge of fear, concerned for their own safety. They did not wish to be embroiled in such a high-stakes conflict, thus opting for a detour. They had specifically circumvented that battlefield. Yet, they never anticipated that upon reaching the rear of the battlefield, they would encounter Wang Jianqiang. Truly, it seemed like fate had paved the way for them. What do you intend to do? Seeing the four's ill intentions, Wang Jianqiang furrowed his brow and took a step back. Wang Jianqiang, you may not be aware, but your secret has been exposed, Niu Shorin sneered. Exposed? Wang Jianqiang was taken aback. His first thought was of the system, but then he realized something was amiss. No one could see the system in his mind except for him. Even if he wished for others to see it, they could not. How could it possibly be exposed? Could it be that the matter between him and Chun Jiaojiao had been discovered? He glanced at Chun Jiaojiao, only to dismiss this possibility. If their affair had been revealed, Niu Shorin would not be this calm. No matter how bold he was, he wouldn't dare mention it publicly. Although he was called Niu Shorin, it did not mean he was the leader of the Niu clan. Noticing Wang Jianqiang's bewilderment, Niu Shorin's smirk deepened. Wang Jianqiang, your acting skills are commendable. However, I am already aware of your assistance to Wang Yuyue in her breakthrough. Denying it is futile. If you were to honestly hand over the method that allows for rapid breakthroughs, we might consider sparing your life. Wang Jianqiang was momentarily stunned, and his expression soon grew peculiar. He glanced at Chun Jiaojiao. Undoubtedly, the information regarding Wang Yuyue must have been leaked by her. She frequently sought him out. And although they had not competed together, they had crossed paths enough times for her to deduce something. Noticing Wang Jianqiang's gaze, a flicker of hatred crossed Chun Jiaojiao's face. Indeed, your secret was revealed by me. Wang Jianqiang, you possess a method that can aid others in their breakthroughs. Yet you refuse to assist my niece while favoring the outsider Wang Yuyue. You have gone too far. Gone too far. Wang Jianqiang regarded her with indifference, utterly disinterested in arguing. Just then, Liang Chun interjected. He glanced at Chun Jiaojiao and Niu Shorin, realizing that they were too close to the battleground and should not linger. Matters of importance took precedence. He then turned his gaze to Wang Jianqiang. You know our purpose. Now, hand over the method for breakthroughs. If I were to hand over the method, would you allow me to leave unscathed? Wang Jianqiang inquired. Liang Chun chuckled lightly. Your wretched life is hardly worth anything. If you cooperate obediently, I may consider sparing you. Wang Jianqiang nodded. The method is simple. It involves alchemy. I am a remarkably gifted alchemist. Upon hearing Wang Jianqiang's words, Liang Chen's expression darkened instantly. Are you implying that Wang Yuyue's rapid ascent from the 6th level of qi refining to full completion was due to the pills you concocted? Do you take me for a fool? He believed Wang Jianqiang was mocking him, a well-known waste from the outer sect claiming to be a talented alchemist. He would sooner believe that a pig in the mundane world could become an immortal than accept such a ludicrous claim. Chun Jiaojiao and Niu Shorin exchanged knowing smirks. They were aware that Wang Jianqiang could refine pills, but his meager alchemical skills were hardly noteworthy, let alone capable of producing such extraordinary effects. Seems like this old fellow is not being entirely truthful, Qian Yu remarked with a chuckle. An oppressive spiritual pressure enveloped Wang Jianqiang in an instant. Under normal circumstances, the spiritual pressure of someone at full completion would have no effect on him. However, with his internal energy nearly depleted, he found it difficult to resist. His complexion paled, and he bent slightly. This scene aligned perfectly with the image they had of the sect's waste. Qian Yu regarded Wang Jianqiang with a detached demeanor. I shall give you another chance to rephrase your words. I speak only the truth. Wang Jianqiang struggled to straighten his back. managing a smile. In this day and age, speaking the truth garners no belief. His ability to refine perfect first-tier pills was not a secret. However, it was not something widely publicized. Only a few, including Dong Yu, Wang Yuyue, and Su Yutong, were privy to it. Qian Yu shook his head and smiled at Liang Chen. This old fellow is indeed stubborn. Liang Chen sneered. Stubborn? I shall see which is stronger, his resolve or his words. As he spoke, he slowly raised his palm. Old man, since you were so intent on seeking death, I shall have no choice but to slay you and personally refine your soul. As he spoke, a sphere of spiritual light rapidly coalesced between his fingers. Senior brother Liang. No. Witnessing this scene, Chun Jiaojiao's expression turned tumultuous. Biting her silver teeth, she positioned herself in front of Liang Chun. Senior brother Liang, you promised to spare his life. Liang Chun cast a faint glance at her. Get out of the way. Chun Jiaojiao's face paled. Senior brother Liang, get lost. Liang Chun coldly snorted. And the force of his spiritual energy, mixed with his voice, struck Chun Jiaojiao like a heavy hammer. Her complexion turned pale, and she was flung backward. Jiaojiao. Niu Shorin's expression changed, rushing to support her. What are you doing? That old man can die. It has nothing to do with you. Go to hell. In that moment, with Chun Jiaojiao no longer obstructing him, Liang Chen's palm reached out directly. A handprint formed from gathered spiritual energy shot forth. Observing this, Chun Jiaojiao's expression grew complex. She had merely intended to seize the method for breakthroughs. How had things escalated to this point? As she envisioned Wang Jianqiang facing imminent demise from this strike, she involuntarily closed her eyes. Meanwhile, the spiritual handprint swiftly tore through the air, appearing before Wang Jianqiang. His expression turned grave, and a flicker of spiritual light shimmered around him. A finely crafted gown gracefully drapes over the figure. Upon the gown, ripples shimmer, and the silhouette of the moon emerges. The pure moonlight radiates from within the gown, enveloping his form in a soft glow. The luminous moonlight casts a hazy shadow of a figure. The scene is enchanting. Yet the sight of an old man in a dress is somewhat jarring. The perfect intermediate artifact not only possesses power comparable to that of a high-level artifact, but also boasts the advantage of minimal consumption. Its expenditure is merely equivalent to that of an ordinary intermediate artifact. Wang Jianqiang now finds himself with dwindling spiritual energy, insufficient to activate a perfect high-level artifact, yet barely capable of wielding the perfect intermediate one. However, his ability to activate it remains tenuous, failing to fully reveal its might. Bang! Upon contact between the palm seal and the moonlight shattered inch by inch, blood oozing from Wang Jianqiang's mouth as he was sent reeling backward. It was Wang Mingyao's high-level artifact. She actually lent it to you. Observing the exquisite gown adorning Wang Jianqiang, Liang Chun and Qian Yu were not amused by the peculiar scene, but were instead taken aback. High-level artifacts are exceedingly precious. Each of them possesses but a single piece. How could Wang Yueying be so generous as to lend hers? Yet, what of a high-level artifact? No matter how formidable, an artifact relies on the strength of its wielder. You are so weak. What prowess can you truly demonstrate? Today, you will still meet your demise. Liang Chen sneered, his palm striking out once more. A more refined spiritual energy palm seal surged towards Wang Jianqiang. Without uttering a word, Wang Jianqiang waved his hand. A pair of shoes, one for each hand, flew toward Liang Chun and Qian Yu. In the next moment, he concentrated his thoughts, and both shoes detonated simultaneously. Chapter 34. The betrayer ultimately betrayed that wretched Wang Yueying even lent him these shoes of high-level artifact caliber. As they beheld the familiar shoes, a singular thought flashed through Liang Chun and Qian Yu's minds. In the following moment, the shoes erupted. The ferocious force unleashed a tempest, enveloping the two in an instant. Liang Chun fared somewhat better, as the spiritual energy palm seal momentarily obstructed the blast, resulting in lighter injuries. Qian Yu, however, fared poorly, being hurled through the air, her clothing tattered and her skin scorched. Ironically, the weakest among them, Niu Shorin and Chun Jiaojiao, were shielded by Liang Chun and Qian Yu and thus suffered the least impact, merely being tossed aside by the residual winds without significant harm. As the tempest subsided, the four regrouped. Yet, upon glancing ahead, Wang Jianqiang had long vanished. The expressions of Liang Chun, Qian Yu, and Niu Shorin darkened. Strangely, Chun Jiaojiao felt an inexplicable sense of relief. Liang Chun, Qian Yu, I shall remember you. And you, Niu Shorin and Chun Jiaojiao, you treacherous wretches. Over 10 miles away, Wang Jianqiang concealed his presence, traversing through a grove formed of freezing ice. Following the recent battle, the last of his spiritual energy had been thoroughly depleted. He popped a recovery pill into his mouth. The replenishment of spiritual energy was exceedingly slow. I must quickly find a safe haven to recuperate. Otherwise, even the slightest danger could spell my doom. Wang Jianqiang scanned his surroundings and then fixed his gaze upon a cluster of ice hills ahead, his eyes lighting up. The ice hills towered over 10 feet high, their bases adorned with ice grass reaching up to his waist. Behind the ice grass lay a dark, foreboding cave entrance. If not for the precise angle from which he approached, it would have been difficult to detect this entrance. This shall be my sanctuary. Wang Jianqiang made his decision and hastened his steps into the cave. The entrance to the cave was less than a yard in diameter, quite narrow. However, upon entering, he discovered the interior space surprisingly spacious, akin to that of a normal room. Even more astonishing was the arrangement of a formation within the cave. Yet, it appeared that the formation had lain dormant for a considerable time, appearing quite antiquated. Wang Jianqiang attempted to feed some spirit stones into the formation's core, and to his delight, it activated successfully. It is still operational. Moreover, it is a concealment formation. Wang Jianqiang's expression brightened. Under the protection of this formation, the cave entrance had completely vanished. At this moment, the cave resembled an isolated world, imperceptible even to a fully realized Qi training practitioner. With this formation in place, the safety of this location would increase dramatically. The tension he had been holding finally dissipated. He sat cross-legged and consumed another perfect recovery pill, beginning his restoration. As he relaxed into the refining process, the medicinal properties of the perfect recovery pill swiftly took effect, a refreshing stream of energy coursing through his limbs. Wherever it traveled, strands of spiritual energy rapidly flourished. In the previously empty meridians, spiritual energy began to restore at an astonishing rate, exceeding 30 times that of before. 2 hours later, Wang Jianqiang slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, his spiritual energy had fully replenished. Remembering Liang Chun and Qian Yu, a glint of malice flickered in his gaze. A gentleman does not forget a grievance. He is no benevolent soul. Long before the self-detonation of the artifact, he had already taken measures. A fragment of his spiritual consciousness had mingled with the explosion's force, clinging to the two individuals. With this fragment of consciousness as a guide, as long as they remained within a certain range, he could clearly sense their locations, rendering them unable to hide. They dared to plot against me. I shall ensure they do not survive the day. While Wang Jianqiang concealed himself in the cave, recuperating his spiritual energy, Liang Chun and the others had scoured the surrounding area for miles. Unfortunately, due to the presence of the concealment formation, they failed to uncover Wang Jianqiang's hiding place. It is impossible. That old man is too weak to have gone far. Niu Shorin expressed his frustration. Liang Chun fell silent for a moment, his gaze sweeping over Niu Shorin and Chun Jiaojiao, lingering on Chun Jiaojiao for a moment longer. His eyes were filled with lewdness, so brazen that it made Chun Jiaojiao uncomfortable. She furrowed her brow, instinctively crossing her arms and stepping back. Liang Chun smiled knowingly at Chun Jiaojiao before shifting his attention back to Niu Shorin. However, the fact remained that Wang Jianqiang had escaped. Liang Chen's gaze toward Chun Jiaojiao bore no semblance of concealment. Niu Shorin, observing nearby, noted every detail. His expression faltered, and he discreetly positioned himself in front of Chun Jiaojiao, forcing a smile. Liang Chun, do not rush. The secret realm has only been open for a month. We shall have ample opportunities in the future. Liang Chun smiled enigmatically. Indeed, my brother Qian Yu and I will certainly have opportunities. But whether you two shall have your chances depends on your willingness to cooperate. What do you mean by that, brother Liang? Niu Shorin suddenly felt a foreboding sense of dread. Brother Niu, why pretend to be oblivious? Liang Chun scoffed, his gaze greedily roving over Chun Jiaojiao. Were it not for your stunning partner, do you think your meager abilities would warrant my association with you and brother Qian Yu? It is no secret that brother Qian Yu and I take pleasure in attending to the wives and daughters of our friends. I do not believe you are unaware of this. Since you are aware, why did you still accept our medicinal pills? Chun Jiaojiao looked at Niu Shorin in disbelief, her confidence shaken. She had previously been unfamiliar with Liang Chun and Qian Yu, unaware of their true natures. She had thought to leverage this connection to ascend, only to uncover this hidden agenda. Niu Shorin gazed at Chun Jiaojiao, his expression torn. Jiaojiao, you must believe me. I did accept their gifts, but I never intended to betray you. Ridiculous. Liang Chun snorted, knowing our modus operandi. If you did not wish to, why accept our medicinal pills? Did you think you could take advantage of us? You must not know how to write the word death, do you? Niu Shorin opened his mouth. He was indeed aware of the two's modus operandi. However, they had offered him too much at the time, and since they had not explicitly stated their intentions, only expressing a desire to befriend him, he reluctantly accepted with a glimmer of hope. His cultivation had reached the 9th level of Qi refinement precisely because of the assistance from those elixirs. Little did he expect that it would lead to his current predicament. Just as Niu Shorin hesitated, Liang Chen's voice continued. Now, I present you with two choices, either death or step aside and enjoy the show. Feeling the murderous intent emanating from Liang Chun, Niu Shorin's heart sank. Faced with the choice between death and his companion, he ultimately chose to submit. Seeing Niu Shorin retreat, Chun Jiaojiao was filled with despair. Niu Shorin, given my appearance, I could easily find a perfected Qi refinement practitioner as a partner, yet I did not. Moreover, every time I obtained resources from Wang Jianqiang, I would share half with you. Tell me honestly, without me, would you be where you are today? I have remained loyal to you, yet you betray me for mere profit. May you meet a terrible fate. At that moment, she suddenly recalled Wang Jianqiang. In the past, she had dismissed him as a useless person with a poor reputation. Yet now, upon reflection, Wang Jianqiang had treated her well. It was her excessive behavior that had led to his drastic change in character. Now, she too faced betrayal and fully understood Wang Jianqiang's feelings. Regret filled her heart. She should never have severed ties with him nor plotted against him. But it seemed all too late. As Liang Chun and Qian Yu approached step by step, a glimmer of resolution flashed in her eyes. She had her own temper. Although she was not a virtuous woman, she certainly did not wish to allow these two schemers to succeed. With a swift motion, a flying sword appeared in her palm, which she then plunged fiercely into her chest. Chapter 35. Vengeance does not wait for the night clang. Just as the flying sword pierced her chest, a sudden force struck her wrist. Her wrist went numb, causing the sword to fall to the ground. Liang Qin's indifferent voice followed. Do you wish to die? You cannot die without my permission. Chen Jiao's expression shifted, and without hesitation, her spiritual awareness burst forth. The sword on the ground seemed to be grasped by an invisible hand, shooting up and aiming directly at her own chest. Get away from me. Liang Chun furrowed his brow and shouted fiercely. A tremendous force surged with his voice, preventing the sword from piercing Chen Jiao's body and sending it flying away. Just as she prepared to pursue, Liang Chen suddenly appeared beside her like a specter. In the next moment, he tightened his grip around her neck, lifting her effortlessly. Her fair neck quickly turned red and purple. A powerful force invaded her body, suppressing all of her spiritual energy. Once subdued, she was as helpless as an ordinary person. No matter how hard she struggled, she could not break free. Liang Chen's gaze swept over her body, his expression darkening with lust, before settling on her exquisite face. I told you, without my consent, you cannot die, he said, glancing at Qianyu, who had just approached. Shall we join forces? Excellent. Qianyu laughed heartily. I think you both should consider your situation carefully. Before either could take further action, an unexpected voice suddenly rang out from behind them. The sudden sound startled the two, causing them to leap forward as if scalded. Only once they confirmed that the person behind them did not follow did they breathe a sigh of relief and turn to face the source with grim expressions. Wang Jianqiang. Is that you? Upon recognizing the person, both were momentarily stunned, unable to believe their eyes. Wang Jianqiang had come to them willingly. Had he lost his mind? Did he not want to live? Wang Jianqiang. You fool. I was just lamenting my inability to find you. And here you are, delivering yourself to your doom. They laughed heartily, feeling that they had saved themselves a great deal of trouble. Liang Chen fixed his gaze on Wang Jianqiang with ill intent, his expression invigorated. Although Qianyu did not speak, the greed and murderous intent in his eyes spoke volumes. How pitiful, seeing the two of them so certain of their victory. Wang Jianqiang sneered, too lazy to engage in further banter. He pointed a finger, and a surge of emerald sword energy melded into the void. In silence, a grand formation enveloped the two. A formation? No, it should be a spell. Liang Chun and Qianyu were momentarily taken aback, then found it hard to believe. Once the wood sword formation took shape, Wang Jianqiang did not cease his attack. He continued to point, and a flame melded into the formation. In the next moment, the wooden formation was instantaneously engulfed in a sea of flames. The searing heat quickly enveloped the two within. Only then did they finally react. The horrific burning pain contorted their faces into expressions of agony, their piercing screams echoing. Impossible. How could you be this strong? Aren't you at the third level of chi refinement? You've hidden your strength. No, we were wrong. Spare us. Within the formation, the screams grew weaker. Wang Jianqiang's expression remained stern as he watched the two until they were completely consumed in the inferno. Previously, he had been able to withstand Wu Yin and Wu Feng with ease even when his strength was suppressed, although Liang Chun and Qianyu were stronger. He was no longer under the constraints of the Jade Stone. With all his might, he found that merely overlapping two formations was enough to easily annihilate the two. Crack! At that moment, a noise came from behind. Wang Jianqiang turned to look. Niu Shorin was frantically fleeing into the distance. The sound was caused by him stepping on a shard of ice grass in his panic. Nephew-in-law, where are you rushing off to in such a hurry? Haven't you forgotten to say goodbye to your uncle? Wang Jianqiang pointed, and the perfect cloud water-cold light sword shot forth, catching up to Niu Shorin in mere breaths. The sword tip aimed directly at Niu Shorin, blocking his path. Although its power was concealed, the chilling aura it radiated rendered Niu Shorin's body rigid. Frost forming on his skin, Niu Shorin turned pale with fright. Terrified, he knelt on the ground, banging his head like a pestle. Uncle Wang, spare my life. For the sake of my past relationship as your nephew-in-law, just let me go this once. I swear I will never dare again. Wang Jianqiang sighed softly. Shorin, recognizing one's mistakes and correcting them is a great virtue. I am pleased that you can realize your errors so quickly. Niu Shorin sensed Wang Jianqiang's tone softening and saw an opportunity, his eyes brightening. However, there is a principle I hope you can understand. Just then, Wang Jianqiang's voice continued. He nodded, saying, the principle is simple. Anyone who makes a mistake must bear the consequences. Do you understand? I understand. Uncle Wang, I understand. Niu Shorin hurriedly nodded. I will remember this principle from now on. No, you do not understand. Wang Jianqiang shook his head, pointing a finger. In a flash, the sword light pierced through Niu Shorin's chest, unleashing a terrifying cold force. His wound had not even begun to bleed before he was completely frozen into an ice statue. Within the icy confines, a hint of despair remained etched on his face, lifelike. You have committed an irreparable mistake. How can you still speak of a future with me? Shorin, you are foolish. Wang Jianqiang coldly regarded the frozen Niu Shorin and kicked the ice statue, shattering it into dozens of fragments. After vanquishing Niu Shorin, Wang Jianqiang turned to face Chen Jiaojiao. Throughout the ordeal, she stood there in a daze. Why do you not flee? Wang Jianqiang inquired coldly. Upon hearing this, Chen Jiaojiao offered a mournful smile. If you wish for my demise, even fleeing would be futile. Wang Jianqiang scrutinized her for a moment before waving his hand. A powerful, invisible force struck Chen Jiaojiao, causing her to emit a muffled groan as blood spilled from her mouth, sending her hurtling back several dozen yards before she crashed to the ground. Her complexion turned ashen, and her breath weakened perilously. After that, Wang Jianqiang refrained from further action. Take care of yourself, he remarked indifferently, casting one last glance at Chun Jiao Jiao before departing. Despite her greed, she bore no intent to kill. While she might escape a death sentence, she could not evade the consequences of her actions. After this blow, if she survived, all grudges would be forgotten. If she perished, it would be the end of it. In the distance, Chun Jiao Jiao watched his retreating figure, devoid of anger or resentment, toward Wang Jianqiang. What filled her was an overwhelming sense of regret. Yet, as Wang Jianqiang had stated, everyone must bear the consequences of their own misdeeds. Above the endless expanse of snow, a disheveled figure was fleeing, pursued by 6 menacing silhouettes. Wang Yueying, hand over the magical artifact. Such treasures are not meant for you. Wang Yueying ignored the threats from behind, gritting her silver teeth as she sped away. However, among her pursuers, one individual was markedly more powerful and was rapidly closing in on her. Half a stick of incense later, that person was less than 30 paces away from Wang Yueying. She pointed her finger, and a bird's cry resonated in the air. An exquisitely crafted ice bird materialized, swiftly traversing the distance to appear behind Wang Yueying. Chapter 36. Get lost. Feeling the icy aura approaching from behind, Wang Yueying's expression shifted. With a flick of her finger, she activated her Xianshui ring and propelled her flying sword beneath her feet. The perfect cloud water-cold light sword shot forth with precision. Clang. Wang Yueying emitted a muffled cry, blood spilling from her mouth and nose, her already pale visage growing even more wan. Yet, leveraging the recoil, she once again distanced herself from her pursuer. She hastily swallowed a Di Huang pill and a recovery pill, knowing that under such circumstances, refining the medicinal powers would be nearly impossible, rendering this excessive use of elixirs wasteful. Wang Yueying was well aware of this, yet at this moment, she had no choice. Her injuries and spiritual energy were teetering on the brink of collapse. If not for the elixirs, she would have surely been slain by her relentless foe. Before entering the secret realm, her senior brother had bestowed upon her 10 recovery pills, 10 Di Huang pills, and 1 explosive blood pill. Now, she had consumed 9 of the recovery and Di Huang pills. Once these 2 types of elixirs were exhausted, she would no longer be able to sustain herself. Was she to resort to the explosive blood pill? The side effects of the explosive blood pill were severe. If used without resolving the issue, it would lead to certain death, and that was under normal conditions. Given her current state, using it might even cause her body to disintegrate. However, pressed into a corner, she saw no alternative. With this thought in mind, she no longer hesitated. Just as she was about to take the explosive blood pill, she noticed a faint glow emanating from the bracelet on her wrist. Her senior brother was nearby. Her eyes brightened. This bracelet was also a gift from her senior brother, and there was a matching one he wore. As long as they were within 10 miles of each other, they could sense each other's location through the bracelet. At that moment, she felt an inkling of where her senior brother was and sensed that he was already rushing toward her. With this realization, she flipped her palm and stowed away the explosive blood pill, gritting her teeth as she flew toward Wang Jianqiang's direction. Others might underestimate her senior brother, but she knew he was not the useless individual the outside world claimed him to be. On the contrary, she had always believed him to be unfathomable. If she could meet up with him, the troubles behind her would undoubtedly be resolved with ease. In the sky, as Wang Jianqiang hurried along, his brow furrowed. Just moments ago, he sensed Wang Yueying's location through the bracelet and began to close the distance. However, he soon noticed something amiss. Wang Yueying was moving far too recklessly, as if she were fleeing for her life rather than merely traveling. This realization sank his heart, and he instantly surged forward with all his might. With a splutter, Wang Yueying spat blood once more, propelled backward. She had just swallowed the last 2 pills. Anxiety flickered across her face. The elixirs had been entirely depleted, yet she sensed that she was still about 5 miles away from her senior brother. Would she be able to hold out? For miles. 3 miles. Moments later, a vague silhouette appeared in the distant sky. Though she could not discern its features, Wang Yueying was certain it was her senior brother. Yet, instead of joy, her expression was filled with resignation. Ultimately, it was too late. Her pursuers had caught up and launched yet another attack. A powerful blast of icy air surged toward her. The chilling aura sharpened her senses. Gritting her teeth, she swallowed the explosive blood pill. Instantly, she felt her blood boil within her veins. As if it had been set alight, crimson energy surged forth, intertwining with her spiritual power and staining it red. Her once gentle spiritual force transformed into a raging tempest. Simultaneously, Wang Yueying underwent a dramatic transformation. Her black hair turned blood red, and her pupils glowed with crimson light. With a flick of her finger, the cloud water-cold light sword, enveloped in a crimson aura, collided with the approaching ice bird. With a resounding boom, the ice bird shattered, and the sanguine glow surrounding the cloud water-cold light sword faded away. The enhancement elixirs you possess are quite impressive. A woman in white appeared within 10 paces of Wang Yueying. She appeared remarkably youthful, in her early 20s, with delicate features and a slender, graceful figure. Her beautiful eyes gazed at Wang Yueying with surprise. Then, she laughed. However, it seems the side effects of that elixir are significant. In your current state, you surely cannot last long. Wang Yueying remained silent and turned to flee once more. She understood her condition all too well. The raging blood energy within her was tearing apart her muscles, flesh, and even bones. Already gravely injured, if she could not escape this state in time, death would be imminent. Thinking of escaping? The woman chuckled lightly, flicking her finger. A sharp force surged forth. Wang Yueying was compelled to turn and defend herself. Swish. A faint sound broke through the air as the woman positioned herself directly in front of her. Glancing back, she saw a figure drawing nearer. Are you hoping to reunite with him? Do you think that once you meet him, you can escape this crisis? Wang Jianqiang shot a cold glance at her, remaining silent. The woman shook her head with a smile. While I am curious why this person gives you such confidence, I prefer to avoid any unexpected surprises. Thus, I must ask you to die. As her words fell, she pointed, and a fierce flying sword shot through the air. Wang Jianqiang summoned her own sword, enhancing it with the power of the perfect Xian Shui ring at the moment of launch. Clang! The two swords clashed, and Wang Jianqiang was forced to cough up blood and retreat. However, in the end, she thwarted the woman's assault. The amplification was astonishing. The potency of this elixir was indeed remarkable. The woman gasped in awe and once more directed her flying sword towards Wang Yuyo. Gritting her teeth, Wang Yuyo braced herself to withstand the blow. A wave of greater force surged forth, colliding with her as if she had been struck by a mountain, causing her blood-colored spiritual energy to dissipate, and she was helplessly hurled away. At this moment, Wang Jianqiang was less than a mile from the battlefield and witnessed the scene clearly. It was over. The woman glanced up at Wang Jianqiang, a smirk of derision gracing her exquisite features, as if to say, "You are too late." She then waved her hand, sending the flying sword thrusting forward once more. Upon witnessing this, Wang Jianqiang's gaze turned frigid. A green light suddenly emanated from beneath his feet. As a powerful wave radiated outward, a whirlwind enveloped him in an instant. With incredible speed, Wang Jianqiang traversed the mile distance in a heartbeat, positioning himself in front of Wang Yuyo just as the woman's sword was about to pierce her. "Get lost." His voice, laced with spiritual energy, surged forth, repelling the woman's sword. The force did not dissipate. Instead, it seemed boundless, continuing to sweep outward. The woman's expression shifted dramatically as she retreated several paces. In that moment, the ease and mockery that had once graced her features vanished, replaced by a profound seriousness. Prior to entering the secret realm, she had taken Elder Song's warning to heart, memorizing the top 10 outer disciples of the other 3 major factions. This man was not among them. How could he possess such formidable power? As the woman pondered in shock, Wang Jianqiang's assault descended upon her once more. A verdant radiance enveloped her, and a sword formation materialized instantaneously, trapping her within. The woman's expression changed as she commanded her flying sword to attack the formation. Boom! The formation quivered slightly before settling into a calm stillness. So resilient. The woman's face paled as she struck again. The formation remained utterly unscathed. At that moment, a look of horror finally crossed her features. After ensnaring the woman with the wooden sword formation, Wang Jianqiang turned his attention away from her. He swiftly caught Wang Yuyo, who was about to collapse onto the ground. "Senior brother." Upon seeing Wang Jianqiang, a faint smile broke through Wang Yuyo's pallid complexion. However, her injuries were grievous. Just as she uttered those 2 words, the effort exacerbated her wounds. A mouthful of blood spewed forth, and her consciousness faded into darkness. Wang Jianqiang's expression shifted as he pressed his fingers on several acupoints on her body. The residual potency of the explosive blood elixir within her dissipated instantly, restoring her hair color to black. He then examined her injuries, and his heart sank. Wang Yuyo was already severely injured, and the explosive blood elixir had only worsened her condition, pushing her body to the brink of collapse. He hurriedly retrieved a perfect earth elixir and administered it to her. With a gentle touch on her chest, he infused his spiritual energy into her, aiding in the refinement of the elixir's potency. Ordinary earth elixirs would be ineffective against such severe injuries, yet the perfect earth elixir still held some efficacy. As the elixir's power spread, her injuries were finally stabilized. Wang Jianqiang breathed a sigh of relief and administered another perfect earth elixir, allowing its effects to unfold freely while he turned his gaze towards the woman ensnared in the wooden sword formation. He recognized her, Yi Qingxue, a disciple of the Xianqing Palace, ranked 4th among the outer disciples. At that moment, he suddenly heard a rush of air slicing through the distance. Turning his attention, he spotted 5 figures rapidly approaching. Within moments, they arrived on the battlefield. Upon seeing the woman trapped within the wooden sword formation, their expressions shifted in alarm. "Sister Qingxue is trapped. Quick, help her escape." Without hesitation, they launched an assault on the wooden sword formation. The woman, invigorated by the arrival of reinforcements, joined forces with them to attack the formation. Boom! The wooden sword formation trembled, then fissures erupted across its surface. "The formation is breaking. Let us strike hard and shatter it." Joy surged among the 6. Just as they prepared to continue their assault, a flash of green light enveloped the formation, and all the cracks vanished. Their expressions froze in disbelief. This formation possesses remarkable recovery capabilities. Forcibly breaking it seems impractical, Yi Qingxue said gravely. Upon hearing this, the 5 seemed to have an epiphany, their gazes shifting to Wang Jianqiang. "He is the one who cast this formation. If we kill him, the formation will collapse." One of them spoke ominously. "A splendid idea." The other 4's eyes brightened. In the next instant, they charged towards Wang Jianqiang, brimming with murderous intent. Yi Qingxue, witnessing their advance towards Wang Jianqiang, felt a surge of unease but made no effort to intervene. Among the 5, 2 ranked within the top 10 of the Xianqing Palace's outer disciples, while the remaining 3, though not in the top 10, were still within the top 20. Together, their strength would likely rival hers. Though the old man was formidable, he was preoccupied with maintaining the formation, She doubted he could contend with all of them simultaneously. As the 5 figures approached, Wang Jianqiang remained calm. Today, you have chosen your path to demise. He clenched his fist, golden sword energy materializing, yet it did not dissipate into the void. Instead, it coalesced upon his fist. In that instant, his fist transformed into a formation of golden swords. Boom! The air erupted. Amidst the rampant golden sword energy, the 5 figures were sent spiraling back, blood spraying forth as they were hurled away at an even greater speed. Impossible! Yi Qingxue exclaimed, her face a mask of disbelief. Then, as if realizing something, a look of terror crossed her face. Run! This person is beyond our strength. He has reached the 3rd stage of spiritual energy. The 3rd stage of spiritual energy. The 5 were struck with fear upon hearing Yi Qingxue's words. Without a moment's hesitation, they turned to flee. On the other side, Wang Jianqiang was taken aback. He had never heard of the 3rd stage. Confusion enveloped him regarding what this realm entailed. However, seeing the 5 attempting to escape, he pushed aside his curiosity for the moment. With a powerful punch, countless golden sword energies blotted out the sky, descending upon the 5 in an instant, completely engulfing them. The 5 fought valiantly against the onslaught, but the sheer volume of sword energy proved overwhelming, and one by one, they were pierced through. Moments later, as the golden sword energy dissipated, all 5 lay lifeless. Wang Jianqiang opened his palm, the sword formation upon his fist fading away. He pointed towards the wooden sword formation, merging it with the earth formation. In an instant, the gravitational force within the array intensified. Yi Qingxue gasped, pressed flat against the ground, unable to move. Wang Jianqiang stepped forward, entering the sword formation. Gazing down at Yi Qingxue, he spoke coolly. Tell me, what is the 3rd stage of spiritual energy? Hearing Wang Jianqiang's inquiry, Yi Qingxue was momentarily stunned. He was unaware of the 3rd stage of spiritual energy. Was he not a practitioner of that stage? Yet if he were not, how could he be so powerful? Speak. Sensing the chilling aura emanating from Wang Jianqiang, Yi Qingxue trembled and quickly began to explain. Not long after, a look of enlightenment crossed Wang Jianqiang's face. The so-called foundation establishment, in simple terms, is the transformation of gaseous spiritual energy into liquid spiritual energy. Once a cultivator reaches the pinnacle of qi training, to establish a foundation, they must compress the spiritual energy. Each compression represents a transition. After undergoing 4 compressions, the spiritual energy can completely liquefy, signifying that the cultivator has transformed into a foundation establishment practitioner. Therefore, the 3rd stage represents the limit beneath foundation establishment. Those who achieve this realm are invariably the pinnacle figures within the qi training period. He had previously wondered why Yi Lingyun, Bai Shiru, and Mu Lingxi were so much stronger than ordinary cultivators, even though they were all at the pinnacle of qi training. Now he finally understood. They have undoubtedly embarked on the path of compressing spiritual power. After resolving the doubts within his heart, Wang Jianqiang glanced at Yi Qingxue, a flicker of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Now, I present you with 2 choices, submission or death. Chapter 38, the 3rd transformation and foundation establishment. What? You dare to expect me to submit to you, a worthless wretch on the brink of demise. I am the 4th prodigy of the outer sect of Xianqing Palace. How dare you treat me this way? Upon hearing Wang Jianqiang's words, Yi Qingxue was immediately engulfed by a wave of humiliation, her face contorted with determination. So, you have chosen the path of death? Wang Jianqiang's cold voice interrupted her furious retort. He swiftly drew the cloud water cold light sword, aiming it at her heart. As the sword approached, the chilling aura it emanated sent a shiver down Yi Qingxue's spine, snapping her back to reality. Wait, I submit. I am willing to submit. In her urgency, she repeated her pleas several times, fearing Wang Jianqiang's reaction. Wang Jianqiang halted the sword's advance just in time, its tip having already broken her skin. A wave of cold enveloped her, forming a layer of frost upon her fair skin. Fortunately, Wang Jianqiang had withdrawn quickly. Had he delayed even a fraction of a second longer, her heart would have been pierced. Yi Qingxue's face turned pale. Once, she had prided herself on her arrogance and purity, believing herself beyond reproach. Yet, in the face of impending death, she suddenly realized that all notions of dignity and innocence were utterly meaningless. The only thing that mattered was survival. Thankfully, her reflection came in time. Wang Jianqiang sheathed his sword and spoke calmly. Since you have agreed, then release your mind. You intend to control me? Yi Qingxue's expression shifted. If her soul were controlled, she would lose her very self, reduced to a mere puppet. If that were the case, she would prefer death. No, it's merely leaving a mark in your soul. See. Wang Jianqiang replied, shaking his head. Yi Qingxue breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. Although leaving a soul mark meant her life would be under constant surveillance, at least her personality would remain intact. You had better speak the truth. Otherwise, I would rather self-destruct than be enslaved. Oh, how resolute. It seems you are still somewhat oblivious to your current predicament, Wang Jianqiang retorted, delivering a sharp slap across her face, leaving a vivid red imprint on her fair skin. Yi Qingxue's face blushed crimson with shame and indignation. Release your mind. Wang Jianqiang commanded firmly, sending a wisp of spiritual awareness into Yi Qingxue's brow, leaving a mark upon her soul. With this, he merely needed to will it, and the mark would explode, resulting in the destruction of Yi Qingxue's soul. Afterward, he waved his hand, dispersing the formation. Yi Qingxue felt a sudden release and immediately sprang to her feet, instinctively retreating a few steps. The realization that her life and death now rested in the hands of this old man filled her with a complex mix of anger, shame, and overwhelming fear. "Call me master," Wang Jianqiang said, casting a dispassionate glance her way. Her expression shifted through various emotions before she finally murmured, "Master." "That's more like it," Wang Jianqiang smiled, moving to Wang Yuyao's side. With that, he lifted Wang Yuyao onto his back and summoned 5 storage bags into his palm. These were the storage bags of the disciples of Xianqing Palace. Yi Qingxue opened her mouth to protest, but ultimately remained silent. Wang Jianqiang glanced at her and said, "Follow me." With that, he flew off in a certain direction. Yi Qingxue hesitated for a moment before sighing and following closely behind. Half an hour later, after placing Wang Yuyao on the ground, he had her consume a perfect earth yellow pill. "What is your current level of power?" Yi Qingxue looked at him. "The first transformation." Wang Jianqiang nodded and continued, "What about Lin Xiener and Xiao Wuyo? They are both at the third transformation, like you." Although Wang Jianqiang's words suggested he did not appear to be a practitioner of the third transformation, considering his strength, Yi Qingxue ultimately concluded that he must indeed be at that level. Otherwise, his overwhelming combat prowess would be inexplicable. Only Wang Jianqiang knew that his extraordinary strength stemmed from the perfected minor 5-element sword array. However, he had no desire to explain this to Yi Qingxue, merely nodding in acknowledgement. It seemed that the first and second ranks of the 4 major cultivation sects were indeed at the third transformation. As for the third rank, it remained uncertain. With this thought, Wang Jianqiang suddenly found himself plagued by a new question: how to compress spiritual power. Upon entering the cold pool secret realm, he had not actively pursued cultivation, yet the resting intervals had allowed his strength to steadily increase, bringing him close to the completion of qi training. Since he had learned about the third transformation, it was essential to inquire about the method of compressing spiritual power. Yi Qingxue's expression froze as she looked at him in disbelief. "You can't possibly still be unable to compress your spiritual power, can you? If I were to say I couldn't, would you believe me?" Wang Jianqiang shrugged. Yi Qingxue swallowed hard. Had it been earlier, she might have doubted him. But at that moment, she found herself inclined to believe him. "Oh," Wang Jianqiang raised an eyebrow. "So, does this mean that each time one consumes a foundation establishment pill, they can achieve 1 compression? How could that be?" Yi Qingxue shook her head. "The chances of failure when compressing spiritual power are significant. Some individuals with extraordinary talent might accomplish it with 1 foundation establishment pill, perhaps even successfully establishing their foundation with just 4 pills, but that represents the most ideal scenario. The vast majority cannot achieve such results." Hearing her explanation, Wang Jianqiang nodded in realization, feeling somewhat awkward. Previously, he had worried that Wang Yuyao would break through after consuming the foundation establishment pill, preventing her from entering the cold pool secret realm, advising her to refrain from taking it for the time being. It turned out he had created a misunderstanding. Had Wang Yuyao consumed the pill and completed her first transformation, perhaps he would not have been pursued to such an extent today. With this thought, he glanced at Wang Yuyao, just as she began to awaken. "What happened?" Seeing her wake, Wang Jianqiang walked over. "Brother Wang." Wang Yuyao attempted to rise upon seeing him, but he quickly stopped her. "You just woke up. Your body is still weak. Do not move yet." Wang Yuyao nodded. At that moment, she suddenly spotted Yi Qingxue approaching and her expression shifted. "What are you doing here?" "I have already planted a soul mark within her, making her my soul servant." Chapter 39. Lavish wealth. Upon hearing Wang Jianqiang's words, Wang Yuyao was left utterly stunned. Her astonishment did not stem from Wang Jianqiang's power. She had always regarded him as mysterious and formidable, but rather from his audaciousness. Yi Qingxue was the 4th prodigy of the outer sect of Xianqing Palace. He dared to make her a slave. Was this not tantamount to slapping the Xianqing Palace in the face? If this matter were to come to light, the Xianqing Palace would undoubtedly seek revenge against him. At that point, even the Hehuan sect would find it difficult to protect him, and they certainly would not go to war with the Xianqing Palace over him. Alright, do not dwell on it. Focus on your recovery. Wang Jianqiang discerned her thoughts and tossed her some earth yellow pills, indifferent to her concerns. His decision to take Yi Qingxue as a servant was driven by his own calculations. With his control over her soul, he was confident that she would not disclose this matter. After all, if she died, she would accompany him in death. Moreover, cultivation itself is an act of defiance against the heavens. If one were to cower in fear, what was the point of pursuing cultivation? Seeing Wang Jianqiang's demeanor, Wang Yuyao refrained from further questioning. She swallowed an earth yellow pill to aid her recovery. After regaining her consciousness, her healing accelerated remarkably. In just 5 days, her injuries had completely healed. During this period, Wang Jianqiang diligently practiced within the Qianyuan spirit array. His cultivation was already on the verge of reaching the pinnacle of qi refinement, and on the day of Wang Yuyao's recovery, he achieved the consummate level of qi refinement. Following her recovery, Wang Yuyao immediately entered seclusion, swallowing a foundation establishment pill to begin compressing her spiritual energy. Unfortunately, her innate talent was merely average, and she ultimately failed to break through to the first transition realm. Breakthroughs are not matters to be rushed. It is essential to first relax. Half an hour later, having regained her composure, Wang Yuyao took another foundation establishment pill handed to her by Wang Jianqiang. After several days of cultivation, she finally succeeded in compressing her spiritual energy, reaching the first transition realm. Had she broken through? As soon as she opened her eyes, she was greeted by the beaming smile of Wang Jianqiang. She nodded in acknowledgement. prompting his smile to widen even further. Such a momentous occasion deserved a proper celebration. Each time spiritual energy is compressed, while it becomes more refined, the overall quantity diminishes. The subsequent phase involves accumulation until the total amount of spiritual energy returns to its original state, allowing for the next compression. At this moment, Wang Yuyao was engaged in the accumulation process of the first transition realm. Wang Jianqiang gifted her the Qianyuan spirit array along with a substantial supply of perfect cloudy sunset pills. With such ample resources, her cultivation was advancing at an astonishing pace. Yi Qingxue observed every step of Wang Yuyao's breakthrough process, and Wang Jianqiang's generosity left her envious. As an ambitious cultivator, she too yearned for rapid advancement and wished to progress. One day, she could no longer contain herself and approached Wang Jianqiang. "Master, how can I be like her?" she stammered, casting a hesitant glance at him. Speaking in such a subservient manner felt utterly foreign to her. "Oh," Wang Jianqiang replied, his eyes glimmering as he chuckled. "That depends on your determination. Rest assured, I will remain loyal to you," she declared, gritting her teeth. "Very well," Wang Jianqiang nodded, still watching her intently. Yi Qingxue bit her silver teeth and moved closer to him. "This foundation establishment pill is for you," Wang Jianqiang said, flipping his palm to produce a pill and tossing it to her casually. "Thank you, master," Yi Qingxue exclaimed, catching it in her hand. The remnants of her reluctance transforming into clarity. Unlike Lin Xiener and Xiao Wuyo, who possessed formidable backgrounds and could acquire foundation establishment pills with relative ease, she had no choice but to sacrifice her dignity to please Wang Jianqiang. In truth, her accumulation of spiritual energy was already sufficient. Her stagnation at the first transition realm was solely due to the lack of foundation establishment pills. The pills she obtained during the outer sect competition had long been refined. Yet she still lacked half a step to reach the second transition realm. Now, with this foundation establishment pill, she was certain to break through. With that thought, she eagerly swallowed the pill in her hand. Ordinary foundation establishment pills held no effect for her. Rather than holding on to it, it was better to use it to bolster their team's strength. At present, Yi Qingxue had already been marked with a soul imprint by him, making her life and death entirely dependent on his will. If he could elevate her to the foundation establishment stage, he would gain a formidable ally. His objective was to procure the materials necessary for refining foundation establishment pills, which could only be found at the bottom of the cold pool. He would inevitably encounter the top-tier geniuses from various sects in this endeavor. These individuals were already at the third transition realm before entering the secret realm, and it was highly probable they would aim to break through to the foundation establishment stage upon entry. If they were merely chi refinement cultivators, he would not fear anyone. But what if they were at the foundation establishment stage? While only a select few among them would successfully establish their foundations, such circumstances would still leave him at a disadvantage. He disliked relinquishing control to others. Thus, he contemplated subduing Yi Qingxue and aiding both her and Wang Yuyao in breaking through to the foundation establishment stage. After the previous battles, he had accumulated a total of 21 foundation establishment pills. After giving one to Wang Yuyao and another to Yi Qingxue, he still had 19 left. This quantity should suffice for their needs. Even if it fell short, he could always procure more. 5 days later, a powerful wave of spiritual energy radiated outward. Wang Jianqiang's expression shifted as he looked toward Yi Qingxue. "Have you broken through?" Yi Qingxue slowly opened her eyes, a glimmer of joy crossing her face. Nodding in response to Wang Jianqiang's inquiry, he smiled. Such a joyous occasion warranted celebration. Yi Qingxue instinctively nodded. This is a cloudy sunset pill," Wang Jianqiang said, handing her several bottles of pills. The second transition realm still fell within the chi refinement category, and the perfect cloudy sunset pill was equally potent. He then gestured toward Wang Yuyao's position. "Do not consume them directly. There are arrays here that assist in cultivation. You two can practice together inside." Upon receiving the pills, Yi Qingxue sensed their extraordinary nature. Though they were all cloudy sunset pills, Wang Jianqiang's offerings were evidently far superior to the ordinary ones. Upon entering the array, she was even more astonished. The atmosphere was suffused with the medicinal properties of the cloudy sunset pills, yet what shocked her was the sheer potency of this energy. It was unlike anything she had ever encountered before. Even more astonishing was the complete absence of any pill toxicity within this medicinal power. In such an environment rich in medicinal energy, the speed of cultivation would undoubtedly be astonishing. Coupled with the absence of concerns regarding pill toxins, it was unimaginable how rapid her progress would be. With this in mind, she cast an envious glance at Wang Yuyao. This girl, with her average talent, could achieve such rapid progress to the pinnacle of chi refinement. Surely it was due to Wang Jianqiang's assistance. In that moment, she felt a pang of regret for having met Wang Jianqiang too late. Half a month later, Wang Yuyao completed her accumulation at the first transition realm. After consuming 4 foundation establishment pills, she successfully broke through to the second transition realm. The day after Wang Yuyao's breakthrough, Yi Qingxue also completed her accumulation at the second transition realm. Her talent was evidently far superior to that of Wang Yuyao, as she reached the third transition realm after consuming only 2 foundation establishment pills. Chapter 40, Turkey, Firebird. Following their breakthroughs, both continued to immerse themselves in the Qianyuan spirit array, diligently accumulating their cultivation. Apart from pill refining, Wang Jianqiang also engaged in artifact forging, significantly enhancing his abilities concerning pills, artifacts, and cultivation points. One day, he decided to venture outside to hunt for some cold pearls instead of continuing his alchemical work. Not long after leaving the cave, he suddenly felt an intense burning sensation emanating from his palm. He let out a muffled groan and raised his hand to inspect it. To his astonishment, a jade-like imprint in the shape of an egg was glowing with a fierce azure light. The azure radiance was exceedingly intense, instilling within him a profound sense of dread. Had it not been for the light contracting to an extreme, even a mere hint of its power would likely have reduced him to ashes. Damn it, what on earth is this? Wang Jianqiang thought, feeling as though his hand might melt from the excruciating pain, which nearly drove him to grind his teeth. Cold sweat poured from his forehead. The agony was unbearable. If this continued, he would surely perish from the pain. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes. Just as he was about to sever his arm, the azure light in his palm suddenly burst forth. Enveloped in the azure glow, a jade-like egg appeared, partially obscured. Yet, Wang Jianqiang had no time to observe it further. He hurriedly retreated, attempting to distance himself. However, the next moment, he was left in shock. Surrounding him had transformed into a sea of azure flames. The ground was scorched into molten lava, and thick smoke billowed upwards as if heralding the apocalypse. Damn! After a moment, Wang Jianqiang finally regained his composure, his face paling as he frantically summoned the Xianguang seal. A flash of spiritual light enveloped him, and the perfect water moon skirt draped over him. He then compressed the wood sword array to form a third layer of defense around his body. The sword arrays of earth, water, fire, and metal seamlessly fused together, enhancing the defensive power of the sword array of wood to its utmost limit. Something felt amiss. The busy Wang Jianqiang suddenly paused, startled by an unexpected sensation that had caught him off guard. At that moment, he realized he had not experienced any sensation of burning. Instinctively, he examined his body and soon discovered that he was enveloped in a faint azure glow. This glow was incredibly subtle, almost imperceptible to the untrained eye. Although it appeared fragile, it effectively shielded him from the terrifyingly high temperatures that could melt magical artifacts. Wang Jianqiang was momentarily bewildered. Crack! At that instant, a sound reminiscent of shattered glass echoed through the air. Wang Jianqiang instinctively turned his gaze toward the jade stone, only to find a fissure had formed upon its surface. As the first crack emerged, it triggered a chain reaction, and more fissures appeared in succession. In the blink of an eye, the entire jade stone shattered completely. As fragments of jade fell to the ground, Wang Jianqiang was astonished to discover that the jade was hollow. To his further surprise, there was a chick inside. What he thought was merely a resemblance was, in fact, a true egg. As he gazed at the azure-feathered chick that had emerged from the jade, he couldn't help but widen his mouth in disbelief. Just as he was inspecting the chick, it seemed to sense his presence and suddenly turned its gaze toward him. With a joyful chirp, a streak of azure light flashed, and before Wang Jianqiang could react, the chick had leapt into his embrace. He froze. Despite its diminutive size, the thought of the havoc it had wreaked as an egg sent shivers down his spine. However, to his surprise, the chick did not attack. Instead, it affectionately rubbed against his chest a few times. He let out a long sigh of relief, feeling a wave of relaxation wash over him. Tentatively, he reached out to stroke the chick's head, finding its soft down to be exceedingly pleasant to the touch. The chick not only showed no signs of impatience, but also joyfully nuzzled his fingers. Seeing this, Wang Jianqiang finally relaxed completely. He glanced at the jade fragments on the ground. Well, they must be eggshells. With a wave of his hand, he collected all the eggshells. After the chick had hatched, the fire attribute energy within the eggshell had not dissipated, but had instead completely concealed itself. This energy would likely prove useful for refining artifacts. 2 hours later, the little creature seemed to have chosen him as its companion. No matter how he tried to hide, it effortlessly found him, stubbornly refusing to leave his side. Even now, he remained uncertain of its origins. However, after some investigation, he discovered that the creature seemed not to be a chicken, but rather a bird, albeit with somewhat unruly down that made it resemble a chicken. Moreover, it was a female. What is this? Upon entering the cave, Wang Jianqiang caught the attention of the two women inside. When they saw the azure little bird perched on his shoulder, their faces lit up with surprise. Found it outside, he replied nonchalantly, uninterested in elaborating. Found it. The two women exchanged astonished glances, realizing that there were native creatures in the secret realm. However, since Wang Jianqiang seemed unwilling to provide further details, they refrained from pressing him for more information. Wang Jianqiang decided to allow the two women to rest from their cultivation, as he had long harbored a bold idea but had not found the opportunity until now. 10 days later, Wang Yue completed her accumulation for the second transformation. After 6 consecutive failures, she finally ascended to the realm of the third transformation. A few days later, Yi Qingsnow also completed her accumulation for the third transformation. Clearly, the threshold to foundation establishment was far more demanding than before. Given Yi Qingsnow's talent, it took her a full month and a half, consuming 5 foundation establishment pills, before she successfully established her foundation. To this day, Wang Jianqiang was left with only 2 foundation establishment pills, far fewer than he had anticipated. The remaining 2 pills were evidently insufficient for Wang Yue's needs. Continuing to seclude themselves would serve no purpose. Wang Jianqiang immediately decided to celebrate for a day before departing. However, plans often fail to account for unforeseen circumstances. Due to certain reasons, Wang Jianqiang found himself significantly drained of energy, not fully recovering until the 3rd day. After dismantling the formations within the cave and properly concealing the entrance, he turned to the two women behind him. Their power had undergone a tremendous transformation since he last saw them, particularly Yi Qing, who, even while standing still and not actively channeling her spiritual energy, radiated a pressure that could alarm any qi refining practitioner. One in the third transformation, one in the foundation establishment phase, along with himself, a cunning strategist, and an unfathomable firebird. Their collective strength was indeed remarkable. With this thought in mind, Wang Jianqiang felt a surge of ambition. With a grand gesture, he declared, "Let us depart." The trio, accompanied by the bird, swiftly set off toward the cold pool. Chapter 41. Your words are too malodorous. Wang Jianqiang had initially intended to seek out a few unfortunate souls along the way to borrow some foundation establishment pills, enabling Wang Yue to complete her foundation establishment as well. Yet, whether it was due to others having already ventured to the core region or sheer bad luck, they encountered not a single soul until they reached the core. Is this the cold pool? Standing before them was a body of water roughly 3 meters in diameter, its clarity obscured by swirling mist. This mist was not mere water vapor, but rather the manifestation of frigid air, even at a distance of 100 zhang. All three of them struggled to withstand its chill. Take these. Wang Jianqiang produced 3 cold pearls, keeping one for himself while handing the other 2 to Wang Yue and Yi Qing. Throughout their journey, they had hunted numerous native creatures, and these 3 pearls had been refined to their utmost level. Upon grasping the cold pearls, the sensation of coldness dissipated instantly. Wang Jianqiang glanced at the azure bird on his shoulder. "Little chick, you wait outside." The name Little Chick was his affectionate designation for the azure bird. Initially, the bird had vehemently opposed this name, but ultimately, it could not withstand Wang Jianqiang's authority. After he spoke, the chick humanized and nodded. It found the atmosphere of the cold pool utterly distasteful. Were it not for Wang Jianqiang's presence, it would not have dared to approach this vicinity. Following his command, it soared toward a distant iceberg without hesitation. Meanwhile, the 3 of them approached the edge of the cold pool and leaped in. They descended into the depths of the cold pool, which seemed to stretch infinitely downward. After plunging for the better part of the day, they still had not reached the bottom. Fortunately, the cold pearls not only protected them from the frigid power of the pool, but also allowed them to breathe normally underwater. Furthermore, the weight of the water was kept at bay, or else they would have succumbed to the pressure. After all, they were not like the core formation practitioners who could hold their breath indefinitely. Although they could endure for quite some time, they could not last for half a day without breathing. After another day of diving, they finally reached the bottom of the cold pool. The pool resembled a trumpet shape, with a small entrance that widened considerably as they descended. Upon reaching the bottom, they found themselves in a vast expanse akin to a small world. Wang Jianqiang surveyed his surroundings, feeling a headache coming on. He had assumed the cold pool would be of limited size, making it easy to locate the materials for refining foundation establishment pills. Little did he know it would be this vast. He glanced at Wang Yue and Yi Qing. "I need to gather some herbs for refining the foundation establishment pill. Does anyone have any leads?" After a moment of contemplation, Yi Qing replied, "I can find them." Wang Jianqiang's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but praise her. Xiao Xue is truly remarkable. Not only is she capable, but she is also resourceful. Yi Qing's face flushed, and she pretended not to hear as she took out a palm-sized compass to determine the direction. "Follow me," she said, and she set off in a particular direction, with Wang Jianqiang and Wang Yue immediately following her. Days later, they arrived at a square paved with green stones. The ground was worn and exuded an ancient aura. In the center stood a pitch-black stone tablet, surrounded by dozens of figures engaged in a fierce battle over some cushions. Observing the chaos from a distance, Yi Qing confidently stated, "Cushions?" Wang Jianqiang and Wang Yue's gazes swept past the stone tablet, noticing 18 raised platforms around it, some of which held tattered cushions. Although the battle appeared chaotic, it was actually focused around the platforms that had cushions. "What is the purpose of these cushions?" Wang Jianqiang inquired, looking at Yi Qing. "The cushions are the key to entering the medicinal garden. By sitting on one and communicating with the stone tablet using one's spiritual sense, one can be transported into the garden," Yi Qing explained. Upon hearing this, Wang Jianqiang's expression shifted. "What is the medicinal garden?" Yi Qing replied, "It is a place where various herbs are cultivated." "Does it have the herbs for refining the foundation establishment pill?" "Yes, and many other precious herbs as well," she confirmed with a nod. Wang Jianqiang's eyes sparkled. However, he did not rush into the square, but instead carefully observed the ongoing battle. The square was filled with disciples from the 4 major factions, including several ranked in the top 10. However, he found it peculiar that he could not see the top disciples from the 2 leading factions. Could they have not found this place? It seems too coincidental for all of them to be absent, he pondered. Sensing the confusion on Wang Jianqiang's face, Yi Qing seemed to guess his thoughts. There are 18 platforms in total, which means there should be 18 cushions. Now, only 8 platforms still have cushions, meaning the other 10 have likely been taken. Are you suggesting that the top disciples from the 4 factions have already entered the medicinal garden? Wang Jianqiang realized. No wonder the top 2 from each sect were missing. They must have already entered the garden. Let's go and claim a few spots. Wang Jianqiang said to the 2 women as he approached one of the platforms in the square. At the edge of the platform, 7 figures were embroiled in battle. Amidst an explosion, one person was sent flying. "Old fool, nearing the end of your years, yet you still dare to venture out?" he sneered before charging forward. Having just been beaten, he was eager to vent his anger on this seemingly easy target. As Wang Jianqiang neared the platform, he suddenly spotted a figure rushing towards him. His expression remained unchanged, showing no intention of engaging. "Yuyo, it's up to you," he said calmly. As his words fell, a magnificent flying sword, seemingly forged from ice crystals, shot forth from behind him. Uft! The oncoming figure froze momentarily as their chest was pierced. With a crackling sound, their body was instantly encased in ice before crashing to the ground, shattering into numerous pieces. Though the battle here was brief, the chilling aura attracted the attention of the 6 combatants at the edge of the platform. 2 disciples from the Hahuan sect recognized Wang Jianqiang and were momentarily dumbfounded. It's the useless Wang. He managed to enter the cold pool and ended up here. Upon noticing Wang Yuyo behind him, they realized it's Wang Yuyo. No wonder he is here. I can't believe she has brought along such a liability. Regardless of their thoughts, they did not show it outwardly and instead addressed Wang Yuyo. "Wang Yuyo, how about we team up to seize the cushions? We can share the spoils from the medicinal garden." Among the remaining 4, 2 were disciples from the Wanjian sect and 2 from the Zhengyang sect. The 3 factions were evenly matched, but the sudden addition of another member from the Hahuan sect would surely tip the scales. Thus, upon hearing the Hahuan sect disciples, the expressions of the 4 darkened simultaneously. "Sorry, we prefer to go solo," Wang Jianqiang replied with a smile. The 2 Hahuan sect disciples' faces soured upon hearing his words. "Useless Wang, who do you think you are to speak here?" Just as they finished speaking, a cold voice echoed. "His decision is my decision. Furthermore, your words are quite foul. Allow me to silence you." A bone-chilling aura erupted suddenly, causing the 2 disciples' expressions to change drastically. With a swish, 2 icy sword energies shot through the air. Uft! The sword energies pierced their shoulders, forcing them to retreat in disarray. Simultaneously, an astonishing cold surged from their wounds, threatening to freeze their bodies. Terrified, they hurriedly mobilized their spiritual energy to suppress the encroaching frost. When they looked up at Wang Yuyo, their faces were filled with dread. "Wang Yuyo, how could you turn on your fellow disciples? Aren't you afraid of facing the sect's punishment?" Wang Yuyo remained silent, her fingers shimmering with spiritual energy as she prepared to strike again with her perfect ice-cold sword. "Wait." At that moment, a hand suddenly grasped her wrist. Wang Yuyo turned to Wang Jianqiang, who shook his head. It wasn't he worth losing her life over these 2. The Hahuan sect strictly forbade disciples from killing one another. In such a crowded place, if Wang Yuyo truly killed them, the incident would surely come to light. According to sect rules, killing a fellow disciple would mean paying with one's life. Yes, the useless Wang is right. You are the top talent from the outer sect, while we are merely ranked 18th and 20th. It isn't worth losing our lives over this. The 2 pleaded desperately, as if they had grasped a lifeline. Wang Yuyo nodded at Wang Jianqiang, indicating, "I will listen to you." Believing they had successfully coerced her with sect rules, the 2's eyes brightened. "Now, we can offer you a chance. Help us seize the cushion on this platform, and we will act as if nothing happened just now." Seeing the 2 foolishly threaten her, Wang Yuyo's expression turned cold. Wang Jianqiang patted her shoulder, signaling her to remain calm, then turned to the 2, wearing a faint smile. "So you are suggesting we cooperate? Times have changed. Now we have no desire to collaborate, and you no longer have the qualifications to join us." He then looked at Wang Yuyo. "Wang Yuyo, if you do not wish to face sect punishment, it would be wise to comply." Upon hearing this, Wang Yuyo's face flushed with anger. Wang Jianqiang remained composed, still smiling gently. "I was going to let you 2 off, yet you insist on being aggressive. Heh, useless Wang, don't speak so sweetly," they sneered. "Do you dare to kill us?" Wang Jianqiang sighed. "Since you are forcing my hand, I have no choice but to eliminate you, otherwise. Others might think Wang Jianqiang is soft-hearted." Though his tone was mild, the 2 stiffened at his words, staring intensely at Wang Yuyo. "Wang Yuyo, think carefully. Is it worth losing your life over a word from this useless Wang?" Wang Yuyo displayed no hesitation. Her fingertips once again shimmered with ethereal light, poised to strike down the 2 individuals. Wang Jianqiang restrained her once more. A hint of confusion flickered across Wang Yuyo's face. "They indeed deserve death, but it should not be at your hands," he whispered. Wang Yuyo appeared contemplative. Then, Wang Jianqiang turned to the 2 men, a smile gracing his lips. "The rules of the Hahuan sect may bind its own disciples, but I wonder if they can restrain those from other factions." The 2 men paused, puzzled by his implication. The smile on Wang Jianqiang's face gradually faded, replaced by a chilling tone. "Schwer, why are you not making your move?" Whoosh, whoosh. As his words fell, 2 inconspicuous streams of spiritual energy suddenly shot forth. In the next moment, the 2 men had yet to react when the energy had already pierced through their foreheads. The 4 members of the Wanjian sect and Zhengyang sect, who had been observing from afar, exhibited a look of trepidation at the sight of the Hahuan sect members falling lifeless, preparing to retreat. "Gentlemen, since you've already witnessed this, you may as well remain," Wang Jianqiang remarked coolly, casting a glance at the 4. In the next instant, 4 concentrated streams of spiritual energy flew through the air, penetrating the skulls of the 4 individuals. Their expressions froze in an instant, their bodies collapsing to the ground as lifeless husks. Witnessing Yi Qingsnow eliminate 6 individuals with such ease, and without even showing herself, Wang Jianqiang could not help but marvel at the ferocity of foundation-building cultivators. The leap from full Qi training to foundation building may seem but a single step, yet the chasm between them was akin to that of heaven and earth. Before foundation-building cultivators, those at the pinnacle of Qi training appeared as fragile as paper, Even the third-turn realm cultivators were no exception. He turned to Wang Yuyo. Yuyo, retrieve the mat. Wang Yuyo nodded and ascended. Moments later, she returned with the mat in hand. Wang Jianqiang's gaze shifted to another high platform that possessed a mat. Continue the assault. On that platform, 4 individuals were embroiled in fierce combat. Among them, 2 hailed from the Shuqing Palace, 1 from the Wanjian sect, and 1 from the Hehuan sect. Useless Wang and Yiqing Snow. The Hehuan sect member's expression shifted upon seeing the 2. The Wanjian sect member remained silent, his expression fluctuating. However, the 2 from Shuqing Palace spoke bluntly. Get lost. This place belongs to us. They completely disregarded Wang Jianqiang. Observing Wang Yuyo, they revealed a hint of wariness. As for Yiqing Snow, being a foundation-building cultivator, if she chose to conceal her presence, these individuals would be utterly oblivious. Get lost. The mat here belongs to my grandfather. At this, the 2's faces flashed with murderous intent. This battlefield was initially under their control, barring unforeseen circumstances. The mat on this stone platform would surely belong to them. The arrival of Wang Jianqiang had thrown a wrench into their plans. They were already irked. And with Wang Jianqiang's arrogant demeanor, their murderous intent could no longer be suppressed. Seeking death, they snorted coldly, directing their flying swords toward Wang Jianqiang and Wang Yuyo. Wang Jianqiang remained calm, glancing at Wang Yuyo, who was readying to strike. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 streams of spiritual energy suddenly sliced through the air. The 2 Shuqing Palace members had their heads instantly pierced, their vitality extinguished. Wang Jianqiang was taken aback and could not help but glance behind him. Does your Shuqing Palace permit internecine strife? The next moment, Yiqing Snow's voice echoed in his mind. Not permitted. Then do you still dare to kill? I have already investigated. There are no other foundation-building cultivators in this square. No one will discover that I did it. Upon hearing her words, Wang Jianqiang's eyes lit up. No other foundation builders? This meant they were invincible here. With this thought, he surveyed the dozens of figures in the square. Should we make a grand move? What grand move? Yiqing Snow was taken aback. Eliminate all of them. Yiqing Snow fell silent for a while after hearing Wang Jianqiang's transmission. She considered herself quite bold. Otherwise, she would not dare to turn against her fellow disciples. Yet, she had not anticipated Wang Jianqiang's audacity, or rather, his madness. The disciples who could enter the secret realm were all the elite from the various sects, the backbone of their respective factions. The death of a few would perhaps elicit little more than mild concern. However, if all were annihilated, it would be a significant loss for the sections. At that point, forget about the elders leading outside the secret realm. The leaders of the 4 major factions would likely go mad. It would be difficult for us to remain concealed then. In that case, Wang Jianqiang's face showed a trace of regret. Let it be. After saying this, he glanced at the remaining 2 who were warily watching him. These 2 should be eliminated as well. Yiqing Snow ceased her telepathy. Following Wang Jianqiang's words, 2 concentrated streams of spiritual energy shot forth, piercing the heads of the 2. Wang Jianqiang instructed Wang Yuyo to collect the mat while he gathered 4 storage bags, then turned his gaze towards the 3rd high platform. Moments later, the 3rd mat was easily acquired, along with 6 additional storage bags. Next, let us enter the medicinal garden. With that, Wang Jianqiang looked at Wang Yuyo. Wang Yuyo understood. Taking all 3 mats and placing them at her feet before sitting cross-legged on one. Wang Jianqiang also sat upon a mat. Yiqing Snow revealed herself and seated herself on the 3rd mat. The 3 then extended their spiritual senses, connecting with the stone tablet. The mats beneath them erupted with spiritual light. In the next moment, the 3 vanished simultaneously along with the mats. Within an ancient bronze hall, the 3 figures materialized simultaneously. Is this the medicinal garden? Wang Jianqiang surveyed his surroundings, astonished. Wang Yuyo also cast a puzzled glance at Yiqing Snow. This place does not resemble a location suitable for cultivating spiritual herbs. This should be a transit station. Yiqing Snow observed the surroundings, contemplating for a moment. A transit station? Indeed, Yiqing Snow nodded, pointing around. Do you see those doors? Wang Jianqiang and Wang Yuyo nodded. They had noticed the 9 portals evenly distributed along the walls of the hall. Curiously, despite the ample light within the hall, the areas behind these portals were shrouded in darkness, obscuring any view of the scenes beyond. Entering these doors allows one to access the assessment space. Passing the assessment will grant entry into the medicinal garden, Yiqing Snow continued. Wang Jianqiang nodded thoughtfully. In that case, let us proceed. With that, he casually selected a door and stepped inside. Wang Yuyo and Yiqing Snow followed closely behind. Suddenly, Wang Yuyo gasped, glancing at Yiqing Snow. Yiqing Snow furrowed her brow. And after a moment, as if recalling something, her expression changed. Oh no, I forgot something. What is it? Wang Yuyo fixed her gaze on her. Each portal can admit only 3 individuals during an assessment period, and the difficulty of the assessment is determined by the first entrant. What? Upon hearing Yiqing Snow's words, Wang Yuyo's expression dramatically shifted. It meant that prior to Wang Jianqiang's entrance, 2 individuals had already entered, and they had yet to pass the assessment. If this were the case, wouldn't Wang Jianqiang have to participate in the assessment alongside those 2? If both were at the Qi training stage, it would be manageable, but if there were a foundation-building cultivator among them, being the first to enter would mean that Wang Jianqiang would have to endure an assessment at the foundation-building level. Upon stepping through the portal, Wang Jianqiang sensed something amiss when he noticed that Wang Yuyo and Yiqing Snow were no longer around. His brow furrowed. Where are Yuyo and Shuer? Had they dispersed? Or failed to enter? Just then, a whiff of blood permeated the air. Moments later, several colossal corpses appeared before him. They were the remains of 4 gigantic birds, each towering over 10 meters, their bodies marred by deep, bone-exposing wounds. The injuries appear not to have been inflicted by spirit beasts, but rather by a cultivator. Wang Jianqiang's gaze flickered. Could it be that someone has already entered before me? He pondered for a moment and continued onward. The instant he stepped into this space, the assessment information appeared in his mind, indicating the path to the core of this realm. There, a teleportation array connects directly to the medicinal garden. The direction he was headed was indeed towards the core. Along his journey, he encountered the remains of over 10 spirit beasts, evidently slain by those who had ventured here before him. While this revelation filled him with trepidation regarding the strength of his predecessor, it also brought a sense of relief. Among the fallen beasts, several exuded an especially terrifying aura. Even in death, their lingering presence instilled a profound sense of dread within him, reminiscent of the formidable pressure felt from Yi Qingxue after her breakthrough. The ability to effortlessly slay such powerful spirit beasts spoke volumes of that individual's prowess. Likely a top-tier genius from a sect, and akin to Yi Qingxue, had successfully established their foundation. Fortunately, it was precisely because of that individual's might in vanquishing all the spirit beasts along the way that he could traverse this path in safety. Had he encountered any of those foundational spirit beasts, he would have surely faced dire consequences. 2 days later, a sudden surge of powerful combat fluctuations emanated from ahead. Was that individual engaged in battle with spirit beasts? Wang Jianqiang's expression hardened, and he immediately halted his advance. The person who entered before him was at the foundational stage. Uncertain of their identity, he understood that rashly confronting them would only lead him into a precarious situation. Only after the combat fluctuations subsided did he condense a wooden sword formation, wrapping it tightly around himself like a second skin. Once he confirmed that his aura had been suppressed to the utmost, he cautiously approached the direction from which the combat waves had originated. Before long, amidst a thicket of grass, Wang Jianqiang gently parted the foliage, revealing a battlefield before his eyes. On the ravaged ground lay a massive spirit beast carcass, its formidable aura reminding him that it had once been a foundational spirit beast in life. As he surveyed the battlefield, a male voice unexpectedly rang out. We have already slain 7 foundational spirit beasts. This assessment is truly absurd. Wang Jianqiang turned his gaze toward a corner of the battlefield, where 2 figures, a man and a woman, came into view. The man was strikingly handsome, while the woman possessed exquisite beauty, her tall frame and ethereal aura reminiscent of an immortal. Upon seeing them, 2 names immediately sprang to Wang Jianqiang's mind, Lin Xianer and Xiao Waya. Seeing these 2 figures startled Wang Jianqiang. As the foremost and second geniuses of the Xianqing Palace's outer sect, their talents were undeniable. They had both successfully established their foundations, their auras rivaling even that of Yi Qingxue. He instinctively recoiled slightly, yet his concerns were evidently unfounded. The capabilities of the perfected wooden sword formation to conceal his presence exceeded his expectations, for even as foundational cultivators, they failed to detect his slightest aura. It is entirely normal for 2 foundational cultivators to enter through the same door. The assessment is bound to be more challenging, Lin Xianer said with a light laugh. However, Waya, you need not worry too much. I still have some trump cards yet to be utilized. Completing this assessment should not pose much of a problem. Having grown up together due to the long-standing friendship between their families, Lin Xianer had always addressed Xiao Waya as Waya Ji. Despite now being the top of the outer sect, she still affectionately referred to him in this manner. Hearing Lin Xianer, Xiao Waya cast a doting glance her way. What are you thinking, my dear? I am not worried about this assessment. Even if we were to encounter danger in the secret realm, how could I allow you to bear the brunt of it? Lin Xianer playfully stuck out her tongue, her adorable demeanor contrasting sharply with her usual haughty disposition. Since you are not worried about the assessment, are you perhaps concerned about Elder Song's orders? Indeed, Xiao Wai nodded. This assessment has lasted for half a month now. And with only 3 months remaining until the secret realm closes, we still need to enter the medicinal garden to gather herbs. Time is of the essence. You need not fret, Waya, Lin Xianer chuckled. In my eyes, those so-called elite outer disciples of the Hahuan sect are nothing but a joke. If an old fool on the brink of death can secure a spot in the secret realm, one can only imagine the caliber of this batch of Hahuan sect disciples. Dealing with them will be a simple matter, requiring little time or effort. Xiao Waya laughed at her words. He too had some recollection of that decrepit figure reeking of decay. If such a waste could infiltrate their ranks, the quality of the Hahuan sect's elite outer disciples was indeed lacking. Nonetheless, it is always prudent to exercise caution. Let us continue on our way and expedite the completion of this assessment. With that, Xiao Waya rose to his feet. All right, I will heed your advice, Waya Ji. Lin Xianer pouted and stood up. You little rascal, Xiao Waya shook his head in exasperation. A moment later, the two of them soared into the air. Wang Jianqiang emerged from the thicket, deep in thought. The elder Song mentioned by the two must be Song Qiyue. Unable to confront Yan Qingxian directly, she likely commanded Lin Xianer and Xiao Waya to deal with the disciples of the Hahuan sect, intending to irritate Yan Qingxian. He felt an urge to intervene. Yet as merely a qi refining cultivator, even with his perfected 5-element sword formation, he could hardly contend with foundational cultivators, especially against 2 of them. He shook his head, suppressing his thoughts, and followed at a safe distance behind them. Half a day later, Wang Jianqiang suddenly halted, gazing solemnly toward the sky. A massive dark blue-black bird, nearly 20 zhang in length, roared through the air, its feathers resembling forged iron, crackling with electricity. The bird's speed was astonishing. And in the blink of an eye, it appeared before Lin Xianer and Xiao Waya. With a powerful flap of its wings, bolts of lightning descended, striking the two down to the ground, igniting a fierce battle. As a lightning attribute spirit beast, the dark blue-black bird's attack power was formidable. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lin Xianer quickly produced a jade talisman. With a flick of her finger, the talisman transformed into a shimmering white sword that shot toward the dark blue-black bird. A white arc flashed, and the bird let out a piercing cry, a bloody wound appearing upon its body. However, Lin Xianer felt no joy upon witnessing this. Her intent had been to pierce the bird's head. But its speed was too great. It had evaded the attack at the last moment, sustaining only superficial injuries. Xianer, I will restrain it. At that moment, Xiao Waya's eyes flashed fiercely as he too committed himself. With a flip of his hand, he produced a verdant jade talisman. With a deft motion of his finger, the talisman transformed into a streak of green light that shot toward the dark blue-black bird. The bird seemed to sense the impending danger and flapped its wings to evade. However, just as it attempted to dodge, the green light exploded, enveloping the surrounding space in a layer of green luminescence. In an instant, a radius of several hundred zhang was transformed into a verdant prison. Within the confines of the prison, a suppressive force converged upon the dark blue-black bird. Xianer, strike now. Xiao Waya, seemingly drained, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, urgently called out to Lin Xianer. Upon hearing his command, Lin Xianer immediately directed the white sword, which shot toward the dark blue-black bird's head. At the brink of life and death, the azure-black giant bird was utterly enraged. Arcs of thick lightning danced across its sturdy feathers, transforming it into a bird of thunder. Under the explosive force of the lightning, the green light prison was instantly shattered. In a flash of electric brilliance, the azure-black bird burst forth from its confines. The jade-white sword fell to the ground, rendered ineffective. This is dire. That bird has already reached the mid-stage of foundation establishment, and being of the lightning attribute, its attack power and speed are extraordinarily formidable. We stand no chance. A look of horror crossed Xiao Wuyo's face. Fear not, Brother Wuyo. Even if we cannot defeat this beast, it cannot hinder our escape, Lin Xianer replied, her demeanor surprisingly calm in the face of peril. With a flicker of spiritual light, a piece of talisman paper appeared in her hand. The 1,000 miles spirit transport talisman? Lin Xianer nodded, and the talisman radiated with intense spiritual energy, swirling into a vortex that formed a continuously rotating passageway into the void, its destination unknown. Suddenly, with a crackling sound, several bolts of lightning descended from the heavens. Both Lin Xianer and Xiao Wuyo's expressions shifted dramatically. The passageway created by the 1,000 miles spirit transport talisman required a brief moment for transport, and its delicate nature rendered it vulnerable. This brief interval was sufficient for the lightning to obliterate the passageway. Realizing this, they refrained from entering the transport passage and instead leaped to its apex to shield it from the oncoming lightning. With a resounding boom, they were thrown back, blood spilling from their mouths as they landed awkwardly. Though in disarray, they managed to protect the transport passage. Xiao Wuyo glanced at the azure-black bird. Xianer, you go first. I shall contain this beast, he declared, pointing his finger. The green light prison suddenly contracted, transforming into a streak of light that shot toward the azure-black bird. Caught off guard by the proximity, the bird was once again enveloped by the green light prison. Lin Xianer, who had harbored some concerns, finally felt reassured and stepped into the transport passage. Her figure gradually faded, ultimately vanishing from sight. Crack. After Lin Xianer departed, the azure-black bird erupted once more. Humph. A mere beast, forever destined to be outwitted. I shan't play with you any longer. Xiao Wuyo chuckled coldly, nonchalantly stepping into the transport passage while simultaneously waving his hand. Before the azure-black bird could break free from its confinement, he willingly retracted the green light prison. The verdant jade talisman reappeared, flying back into his palm. The azure-black bird roared in fury as torrents of lightning rained down from the sky. Yet, at that moment, Xiao Wuyo stood within the transport passage, his form becoming increasingly indistinct. In the next instant, he would completely depart. It seemed all was too late. Beast, I shall return to settle the score, Xiao Wuyo sneered, gazing upward with a cold smile. Crack. Just as his words fell, a sound of shattering filled the air. The transport passage abruptly disintegrated. A fleeting look of bewilderment crossed his face, quickly turning into a grimace of despair. The transport passage had been destroyed. He had failed to escape. Chapter 45. Encountering Lin Xianer again. Boom. Several bolts of lightning struck the ground. The flash of lightning rent the earth asunder, and a figure was hurled several dozen feet away, blood spurting from their mouth as they landed heavily. Xiao Wuyo, in a state of disarray, struggled to rise but did not look towards the azure-black bird. Instead, his gaze immediately fell upon a flying sword nearby, enveloped in an icy aura. In an instant, madness flickered in his eyes, and he surveyed his surroundings with a killing intent. Who dares to ambush me? Show yourself. His icy voice resonated, yet there was no reply. Xiao Wuyo's eyes reddened. It was that very sword that had shattered the transport passage, severing his escape route. He realized he had no hope of surviving against the azure-black bird and was solely focused on locating the hidden assailant to drag them down with him. Yet, no matter how he probed with his spiritual sense, he could detect nothing unusual. It was an immense humiliation for him, the second prodigy of the Su-in-Quing Palace, to be secretly plotted against and killed without even knowing the identity of his foe. In that moment, the suffocating frustration eclipsed even his fear of death. Alas, he was destined to fail. Long before the ambush was successful, Wang Jianqiang had secretly buried himself in a hidden pit, with the wood sword formation concealing his presence. He merely needed to evade Xiao Wuyo's gaze. Ultimately, Xiao Wuyo could not locate the assailant and was reduced to cinders by the relentless bolts of lightning. After vanquishing the intruder, the azure black bird surveyed its surroundings before taking flight. Sometime later, Wang Jianqiang cautiously brushed away the dirt from his face, relieved to see the azure black bird had departed. To be safe, he did not dismantle the wood sword formation. As long as the wood sword formation concealed his aura, the azure black bird could not sense his presence. He scanned the area and then fixed his gaze on a charred corpse. This body had been completely reduced to ash. The numerous wounds on it indicated that the deceased had endured tremendous suffering before death. He rummaged through the remains and retrieved a storage bag. Upon inspection, a flash of spiritual light revealed a verdant jade talisman, a treasure capable of temporarily restraining the azure black bird. Moreover, Xiao Wuyo's storage bag also contained 6 foundation establishment pills and many spirit stones, a veritable treasure trove. After examining his spoils, he did not linger and carefully proceeded toward the core area. Within a dilapidated structure, a spark of spiritual light suddenly emerged, rapidly intensifying. A figure materialized from within the glow. As the figure appeared, the spiritual light faded away, ultimately vanishing. Where's this? Lin Xian'er thought, her expression turning wary. Once she sensed that there was no danger in the vicinity, she allowed herself to relax somewhat. She harbored no concerns about Xiao Wuyo not appearing alongside her. The 1,000-mile spirit transport talisman transported them randomly, and it was entirely normal for them to not arrive at the same location. In her mind, Xiao Wuyo must have escaped safely by now. After a careful observation, her gaze landed on a staircase leading to the upper level. After a moment's contemplation, she proceeded up the stairs. Upon reaching the second floor, she immediately detected a thick, almost mist-like essence of pure spiritual energy. Her eyes then fell upon a pool about a foot in diameter. This is a spirit pool formed from liquefied spiritual energy. A smile of delight graced Lin Xian'er's face as she instinctively moved toward the pool. If she could refine the spiritual water within, her cultivation would surely experience a significant boost. Suddenly, as she neared the edge of the pool, a palm-sized green snake shot forth from the water with astonishing speed. Before she could react, she felt a sharp pain in her shoulder as the green snake bit her. Startled, she unleashed her spiritual energy, sending the green snake tumbling backward. "Beast, you seek death," she exclaimed, glancing at her shoulder wound, and with a flick of her finger, a flying sword shot forth. Clang! Sparks flew as the green snake was sent flying, its scales remarkably tough, leaving no mark from her strike. Hiss! Provoked by the pain, the green snake lunged at her once more with ferocity. Lin Xian'er's expression turned frigid as she summoned a jade talisman. With a flash of spiritual light, the talisman transformed into a small jade-white sword. In a blink, the blade sliced the green snake cleanly in half. Seeing the green snake lifeless, Lin Xian'er exhaled in relief. She pressed her hand against her wound, preparing to inspect the area, only to feel an intense heat emanating from her shoulder. In a fleeting moment, a searing sensation rapidly spread throughout her body, her garments unable to withstand such intense heat, disintegrating into fine particles silently. Her consciousness began to blur. Oh no, this snake is venomous. Lin Xian'er's expression shifted in alarm as she hastily summoned all her strength to suppress it. Yet, her countenance changed again. She realized her power was utterly ineffective against the toxin coursing through her veins. In a panic, she recalled the spiritual pool before her and leaped into it without hesitation. The rich spiritual energy surged into her, bringing a refreshing chill that invigorated her spirit. It worked. A flicker of joy sparked within her. However, the potency of the serpent's venom exceeded her expectations, resembling a peculiar fire toxin. Not only did it generate a searing temperature capable of incinerating flesh like real flames, but it also stirred the fires of emotion within her, amplifying her feelings infinitely. Despite exhausting her strength and utilizing the cold spring's energy to suppress it, she could barely fend off the encroachment of the fiery toxin within her. Fortunately, the fire toxin was rootless. If she continued to expend her energy, it would eventually be eradicated. The condition was that she must maintain this fragile balance. Meanwhile, Wang Jianqiang, cloaked by the wood sword array to conceal his presence, deftly evaded several foundation-building spirit beasts. In just one day, he traversed a perilous 1,000-mile distance, arriving at the heart of the assessment space. Is this the final destination of the trial? Observing the dilapidated structure before him, Wang Jianqiang pondered. Before him stood a 3-tiered pavilion, seemingly weathered by endless ages, each brick and tile imbued with an ancient aura. After a moment of contemplation, he cautiously approached the pavilion's entrance. Upon stepping inside, his vision suddenly blurred. Turning around, he was startled to find a wall where the entrance had been. It had vanished without a trace. Alarmed, he quickly regained his composure, surveying his surroundings. His gaze fell upon the staircase leading to the upper levels. Is this the only path? After a brief contemplation, he carefully ascended the stairs. In a moment, he stealthily reached the second floor, momentarily stunned. Before him lay a pool roughly a foot in diameter, brimming with astonishing spiritual energy. A keen sense revealed that the water in the pool was composed of pure spiritual essence. However, it was not the pool itself that astonished him, but rather the figure immersed within it, facing away from him. Chapter 46. Do not look back. I am Brother Wui. The pool's rich spiritual energy swirled like mist upon its surface. In the hazy smoke, a silhouette stood within the pool, the water only reaching her waist. The sleek, slender back revealed an almost flawless outline amidst the ethereal fog. Lin Xianer. Even without seeing her face, Wang Jianqiang instantly recognized the figure. His heart raced, and his first instinct was to flee. Just as he instinctively turned to retreat, he noticed something was amiss with Lin Xianer. His gaze shifted to the edge of the pool, where he spotted the carcass of a palm-sized snake. A sudden thought struck him. Has she been poisoned? If so, she must be at her weakest now. With this realization, Wang Jianqiang's eyes sparkled with newfound determination. Since Lin Xianer had received orders from Song Qiuyue, she would undoubtedly target the disciples of the Hahuan sect. It was highly likely she would become his adversary in the future. Now that she was gravely poisoned, was it not the perfect opportunity to eliminate her? Resolving himself, he cautiously approached the edge of the pool. At that moment, Lin Xianer was entirely focused on combating the internal fire toxin, and with Wang Jianqiang enveloped by the wood sword array, she remained completely unaware of his presence. As he reached the pool's edge, he was certain of his earlier surmise. She was indeed deeply poisoned. Otherwise, even if she could not sense his aura, how could she fail to notice the footsteps so near? With this thought, his courage swelled, and his gaze grew bolder. Upon arriving at the spiritual pool, the scene within became clearer. Regrettably, he could only see her back. The lower half of her body was submerged in the spiritual water. He lifted his palm, gathering spiritual energy at his fingertips, ready to strike. However, entirely focused on Lin Xianer, he failed to notice a wisp of green energy silently wafting from the pool, mingling with the spiritual mist, landing on him, and infiltrating his body through his pores. This wisp of greenish-red energy was a fragment of the fire toxin that Lin Xianer had expelled from her body unbeknownst to her. It had been suspended in the spiritual water until now, finally floating free. Compared to the fire toxin within Lin Xianer, this trace was less than 1% as potent. Such a feeble toxin posed no threat to Wang Jianqiang's life, yet its ability to amplify emotions subtly began to influence him. Initially, Wang Jianqiang had no ulterior motives. He merely sought to eliminate the potential threat before him. However, upon the toxin entering his system, his thoughts took an unexpected turn. She is so beautiful. Perhaps I should seize the opportunity. The moment that thought surfaced, Wang Jianqiang was taken aback. This was a formidable enemy who could end his life at any moment. He shook his head violently, attempting to dispel this audacious notion. Yet, the thought did not dissipate. Instead, it burgeoned, transforming into a second persona that incessantly coaxed him. Why hesitate? She is the foremost goddess of the Xianqing Palace's outer gate. She is currently ensnared by venom, unable to resist. Simultaneously, his rationality countered with another voice. No, absolutely not. One misstep could cost me my life. It is too risky. However, his reason did not hold out for long and gradually succumbed to temptation. If all else fails, perhaps I could observe her a bit longer before acting? Or maybe, try it. Ultimately, his reason capitulated entirely. He cautiously stepped into the spiritual pool, preparing to make his move. Lin Xianer instinctively jolted at the sudden intrusion. Her prolonged detoxification had rendered her mind somewhat hazy. She and Xiao Wui had grown up together. How could she not recognize his voice? This voice was entirely wrong. It was definitely not Brother Wui. Moreover, Brother Wui had always treated her with respect. He would never engage in such an impudent act. Suddenly, she opened her eyes wide, detecting the presence behind her. A fierce killing intent erupted from her being. What the hell? Upon sensing this murderous aura, Wang Jianqiang's body chilled, and he regained his senses, swiftly leaping to the bank. At that moment, Lin Xianer abruptly turned to face him, her stunning eyes ablaze with icy malice. It's you. Lin Xianer instantly recognized him. Wasn't he the decrepit old fool from the Hahuan Sect's team, whose time was nearly up? Realizing this, her expression soured instantly. She was the most talented disciple of the Xianqing Palace's outer gate, a goddess of unparalleled status. And yet she had been taken advantage of by such a lowly old man. If word got out, her reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. How could she ever hold her head high again, let alone face Brother Wui? With this thought, her murderous intent reached its zenith. Wang Jianqiang felt a chill run down his spine as he suddenly fixed his gaze behind Lin Xianer. Xiao Wui, what are you doing here? Lin Xianer's heart raced, and she instinctively turned to look. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Jianqiang dashed out of the spiritual pool. At that moment, Lin Xianer finally grasped the situation. You shameless old bastard, I will kill you. She pointed forward, and a jade talisman shot forth, transforming into a radiant white flying sword in a flash of spiritual light. It was that treasured talisman. Upon gazing at the jade white flying sword, Wang Jianqiang was instantly overcome with a prickling sensation at the nape of his neck. He had witnessed its formidable power firsthand. Slicing through a foundational level black feathered bird was akin to cutting through tofu. If this weapon were to strike him, it would undoubtedly leave him in pieces. With this thought in mind, he did not hesitate to activate his perfect wind-chasing boots, propelling himself up the staircase leading to the third floor with astonishing speed amidst a whirlwind. The razor-sharp, jade-white flying sword narrowly missed Wang Jianqiang, crashing against the corner of the staircase. This ancient structure, seemingly dilapidated with walls riddled with cracks, as if it could collapse at any moment. Bore no trace of the sword's impact. Instead, the jade-white sword resembled an egg striking a stone, chipping off a corner and transforming back into a jade talisman that fell to the ground, now marred by a slender crack. Lin Xianer emerged from the spirit pool, her figure glowing as she donned a pristine white gown. Without pausing to inspect the talisman, she charged towards the staircase leading to the third floor, exuding an aura of fierce determination. Chapter 47. The Trial of the Herb Garden. Upon reaching the third floor of the ancient building, Lin Xianer immediately focused on the central area. There stood an ancient altar, now covered in fine cracks due to the relentless passage of time. A faint spiritual light was gradually dissipating above it. Her expression shifted as she dashed to the altar's edge. After a brief examination, her face darkened. Indeed, it was a teleportation array. She scanned the altar's surroundings and noted several depressions, from which the embedded spirit stones had been drained of their spiritual energy, reducing them to dust. With a wave of her hand, she cleared the dust from the depressions and inserted new spirit stones. In the next moment, the teleportation array atop the altar glimmered to life. However, it only flickered for an instant before the spirit stones shattered, causing the array's patterns to vanish back into the altar. Could it be that the spirit stones were of insufficient quality? Lin Xianer's expression soured. Legends spoke of a time when the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was rich and pure, with abundant spirit stone veins. Spirit stones were categorized into 4 grades: supreme, high grade, mid grade, and low grade, based on their contained spiritual power. Today, however, the cultivation environment had drastically declined compared to ancient times. Spirit stone veins had become exceedingly rare, and the stones produced were predominantly of low grade. Clearly, this altar was a remnant from ancient times, incapable of being activated by mere low-grade stones. She doubted that the old man possessed high-grade spirit stones. The only possibility was that the altar was originally embedded with spirit stones, and the remaining spiritual energy had been completely consumed. With this realization, her expression grew even grimmer. If low-grade spirit stones could not activate the array, how would she manage to escape? The spirit pool on the second floor could aid her in enhancing her cultivation, but for now, she could only take it one step at a time. The thought of that old man made her grit her teeth in frustration. Lin Xianer's speculation was indeed accurate. Wang Jianqiang did not possess high-grade spirit stones. Instead, he had activated the array using the spirit stones originally embedded in the altar. Now, he found himself standing outside an expansive herb garden. While it was called a garden, its vastness was astonishing, stretching endlessly, with various precious herbs growing wildly like weeds. Wang Jianqiang eagerly stepped into the herb garden. Upon entering, he immediately spotted dozens of Xian Yu ginseng flourishing nearby. The Xian Yu ginseng was the core ingredient for refining foundational pills. He hastened towards it, ready to harvest. Just as his hand was about to touch one of the ginseng plants, a burst of spiritual light erupted from beside it. Wang Jianqiang felt his hand halted, and before he could react, his consciousness blurred, finding himself in an empty space. A pulsating sphere of spiritual light emerged before him, swiftly coalescing into a solid figure. This figure bore an uncanny resemblance to Wang Jianqiang, even mirroring his cultivation level. Was this the trial for harvesting spiritual herbs? As he observed the identical figure, a thought crossed his mind. In that instant, the luminous figure lunged at him. Wang Jianqiang's mind shifted into action, summoning the perfect cold light sword, which effortlessly dispelled the figure's attack. The sword paused for a moment before slicing through the luminous figure, causing it to shatter. Indeed, this was a trial. Wang Jianqiang silently acknowledged, extending his hand once more towards the Xian Yu ginseng. This time, he encountered no obstruction and easily plucked the herb. Subsequently, he harvested 9 more ginseng plants. Upon reaching for the 11th ginseng, a familiar surge of spiritual power emerged once again. Wang Jianqiang raised an eyebrow, not attempting to evade it. In the next moment, he was pulled back into the trial space. As the spiritual light flickered, another identical figure materialized, maintaining the same cultivation level as before. Upon seeing the familiar flying sword, Wang Jianqiang expressed surprise. The cold light sword. This luminous figure was capable of wielding the cold light sword. He swiftly dodged the sword's assault, contemplating the luminous figure. Instead of immediately shattering it, he engaged in a battle of wits. After a brief struggle, he summoned the perfect water ring, augmenting the cold light sword's power, and with a single strike, he obliterated the luminous figure. As he returned to the herb garden, Wang Jianqiang harvested the remaining 6 Xian Yu ginseng plants beneath his feet. Glancing at the other types of herbs nearby, he pondered but ultimately decided against harvesting them. Instead, he ventured towards a more distant cluster of herbs, where more Xian Yu ginseng was growing. According to the rules of the herb garden trial, Xian Yu ginseng was the primary material for refining foundational pills, and it was also the rarest ingredient in the formula. Other supplementary ingredients could be procured externally, and he was uncertain how many perfect foundational pills he would require. Regardless, it would not be a small number. To be prudent, he resolved to collect only Xian Yu ginseng, although the garden undoubtedly housed many more precious herbs. Without a successful foundation, even the rarest herbs would be rendered futile. As he harvested the 41st Xian Yu ginseng, he was once again drawn into the trial space for the 4th time. This time, he intended to rely solely on his combat instincts against the luminous figure, minimizing the use of additional artifacts to reduce the difficulty of the 5th trial. Unfortunately, he overestimated his capabilities. Although the luminous figure lacked intelligence, its combat experience surpassed his expectations, and within a few exchanges, he found himself in a desperate retreat. In a moment of desperation, Wang Jianqiang was compelled to unleash the perfect little Qinshan seal, shattering it with force. Upon returning to the herb garden, he resumed his collection of Xianyu ginseng. After harvesting the 51st plant, he faced his 5th trial. Through fierce combat, utilizing the sudden burst of speed from the perfect gale boots, he triumphed over the ethereal figure. Soon after, the 6th trial commenced. After a grueling struggle, he summoned the perfect Xianguang seal and managed to secure a hard-fought victory. As for the 7th trial, he finally resorted to his ultimate weapon, the little 5-elements sword array. With the combined might of 3 sword formations, he shattered the ethereal figure's defensive artifacts. In the 8th trial, he layered a 4-fold sword array, consuming considerable time before he narrowly defeated the ethereal figure. During the 9th trial, he exhausted all his resources, integrating a 5-fold sword array to vanquish the ethereal figure entirely. Once back in the herb garden, Wang Jianqiang collected an additional 10 Xianyu ginseng. As he contemplated the next ginseng plant, he hesitated. Harvesting it would surely draw him into the trial space once more, and re-entering seemed to offer little hope for success. Just as he was prepared to abandon his quest for herbs, a flash of inspiration struck him. He seemed to recall a hidden card he had yet to play. Chapter 48. Lin Xianer escapes. While Wang Jianqiang feverishly gathered Xianyu ginseng, others in different corners of the herb garden were also collecting herbs. It appeared that the trials in this garden escalated in difficulty according to the strength displayed by the participants. Su Yutong gazed at the endless expanse of the herb garden, her face marred by frustration. Damn it, this ridiculous trial offers no hints at all. Yi Lingyun's eyes burned crimson, his heart ablaze with anger. Not long ago, he had been pulled into the trial space while gathering his first herb. In his eagerness to defeat the ethereal figure, he unleashed his full power, sweeping through it with the might of a seasoned warrior. It was only then that he grasped the rules of the herb garden's trials and dared not continue. This signified the end of his gains within the herb garden. Aside from Su Yutong and Yi Lingyun, Su Su and Yang Yun of the Zhengyang sect, Lu Qing'er and Jian Jiao of the 10,000 Sword sect, as well as Bai Shiru and Mu Lingxi were all undergoing the trials of the herb garden. Meanwhile, Yi Qingxue and Wang Yiyue had also passed the qualification assessment to enter the herb garden. On the second level of the ancient building, Lin Xianer sat cross-legged in the spirit pool, devoid of any clothing. The spirit water that had once filled the pool had been completely refined, revealing her flawless, exquisite form. Suddenly, Lin Xianer felt a powerful surge of energy erupting, filling the entire second level. She had reached the mid-foundation stage. Opening her eyes, her expression was one of exhilaration. She had not anticipated such remarkable assistance from the spirit water for her cultivation. Just a month prior, she had barely entered the early foundation stage, and now, after a mere month of cultivation, she had advanced to the mid-foundation stage. However, she quickly regained her composure. What did it matter if she had broken through? Unless she could activate the teleportation array on the altar, she would remain trapped here, destined to perish. This thought brought back memories of the aged figure that haunted her mind. With gritted teeth, she seethed, "It's that old bastard. Not only did he take my purity, but he also left me trapped in this ancient edifice." After a while, she managed to calm down again. Just as she was about to leave the now-dry spirit pool, she noticed a layer of jade-white spirit stones at the bottom. Stunned, she picked one up, and after examining it, her face lit up with joy. High-grade spirit stones. The inner spiritual power was so pure and immense. These stones were undoubtedly of superior quality. A flash of murderous intent crossed her face. With these high-grade spirit stones, I can activate the teleportation array on the altar and escape from here. Old man, your time of reckoning has come. In the desolate trial space, Wang Jianqiang suddenly materialized. Ultimately, he chose to continue with the trials. With a hum, a surge of spiritual light erupted as the ethereal figure for the 10th trial coalesced. As soon as it appeared, the figure's fingers shimmered with spiritual light and reached out. The little 5-elements sword array manifested instantly, ensnaring him within. Wang Jianqiang had long since adapted to the figure's tendency to attack immediately upon arrival. As the ethereal figure struck, he resolutely condensed the little 5-elements sword array into his fist. He unleashed a powerful punch. The sword array surrounding him shattered with a resounding crash. The terrifying force swirling around his fist was also disrupted. He staggered back, but before he could regain his balance, he summoned the perfect cloud water cold light sword. Simultaneously, the ethereal figure unleashed its own perfect cloud water cold light sword. The two swords did not collide but instead passed by each other. One sword shot toward the ethereal figure, while the other flew toward Wang Jianqiang. Faced with the incoming flying sword, Wang Jianqiang advanced rather than retreat. With a flash of his perfect gale boots, he narrowly dodged the attack, then surged toward the ethereal figure like a tempest. On the other side, the ethereal figure donned a flowing gown as moonlight radiated around it. Clang! The flying sword was stopped by the moonlight, unable to approach. Witnessing this, Wang Jianqiang felt a surge of delight. With a sweeping motion of his arm, he brought down a massive seal, exerting immense pressure that rendered the ethereal figure immobile. The ethereal figure's perfect Xian water ring glimmered, and the surrounding pressure eased. With a flash of light beneath its feet, it escaped at astonishing speed. Boom! In the next moment, the massive seal descended. The ethereal figure could not completely evade it. The surrounding moonlight shattered, along with the gown it wore. Yet it remained largely unharmed. As it flew backward, it waved its hand, summoning a colossal seal that came crashing down toward Wang Jianqiang. Wang Jianqiang gritted his teeth and summoned the perfect water moon gown, bolstered by the power of the perfect Xian water ring. Moonlight radiated from the gown, forming a protective barrier. Meanwhile, the light of the perfect gale boots intensified. Rather than evading like the ethereal figure, he charged forward with even greater speed. At the moment of impact with the seal, he suddenly changed direction, skillfully maneuvering around it to continue his assault on the ethereal figure. However, just as he had circumvented the seal, a suppressive force erupted from it, drastically halting his speed. Bang! In the next moment, the seal shifted and struck fiercely against his back. Wang Jianqiang coughed up a mouthful of blood, feeling several bones fracture. Yet, he paid no heed to his injuries. Transform. Use size-changing charm. A frenzied look crossed his face as he expanded, transforming into a towering figure over 10 feet tall. Fly for me. He delivered a thunderous punch, which landed squarely on the ethereal figure's face, sending it hurtling away. Die. Following that strike, he activated the perfect little Qianshan seal, which descended like a mountain. The ethereal figure was obliterated in an instant. Wang Jianqiang exhaled deeply, gazing at the scattering light particles that emerged from the shattered ethereal figure. Spitting out a mouthful of bloodied saliva. I can grow larger and harder in more places than just that. After a brief recovery, he continued to gather herbs. After harvesting another 10 Xianyu ginseng, he decided not to proceed further. He cast a reluctant glance at the vast expanse of the herb garden, feeling a pang of regret. If only he could completely scour this place, he could amass resources not just for the foundation stage, but even for the core formation and beyond. Alas, this was clearly a mere fantasy. Having successfully passed the 10th trial of the medicinal garden was already his limit. The 11th? Entering would be tantamount to courting death. He raised his hand to inspect the circular mark on the back of it, a remnant of the mat he had used to enter this place. By merely activating the mat's imprint, he could leave the garden. He glanced once more at the densely packed medicinal herbs and shook his head, activating the imprint. In the next instant, his figure vanished within the garden. Just a second after Wang Jianqiang's departure, a woman dressed in ethereal white appeared in the garden. Her features were exquisite, and her figure was slender. It was Lin Xiener, who had just emerged from her confinement. Coincidentally, her arrival was less than 10 paces from where Wang Jianqiang had just left. Finally, she was free. Lin Xiener surveyed her surroundings, a glimmer of icy resolve flashing in her eyes. Wang Jianqiang, just you wait. Chapter 49. Limitless Techniques. A month had passed since the contest for the mat. The once bustling Qingstone Square had become desolate, devoid of any presence. Suddenly, at a certain moment, a space beside the stone tablet rippled like water, and a figure emerged. Following this appearance, a beam of spiritual light shot out from the undulating space, transforming into a tattered mat beneath his feet. Upon his arrival, Wang Jianqiang promptly scanned his surroundings with vigilance. Noticing the square was empty, he sighed in relief. Just as he prepared to depart, a beam of spiritual light shot from the mat, merging into the dark stone tablet. In the next moment, information flooded into Wang Jianqiang's mind. Having undergone 10 trials in the medicinal garden, he was rated as excellent, granting him access to select a technique or spell from the Great Wilderness Tablet. Wang Jianqiang was momentarily taken aback. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, a dark light suddenly shot from the tablet, enveloping him within its grasp. Although the dark light appeared unremarkable, it harbored an overwhelming force. In the face of such power, Wang Jianqiang felt as insignificant as a single drop in an expansive ocean, utterly powerless to resist. His body, along with his thoughts, seemed to freeze. Carried by the dark light, he soared towards the tablet, merging into its depths. The instant he entered the tablet, Wang Jianqiang felt as if he had stepped into a realm of darkness. Not only could he see nothing, but even his spiritual awareness was confined within his body, unable to escape. Just as he began to feel lost, a gentle voice resonated in his ears. Tester, I am the spirit of the Great Wilderness Tablet. You need only to sequentially showcase your learned skills, and the techniques and spells suited to you will naturally be drawn to you. Remember, you have only 1 hour to make your selections. When time is up, you will be transported out, regardless of your success. Now, the selection begins. Upon hearing the spirit's words, a flicker of interest crossed Wang Jianqiang's face. To utilize his unique abilities to attract suitable spells? What a curious method. He tentatively extended his palm. A miniature wooden array coalesced within his palm. Moments later, numerous green orbs began to drift forth from the depths of the dark realm. Swiftly approaching him, a glance revealed dozens of these orbs, each varying in brightness. Some glimmered faintly, like a candle flickering in the wind, on the verge of extinguishing, while others shone brightly, delivering a blinding radiance. The intensity of the light seemed proportional to the strength of the techniques contained within. Wang Jianqiang scrutinized each orb thoughtfully. He refrained from making a hasty decision. With only one chance to choose, he knew he must deliberate carefully. Subsequently, he unleashed the sword arrays of gold, water, fire, and earth, attracting a multitude of colorful orbs. Afterward, he merged the 5 arrays into a small 5-element sword array. The darkness fell silent for a moment before 3 orbs began to float towards him. Each of these orbs radiated a dazzling spectrum of colors, breathtakingly beautiful. Each emitted an extraordinary brightness, far surpassing all previous orbs. However, even among these 3, there existed a disparity in strength. The central orb shone the brightest, akin to a small sun, subtly overshadowing the two flanking it. Upon seeing this sun-like orb, Wang Jianqiang instinctively felt a profound desire welling up within him. Compelled by this yearning, he could not help but extend his palm. In the next moment, he bit his tongue. The sharp pain brought clarity back to his eyes. Sighs and ease, he muttered inwardly, and in an instant, his form expanded, doubling in size. Just as he invoked the technique, thousands of white orbs surged forth from the darkness. Among them, the brightest orb rivaled the sun-like orb in brilliance. Upon spotting this radiant white orb, an even stronger desire surged within Wang Jianqiang. This desire burned more fiercely than before. This is the one. Just as he resolved to choose this white orb, an inconspicuous gray orb lazily floated into view. The gray orb was not particularly luminous. Yet, upon its arrival, every other orb simultaneously dimmed, including the two brightest ones. Moreover, as the gray orb approached, all the orbs parted, creating a path. Slowly, the black orb drifted towards Wang Jianqiang. Witnessing this unfold, Wang Jianqiang's eyes brightened. According to the rules inscribed on the tablet, the orb that exerted the strongest attraction upon him contained the technique or spell most suited to him. Although the gray orb commanded an impressive entrance, it failed to elicit any significant allure. A typical person might choose to favor compatibility over sheer power, reasoning that what one could not learn was of no use, especially since the orb most suitable for him was hardly weak. Yet Wang Jianqiang was not ordinary. He was a man endowed with a system. What did compatibility matter? With cultivation points at his disposal, he need not wait for time. 1 point represented a year of arduous training. Thus, without hesitation, he chose the gray orb. The moment his palm made contact with it, the spirit's voice echoed once more. Selection complete. As the voice faded, a dark light enveloped Wang Jianqiang, transporting him from the great wilderness tablet. Upon returning to Qingstone Square, Wang Jianqiang stood motionless, lost in thought. The moment he touched the gray orb, a surge of information had flooded his mind. Saint body of time. No restrictions on aptitude or comprehension. All beings may learn it. Compete with heaven and earth for transformation, shining in concert with time. One spirit pattern for each year. With strength, break through myriad laws. Having absorbed the information, Wang Jianqiang finally understood the essence of the saint body of time. While its description was grandiose, it could be succinctly summarized in 2 words: to live. The longer one lived, the stronger one became. Those who practiced the saint body of time could condense a spirit pattern each year. Not only did each pattern enhance physical strength, but it also increased one's power by 30 pounds. Taking the example of a millennium, one could condense 1,000 spirit patterns, augmenting strength by 30,000 pounds. However, even cultivators in the nascent soul stage only had a lifespan of 1,000 years. For those with the might to move mountains and part seas, such an increase was negligible. Even cultivators in the core formation stage could casually exert hundreds of thousands of pounds of strength. For ordinary cultivators, the so-called saint body of time was entirely superfluous. Yet Wang Jianqiang was different. He possessed cultivation points, rendering the passage of time irrelevant. 1 point equated to a year of diligent training. In essence, a single cultivation point can yield an additional spiritual pattern. Should one possess an ample supply of cultivation points, it is entirely feasible to amass a considerable number of spiritual patterns in a remarkably brief period. For cultivators in the nascent soul or even core formation stages, 1,000 spiritual patterns may seem trivial. However, what of those in the foundation establishment stage? Contemplating this, a flicker of exhilaration crossed Wang Jianqiang's face. This was akin to an unending path, devoid of any bottlenecks or limits, perfectly aligned with his journey of empowerment. As Wang Jianqiang reveled in the joy of acquiring the temporal sacred body, he suddenly sensed a wave of spatial fluctuation emanating from a distance. Instinctively, he turned his gaze and beheld a figure emerging from the rippling space. His expression froze momentarily. Lin Xian'e? How did she manage to escape? Chapter 50. Arrogance. Wang Jianqiang's position was directly opposite Lin Xian'e. The instant she stepped out of the spatial transmission, her eyes fell upon him, leaving no time for her to evade. In that moment, the air seemed to solidify. Old rascal, I was just about to seek you out, yet here you are, presenting yourself so readily. Her words, imbued with icy contempt, were accompanied by a surge of violent spiritual energy that erupted from Lin Xian'e, sweeping towards him like a tempest. Wang Jianqiang's countenance shifted. The perfect mystic light seal was instantly summoned, hovering above his head. A pale golden radiance erupted from the seal, manifesting as a protective barrier around him. He then thrust his palm forward, channeling vibrant 5-colored spiritual light through his fingers, forming a small 5-element sword array compressed into a barrier, serving as a second layer of defense. This was not the end. He retrieved the perfect small Qianshan seal to suppress before him, creating a third layer of protection. Following that, he donned the perfect water moon skirt, enhanced by the perfect mystic water ring, thus forging a 4th layer of defense. Even after these preparations, a sense of insecurity lingered within him. Without hesitation, he activated the perfect wind-chasing boots and fled at maximum speed toward the plaza's exit. Just as he turned, a terrifying spiritual storm surged forth. The perfect mystic light seal was instantly cast aside, and the pale golden barrier shattered. The once formidable 5-element sword array, which had been invincible in the past, was swiftly obliterated before a mid-foundation establishment cultivator. The grand perfect small Qianshan seal was tossed aside as though it were a mere toy. At that moment, Wang Jianqiang had barely managed to escape a distance of several dozen feet. In the next instant, the storm pursued him relentlessly. The lunar radiance enveloping him waned in an instant. Crack! The perfect mystic water ring shattered into two halves. The perfect water moon skirt became tattered. Wang Jianqiang was hurled through the air like a rag doll. After being propelled several dozen feet, a flicker of spiritual light emanated from beneath his feet, and the perfect cloud water-cold light sword emerged, just barely halting his retreat. He wiped the blood from his lips, his face reflecting a flicker of horror. Was this merely the result of a single spiritual energy explosion? Had she just entered the Foundation establishment stage? This was utterly preposterous. Instinctively, he accessed the system to probe Lin Xiener's information. Mid-Foundation establishment. Upon discovering her cultivation level, his heart sank again. Lin Xiener had made yet another breakthrough. No wonder her strength was so formidable. Given his current prowess, he might have a slim chance of escape against a novice Foundation establishment cultivator. But before one in the mid-Foundation establishment stage, death was inevitable. I must enhance my power. With that thought, he hesitated not for a moment, channeling all his cultivation points into the temporal sacred body. Ding! The realm of the temporal sacred body has ascended. Current spiritual pattern count, 480. As the system notification echoed, slender threads of light appeared within his physical form. With the intertwining of these light patterns, his physical defense surged dramatically. Moreover, his bodily strength was elevated to a remarkably astonishing level. Before Wang Jianqiang could relish the sensation of his enhanced physique, a howling sound abruptly approached. The palm imprint had yet to land, but the terrifying aura had already arrived. Wang Jianqiang felt his body grow heavy, each movement becoming exceedingly arduous. This was with the enhancement of 480 spiritual patterns. Had it been before the elevation of the temporal sacred body, this oppressive aura alone would have been sufficient to pin him to the ground. Size and shape. Wang Jianqiang's expression turned grave as he mentally commanded. In the next moment, his form doubled in size, and his bodily density increased correspondingly. The might of his 480 spiritual patterns surged to the equivalent of 960. The pressure that had previously made it difficult for him to breathe diminished in an instant, becoming as gentle as a breeze, no longer posing any impediment. Break. Boom. The spiritual energy palm imprint shattered instantly. A powerful recoil surged through Wang Jianqiang's body. However, faced with his formidable physical defenses, this recoil caused no harm. Utilizing this force, Wang Jianqiang escaped the Qingstone Plaza at an astonishing speed, surging upward against the current of the cold pond. How could this be? On the other side, Lin Xiener was momentarily stunned. She was, after all, a mid-foundation establishment cultivator. Even a casual palm strike from her should be enough to make an average novice foundation establishment cultivator brace themselves. Yet Wang Jianqiang, merely at the perfected qi refinement stage, had not only withstood her oppressive aura, but had also effortlessly neutralized her attack. This was beyond what a qi refinement cultivator should be capable of. Had she not sensed his cultivation level clearly, she might have doubted if he were masquerading as a foundation establishment cultivator. Old rascal, you cannot escape, she scoffed, darting out of the plaza in pursuit. In the outside world, with her mid-foundation establishment prowess, she could have easily caught up to Wang Jianqiang in an instant. However, within the cold pond, the water impeded her progress, increasing resistance with speed. The disparity in their velocities narrowed significantly. Nonetheless, within mere moments, she had caught up to Wang Jianqiang. Go. Having learned from her previous experience, she no longer underestimated Wang Jianqiang. She immediately activated a magical talisman. A jade-white small sword materialized, slicing through the water towards Wang Jianqiang. Sensing the imminent danger, Wang Jianqiang's expression turned serious. He hastily deployed several perfect magical artifacts and triggered their explosive force. The overwhelming explosion slowed the jade-white small sword speed, while Wang Jianqiang propelled himself forward, further distancing himself from Lin Xiener. Within the corrosive waters of the cold pond, the talisman's power faced severe suppression, and the explosive force was only marginally stronger than her own. Continuing to use it would merely waste its limited uses. Moments later, she caught up with Wang Jianqiang again. Bind. This time, she unleashed a beam of spiritual energy. As it neared Wang Jianqiang, it suddenly transformed into thousands of fine threads, wrapping around him. Boom, boom. With a series of explosions, although the spiritual threads remained unbroken, they encountered significant resistance, making progress difficult. After a brief moment, when the explosive force subsided, Wang Jianqiang had already evaded the attack range of the spiritual threads. I shall see how many artifacts you can destroy. Lin Xiener smirked coldly, continuing her pursuit. In the blink of an eye, the chase had persisted for an entire day. They were on the verge of exiting the cold pond. Yet Lin Xiener had still failed to catch Wang Jianqiang. She was beginning to doubt her own existence. If she recalled correctly, during this day of pursuit, Wang Jianqiang had detonated nearly 100 magical artifacts. In addition, he had consumed dozens of recovery pills. A decrepit old fool on the brink of death possessed such an abundance of high-grade artifacts and elixirs. Even the son of the sect master of the Harmony sect could not be this extravagant. At that moment, a sudden sound of water breaking echoed from above. Lin Xiener looked up to see Wang Jianqiang bursting forth from the cold pool. Instead of displaying any urgency, a cold smirk appeared on her face. Within the icy depths, the stronger one's abilities were, the more their speed was suppressed. Once freed from the pool, unencumbered by its waters. Her mid-foundation establishment speed would allow her to catch up to the old man in an instant. Chapter 51. What do you intend to do? After emerging from the cold pool, Wang Jianqiang reached down towards it, summoning the small 5 elements sword formation, which promptly formed a barrier over the water. He then unleashed his full speed, charging towards a distant range of icy mountains. In the depths of the cold pool, Lin Xianer sneered, pointing her finger, causing the small 5 elements sword formation to shatter instantly. Without hesitation, she shot out from the pool, pursuing Wang Jianqiang. Upon leaving the cold water, Lin Xianer unleashed her full speed, resembling a rainbow streaking across the sky, and in an instant, she appeared behind Wang Jianqiang. With a swift motion, she pressed her palm down, conjuring a massive hand of spiritual energy that came crashing down. Wang Jianqiang had no choice but to halt his escape and retaliated with a punch. Following a thunderous roar, blood spilled from his mouth as he continued to approach the icy mountain. Lin Xianer, her expression frigid, quickly closed the distance once more. Another thunderous crash resounded as Wang Jianqiang was sent flying again, yet he managed to stabilize himself mid-air and continued toward the mountain. So resilient. A flash of astonishment crossed Lin Xianer's face, quickly replaced by a cold smile. She was eager to see just how long he could endure. As the chase continued, the sounds of thunderous impacts echoed repeatedly. Wang Jianqiang was hurled backward time and time again, and despite his physique being comparable to 960 spiritual patterns, he still could not withstand the onslaught entirely. His injuries accumulated, growing more severe with each encounter. Meanwhile, the distance to the icy mountain's edge diminished. With another booming crash, Wang Jianqiang fell heavily at the base of an ice mountain. In the next instant, Lin Xianer arrived, her white dress billowing like a celestial maiden as she looked down at him with a face full of disdain. "Old fool, perish," she declared, her fingertips glowing with spiritual light, ready to unleash a lethal strike. Just then, the once frigid air suddenly turned searing hot. Startled, Lin Xianer dodged, only to feel a wave of flames pass by her. Although she wasn't directly hit, the searing heat scorched her skin, and she sensed her internal spiritual energy igniting. As she regained her footing, a piercing sound sliced through the air. Looking up, she saw a streak of azure diving towards her with astonishing speed. Within that azure light was a small blue bird, seemingly frail and without threat. Yet the terrifying velocity and the intense heat radiating from it warned Lin Xianer of its formidable nature. In an instant, the blue bird reached her, causing her heart to skip a beat as she quickly evaded. Boom! The earth trembled as waves of azure flames erupted, turning the snow-covered ground into charred earth. At that moment, Lin Xianer turned her head, realizing Wang Jianqiang was attempting to escape. Her expression hardened, and she prepared to pursue him. Just as she was about to chase after him, a melodious cry resonated from the ground. In the next moment, a torrent of azure flames engulfed her. Alarmed, she abandoned her pursuit of Wang Jianqiang, focusing all her energy to withstand the fiery onslaught. However, the power of the azure flames exceeded her expectations. Her defenses crumbled like bubbles before the flames, evaporating in an instant. What kind of spiritual beast possesses such strength? A wave of dread washed over her as she hurriedly evaded. Yet, just as she managed to dodge, another wave of flames surged towards her, forcing her to retreat once more. This time, she could not completely evade, and a slender tendril of flame clung to her shoulder. Her skin blackened instantly, and the scorching flames spread rapidly outward from her shoulder. Lin Xianer gasped, quickly gathering her spiritual energy to suppress the fire. Although she managed to extinguish the flames, her internal energy had diminished by a significant portion. What a terrifying flame, she thought, panic rising within her. No longer daring to engage with the bluebird, she turned to flee. Yet, the creature seemed determined to pursue her relentlessly, igniting a sense of imbalance within her. Just moments ago, the old man had been present too. Why was this strange bird fixated solely on her? What bad luck. Though a mid-foundation establishment cultivator, her speed was swift, yet the bluebird's was even more so. In their frenzied chase, Lin Xianer found herself struck by azure flames multiple times. Her garments lay in tatters, and over 80% of her internal energy had been consumed. At one critical moment, the blue bird collided with her at an astonishing speed, leaving her no time to react. Thud! Lin Xianer spat out a mouthful of blood, sent flying a distance away. Upon landing, she disregarded her injuries and summoned the remaining 20% of her spiritual energy to extinguish the azure flames clinging to her. However, as the flames were extinguished, her internal energy was entirely depleted. Moreover, she sustained severe injuries from the collision, leaving her at her limit. Just as despair engulfed her, a booming sound echoed from afar. The blue bird seemed distracted, veering away from its pursuit and flying towards the source of the noise. Lin Xianer sighed in relief, grateful for the diversion. She had no idea what had caused the ruckus, but thankfully, the bizarre bird had been drawn away. Otherwise, she would surely have met her demise today. Looking up, her expression froze. Wang Jianqiang. Simultaneously, Wang Jianqiang glanced down at her, seemingly surprised. Instinctively, he prepared to flee, only to notice something and swoop down in front of Lin Xianer. Lin Xianer, I didn't expect us to meet again so soon. You seem to be in quite a precarious state, he remarked, a bitter pang striking her heart. It felt as though she had just escaped the tiger's jaws only to fall into the wolf's den. In her current condition, even an ordinary Qi refinement stage cultivator could easily defeat her. Facing this old man, she had no hope of victory. What? Weren't you quite formidable before? Now you have nothing to say? Wang Jianqiang observed her with a mocking grin. Lin Xianer scoffed. Spare me the nonsense. What is it that you want? I desire. Wang Jianqiang chuckled. Caught off guard, Lin Xianer paused, and after a moment, as if realizing something, her face turned pale. Chapter 52. The shocking Yang Yun, you shameless scoundrel. How dare you? As the realization struck her, fear flickered in Lin Xianer's eyes. Wang Jianqiang, noticing her reaction, chuckled coldly. I was merely jesting. I, Wang Jianqiang, have never forced anyone in such matters. Besides, with your animosity towards me, do you really think I would keep an enemy close? As he spoke, a glint of murderous intent flashed across his face. In front of him, a radiant sword materialized, the perfect cloud water-cold light sword. At that moment, an untimely voice interrupted them. Ah, there's a disciple of the Harmony Sect here. Wang Jianqiang frowned. There was no rush to eliminate Lin Xianer. Turning his head, two robust figures came into view, a man and a woman, both muscular. Upon seeing their characteristic physique, Wang Jianqiang immediately deduced their affiliation with Zhengyang Sect. The woman smiled at Wang Jianqiang, her gaze betraying a hint of coldness. I don't believe I have offended either of you, Wang Jianqiang remarked, his eyes casually observing the pair. Among them, the man was at the second stage of cultivation, while the woman was at the first. Huh, you must have relied on connections to obtain a spot in the secret realm, right? The man's eyes flickered with disdain. No wonder you are so oblivious. However, I believe it is better for you to remain in your ignorance. Wang Jianqiang narrowed his eyes. This fellow appeared imposing, yet his tongue was quite sharp. The man nodded with a smirk and stepped forward. Old man, are you going to take your own life, or shall I do it for you? Just so you know, if I strike, it won't be a quick death. Is that so? Wang Jianqiang chuckled, but the man's expression turned cold. Just as he was about to make his move, he suddenly caught sight of the figure behind Wang Jianqiang. Lin Xianer, previously shielded by Wang Jianqiang, was now exposed as he stepped forward. You, this. The man's eyes widened in disbelief, his words caught in his throat, his tongue stumbling. Good heavens, isn't that Lin Xianer, the pride of Xinqing Palace? What is she doing here? And in such a state? Who could have inflicted such harm upon her? He swallowed hard, his heart trembling. Could it be this old man? Why are you hesitating to act? The woman interrupted, growing impatient as she pointed at Wang Jianqiang. The woman was momentarily taken aback, instinctively glancing over. In the next instant, her expression froze, shock etching her features. What? I'm waiting here. Why aren't you making a move? Wang Jianqiang smiled, observing the pair. Are you unwilling to strike? That simply won't do. One must honor their word. If you hesitate, I shall take action. At his words, both figures trembled. Without a second thought, they turned to flee. Wang Jianqiang shook his head in disdain. If they had not run, he could have easily dispatched them. However, their lack of fighting spirit was evident. Both were at the perfected qi refining stage, and with their superior cultivation, if they were determined to escape, it would take considerable effort for him to catch up. With this thought, he glanced at his shoulder. Little chick, it's your turn. The little chick lazily spread its wings, its petite appendages bending into a snapping gesture before releasing a pair of inconspicuous azure flames that streaked through the air. In an instant, the flames caught up to the fleeing duo. The searing heat pierced through their robust flesh, turning their organs to ash. Wang Jianqiang's figure flickered, appearing before the man's corpse. And before his lingering soul dissipated, he pressed his hand firmly onto the man's crown. In an instant, his spiritual consciousness flooded in, and moments later, Wang Jianqiang extracted the desired information from the remnants of the man's soul. According to the memories of the Zhengyang Sect disciple, a little demoness had emerged from the Hahuan Sect. During a competition at the Qingshi Plaza, she had slain numerous disciples of the Wanjian Sect. Upon entering the medicinal garden, she encountered Su Su, the foremost disciple of Zhengyang Sect, and severely injured her. Now, the Wanjian Sect and Zhengyang Sect had reached an agreement to jointly eliminate the disciples of the Hahuan Sect. This man and woman had been pursuing Su Yutong and Yi Lingyun alongside Yang Yun, but Yang Yun had been lured away by Yi Lingyun. The two had been chasing Su Yutong until she escaped, leading them to unexpectedly encounter him. Yi Lingyun. From the woman's recollection, it was clear that Yang Yun had also broken through to the foundation establishment stage, and since Yi Lingyun could delay him, he too must have reached that level. Wang Jianqiang contemplated following them to see if he could find an opportunity to eliminate Yi Lingyun. However, he ultimately decided to abandon that plan for now and focus on capturing Lin Xianer first. You dare to kill my Zhengyang Sect disciples? Old man, do you have the audacity of a bear or a leopard? At that moment, a grim voice suddenly echoed from the distant horizon. Following that, a formidable aura of foundation establishment pressure descended like a tidal wave. Wang Jianqiang stumbled slightly under the weight. Turning to look, a tall figure had appeared in midair. A presence he recognized as Yang Yun of Zhengyang Sect. Wasn't he supposed to be hunting down Yi Lingyun? Did he fail to capture him? Wang Jianqiang felt a tinge of regret at this thought. You old fool, daring to ignore me, seeking death. Yang Yun dove down at an astonishing speed. You want to clash head-on? Can you match my strength? Wang Jianqiang scoffed, his body rapidly expanding. He then leaped into the air. Bang! As a practitioner of body refinement, his physique was formidable, and he emerged unscathed. How can you, being merely at the qi refining stage, possess such strength? Once steadied, Yang Yun gazed at Wang Jianqiang in astonishment. Then, he noticed Lin Xianer and his eyes widened. Lin Xianer? What is she doing here? And she appears gravely injured. Did this person inflict such wounds upon her? He found it hard to believe that someone at the chi refining stage could severely injure a foundation establishment practitioner. Chapter 53. What strange bird? Whoosh. Just as Yang Yun was filled with doubt, hesitating whether to approach or retreat, a series of booming sounds suddenly echoed from behind. At the same time, Wang Jianqiang noticed two figures appearing in the sky. They were engaged in a chase. The girl in front appeared quite young, slender and petite, with exquisitely perfect features. The woman behind her was attractive but exceptionally muscular. While Yang Yun could be considered a fierce fighter, this graceful woman had an even more imposing build, her muscles more developed, exuding raw power with every movement. Mu Lingxi, Su Su. Upon recognizing them, Wang Jianqiang instinctively checked their information. It seemed that Su Su had also gained an extraordinary opportunity, her cultivation now matching Lin Xiener at the mid-foundation establishment stage. However, Mu Lingxi's cultivation remained unchanged, still at the chi refining stage. What astonished Wang Jianqiang was that despite being at a disadvantage against Su Su, Mu Lingxi was not entirely without the ability to retaliate. Due to her inferior speed, Su Su could easily close the distance and launch attacks. Yet Mu Lingxi managed to mitigate the damage with minimal cost, using the rebound force to create distance between them. In this chase, the two quickly approached. So it's you, Mu Lingxi said, her delicate face revealing a hint of disappointment upon seeing Wang Jianqiang. She had been pursued for quite some time and had sensed the battle fluctuations nearby, hoping to find an opportunity to shake off her pursuer. She had not expected it to be him. Her gaze then shifted to Yang Yun. Have you also been targeted? Since we're here, let us lend you a hand. Before Mu Lingxi could finish her sentence, she reached forward with her palm. Crackle. A bolt of lightning surged toward Yang Yun. His expression hardened as he threw a punch. The lightning shattered, but his body stiffened momentarily. Suddenly, Mu Lingxi's voice echoed in Wang Jianqiang's mind. Hurry and escape. Simultaneously, Su Su's voice also reached him. Yang, do not concern yourself with that old man for now. Assist me in restraining this little witch. In the next moment, both women furrowed their brows. Wang Jianqiang and Yang Yun seemed oblivious to their words, remaining motionless. Mu Lingxi was filled with exasperation. She had initially intended to leave swiftly. Yet Wang Jianqiang's thoughtless actions compelled her to reconsider. Suddenly, she caught sight of a disheveled figure behind Wang Jianqiang. Lin Xiener? Her eyes widened in shock as she turned to Wang Jianqiang. Did you do this? Meanwhile, Su Su had caught up, stopping beside Yang Yun. Yang, I instructed you to stop her. Why did you not act? A hint of reproach crossed Su Su's face. This little witch, possessing a lightning attribute, was indeed troublesome. Not only did her speed and attack power surpass those of other attributes, but the paralysis sensation accompanying her strikes was equally vexing. This was why she had pursued her for so long. Had Yang Yun heeded her earlier plea for assistance, they might have captured the little witch by now. Faced with Su Su's accusatory demeanor, Yang Yun could not help but smile wryly. It was not that he was unwilling to help, nor was he afraid of the old man escaping. Rather, he feared that in the moment he intervened, the old man might launch a sneak attack. This old man was indeed quite sinister. Even Lin Xiener had fallen into his grasp, compelling him to exercise caution. Su, look over there. He pointed towards Wang Jianqiang's back. Su Su, initially poised to reprimand, paused at his words. Turning to glance behind Wang Jianqiang, her pupils constricted. Is that Lin Xiener? How could the first disciple of the Xianqing Palace appear in such a state? Could it be that the old man was responsible? As this realization dawned upon her, she began to understand Yang Yun's caution. It was better to be safe than sorry. If the old man had indeed severely wounded Lin Xiener, her strength should not be underestimated, making prudence essential. Her expression shifted as she discreetly transmitted a message to Lin Xiener, sensing the need to ascertain the situation. If that old man truly possessed the means to injure Lin Xiener, their chances of defeating the little witch, Mu Lingxi, today would be gravely diminished. Lin Xiener's face was grim. Being at the mercy of this old man was already difficult for her to accept, and being scrutinized with astonished eyes only amplified her sense of humiliation. Typically, the gazes she encountered were filled with admiration, reverence, and envy. She had never faced such a scene. It was as if her pride was being ruthlessly trampled underfoot. Upon receiving Su Su's message, her expression shifted. Wang Jianqiang suddenly glanced at her, causing her to stiffen. Hey, I'm speaking to you. On the side, Mu Lingxi, seeing Wang Jianqiang ignore her once more, was nearly beside herself with rage. Wang Jianqiang glanced at her, then turned to Su Su and Yang Yun, a faint smile gracing his face. Do you wish to know who injured Lin Xiener? Su Su shot him a cold look. Are you suggesting it was you? Wang Jianqiang shook his head, scratching the head of the little blue-feathered bird on his shoulder. Chick, tell them. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The little chick squawked in a frenzy. Su Su, Yang Yun, and even Mu Lingxi looked utterly bewildered. Did he think others could understand bird language? Wang Jianqiang smacked the chick on the head. Silly bird, you really said something. Go and deal with them. A hint of grievance flitted through the bird's eyes, yet it showed no hesitation, soaring into the air. Its diminutive wings began to flutter, and the world suddenly became sweltering hot. A vast expanse of azure flames coalesced, rushing towards Su Su and Yang Yun. As the azure flames approached, the terrifying heat not only made their bodies feel as if they might melt, but also set their internal spiritual energy into a frenzy, akin to water about to boil. Both their faces flashed with shock. Be careful, that flame can burn spiritual energy. Su Su reacted first, launching a fist the size of a sandpot. The force of her punch shattered the flames, scattering countless shards of azure fire. Two figures shot out from the inferno, narrowly avoiding the onslaught. Although they evaded swiftly, the number of shattered azure flames was overwhelming. Despite their best efforts to dodge, they were still touched by the flames, and it took considerable effort to extinguish them, leaving them in a wretched state. When they turned to look at the little chick, both wore expressions of astonishment. What kind of bizarre bird was this? Su, this strange bird is too powerful, and with Mu Lingxi and that old man, our combined strength may not suffice to resist them, Yang Yun said gravely. Staring intently at the sky, he transmitted to Su Su, we must stall them for a moment. Gao Ming and Bai Jia are nearby and will arrive shortly. Earlier, while pursuing Mu Lingxi, she had sensed the difficulty of the task and had already contacted Gao Ming and Bai Jia. They were now quite close. Hearing Su Su's words, Yang Yun felt a sense of relief. Gao Ming and Bai Jia ranked third and fourth among the outer disciples of the Zhengyang sect. Upon entering the secret realm, Gao Ming had been at the second transformation stage, while Bai Jia was at the first transformation. However, both had encountered fortunate opportunities within the realm and successfully established their foundations. Once they arrived, their combined efforts would render the strange bird insignificant. As for Mu Lingxi and the old man, caution was warranted regarding Mu Lingxi. While she may not possess the raw strength of a foundational cultivator, her incredible speed and lightning attribute made her a formidable opponent. One misstep against her could lead to dire consequences. As for the old man, although his physique was commendable, he posed no real threat. With a swift movement, the chick charged towards them once more, its feathers engulfed in blazing azure flames. Together, Su Su's expression turned serious as she shouted. Instantly, her stature surged, transforming her into a giant. She unleashed a punch that generated a shockwave akin to an explosion. The terrifying force erupted, sending shockwaves through the air. Simultaneously, Yang Yun, refusing to be idle, followed suit, striking with a punch enveloped in dark yellow energy. His fist felt as heavy as a mountain, the dark yellow force trailing closely behind Su Su's attack. A deafening explosion resounded in the sky, sending violent shockwaves outward as azure flames rained down like fire. On the other side, both Su Su and Yang Yun were thrown back, their bodies marked with additional burn wounds. After this clash, they finally grasped some of the strange bird's secrets. The bird's formidable strength was attributed to its innate flame abilities. Its cultivation level was not particularly high, merely at the initial stage of foundation establishment. The realization only deepened their astonishment. The more they understood, the more extraordinary they found this strange bird. Just then, the chick lunged at them once more, gritting their teeth. They prepared to engage once again as the battle raged on. Observing the fierce conflict above, Mu Lingxi's face reflected awe. Wang Jianqiang felt a sense of satisfaction within. Since aging, no one had praised him in such a manner. It was needless to say that Chun Jiaojiao often mocked him for his age. And even Wang Yueying had never offered such compliments. Looking at Mu Lingxi, he remarked, "Little girl, your chick alone cannot defeat these two. We must assist." Upon hearing Wang Jianqiang's address, Mu Lingxi frowned, seemingly displeased. However, her attention was soon captured by another matter. "Chick, you gave such a beautiful bird such an unattractive name? What is wrong with the name Little Chicken? It is memorable and pleasant, isn't it?" Wang Jianqiang pouted. This name was crafted with great effort, conceived during countless early mornings and late nights. It embodies both fashion and elegance, graceful yet not kitsch. Where's the unpleasantness? Mu Lingxi felt exasperated, unwilling to engage with the old man. Suddenly, an electric glow flickered, appearing several dozen feet away. Wait! At that moment, Wang Jianqiang abruptly called out. He shook his head, his gaze drifting towards the horizon. It had already arrived. Mu Lingxi was taken aback, looking up to discover two figures rapidly approaching from the distance. Even from miles away, two formidable auras were subtly expanding towards them. Are both of them at the foundation establishment stage? Wang Jianqiang's brow slowly furrowed. If he were to unleash his full strength, perhaps he could contend with an early-stage foundation establishment cultivator, but due to a disadvantage in spiritual energy reserves, he could not sustain the fight. Defeat was inevitable. Furthermore, the little bird could not eliminate Su Su and Yang Yun. Once those two from the Zhengyang sect arrived, the situation would likely turn unfavorable for them. With this thought, Wang Jianqiang felt a vague inclination to retreat. Now you wish to leave? It's too late. A cold glint flashed across Su Su's face as her body swelled once more. In that moment, she pushed her cultivation to its utmost limit. With a thunderous boom, she charged forward, striking at Little Chicken. Moments later, Yang Yun also caught up, determined to join the fray. His physique had also surged significantly, though not as much as Su Su's, yet still formidable. Together, they pressed Little Chicken, who found it difficult to escape. Observing this, Wang Jianqiang dashed out. He had to assist Little Chicken in breaking free and escape before the two from the Zhengyang sect arrived. As he passed Mu Lingxi, a voice reached her ears. "Little girl, come help." Mu Lingxi's delicate brow twitched, and she couldn't help but puff out her flat chest. "Little? Who are you calling that?" However, she understood that this was not the time to dwell on such trivial matters. Gathering lightning in her hands, she transformed it into a lightning whip several dozen feet long and charged forward. "Leave this bird to me. You go block them." Su Su instructed Yang Yun as they approached. All right. Yang Yun immediately left the battlefield, rushing towards the two adversaries. Law of heaven and earth. Wang Jianqiang's heart surged with ambition as he shouted, instinctively ignoring the mention of bankruptcy. His body instantly doubled in size. With a single punch, boom. After the explosive sound, both Wang Jianqiang and Yang Yun staggered back. Just then, a lightning whip struck towards Yang Yun. Gritting his teeth, Yang Yun forced himself to halt his retreat and receive the blow. His body went numb, and he let out a muffled groan, tumbling backward. At this moment, Wang Jianqiang had regained his composure and unleashed another punch. The two alternated their attacks, providing Yang Yun no respite. At one critical moment, Yang Yun made a mistake and was struck solidly by Mu Lingxi's lightning whip. He coughed up blood and was sent flying. In that instant, Wang Jianqiang's punch came crashing down. Just as Yang Yun was about to meet his demise, a surge of spiritual energy suddenly interjected, blocking Wang Jianqiang's strike. Wang Jianqiang looked up to see the two Foundation establishment reinforcements from the Zhengyang sect had arrived. Had they ultimately come too late? It appeared he would have to fight desperately now. Chapter 55. Marrying you is a great gain. With the entry of the two Foundation establishment cultivators onto the battlefield, an eerie silence enveloped the area. Su Su ceased her pursuit of Little Chicken, while Yang Yun, having narrowly escaped death, retreated to stand before the two reinforcements. Old man, your bird is indeed powerful, but you are simply too weak. Now that we are four, let us see how you still dare to be arrogant. Su Su's gaze turned icy as she fixed it upon Wang Jianqiang. Her clothing was charred and torn in several places. Her once healthy bronze skin marred with dark scorch marks. Even her hair was singed and uneven, presenting a disheveled appearance. At that moment, her heart was ablaze with fury. In her sect, she had always been the one doling out beatings. Never had she been so brutally defeated. If there's a chance, escape, don't worry about me. Upon hearing Wang Jianqiang's words, Mu Lingxi felt warmth in her heart. Despite his seemingly irksome demeanor, the old man had a good heart. Just as she was feeling quietly touched, Wang Jianqiang's next words came. Of course, I won't be looking after you either. Mu Lingxi's expression darkened immediately. She scoffed. Why should we escape? Nonsense. Can you kill a Foundation establishment stage cultivator? Wang Jianqiang rolled his eyes. Why not? Mu Lingxi countered. Wang Jianqiang was taken aback, studying Mu Lingxi's confident expression. You really can? Mu Lingxi nodded. One-on-one, guaranteed kill. Wang Jianqiang's eyes brightened. If that were the case, perhaps there was no need to flee after all. You scoundrel. Seeing that Wang Jianqiang ignored her, Su Su's anger intensified. Attack. Yang Yun and I will hold off that monstrous bird. You two go kill that old fool and that little witch. Su Su commanded Gao Ming and Bai Jie before charging forward. Yang Yun, Gao Ming, and Bai Jie followed closely behind. Little chicken, you go block that muscle-bound woman and that one named Yang Yun, Wang Jianqiang instructed in a low voice. Chirp chirp. Little chicken, known as Wang Jianqiang's fiercest general, executed his orders without a second thought. Following Wang Jianqiang's command, he charged forward. Yang Yun. Su Su called out sharply, confronting him directly. Behind her, Yang Yun closely followed. A fierce battle erupted between the three of them. Gao Ming and Bai Jie rushed towards Wang Jianqiang and Mu Lingxi. I'll hold one off. You go eliminate the other. Wang Jianqiang commanded, charging at Gao Ming. Old man, are you eager to deliver yourself to death? Gao Ming sneered, his stature suddenly rising to match Wang Jianqiang's height. Bang, bang, bang. The two collided like two small giants, trading blows. Meanwhile, Bai Jie charged directly at Mu Lingxi. Mu Lingxi stood her ground, watching as Bai Jie approached rapidly. A sharp glint flashed across her eyes. Her delicate hands swiftly formed an intricate seal. 3 lives body. As she uttered the words, 3 lives body, her voice retained the innocence of a youthful girl. However, as she pronounced the word body, 2 deeper, more mature voices suddenly emerged, harmonizing with her original tone. As the word fell, 2 figures stepped forth from her body, positioning themselves on either side of her. To her left stood a tall, graceful woman. Her long hair cascading like a waterfall down to her waist. Her features were exquisitely refined, resembling a celestial being descended from the heavens, untouched by the world. In terms of poise and beauty, even the likes of Dong Ro and Yin Qingxian paled in comparison. The only flaw was her somewhat lacking bosom. To her right was a stunning woman appearing to be in her 30s. She too bore long hair and a tall figure, with equally exquisite features. Upon closer inspection, one could discern the similarities between them. Witnessing this bizarre scene, Bai Jie felt his heart skip a beat, involuntarily slowing his advance. Suddenly, he found himself confronted by 3 pairs of identical, icy eyes staring back at him. An inexplicable chill gripped his heart. Thunder breaks evil. The youthful version of Mu Lingxi raised her hand and pointed skyward. Crack. In an instant, the skies darkened. Bolts of lightning slithered like gigantic serpents from the clouds, coalescing into a lightning spear that lunged downward. Bai Jie instinctively attempted to evade. Mysterious ice prison. The youthful version of Mu Lingxi suddenly pointed at him. Centered around Bai Jie, the temperature within a radius of several dozen feet plummeted abruptly. Bai Jie felt an immediate chill enveloping him, as a layer of solid ice materialized upon his body. His form stiffened instantly, with even the spiritual energy within him seemingly on the verge of freezing, its circulation slowing down. Nevertheless, as a foundational cultivator, he possessed the ability to liquefy his spiritual power, which had undergone a qualitative transformation. Drawing upon the inherent strength of his liquefied energy, he shattered the icy confinement and allowed it to flow freely within him. As his spiritual energy surged, the ice surrounding him fractured into shards. Just as the lightning spear was about to strike, he leaped, attempting to evade the impending attack. Wind barrier. At that moment, the mature version of Mu Lingxi suddenly waved her hand. His expression changed as he turned to look, only to discover that a wall of wind had materialized beside him without his notice. Boom. Crackle. An endless torrent of lightning raged, transforming the area into a tempestuous sea of electricity. Once the storm of lightning dissipated, a charred figure fell weakly to the ground. The youthful version of Mu Lingxi pressed her palm forward, instantly freezing the blackened corpse into an ice sculpture. With her hand poised like a blade, she swiftly severed the ice sculpture along with Bai Jie's lifeless body. In a mere instant, Bai Jie, a nascent cultivator, met his demise. Sensing the commotion, the other two battlefields fell silent simultaneously. Su Su, Yang Yun, and Gao Ming, who had just clashed with Wang Jianqiang several times, retreated, their gazes fixated on the headless corpse on the ground, their expressions darkening. Withdraw. Su Su cast a reluctant glance at Wang Jianqiang and Mu Lingxi, then warily eyed the chick, uttering a low command as she and her companions soared into the sky. As the three took flight, Wang Jianqiang's figure flickered and appeared beside Mu Lingxi. He could not help but sweep his gaze over both the youthful and mature versions of Mu Lingxi. Two distinct pieces of information filled his mind. Name: Mu Lingxi. Gender: female. Cultivation level: perfected chi refinement. Age: 21. Root bone: water elemental. Spiritual root virtue value: 20. Name: Mu Lingxi. Gender: female. Cultivation level: perfected chi refinement. Age: 38. Root bone: wind elemental. Spiritual root virtue value: 20. Upon seeing the virtue values in his mind, Wang Jianqiang was instantly perplexed. Could it be that they were merely clones? If they were, how could there be three different ages? Regaining his composure, he gazed at Mu Lingxi in astonishment. Are these two not your clones? Mu Lingxi shot a surprised glance at Wang Jianqiang, taken aback by his keen observation. Upon hearing his words, Wang Jianqiang pondered. Ah, so in the future, whoever marries you would be quite fortunate. Chapter 56. Desire to capture by letting go. What? Mu Lingxi initially failed to comprehend. However, it soon dawned on her, and her fair cheeks flushed with a shade of crimson as she exclaimed, "What are you thinking? You, on the brink of death, are still preoccupied with such trivial matters. What do you mean by trivial? Dual cultivation is the most esteemed practice in our Hahuan sect." Wang Jianqiang retorted, unimpressed. A man remains youthful until death. Though he appeared to be nearing his end, he still harbored the heart of a child. His original dreams and passions had remained unchanged throughout. His aspiration for longevity and admiration for beauty persisted. Even now, while he could only engage in earnest battle for 30 seconds, he still relished the experience. It was merely a passion. At that moment, an overwhelming sense of curiosity welled up within Wang Jianqiang. Could it be that you were pretending to be young? Upon voicing his thoughts, Mu Lingxi chuckled. Yes. As her words fell, both the youthful and mature versions of Mu Lingxi simultaneously approached the young version, merging seamlessly into her form. Wang Jianqiang was left speechless. How could he guess when all three versions of Mu Lingxi exuded the same life force? Observing Wang Jianqiang's befuddlement, he consoled himself. Well, if they fled, they fled. We were fully engaged in battle with the four from the Zhenyang sect, leaving us no time to spare. Lin Xiener is no fool. She certainly wouldn't miss the opportunity to escape. Yet, a sense of dissatisfaction lingered within him, and the more he thought, the angrier he became. The chick, filled with grievance, chirped, "No? I was fighting the enemy, wasn't I? Were those two strongest opponents not held back because of me? And besides, you never instructed me to keep an eye on anyone, did you? Are you daring to speak back? Have you turned rebellious? Do you think you've grown up, spread your wings, and can disobey me?" Ultimately, under Wang Jianqiang's loving influence, the chick acknowledged its mistake. Mu Lingxi, reflecting on her 3 lifetimes, felt a warmth in her heart and smiled benevolently. "Little sister, I see your cultivation still stagnates at perfected chi refinement. Are you in need of foundation building pills? If you are short on pills, you can tell Grandpa, and he will find a way to get them for you." Mu Lingxi stared blankly for a moment, then rolled her eyes. "If you have such capability, you might as well build your foundation first. If you delay another year or two, you might be 6 feet under." Wang Jianqiang's smile faltered. This girl certainly has a sharp tongue. He suppressed the urge to swat her bottom, his smile growing more benevolent. "How can this child speak so harshly? I may be late to mature, but I am not as inadequate as you think. Foundation building is no challenge for me." Mu Lingxi scoffed. "Late to mature? Is that not a bit too late?" Seeing her skepticism, Wang Jianqiang shook his head. "Once I build my foundation, you will understand. If you wish to break through then, you may come to me." Upon first seeing Mu Lingxi, he was surprised that she had not yet built her foundation. Only after witnessing her 3 lifetimes did he surmise the reason. One individual with 3 lifetimes, each possessing different elemental spiritual roots. This technique was indeed incredibly powerful. Yet, alongside its strength, it likely also greatly elevated the difficulty of breakthroughs for the practitioner. In truth, Mu Lingxi's predicament was precisely as he had guessed. This technique of the 3 lifetimes was obtained by her aunt from an ancient relic, yet her aunt had never succeeded in mastering it and eventually passed it on to her. Though she had successfully cultivated this technique due to her remarkable insight, she had not anticipated that the difficulty of breaking through to higher realms would increase 100-fold. Even without the need for foundation building pills, she had only managed to reach the 3rd transformation stage, and her cultivation stagnated entirely. No matter how hard she tried afterwards, she could never take that final step. She had to accept a harsh reality. Relying on ordinary foundation building pills, she was utterly incapable of breaking through. Later, A master alchemist informed her that only the legendary perfect foundation-building pill might allow her to succeed in her foundation establishment. However, the perfect pill was merely a legend, and even that master alchemist could not concoct it. Nevertheless, after consulting ancient texts, the master proposed a new approach. If direct refinement of the perfect foundation-building pill was unattainable, perhaps it could be achieved through certain special herbs that would purify ordinary foundation-building pills, enhancing their efficacy while simultaneously reducing the toxic elements, bringing them closer to the perfection of the foundation-building pill. However, such herbs were exceedingly rare, many long extinct. Among them, only the 9-leaf red lotus was relatively easier to find. Yet even then, the last recorded instance of a 9-leaf red lotus appearing within the Hahuan sect was 50 years ago, when an outer sect disciple discovered one in the Cold Pool Secret Realm. The reason she had entered the Cold Pool Secret Realm was precisely for the 9-leaf red lotus. To gain access to the medicinal garden, she had fought fiercely on the blue stone square beneath the cold pool, seizing the first mat from numerous disciples of the Wang Jianqiang sect, thus becoming the first to enter the medicinal garden. After an arduous search, she finally located the 9-leaf red lotus. However, it was soon discovered that the 9-leaf red lotus had already been spotted by Su Su from the Zhengyang sect, who was preparing to harvest it. Without a moment's hesitation, she struck, catching Su Su, who was merely at the initial stage of foundation establishment, off guard, resulting in severe injuries and a hasty retreat. She successfully acquired the 9-leaf red lotus. However, this also led to the current predicament where the Hahuan sect is being relentlessly hunted by a coalition of the Zhengyang sect and the Wang Jianqiang sect. Now that the 9-leaf red lotus is in her possession, it signifies that the artificially perfected foundation establishment pills will soon be within reach. If the esteemed alchemist's predictions hold true, she will undoubtedly succeed in her foundation establishment. The heavy burden that weighed upon her heart has vanished. It is not that she doubts Wang Jianqiang's ability to assist her in foundation establishment, but rather, even if he could, she would no longer require his help. Observing Mu Lingxi's nonchalant demeanor, Wang Jianqiang smiled faintly. As an adept hunter, it is imperative to possess ample patience. He must not appear overly eager. He must wait for the prey to willingly take the bait. What was that saying? Ah, yes, to catch a tiger cub, one must first let it go. Chapter 57. So many tricks now that the danger has passed. Wang Jianqiang turned to Mu Lingxi and asked whether she would accompany him or venture alone. The Zhengyang sect and the Wang Jian sect have already formed an alliance. Given his relationship with Lin Xiener, it is highly likely that the Xianqing Palace will also become involved. If that occurs, the situation will escalate into a siege against the Hahuan sect by the three major forces. He must hasten to reunite with Wang Yiyue and Yi Qingxue. Mu Lingxi is formidable and beautiful. Her joining their ranks would undoubtedly enhance their strength. I will accompany you. Was there any doubt? She replied. The Hahuan sect members have already been scattered, making the search for other sect members exceedingly difficult. Even if she were to find them, could they compare to Wang Jianqiang? Not to mention that Wang Jianqiang's combat prowess could rival that of initial stage foundation establishment cultivators, and his bird is exceptionally powerful, capable of suppressing mid-stage foundation establishment cultivators. Traveling with him is undoubtedly the safest choice. Wang Jianqiang nodded. You may accompany me, but my will shall take precedence. Agreed, Mu Lingxi affirmed. The two, along with the bird, relocated to a relatively secure area and recuperated for half a day, fully restoring their conditions. Noticing that Wang Jianqiang remained in place without any intention of departing, a hint of confusion crossed Mu Lingxi's face. The location is not far from the cold pool, and they could be discovered by forces from other sects at any moment. Why not leave promptly? Wang Jianqiang glanced at her, waiting for someone. Who are we waiting for? Mu Lingxi asked, taken aback. Wang Jianqiang wore a benevolent smile, curious to know. Mu Lingxi nodded. Ask your grandfather. He will tell you. Mu Lingxi's face darkened, her curiosity evaporating instantly. Wang Jianqiang maintained his gentle smile, appearing completely unconcerned, yet inwardly, he was gritting his teeth. This little girl will inevitably come to seek my affection. Half a day later, have they emerged? Through the soul imprint, he could sense Yi Qingshue's location within a certain radius. Earlier, she had been at the bottom of the cold pool, beyond his detection range. But just now, she suddenly appeared within his perception. He actively released his soul aura, allowing Yi Qingxue to sense his position through the soul imprint. Moments later, two figures soared toward them from the distance. Someone is coming. Mu Lingxi's expression sharpened as she stood up. Do not be alarmed. They are our people, Wang Jianqiang reassured her, placing a hand on her shoulder in a comforting manner. Mu Lingxi stiffened and quickly distanced herself from him. So soft, like a jellyfish. After a brief moment, the two figures arrived. Brother Wang. Upon seeing Wang Jianqiang, Wang Yiyue rushed to his side, her face alight with joy. I'm so relieved to see you safe. She had been greatly worried when he entered the qualification assessment space for the medicine garden. Fortunately, with Yi Qingxue, the soul servant, she could sense her master's well-being through the soul imprint. Wang Jianqiang casually embraced her. I am fine. Master. Yi Qingxue approached, her demeanor anxious. I apologize. It was my oversight. Wang Jianqiang's expression remained impassive as he nodded. I do not wish to know if it was intentional or unintentional, but mistakes must be met with punishment. Yi Qingshue's face paled, understanding the gravity of her situation. Having overheard the exchange between Wang Jianqiang and Yi Qingxue, Mu Lingxi's eyes widened in astonishment. Her name is Yi Qingxue, isn't it? She is one of the top 10 prodigies of the outer sect of the Xianqing Palace. And yet she refers to you as master? Wang Jianqiang nodded. It was unavoidable. I defeated her previously, and she was so captivated by my aura that she insisted on recognizing me as her master. You may ask her. I presented her with 2 choices without coercion. Mu Lingxi was taken aback, glancing at Yi Qingxue. What the master says is true, Yi Qingxue confirmed, nodding. He indeed offered me 2 paths, one as a servant and the other leading to death. While it sounded like a choice, it was, in essence, a veiled coercion. Naturally, she dared not expose Wang Jianqiang. Mu Lingxi was left speechless. This old fellow has quite the audacity, daring to enslave a disciple of the Xianqing Palace. This is akin to a direct affront to the palace. In terms of severity, it surpasses the annihilation of all elite disciples of the current outer sect. Yet, she would not seek trouble by exposing Wang Jianqiang. Such actions would yield no benefit and only bring harm to her and the Hahuan sect. Wang Jianqiang activated the array within the cave. With only a month left until the secret realm's exit opens, they must break through to Foundation Establishment before that moment arrives. All right. Wang Yue nodded and immediately swallowed a Foundation Establishment pill to begin her cultivation. Mu Lingxi was left astounded by the sight. That handful of Foundation Establishment pills must number at least 20 or 30. To so casually distribute such wealth is utterly extravagant. She prided herself on her noble lineage but could not fathom giving away Foundation Establishment pills with such ease. Although she did not dwell much in the outer sect, she had heard of the infamous waste Wang Jianqiang. Now, it seemed the rumors were exaggerated. Apart from his age, there was hardly any truth to them. That night, Wang Jianqiang bound Yi Qingxue using Japanese-style techniques, revealing a wicked smile. It is now time for punishment. In a corner, Mu Lingxi remained speechless. She averted her gaze, attempting to neither look nor listen. Wang Yue's breakthrough continued for over 20 days. With ample Foundation Establishment pills at her disposal, she finally succeeded in reaching the Foundation Establishment stage. During this time, Wang Jianqiang's punishments for Yi Qingxue did not cease. Mu Lingxi found herself somewhat admiring this old fellow. Not only was he skilled, but he also enjoyed playing around. Upon witnessing Wang Yue's breakthrough, Wang Jianqiang glanced at the 3 women. Although their entry into the secret realm was random, the exit was fixed. They must arrive at the exit before it opens, otherwise, they would be trapped within the secret realm. Since the discovery of the Cold Pool secret realm, there has never been a record of anyone trapped inside returning. The people from the Wanjian sect and the Xinjiang sect will not allow them to leave easily. Furthermore, the Xianqing sect may also take action, and they must be cautious. A serious expression crossed Mu Lingxi's face. Wang Jianqiang nodded and turned to Yi Qingxue, pondering for a moment. If the Xianqing sect intervenes, you may refrain from acting directly, or you can find an excuse to engage with those from the Wanjian sect and the Xinjiang sect. After all, Yi Qingxue hails from the Xianqing sect. Should she strike against her fellow disciples, she would undoubtedly face severe repercussions once they leave the secret realm. If matters escalate, the truth of her being his sole servant may not remain hidden. Yi Qingxue nodded. Let us depart. With Wang Jianqiang's commanding voice, the 4 figures, 3 women and a bird, soared from the cave, heading toward the exit of the secret realm. Chapter 58. The fortuitous Yi Lingyun in a secluded valley. Over 100 figures were strategically positioned in 3 directions. Lu Qing'er, it was agreed that we would join forces to eliminate the members of the Hahuan sect. Yet your Wanjian sect has shown little effort. At the forefront of the Xinjiang sect, Su Su clenched her fists, which were as large as cooking pots, her delicate features radiating anger as she glared at a young woman. The woman, clad in a flowing green dress, stood tall and poised, her waist-length hair cascading down like a concealed, exquisite sword. Upon hearing Su Su's rebuke, she merely glanced at her, remaining silent. Beside her, a young man snorted. How can you accuse us of not putting in the effort? Among our targets are several top-tier disciples, including the renowned Bai Shiru from the Hahuan sect. Despite this, we have already slain over a dozen of their members, including 2 top-tier geniuses. And what about you? You have managed to eliminate only a few inconsequential figures, failing to take down a single top-tier disciple. It seems it is your Xinjiang sect that is lacking in effort. The young man, sharp-tongued and formidable, was none other than Jianjiao, the second disciple of the Wanjian sect. Su Su's expression faltered, her face darkening as she replied, an unexpected incident occurred on my side. Otherwise, I would have already slain that Mu Lingxi. An unexpected incident? Lu Qing'er, who had been silent, now displayed a flicker of interest on her face. Among the disciples entering the secret realm, aside from herself, Lin Xian'er, and Bai Shiru, was there someone capable of causing trouble for Su Su? She looked at Su Su and inquired, what unexpected incident? A certain old man. Su Su's face darkened as she spoke. Lu Qing'er was taken aback, instinctively recalling the elder from the Hahuan sect's team before entering the secret realm. Most who qualified to enter the Han-Ten secret realm were elite disciples from various sects, and an elder nearing the end of his lifespan certainly left an impression. However, her astonishment quickly gave way to disbelief. That old man was merely at the chi refinement stage, and with his potential nearly exhausted. Even if he were to miraculously succeed in foundational establishment, he likely would not possess the strength to challenge Su Su, who was already in the mid-foundation stage. Though somewhat embarrassed, Su Su maintained her composure and stated, as I was saying, Lin Xian'er is surely more aware of this than I am. Lin Xian'er's countenance darkened at the mention. To preserve her own image, she had refrained from disclosing her earlier misfortune at Wang Jianqiang's hands when meeting the disciples of the Xianqing Palace. merely stating that she had made enemies with the Hahuan sect. Su Su's revelation made her feel somewhat uncomfortable. After a brief silence, she coldly remarked, "That old man's bird is indeed quite formidable. I am no match for him. My reason for allying with you is precisely due to my enmity with that old man. You must be cautious should we encounter him." Upon hearing Lin Xianer's words, Lu Qing'er felt an increasing curiosity. A fierce battle was inevitable. As this valley marked the exit of the secret realm, the Hahuan sect would eventually have to come here to leave. She found herself eagerly anticipating the opportunity to witness the prowess of the old man they had spoken of, especially since both Lin Xianer and Su Su had suffered at his hands. As the three sects stood guard at the valley's entrance, over 30 disciples from the Hahuan sect gathered atop a nearby mountain, including Yi Lingyun, Su Yutong, and Bai Shiru. Before them, an oval copper mirror floated in midair, displaying the scenes unfolding within the valley. Although the mirror lacked sound, the onlookers could glean certain information from the visuals, such as the alliance formed between the Xianqing Palace, Wanjian sect, and Jingjiang sect. "Thanks to senior brother Yi's magical artifact, we have narrowly escaped a calamity," murmured voices of relief circulated among the crowd. Bai Shiru turned to Yi Lingyun with a graceful smile. "Senior brother Yi has indeed helped us avert disaster." Yi Lingyun smiled modestly. "Senior sister Bai is too kind. It was merely a fortunate coincidence that I acquired this item." A glimmer of admiration sparkled in Bai Shiru's eyes as she observed Yi Lingyun's calm demeanor amidst the threat. His ability to obtain such an artifact while facing danger and simultaneously advancing to the mid-foundation stage indicated a depth of fortune and potential for greatness in the future. "Senior sister, you flatter me," Yi Lingyun replied, maintaining a composed exterior, though within, a flicker of pride and an undercurrent of ambition surged forth. Meanwhile, Su Yutong, observing the interaction between Yi Lingyun and Bai Shiru, interjected discreetly, "What shall we do? Are we to remain here indefinitely?" At her words, the attention of the others shifted towards Yi Lingyun, who, now recognized as the foremost power within the Hahuan sect team, contemplated the situation. Not one to shy away from decision-making, he replied with a smile, "Let us wait a while longer until the exit opens. Then we shall seize the chance to break through." As time passed, the moment of the secret realm's opening arrived. Above the valley, a vast expanse of space rippled like water, shattering and forming a colossal black hole approximately 30 zhang in length. The exit had appeared. The members of the three major factions shifted in response, yet none made a move to depart, an ominous atmosphere settling over the area. "Still not coming? The time for the secret realm's entrance is limited to 2 hours. I shall see how long you can hide," Su Su remarked with a cold smile, her gaze sweeping the surroundings. Lin Xianer maintained a frosty demeanor, her spiritual sense already extending outward in search of a certain individual. In contrast, Lu Qing'er remained composed, arms crossed, standing tall and waiting patiently. "What shall we do? Should we venture out?" On an icy mountaintop, Su Yutong looked towards Yi Lingyun, as did the others. Yi Lingyun focused intently on the valley within, and after a moment's pause, commanded, "Charge out." As his words echoed, the group surged towards the exit of the valley. "Here they come." Lu Qing'er's previously half-closed eyes snapped open, an incredible fierceness radiating from her. "Attack." Su Su laughed coldly, leading the Jingjiang sect members into the fray, followed closely by Lin Xianer and Lu Qing'er. A fierce battle erupted instantaneously as Yi Lingyun stood his ground against both Su Su and Lin Xianer. A copper mirror floating overhead. Rays of light shot forth from the mirror, and even when Su Su and Lin Xianer joined forces, they found themselves unable to gain the upper hand. Meanwhile, Wang Jianqiang stood atop another snow-capped mountain, observing the fierce conflict within the valley, his hand stroking his chin in deep contemplation as he pondered how to find an opportunity to eliminate Yi Lingyun. Chapter 59. Follow him and relish the pleasure. The ambitions of the three major factions were insatiable, aiming to annihilate every member of the Hahuan sect in one fell swoop. To this end, they had deliberately stationed over 50 individuals at the entrance, erecting a barrier. Approximately 60 individuals actively participated in the battle. Despite the overwhelming advantage they held over the Hahuan sect's 30-odd disciples, it nonetheless provided the ordinary elites of the Hahuan sect with a chance to resist. "Senior brother Yi, they have cloaked the exit with their barrier. What should we do?" Su Yutong struck back against 3 opponents before glancing at the barrier overhead, anxiously communicating with Yi Lingyun. The other Hahuan sect disciples, nearly all besieged by 2 adversaries, were in a state of disarray, urgently reaching out to Yi Lingyun. The incessant influx of messages only exacerbated Yi Lingyun's already frayed nerves, and his expression darkened. In his original plans, if all else fails, he would not hesitate to abandon these individuals and flee on his own. However, he never anticipated the 3 great factions would act so ruthlessly, having set up a barrier in advance, leaving no one unscathed. Thus, even if he wished to escape alone, it had become exceedingly difficult. "Hold on. I will find a solution." After repelling Su Su and Lin Xianer with a single strike, he conveyed a message of reassurance to the others. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes. "Master, it seems I must trouble you today. My soul power is nearly depleted. I can assist you only once, after which I shall fall into a prolonged slumber. You must consider this carefully." A melodious female voice suddenly resonated in his mind. Yi Lingyun glanced at the jade-white ring on his finger, a flicker of struggle crossing his gaze. This ring was his greatest secret. Though he hailed from the Yi family, he was born of a maid and held a lowly status. It was precisely because he acquired this ring and took the soul within as his master that he could rise swiftly to his current accomplishments. If the soul within the ring were to fall asleep, it would mean he could no longer receive assistance during its slumber, significantly slowing his progress. Yet, in the end, he resolved firmly, "Master, I have made my decision. There is no other choice. The current situation is that the exit is obstructed by the barrier, without breaking it. I cannot leave. While the disciples of the Hahuan sect are still alive, they may help hold off some enemies, providing a chance to turn the tides. If the Hahuan sect's members perish, even with your soul's power, reversing the situation would be nearly impossible. In that case, let it be as you wish." The ethereal voice echoed in his mind once more. In the next moment, a tremendous surge of soul power flooded into his soul sea. Yi Lingyun let out a muffled groan, feeling as though his head might explode. Yet, simultaneously, he sensed an unprecedented strength, as if he could annihilate everyone present with a mere thought. This feeling was not an illusion, but a reality. With the current soul power in his mind, he could indeed achieve such feats. Regrettably, he was too weak, able to wield only a fraction of this soul power. Nevertheless, it significantly enhanced his strength. With a mere thought, brilliant spiritual light erupted from the bronze mirror. A powerful wave of spiritual energy spread, and a thick beam of spiritual light suddenly shot forth from the mirror, splitting into two and striking Lin Xianer and Su Su. With a spurt of blood, both women were sent flying backward. This scene astonished everyone, silencing the entire battlefield. Something was amiss. On the icy mountain, Wang Jianqiang, as an observer with his focus on Yi Lingyun, keenly sensed a hint of anomaly. Just moments ago, a glimmer had flashed from the white ring on Yi Lingyun's finger, after which he seemed to surge with power, as if he had taken a pill. Clearly, that ring was extraordinary. Could it amplify cultivation? Or was there another reason? Wang Jianqiang furrowed his brow tightly. There was evidently a significant secret concealed within Yi Lingyun. How could this be? In the canyon, the injured Su Su and Lin Xianer exchanged glances, both displaying expressions of shock. Just a moment prior, Yi Lingyun was merely a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator, relying on the might of a spiritual weapon to fend off their combined assault. Yet in the next instant, he had dramatically increased in power, reaching a level comparable to late-stage foundation establishment. Had he been concealing his strength all along? As this thought crossed their minds, both women felt a sense of retreat, ceasing their attacks. In contrast to the trepidation of the two women, Lu Qing'er, upon sensing the sudden surge of power from Yi Lingyun, revealed a fierce battle intent. She struck out with her sword. With a sudden clash, Bai Shiruo's counterattack shattered instantly, leaving a long gash on her shoulder as she retreated in disarray. "You were hiding your strength," Bai Shiruo exclaimed in disbelief, retreating. "For me, battle is a process of honing my sword intent. How can one cultivate oneself by crushing others with absolute power?" Lu Qing'er cast a nonchalant glance at her. "But now, I have found a better whetstone." With that, her gaze turned toward Yi Lingyun, a formidable sword intent locking onto him. In the next moment, Lu Qing'er shot forth like a gleaming sword, hurtling toward Yi Lingyun. The two engaged in combat, powerful ripples emanating forth. With the mysterious soul power enhancing him, Yi Lingyun's cultivation was on par with late-stage foundation establishment cultivators. And with a spiritual weapon in hand, his strength soared even higher. Lu Qing'er, merely a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator wielding only a high-level magical flying sword, possessed a sword intent so potent it was almost unfathomable, allowing her attacks to be razor-sharp, matching Yi Lingyun blow for blow. This woman is formidable. Witnessing this scene, Wang Jianqiang could not help but widen his eyes. He could battle foundation establishment cultivators with his perfected qi refinement stage due to the cultivation of the sacred body of the ages, which rendered his physique unrestricted by realm. Mu Lingxi could slay early-stage foundation establishment cultivators because of her cultivation of a heaven-defying technique, manifesting a three-life body. Yet Lu Qing'er had neither a powerful physique nor displayed any heaven-defying techniques, nor did she employ any sword techniques, relying solely on the most basic moves. She achieved combat beyond her level purely through sword intent. It was utterly astonishing. Realizing Lu Qing'er's strength, Yi Lingyun's expression grew increasingly somber. The enhancement from his master's soul power was time-limited. If detained by Lu Qing'er, his true self would eventually be revealed. With this thought, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. Stand back. Ignoring the strain on his body, he unleashed a powerful storm of soul energy. The terrifying soul power surged wildly. Lu Qing'er turned pale and retreated. Though Yi Lingyun's soul sea was damaged and his head throbbed painfully, he dared not delay. "Follow me to break the restrictions." He gritted his teeth against the pain and rushed toward the entrance of the secret realm at the fastest speed. On the icy mountain, Wang Jianqiang narrowed his eyes and then looked toward Yi Qingxue behind him. "Xiaoxue, follow him. At a critical moment, give him a boost." Chapter 60. Seizing the bronze mirror upon hearing Yi Lingyun's shout, the disciples of the Hahuan sect swiftly broke free from their opponents and rushed toward the entrance of the secret realm. Many were gravely injured in their haste to escape. Yet, even in their wounded state, they disregarded everything and surged toward the exit. "Let us work together to shatter this barrier." In an instant, Yi Lingyun appeared before the barrier. He pointed his finger, and a massive beam of spiritual energy shot forth from the bronze mirror, crashing against the barrier. Boom. The barrier trembled violently, fissures appearing across its surface. At the same time, the other Hahuan sect disciples finally arrived, launching a barrage of attacks that followed suit. Striking the barrier. Crack. Crack. Instantly, cracks spread across the barrier, bringing it to the brink of collapse. However, at that moment, the members of the three factions had already caught up. Hold them off. I will break the barrier. A look of urgency flashed across Yi Lingyun's face as he shouted. I will block Lu Qing'er. Bai Shiruo gritted her teeth upon hearing this, her spiritual light surging as she charged forth first. The others understood that their success hinged on this moment and did not hesitate, throwing themselves into the fray. Uffed. Bai Shiruo's shoulder was pierced, and she was sent flying back in disarray. Su Yutong spat out a mouthful of blood, her aura weakening. The others also retreated, spitting blood, with several who had already been severely injured falling victim to this round of attacks. Simultaneously, the bronze mirror above Yi Lingyun emitted another beam of spiritual light, striking the barrier. The barrier, having already reached its limit, shattered completely. It finally broke. Yi Lingyun let out a long sigh of relief. Bai Shiruo, Su Yutong, and the others also displayed expressions of joy. Before the crowd could rush towards the entrance, a colossal bronze bell abruptly appeared, threatening to seal the exit of the secret realm. Junior Brother Yi, we must not allow that bell to descend. Brother Yi, block the bell. The crowd exclaimed in alarm. However, in the face of their urgent cries, Yi Lingyun merely sneered coldly within. Block the great bell? What if those sustaining the barrier used this moment to catch their breath and reconstitute the barrier? Just as he stepped into the exit of the secret realm, a figure suddenly emerged, waving her hand. A torrent of profound spiritual power surged towards Yi Lingyun like a whirlwind. Her appearance was so sudden that he was completely unprepared. In a moment of panic, he could only conjure a layer of spiritual barrier before himself. Though it shielded his body, it failed to protect the bronze mirror above him. The mirror was sent hurtling out of the exit's range. My spiritual artifact. Yet, before he could respond, a surge of spatial power erupted, and he vanished from the secret realm in an instant. The next moment, the bell fell, sealing the exit within its grasp. Meanwhile, the disciples from the three sects maintaining the barrier finally regained their breath, and a new barrier began to take shape. The members of the Hahuan sect stared blankly at the once again heavily guarded exit, their faces filled with despair. That scoundrel Yi Lingyun had actually abandoned them. The only path to survival they had fought to create was severed. In that instant, the hearts of the crowd felt crushed, and they erupted in curses. Yi Lingyun's ancestors, particularly the women, received fervent greetings and blessings. Among them, Su Yutong found it most unbearable. The families of Yi Lingyun and her own had long-standing ties, and there were even intentions to unite them. Su Yutong held a deep affection for Yi Lingyun. Yet, she could never have anticipated that he would one day forsake her. Just as the Hahuan sect members were seething with rage at Yi Lingyun's betrayal, the members of the Xianqing Palace, Jianyang sect, and Wang Jian sect turned their gazes towards the suddenly appeared figure. It was she, Yi Qingxue. Upon recognizing her appearance, the expressions of the crowd shifted. On the icy mountain, Wang Jianqiang observed that Yi Qingxue had failed to dislodge Yi Lingyun from the exit of the secret realm, which did not surprise him overly. He smiled slightly. Leaving behind the bronze mirror was not without merit. If the little bird or Mu Lingxi managed to slip through, they could certainly prevent Yi Lingyun's escape. However, such an action would also place them in the crosshairs of the three sections. It was a case of diminishing returns. Yi Qingxue, being a disciple of the Xianqing sect, need not fear being besieged once her presence was revealed. Nevertheless, being only at the initial stage of foundation building, she was significantly outmatched by Yi Lingyun, who had awakened mysterious powers. Managing to keep his spiritual artifact, the bronze mirror, was already commendable. This mirror possessed formidable power, sufficient to cause Yi Lingyun great distress for an extended period. In the canyon, facing the crowd's scrutiny, Yi Qingxue maintained her composure and summoned the bronze mirror into her hand from a distance. Su Su's expression flickered as she glanced at the Xianqing Palace disciples, but ultimately remained silent. Lu Qing'er appeared unfazed, seemingly indifferent to anything that did not involve the sword in her hand. However, her companion, Jianjiao, could not help but cast a lingering glance at the bronze mirror. Lin Xian'er observed the mirror held by Yi Qingxue, her gaze flickering. A terrifying killing intent erupted from her as she addressed Yang Yun. You have slain 5 disciples of the Xianqing Palace. Today, I demand your life. With that, she stepped forward, her icy aura locking onto Yang Yun. Yang Yun trembled, bewildered as she looked at Yi Qingxue. No, when did I kill your disciples? I have not encountered you since entering the Cold Pool secret realm. Dare you to quibble? Yi Qingxue's voice was frigid, and a flash of spiritual light appeared before her, revealing a flying sword aimed directly at Yang Yun. Yang Yun, is what she said true? Seeing the sincerity in Yi Qingxue's expression, Su Su could not help but turn her gaze towards Yang Yun. Yang Yun helplessly shook her head. I truly did not kill anyone. Su Su nodded, looking towards Lin Xian'er. Senior Lin, there may be some misunderstanding here. Lin Xian'er furrowed her brow, glancing between the Hahuan sect members and Yi Qingxue. Yi Qingxue, we shall discuss this later. The most pressing matter now is to encircle the Hahuan sect members. She then conveyed to Yi Qingxue, the command to eliminate the Hahuan sect disciples comes from Elder Song. You had best not complicate matters. Upon hearing Lin Xian'er's words, Yi Qingxue's expression hardened, seemingly choosing to acquiesce. You have already delayed long enough. Can we not take action? Lu Qing'er frowned as she observed Su Su and Lin Xian'er. Upon hearing this, the two turned their gaze towards the members of the Hahuan sect and coldly declared, certainly. Kill. With their words, the disciples of the two sects surged towards the Hahuan sect members. Kill. As the two sects commenced their assault, Lu Qing'er issued a command and was the first to charge forward. Prepare for a fight. Bai Shiruo watched the bloodthirsty approach of the three sects. A look of determination crossing her face, while despair was evident on the faces of those behind her. Just as the battle was about to ignite, a piercing scream erupted from the Zhengyang sect's side, and a figure with a pierced chest was sent flying. The offensive of the three sects abruptly halted. Everyone stared in shock at the grievous figure. Yang Yun. Upon recognizing her, the crowd froze momentarily, then collectively turned to a specific direction. At the edge of the Xianqing Palace's formation, a beautiful woman hovered with a flying sword before her, crimson blood dripping from its blade. Chapter 61. Time to reap the harvest. Upon discovering that the assailant of Yang Yun was Yi Qingxue of the Xianqing Palace, the Zhengyang sect members erupted in fury. This woman dared to attack Yang Yun in public. Did she regard them all as inconsequential? You seek death. Amidst a chorus of furious shouts, numerous figures charged towards Yi Qingxue, brimming with murderous intent. Naturally, the disciples of the Xianqing Palace could not allow Yi Qingxue to be besieged. This was not merely a matter of personal honor, but rather a matter of collective reputation. As the Zhengyang sect disciples advanced, they too engaged in the fray. The scene descended into chaos. Lu Qing'er could no longer afford to continue attacking the Hahuan sect disciples. Upon realizing the shift in circumstances, she decisively led the disciples of the Wanjian sect to withdraw, avoiding the battlefield between the Zhengyang sect and the Xianqing Palace. On the Hahuan sect side, Bai Shiruo and the others were initially stunned, but soon their expressions brightened with joy. On the icy mountain, Wang Jianqiang observed the scene's sudden descent into chaos. A smile creeping onto his face. The alliance of the three sects appeared formidable, yet in reality, it was merely a fragile coalition of the strongest disciples of the three sects, held together by verbal agreements. If the three sides maintained peace, all was well. But the moment any significant discord arose, the alliance would crumble. Yi Qingxue's public attack on Yang Yun represented that very discord. Beside Wang Jianqiang, Mu Lingxi watched the shifting dynamics within the canyon, her expression one of astonishment. The disciples of the Hahuan sect had been trapped in a situation of certain death. And even if she and Wang Jianqiang intervened, they could not alter the outcome. Yet, with Yi Qingxue's actions, the situation had been instantly reversed. She could not help but glance at Wang Jianqiang. This was your idea, wasn't it? Wang Jianqiang smiled, just a small stratagem. Mu Lingxi's expression reflected admiration. No wonder there's a saying about old foxes. It seems one becomes cunning with age. Wang Jianqiang's face turned serious as Mu Lingxi stuck out her tongue. What should we do now? Should we go down to assist? Wang Jianqiang shook his head, his gaze fixed on the canyon. It is not yet time. In the canyon, the battle between the disciples of the Zhengyang sect and the Xianqing Palace intensified. At this juncture, aside from a few individuals led by Su Su and Lin Xiener who remained composed and refrained from joining the fray, only those stationed at the rear to maintain the barrier were left bewildered by the barrier's obstruction, still unable to comprehend the unfolding events. The remaining disciples plunged into battle. Witnessing that both sects had unleashed their true flames, Su Su and Lin Xiener sighed, feeling compelled to join the fray. They were acutely aware of the underlying motives. Yet the matter at hand, which involved collective honor, left them no choice. As the conflict escalated, casualties on both sides mounted. The disciples tasked with maintaining the barrier could no longer remain passive. Although they remained unaware of the reasons behind the outbreak of hostilities, it mattered little. A war had commenced, and they would fight. Mere moments ago, they had collaborated to uphold the barrier, but now they were engaged in a fierce struggle. Their eyes ablaze with fury. They needed to remain composed. Should the barrier collapse, the disciples of the Hahuan sect would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to flee. A disciple from the Wanjian sect cried out in alarm. Calm down. A disciple from the Zhengyang sect, recently struck by a surge of spiritual energy, was consumed by rage and sent the speaker flying with a punch. Chaos erupted. The barrier, having lost its sustaining energy, disintegrated completely, exposing the exit without any obstruction. Observing this, Lu Qing'er shook her head. At this point, it was impossible to reconcile the Zhengyang sect and the Xianqing Palace. The plan to eliminate the disciples of the Hahuan sect had utterly failed. Remaining any longer held no purpose. With a wave of her hand, she signaled for the disciples of the Wanjian sect to depart. Bai Shiruo, who had been observing the situation, let out a long sigh of relief. Feeling an odd sense of unreality, the Hahuan sect had nearly exhausted its capacity for resistance. Before long, it would surely be annihilated by the three sections. Just then, for reasons unknown, the Zhengyang sect and the Xianqing Palace turned on each other. The alliance of the three sects collapsed instantaneously, alleviating their crisis. The rapid and bizarre shifts in the situation felt surreal. Behind her, the faces of the Hahuan sect disciples radiated with the exhilaration of surviving a catastrophe. Bai Shiruo raised her hand, preparing to lead everyone away when a transmission suddenly resonated in her mind. She froze in place, lifting her hand to halt those behind her. Senior Sister Bai, what's wrong? The group was taken aback, looking toward Bai Shiruo. After a moment of contemplation, she addressed her companions. Do you wish to take revenge? The group was momentarily stunned. What did Senior Sister Bai mean by this? Su Yutong's expression flickered as she spoke up. Bai Shiruo glanced at Su Yutong and then surveyed the others. With the conflict between the Xianqing Palace and the Zhengyang sect, perhaps we can seize the opportunity for vengeance. Su Yutong and the others exchanged glances, their attention sharpening. Senior Sister, this course of action is exceedingly risky. Su Su and Lin Xianer are both in the mid-foundation stage, while only you among us possesses that level of strength. As long as they remain, their top-tier prowess surpasses ours. Yes, their battle will indeed lead to significant attrition. But we have also sustained considerable losses. If we force the two sects to unite, we shall gain nothing. A calm voice emerged from the crowd. The others nodded in agreement. Bai Shiruo, upon hearing this, fell silent for a moment. What if I claim to have a tenfold certainty? Senior sister Bai, perhaps it would be best to let this go. Consider today's losses as a lesson learned. Indeed, there is no need to engage in a futile struggle. Let us depart. After the recent harrowing battle, the group was already filled with trepidation and instinctively resisted the idea of this risky venture. Bai Shiruo shook her head, declaring, "Those who wish to leave may do so now. Those who trust me may remain." Upon hearing Bai Shiruo's words, the group's gazes flickered. Senior sister, this battle relied entirely on your support. I am not one to disregard my own well-being. I intended to continue fighting alongside you, but my condition is simply too poor to proceed. One individual glanced at Bai Shiruo before swiftly departing through the exit. Senior sister, I too feel unwell and must take my leave. I have expended too much energy and cannot accompany you further. My mother is giving birth. Following him, others began to leave in succession. Ultimately, only Su Yutong remained. Senior sister, let it be. There will be many opportunities in the future. There is no need to seek revenge today. Su Yutong shook her head and exited the secret realm. In the end, all had departed, leaving Bai Shiruo alone. On the mountaintop, Wang Jianqiang observed this scene, chuckling to himself. Bai Shiruo appeared delicate, yet she displayed remarkable boldness and decisiveness. Mu Lingxi shook her head, noting that now that everyone had left, his plan seemed unfeasible. Wang Jianqiang smiled nonchalantly. With her presence as a mid-foundation practitioner, it would suffice. He then turned his gaze toward the battlefield of the Zhenyang sect and the Xinqing Palace. Originally, the two sects had over 80 disciples combined, but following the fierce conflict, many had perished. Those remaining were fewer than 50, each severely drained. Moments later, a voice reached Mu Lingxi's ears. It's time to close the net. Chapter 62. I apologize. I am an undercover agent within the canyon. The disciples of both sects had suffered tremendous losses. The pain and the looming threat of death gradually dulled their fervor for combat. Sensing the waning desire for battle among the crowd, Su Su glanced at Lin Xianer. If we continue to fight, our two sects will only end up mutually annihilating each other. Shall we cease hostilities? Lin Xianer shared the sentiment and nodded without hesitation. Agreed. To her, this conflict should never have occurred. However, in the heat of the moment, the crowd's fervor had been uncontrollable. Now, as everyone began to regain their composure, it was indeed time to put an end to this farce. Just as the two were preparing to call back their respective disciples, a streak of azure light suddenly descended from the heavens. At one corner of the battlefield, Gao Ming was locked in combat with Yi Qingxue. Both were at the initial stage of foundation building, their strengths comparable. As the battle wore on, both had exhausted considerable energy, yet neither could gain the upper hand. Just then, a searing heat enveloped the area. Before Gao Ming could react, the azure light pierced through his body. Fiery flames ignited within him, instantly reducing him to ashes. The azure light, having penetrated Gao Ming, showed no signs of halting. It surged directly toward Yi Qingxue. Yi Qingxue's eyes widened in alarm as she narrowly evaded the oncoming azure light strike. After the attack missed, the azure light ascended, transforming in midair into a small azure-feathered bird. It's that monstrous bird. Su Su and Lin Xianer halted simultaneously, their expressions shifting dramatically upon sighting the creature. Suddenly, as if recalling something, they cried out in unison, "Quick, scatter!" However, before their words could fully escape, the small bird had already unfurled its wings. Streams of azure fire cascaded downward like waterfalls, engulfing the area with astonishing rapidity. The relentless azure flames swept over the battlefield. The two could only protect their fellow disciples nearby, but the azure inferno soon descended, enveloping all within both sections. The screams echoed throughout the canyon. Those below the foundation building stage stood no chance against the azure flames of the small bird, and were swiftly consumed. Within mere 5 breaths, the once tumultuous canyon fell silent. As the azure fire gradually extinguished, Lin Xianer and Su Su lowered their defenses, revealing themselves. Beside them, only a few disciples remained, saved by their protection. "You old rascal," they cursed vehemently, exchanging glances before charging toward the small bird. Just then, as they surged forward, a figure abruptly interposed, unleashing a fierce surge of spiritual energy. Bai Shiruo. Lin Xianer quickly braced herself, her expression darkening as she recognized the newcomer. She had forgotten that Bai Shiruo had yet to leave. This was dire. That monstrous bird wielded immense power, and in a one-on-one confrontation, neither she nor Su Su stood a chance. In that moment, her gaze shifted to a figure in the distance, her eyes lighting up. Yi Qingxue, she is still alive. If Yi Qingxue and Su Su were to join forces, although they might not be able to subdue the monstrous bird, they could at least withstand its onslaught. With this thought in mind, she immediately shouted to Yi Qingxue, urging her to team up with Su Su to confront the creature. Yi Qingxue's eyes flickered as she discreetly glanced upward, then broke into a smile. "All right," she replied, and promptly darted towards the young chick. Lin Xianer, witnessing this, let out a long sigh of relief before shifting her gaze to the remaining few disciples. "You must leave the secret realm at once. With the beast now present, that old wretch must be nearby." You are merely in the qi refinement stage. Staying here will not only be of no assistance, but could also cost you your lives. You must go as well. Meanwhile, Su Su, who had already positioned herself alongside Yi Qingxue to intercept the chick, also called out to the remaining disciples of the Zhengyang sect. The disciples of both sects immediately took flight towards the exit. Planning to escape? Have you consulted your esteemed lord? A figure suddenly descended from the sky, delivering a punch that unleashed a violent shockwave, obliterating half of the fleeing individuals. Following that, the clear sky erupted with thunder as several bolts of lightning struck the remaining individuals, reducing them to charred remains. In the blink of an eye, the disciples of both sects attempting to flee were wiped out. That old bastard. That vile creature. Su Su and Lin Xiener exchanged glances, their expressions darkening as they wished to tear Wang Jianqiang apart. However, they understood all too well that they were in a dire situation. Remaining here would not only prevent them from defeating that old man, but would also jeopardize their own lives. Realizing this, both women made a swift decision. Lin Xiener braved an attack from Bai Shirua, disregarding her injuries as she dashed towards the exit. Su Su, enduring the flames of the green fire, desperately fled towards the exit. Yi Qingxue hesitated for a moment before following suit. However, Su Su felt an unsettling imbalance. Perhaps it was because the monstrous bird's attention was solely fixated on her, even though Yi Qingxue lagged behind. As the three raced towards the exit, a figure suddenly appeared beside it, blocking their path. Upon seeing this figure, Lin Xiener and Su Su were engulfed by a surge of murderous intent, their speed undeterred as they charged forward. Old wretch, I was just lamenting the lack of an opportunity to kill you, and here you come, offering yourself up for death. Observing the two women barreling towards him, Wang Jianqiang waved his hand, summoning a jade talisman that shimmered emerald green. In the next moment, the talisman transformed into a wave of green light that spread outward. Lin Xiener and Su Su, underestimating Wang Jianqiang, soon found themselves ensnared within the green light prison. In an instant, an overwhelming pressure engulfed them, freezing their movements. This is Brother Wu Ya's talisman. Where did you acquire such an item? Lin Xiener exclaimed in disbelief, her pupils trembling. The fact that Xiao Wuya had yet to arrive near the exit already worried her, but seeing this familiar talisman now ignited a foreboding sense within her. Wang Jianqiang chuckled, want to know? First, kneel and beg me. You. Lin Xiener's expression turned icy. Just then, Su Su erupted with a fierce display of physical strength, shattering the green light prison. Let us get out of here, she urged Lin Xiener. A jolt of realization struck Lin Xiener as she noticed the green-feathered monstrous bird and Bai Shirua had already pursued them. As the two prepared to fend off the assaults from the green-feathered bird and Bai Shirua before escaping the secret realm, two flying swords suddenly surged from behind them. Startled, they swiftly dodged, but the swords were too close for comfort, barely avoiding critical injuries as both were pierced by the blades. Blood spewed from their mouths as they staggered back, gazing at a figure in shock. Yi Qingxue, have you lost your mind? Yi Qingxue chuckled at their astonishment. Apologies, but I am an undercover agent. Chapter 63. What does it mean to seize innocence? Upon hearing Yi Qingxue's words, Lin Xiener and Su Su were struck with shock, followed by a dawning realization. It finally dawned on them why Yi Qingxue had suddenly sought trouble with Yang Yun and had recklessly attacked her. Her singular aim had been to instigate conflict between the Xianjing Palace and the Zhengyang sect, thereby dismantling the alliance of the three sections. You dare betray your fellow disciples? Aren't you afraid of the sect's punishment? Lin Xiener glared at Yi Qingxue, her tone severe. Of course, I am afraid. That is why I must deal with you before leaving the secret realm. A voice interjected, revealing that it was not Yi Qingxue, but Wang Jianqiang. He then exchanged glances with the chick and Bai Shirua, who immediately understood and charged at them. Lin Xiener and Su Su, already drained from their earlier efforts, found themselves further weakened by Yi Qingxue's ambush. Within moments, they were heavily thrown to the ground, stripped of their ability to resist. Wang Jianqiang descended slowly before them, casting his gaze upon Lin Xiener. Now, I present you with two choices. Become my soul slave by accepting my soul mark, or meet the same fate as her. As soon as the words left his lips, Su Su's head was severed by a sword, her mighty form collapsing to the ground, her head rolling away in a daze. Given a chance to relive her life, she would undoubtedly demand an answer. Did you not say there were two paths to choose from? I haven't even chosen yet. Why deny me the option? Shrugging, Wang Jianqiang replied, I merely found her unlikable. It was not her lack of beauty that led to her demise. As for Lin Xiener, I have greater use for her. The expressions of the three women and the bird turned peculiar. Wang Jianqiang noticed their deepening misinterpretation of his words and shook his head in resignation. He was speaking nothing but the truth. Whatever. A gentleman's actions are conducted with integrity. There is no need for others to understand. He turned his attention back to Lin Xiener, his gaze chilling. So, have you made your decision? Lin Xiener's face contorted with struggle as she fell silent. It seems you are choosing the path to death, truly befitting of the first disciple of the Xianjing Palace. You possess spirit. Wang Jianqiang commended her with a thumbs up before thrusting his sword downward. Lin Xiener's complexion drained of color, and she hastily shouted, wait. I agree to become your soul slave. Wang Jianqiang halted his sword, poised before her chest. I thought you were proud. It seems you are just as fearful of death as any ordinary person. A mocking smile spread across his face. Lin Xiener, filled with shame and anger, felt her cheeks flush crimson. Enough, relinquish your soul as resistance. Wang Jianqiang stated nonchalantly as a wisp of spiritual awareness entered her brow. With her cultivation at the mid-stage of foundation establishment, had she been prepared, his spiritual awareness would have never breached her soul sea or left a mark upon her spirit. However, having fully abandoned her soul's defenses, his awareness easily penetrated her soul sea, leaving an imprint upon her essence. These storage bags belong to the deceased disciples of the 4 sections. They contain all their harvests from the secret realm. While 1 or 2 might not seem significant, accumulating over 100 storage bags yields quite extraordinary results. Upon returning to the 5 women, Wang Jianqiang pondered briefly before distributing 5 storage bags to each of the 3 women. Wang Yueying and Yi Qingxue accepted them with beaming faces, while Mu Lingxi shook her head, refusing to take any, stating she had not contributed to the battle and thus would not accept rewards without merit. Wang Jianqiang did not insist further, nodding as he swiftly tucked the 5 storage bags away. He then turned to the 3, "You should leave first. I have a private matter to discuss with Lin Xiener." Mu Lingxi glanced towards the exit, noting that the spatial force enveloping it had begun to destabilize. "Time is running out. The exit can only hold for about 20 more minutes before it collapses. You need to hurry." Wang Jianqiang nodded, understanding the urgency. The 3 women, upon hearing this, wasted no time and swiftly entered the exit, disappearing into the secret realm. "Do you know why I didn't kill you directly?" Lin Xiener coldly regarded Wang Jianqiang, remaining silent. "Have you ever heard of the name Luo Yunshang?" After a moment of silence, Wang Jianqiang fixed his gaze on her eyes and replied. Lin Xiener's expression shifted. "How do you know this name?" Her reaction indicated she was indeed familiar with it. Wang Jianqiang's heart leaped with joy. "Do you know her?" Lin Xiener shook her head. "I've only heard an elder from my sect mention Luo Yunshang." "Do you know her current situation?" Wang Jianqiang, filled with excitement, pressed on. Lin Xiener pondered for a moment. "I only know she was an extraordinary talent in the Xianqing Palace, a once-in-a-thousand-years prodigy whose gifts even drew the attention of the Yuanying ancestors. However, she seemed to have vanished suddenly afterward. How did she disappear?" Wang Jianqiang's heart tightened as he urgently inquired. He had previously asked Yi Qingxue about this matter, but she had no knowledge of it. Now, having finally found a lead, he couldn't help but feel elated. Luo Yunshang was a name of utmost significance in his life. When he first traversed into this world, he was merely a 6-year-old orphan. At such a tender age, even with the mind of an adult, surviving in this harsh and unfamiliar world proved exceedingly difficult. It was then that he encountered Luo Yunshang. She was only 3 years his senior. Though a malnourished and frail girl, she possessed extraordinary strength and could handle many arduous tasks. Moreover, her constitution was remarkable, as she never fell ill. The two supported each other and lived together for 7 years. Without her care, he would not have survived the countless times he faced illness or starvation. Later, they met an old woman who claimed to be an immortal from the Xianqing Palace. Upon seeing Luo Yunshang, the old woman treated her as a treasure and forcibly took her away. From that moment on, Wang Jianqiang learned of the existence of cultivators in this world, igniting his aspirations for cultivation. He had once attempted to join the Xianqing Palace, but unfortunately, his qualifications were deemed insufficient, and he was turned away. Subsequently, by chance, he saved an elderly man who, in gratitude, gifted him a token. It was said that his ancestor had ties with the Hahuan sect, and this token was bestowed upon him by a master of that sect. With this token in hand, anyone possessing spiritual roots, regardless of their quality, could join the Hahuan sect. Unfortunately, the elder's family had passed down this legacy for generations, yet none possessed spiritual roots, which ultimately benefited Wang Jianqiang. It was precisely because of this token that he successfully joined the Hahuan sect. After joining, his diligence in cultivation stemmed not only from the intrinsic obsession with longevity found in his heritage, but also from a significant desire to find Luo Yunshang. Upon hearing Wang Jianqiang's inquiries, Lin Xiener shook her head. "I do not know. It seems that those within the sect who are aware of this name regard it with great caution." A flicker of disappointment crossed Wang Jianqiang's face, which quickly turned cold again. Lin Xiener, now under his roof, dared not voice any dissent against his orders and merely nodded. "Do not entertain thoughts of disobedience. Such actions will not bode well for you," Wang Jianqiang warned her coldly. He then shifted the conversation. "There are still about 10 minutes before the exit closes. Time is still relatively ample. Earlier, you claimed I took your innocence. Now let me teach you what truly constitutes the taking of innocence." Chapter 64. The gamble outside the secret realm on the snowy peak. The year's term was nearing its end, and the exit was about to open. Which sect do you think will reap the most rewards this time? Outside the secret realm, the muscular elder Jiao Wenchang grinned at the other 3 sect leaders. Just as Jiao Wenchang finished speaking, Song Qiuyue suddenly let out a cold laugh. "While I cannot ascertain which sect will gain the most, I can certainly guess which will gain the least." Jiao Wenchang's gaze flickered. "Oh, Elder Song, do enlighten us." Meanwhile, Qing Feng and Yun's Honk turned their attention to Song Qiuyue, while Yen Qingxian remained seated, her eyes closed in meditation. "Oof, what a charade." Song Qiuyue glanced at Yen Qingxian, a hint of derision flashing across her face. "Need I say more? The Hahuan sect even sent out an old relic buried in dirt, which clearly indicates the poor quality of their outer disciples. With such a team, it would already be commendable if they managed to survive the secret realm, let alone expect significant gains." As she spoke, she looked mockingly at Yen Qingxian. "If it were me, I would be embarrassed to bring such a team out." Hearing Song Qiuyue's mockery, Yen Qingxian, who had been meditating with her eyes closed, slowly opened them. She regarded Song Qiuyue and calmly remarked, "It seems you have great confidence in your Xianqing Palace disciples." Confidence is an overstatement. Yet they are certainly much stronger than your Hahuan sect disciples, Song Qiuyue retorted with a cold smile. Yan Qingxian shook her head. On the contrary, I believe my Hahuan sect disciples are more outstanding. A flicker of surprise crossed Song Qiuyue's face. Is that so? Since you have such faith in your disciples, why not place a bet? A bet? Yan Qingxian raised an eyebrow. What? Are you afraid? Song Qiuyue scoffed. It seems you are well prepared. Yan Qingxian gave her a deep look before smiling. Since you wish to gamble, let us have a wager. Speak. How do you propose we bet? Seeing Yan Qingxuan's agreement, Song Qiuyue's eyes lit up. Let us wager on the gains of our two sects disciples. The side with the greater rewards wins. If you lose, you will hand over your Zhuangming Lihor ring to me. Upon hearing Song Qiuyue's words, Yan Qingxian had yet to respond, but Zhao Wenchang, Qingfeng, and Yunzhong couldn't help but react. The Zhuangming Lihor ring. That was Yan Qingxuan's signature treasure when she made her name in the Northern Territory. It might very well be her most powerful artifact. For Song Qiuyue to openly demand the Zhuangming Lihor ring as a wager, was this stake not too great? In contrast to the reactions of Zhao Wenchang and the others, Yan Qingxian, the party involved, appeared remarkably calm. I will wager my Zixiao Jade Palace. Song Qiuyue waved her hand, and in a flash of purple light, a palm-sized exquisite palace materialized before her. Upon seeing this purple palace, Zhao Wenchang, Qingfeng, and Yunzhong couldn't suppress a flicker of greed. The Zixiao Jade Palace is a rare palace-type artifact. Not only can it defend and attack, but it can also serve as a flying artifact, making it an incredibly versatile treasure, valued among its peers at the highest level. However, faced with this precious palace artifact, Yan Qingxian simply shook her head, her expression remaining neutral. Yet, the reactions of Zhao Wenchang and the others showed no signs of surprise. The Zixiao Jade Palace is indeed valuable. However, the Zhuangming Lihor ring surpasses it in worth. The Zhuangming Lihor ring is also a versatile artifact, with both offensive and defensive capabilities that exceed those of the Zixiao Jade Palace. Furthermore, it can also serve as a flying artifact, boasting greater speed than the Zixiao Jade Palace. Apart from its inability to provide shelter, the Zhuangming Lihor ring comprehensively outmatches the Zixiao Jade Palace, making it a more precious artifact. Hearing Yan Qingxian's response, Song Qiuyue pondered for a moment, then produced a jade slip. This is a high-level spirit artifact blueprint I stumbled upon, named the Longyin Ancient Bell. How about this as well? Still not enough. Yan Qingxian continued to shake her head. What if I add this incomplete second-grade ancient pill formula? Song Qiuyue retrieved an ancient jade slip, covered in fine cracks, bearing the marks of time. The value of the ancient pill formula lies more in its contained pharmacology, holding immense research value for alchemists. This ancient pill formula is 6/10 complete. You should understand its worth. That works. Yan Qingxian nodded. Given the circumstances, it has been agreed. Should you emerge victorious, the treasures of the Zixiao Jade Palace, the Dragoness Whisper ancient bell blueprints, and the ancient elixir formulas shall be yours. Conversely, if I triumph, your Xianming Lihor ring will belong to me. Zhao Wenchang and Qingfeng exchanged envious glances at Song Qiuyue, nodding in silent accord. They did not place much faith in the disciples of the Hahuan sect. In their view, Song Qiuyue had an exceedingly high probability of winning. After all, the Xianming Lihor ring was a formidable artifact capable of dramatically enhancing their combat prowess. They felt a pang of regret for letting Song Qiuyue seize the initiative. Why hadn't they thought of this sooner? Yan Qingxian discerned Song Qiuyue's thoughts, while the others looked down upon Wang Jianqiang. She believed he might very well become a pivotal cavalryman, capable of elevating the potential of the Hahuan sect disciples. With a nonchalant smile, she declared, "Let it be so." An hour later, the air above the snowfall mountain began to shimmer with a palpable disturbance. Yan Qingxian and the others reacted, looking upward. The exit was about to open. Song Qiuyue cast a glance at Yan Qingxian, a smug smile playing on her lips. Zhao Wenchang, Qingfeng, and Yun Zhongxue also turned their gazes skyward. Under the scrutiny of the five, the space warped further until a profound spatial passage slowly took shape. Would they emerge? As the exit became fully visible, the five fixed their gaze upon it. 1 minute passed. 5 minutes. 10 minutes. Half an hour later, Yun Zhongxue pondered aloud. Could there have been some unforeseen circumstances causing a delay in reaching the entrance? Zhao Wenchang frowned. Surely there hasn't been an accident? The secret realm's exit remains open for 2 hours. Let us wait and see, Yan Qingxian stated, her brows slightly furrowed. After another half hour of waiting, the exit suddenly trembled, and a disheveled figure stumbled forth. Yi Lingyun. Upon seeing the newcomer, the five exchanged glances. What transpired within the secret realm? Why are you the only one to emerge after such a prolonged opening of the exit? Song Qiuyue, Zhao Wenchang, and Qingfeng all directed their inquiries at Yi Lingyun. Yi Lingyun met their gaze, looking toward Yan Qingxian and Yun Zhongxue. Yan Qingxian remained silent, while Yun Zhongxue urged, "Speak." Taking a deep breath, Yi Lingyun recounted the events within the secret realm. From Mu Lingxi inciting enmity between the Xianqing Palace and the Zhenyang sect to the two sects joining forces to besiege the Hahuan sect, he detailed the tumultuous encounters among the three great powers. However, his narrative was embellished with exaggeration, painting himself as a heroic figure. For instance, he claimed to have risked his life to save fellow disciples during the direst moments when the Zhenyang sect and the Xianqing Palace pursued the Hahuan sect disciples. He further boasted of single-handedly shattering the barriers set by the three sects, only to choose to remain and face the impending doom alongside his trapped comrades, ultimately emerging with a heavy heart after all his peers had perished. Chapter 65. Yi Lingyun unmasked. You are commendable. I have long perceived your integrity. You are indeed a rare talent. Upon hearing Yi Lingyun's account, Yun Zhongqua's expression brimmed with admiration. In the realm of cultivation, such loyalty and righteousness were scarce. Validating his earlier favorable impression during the outer sect competition, Yi Lingyun's actions filled him with a sense of pride and inner peace. He then turned his attention to Jiao Wenchang, Qing Feng, and Song Qiuyu. Are you three not inclined to provide an explanation to the Hehuan sect? Jiao Wenchang chuckled. My friend Yun Zhongqua, you jest. Upon discovering the Cold Pool secret realm, our four sects established a rule that all conflicts within the secret realm are to be treated as personal decisions of the disciples, not to be elevated to sect-level matters. Indeed, as Jia Dao friend mentioned, in previous secret realms, were there not casualties? My Wandering Sword sect also suffered losses, yet have we sought recompense from your Hehuan sect? Qing Feng added, his tone indifferent. Song Qiuyu remained silent, merely offering a derisive laugh. Yun Zhongqua's expression darkened, rendered momentarily speechless. At that moment, Song Qiuyu suddenly turned to Yan Qingxian. By the way, Yan Qingxian, I believe the wager is in my favor, is it not? Yan Qingxian disregarded Song Qiuyu, her demeanor impassive as she addressed Yi Lingyun. In the battle within the canyon, did Wang Jianqiang participate? Yi Lingyun's face contorted with indignation. Elder, Wang Jianqiang never showed up. He must have hidden away at the sight of peril befalling his comrades. Such cowardice is a disgrace to our Hehuan sect. Yan Qingxian's expression remained unchanged, her tone flat. So, Wang Jianqiang is still alive? Yi Lingyun hesitated, puzzled by Yan Qingxian's intentions. He shook his head. I cannot say for certain, but I can assure you he was absent during the fierce battle. Enough. You've expended considerable energy. Please sit aside and recuperate. Yan Qingxian gestured dismissively. Yan Qingxian, you wouldn't dare to renege on our agreement, would you? Observing Yan Qingxian's indifference, Song Qiuyu's countenance darkened as she coldly laughed. Yan Qingxian shot her a fleeting glance. The exit remains open. Why the haste? Though the exit has yet to close, the outcome is already quite evident. Song Qiuyu scoffed, pointing at Yi Lingyun. Your Hehuan sect has only this one individual emerging from the secret realm. What do you possess to claim victory? Do you truly believe his solitary gains can rival those of dozens? Are your ears not functioning? Yan Qingxian raised an eyebrow. Did you not hear that our Hehuan sect still has disciples within the secret realm? Are you referring to that half-buried waste? Song Qiuyu laughed, as if she had heard the greatest jest in the world. Jiao Wenchang and Qing Feng joined in her laughter. And even Yun Zhongqua could not help but shake his head in disbelief. After the derision, Song Qiuyu turned her gaze back to Yan Qingxian. Yan Qingxian, surely you do not expect to rely on a coward who could barely survive the qi refinement stage to help you turn the tide? Is that so? Very well. Since you refuse to heed the warnings until the coffin is before you, I shall await the closing of the entrance and see how you evade responsibility. Minutes later, the secret realm's exit once again exhibited spatial fluctuations. Figures began to emerge in succession from the passage. The first to step forth was an exceptionally beautiful young woman clad in a flowing green gown, her posture regal, long hair tied back, bearing a long sword. Her countenance composed. It was none other than Lu Qing'er, the foremost disciple of the Wandering Sword Sect. Sword 9 and the other disciples of the Wandering Sword Sect followed closely behind. In mere moments, over 40 figures materialized in the air. As the disciples of the Wandering Sword Sect emerged, the secret realm's exit gradually settled into tranquility. Is that all? Witnessing this scene, the previously composed Song Qiuyu and Jia Wenchang furrowed their brows. Lu Qing'er, why are only you and your sect members here? Where are the disciples of my Xianqing palace? Song Qiuyu could not restrain herself from inquiring of the green-clad woman. And what of my Xingyang sect disciples? Jia Wenchang echoed. Lu Qing'er regarded the two with a composed demeanor. The disciples of the Xianqing palace are currently engaged in a fierce battle with those of the Xingyang sect. It will take some time before a victor emerges. At her words, not only did Song Qiuyu and Jia Wenchang freeze in astonishment, but Qing Feng, Yin Zhongqua, Yan Qingxian, and even Yi Lingyun were taken aback. Lu Qing'er nodded. An alliance was indeed formed, and we had driven the disciples of the Hehuan sect into a corner. However, Yi Qingsu from the Xianqing palace unexpectedly appeared mid-conflict, claiming that Yang Yun had slain 5 disciples of the Xianqing palace, and then suddenly attacked Yang Yun. After that, the disciples of your two sects began to fight. Upon hearing Lu Qing'er's account, both Jia Wenchang and Song Qiuyu's expressions darkened. Were there any members of the Hehuan sect still alive when you left the secret realm? Just then, another voice reached Lu Qing'er's ears. She turned to the figure in red, pausing for a moment before truthfully replying. Before I departed, there were still 21 members of the Hehuan sect alive, including Bai Shao. As her voice fell, everyone was momentarily taken aback, and then they simultaneously turned their gaze toward Yi Lingyun. The disparity in information was rather significant. Cold sweat instantly broke out on Yi Lingyun's forehead, and he inwardly lamented. The reason he dared to deceive Yan Qingshan and Yun Zhongqua was that he firmly believed Bai Shiru and the others would perish within the secret realm. As long as everyone was dead, his words would have no witnesses. Who would have thought that just as he escaped, the alliance of the 3 sects would disband? The Xianshan Palace even engaged in conflict with the Zhengyang sect. Yun Zhongxue glared at Yi Lingyun, her heart filled with humiliation and anger. He had just fancied himself adept at discerning character, and now he was slapped in the face so soon? At that moment, Yan Qingshan cast a cold glance at Yi Lingyun, indicating that this matter would be revisited later. Yi Lingyun's heart trembled. He did not believe that Yan Qingshan was speaking in his defense. Meanwhile, Song Qiuyue's expression had turned rather grim. Having been confident of her victory, she suddenly realized that the wager between her and Yan Qingshan was not as secure as she had imagined. At this juncture, Yan Qingshan's voice drifted over, calm yet piercing. Song Qiuyue, the outcome will only be revealed in the end. You seemed rather premature in your elation. A scoff escaped her lips. Do you truly believe that your disciples from the Pleasure Sect will emerge? Song Qiuyue sneered, turning her gaze to Lu Qinger. How was the condition of the Pleasure Sect disciples when they emerged? All were severely depleted, with most of the disciples heavily injured, and the remaining ones also bore wounds. Lu Qinger replied, how does that compare to the state of my Xinshan Palace disciples? Far inferior. Song Qiuyue laughed in response. Yan Qingshan, did you hear that? You are destined to lose. Just as Lu Qinger's confident words fell, the exit of the secret realm began to tremble violently once more. Soon, 20 figures were transmitted out from the exit. Upon seeing these figures, Song Qiuyue's smile froze on her face. Chapter 66, Raising the Stakes. Emerging from the secret realm were indeed the disciples of the Pleasure Sect. Once they appeared, they immediately glared at their surroundings, and their gazes were fixated upon Yi Lingyun. In the next moment, a chorus of curses erupted at the mountain peak. Yi Lingyun, you shameless scoundrel. You urged us to join forces to break the barrier. Yet you were the first to betray us and flee the secret realm after breaking it. You deserve to die? Elder Yun. This boy has chosen his path to death. This treacherous villain is unworthy of being a disciple of the Pleasure Sect. Amidst the shouts of condemnation, Yan Qingshan and Yun Zhongxue gleaned the information they had been seeking. Yi Lingyun's actions within the secret realm appeared to be even more heinous than they had anticipated. To audaciously utter such words was indeed a testament to the adage, those who lack shame are invincible. Yan Qingshan shot a frosty glare at Yi Lingyun, then raised her hand to silence the cacophony. Someone tell me the current situation within the secret realm. As her words fell, the crowd fell silent. After a brief pause, Su Yutong stepped forward from the back of the crowd. She cast a detached glance at Yi Lingyun before slowly approaching Yan Qingshan and bowing. Senior sister Baishiru initially intended to leave the secret realm with us, but for some unknown reason, she suddenly changed her mind and insisted on staying behind to seek revenge. Although the Xinshan Palace and Zhengyang Sect both suffered significant losses, their condition is still comparatively better than ours. We deemed this course of action too perilous and attempted to dissuade her, but senior sister Bai had made up her mind, and we could only depart from the secret realm. Did you encounter Wang Jianqiang before leaving? Yan Qingshan pondered for a moment before asking. Su Yutong was taken aback, instinctively feeling a sense of disdain at the thought of that useless old man. What does that waste matter? He is likely dead at the hands of the creatures in the secret realm by now. She shook her head. I did not see him. Yan Qingshan nodded, her gaze sweeping over Su Yutong and the outer disciples. You all find a place to sit and recuperate. Su Yutong's words about their heavy losses were clear to Yan Qingshan. For the moment, they could only pray that the inner disciples could triumph over the Zhengyang sect. If they could secure victory and obtain the spoils, the wager would be won. If they were defeated, the outcome was uncertain. Contemplating this, her mood grew increasingly heavy. Even the waiting time felt exceptionally long. As moments ticked by, the time until the exit would close drew nearer. Yet, until now, not a single disciple from the Zhengyang sect or Xinshan Palace had returned. Both Song Qiuyue and Zhao Wenshang could not shake off a sense of foreboding. After a while, the space at the exit began to tremble once more. The two immediately looked over, their faces alight with anticipation. In the next instant, a figure shot out first. Yi Qingxue. Upon seeing this figure, Song Qiuyue felt a wave of relief wash over her, just as she believed that her disciples would soon follow in succession. She was unprepared for the realization that Yi Qingxue's appearance heralded both the beginning and the end. After Yi Qingxue emerged, 3 more figures burst forth from the spatial passageway. They were neither disciples of Xinshan Palace nor Zhengyang Sect, but rather disciples of the Pleasure Sect. The trio consisted of Mu Lingxi, Wang Yueying, and Bai Shiru. They seemed to be pursuing Yi Qingxue, and after charging out of the teleportation passage, they glared at her fiercely. They then landed beside Yan Qingshan. With the appearance of the 4, the exit gradually calmed down. Song Qiuyue's expression shifted repeatedly, and her sense of foreboding intensified. There was an unexpected surge of creatures from the secret realm, Yi Qingxue explained. These creatures were exceedingly cunning, blocking the exit at the first opportunity, forcing us to engage in a bloody battle with them. In the end, although we triumphed, our numbers were nearly depleted, and ultimately, the remaining disciples from the Pleasure Sect reaped the benefits. Upon hearing Yi Qingxue's account, Song Qiuyue's expression darkened to an extreme. Since the discovery of the Handan secret realm, it had been hundreds of years, and Xinshan Palace had never experienced such a disastrous outcome in leading a team. Little girl, what of the disciples from the Zhengyang sect? How many are still alive? Following Yi Qingxue's words, not only did Song Qiuyue change her expression, but Zhao Wenshang did as well. Yi Qingxue hesitated for a moment before replying. They all perished, not a single one remains. Upon hearing her words, Zhao Wenshang appeared stunned, unable to accept the reality. Xinshan Palace at least had 2 survivors, yet not a single disciple from the Zhengyang sect had made it. Hearing the plight of the Zhengyang sect, Song Qiuyue felt a sense of relief wash over her. However, upon recalling her wager with Yan Qingshan, her expression darkened once more. The Pleasure Sect had emerged with 23 members, while her Xinshan Palace had only one. Even if Lin Xianer were to return safely, the meager spoils of two could hardly compare to such a multitude. The ancient Danfeng and spirit artifact blueprints were not particularly concerning. But the Zixiao Yuguan was undoubtedly her most precious treasure. Should she lose it, her power would inevitably diminish significantly. The prospect of acquiring another artifact of such rarity was uncertain and distant, unless, contemplating a certain possibility, she seemed to grasp at a lifeline. Her eyes fixed intently on Yi Qingxue. Aside from Xianer, who else remains within the secret realm? Yi Qingxue thought for a moment before responding. Originally, there were 4 members of the Pleasure Sect left in the secret realm, but due to my and senior sister Xianer's strategies, I brought by Shiru, Mu Lingxi, and Wang Yueing out at the cost of my own exit. Now, apart from senior sister Xianer, only Wang Jianqiang remains. Wang Jianqiang? Upon hearing this name, Song Qiuyue was momentarily taken aback before connecting the dots. Wasn't this the useless old man from the Pleasure Sect? Upon reaching this thought, a sense of relief washed over her, and a smile reappeared on her face. The fiercer the battles within the secret realm, the more storage bags were likely to be left behind. The bounty she alone could gather would effortlessly surpass the combined gains of all individuals from the two sects, easily outshining the achievements of the Hahuan sect. Currently, all the creatures at the exit of the secret realm had been vanquished, leaving only Wang Jianqiang as her competitor. What could that old fool possibly use to contend with the #1 prodigy of the Zwanking Palace? Unless he had a romantic connection with Lin Xianer, the storage bags abandoned in the secret realm would undoubtedly fall into her possession. With this thought, her expression flickered as she glanced at Yan Qingxian. Do you dare to raise the stakes with me? Chapter 67. Exiting the secret realm, victory or defeat, as Song Qiuyue inquired about Yi Qingsnow. Yan Qingxian had also finished listening to the report from Bai Shiru and her companions. Their accounts aligned closely with Yi Qingsnow's, with one notable difference. The 3 women conveyed that Wang Jianqiang possessed a formidable bird, one powerful enough to suppress an average mid-level foundation establishment cultivator. However, this information had been relayed through secretive communication, unheard by others. How much do you wish to wager? Upon hearing Song Qiuyue's provocative words, Yan Qingshuan's eyes glimmered. And after a moment of contemplation, she spoke, hesitating slightly. Song Qiuyue, sensing her uncertainty, grew more confident. With a deft motion, she revealed a jade slip in her palm, containing a soul defense technique known as the Forging Soul Technique. I will wager this technique against your blazing flame Xianlong spear. At Song Qiuyue's declaration, both Qingfeng and Yun Zhongqiue were momentarily taken aback. Even Jiao Wenchang, irked by the complete annihilation of his disciples, could not help but be astonished. Song Qiuyue was exceedingly ruthless. The blazing flame Xianlong spear was also one of Yan Qingshuan's renowned treasures. Although it did not match the Xueming Lihor ring, it was still far superior to ordinary artifacts. Losing both the Xueming Lihor ring and the blazing flame Xianlong spear would undoubtedly deal Yan Qingxian a significant blow. Your appetite is quite large. Are you not afraid of choking? Yan Qingxian retorted coldly. Song Qiuyue scoffed. Enough with the pleasantries. The Forging Soul Technique is the most precious of all soul defense techniques. I am more than justified in wagering it against your blazing flame Xianlong spear. Yan Qingshuan's expression wavered in hesitation, but after a moment of steely resolve, she clenched her teeth. Very well, I accept your wager. Miss Yan, I too wish to partake in this wager. I wonder if you dare to bet again. By this point, Qingfeng could no longer contain himself. Whatever Song Qiuyue could conceive, he could as well. This wager was akin to robbing Yan Qingxian. If that were the case, why should he not seize the opportunity? With everyone present, they could not simply stand by and watch Song Qiuyue reap the rewards, could they? What do you wish to wager? Yan Qingxian inquired coldly, fixing her gaze upon Qingfeng. With a slight smile, Qingfeng produced a jade slip. This is my Wanjian Sect's sword nurturing technique, far exceeding the value of ordinary artifacts. I shall not be greedy. I will wager this treasure against your Qixia treasure skirt. The Qixia treasure skirt was indeed a superior defensive artifact, though it paled in comparison to the Wanjian Sect's sword nurturing technique. Qingfeng had not exaggerated this point. Yan Qingshuan's expression darkened, as if she wished to refuse. Yet she seemed unable to save face. After a fierce clench of her teeth, she coldly declared, Very well, I accept your wager. Miss Yan, such decisiveness is commendable. Qingfeng laughed heartily, elated within. From the moment Yan Qingxian had engaged in a wager with Song Qiuyue, he had been envious. Fortunately, he had managed to insert himself at the last moment. This seemingly free treasure had finally come his way. Seeing Qingfeng also wager against Yan Qingxian, Jiao Wenchang could no longer suppress his agitation. Miss Yan, I too desire an artifact. I mean to wager against you. Do you dare? Are you taking me for a fool? Yan Qingxian glared at Jiao Wenchang with a dark expression. Hey, there is no need for anger, Mississippi. If you do not wish to wager, simply say so, and I will withdraw. Yan Qingxian snorted coldly. Withdraw? I, Yan Qingxian, have never shown cowardice in all my years of cultivation. Speak, what do you wish to wager? Jiao Wenchang's countenance brightened, as if fearing she might retract her agreement. He produced a jade slip. I will wager the explosive force technique of the Zhengyang sect against your purple spirit earrings. Very well, I accept your wager. Yan Qingxian nodded. Upon hearing this, Jiao Wenchang was invigorated. The prospect of acquiring a high-quality artifact for free lifted his spirits, alleviating the annoyance he felt from the annihilation of his sect's disciples. The four of them continued to raise the stakes, establishing new wagers. This scene left by Shiru, Wang Yuyao, Mu Lingxi, and Yi Qingsnow utterly stunned. While others might be unaware of the circumstances within the secret realm, they were acutely aware. Lin Xianer had already been captured by Wang Jianqiang. The actions of Song Qiuyue, Qing Feng, and Jiao Wenchang in raising the stakes seemed to only be bestowing treasures upon Yan Qingxian. Yan Qingxian truly possessed remarkable composure, managing to refrain from bursting into laughter at that moment. The four girls glanced at the seemingly triumphant Song Qiuyue, Qing Feng, and Jiao Wenchang, feeling a pang of sympathy. They wondered if the smiles on their faces would remain after a few minutes. As if in response to their thoughts, a surge of spatial energy rippled at the exit of the secret realm. In the next moment, a disheveled figure shot forth. It was Lin Xianer. Upon seeing her, Song Qiuyue, Qing Feng, and Jiao Wenchang erupted into laughter simultaneously. Yan Qingxian, you have lost. Accept your defeat and hand over the stakes. The three of them gazed at Yan Qingxian, filled with exhilaration. Yan Qingshuan's expression bore a hint of derision. 3. The exit has not yet vanished. So you are so certain of your victory? Lin Xianer has emerged alive. All the storage bags of those who perished in the secret realm must be in her possession. What do you have to claim victory? Song Qiuyue scoffed. Yan Qingxian shook her head. Wang Jianqiang from our sect has yet to appear. How can you be so sure the storage bags belong to Lin Xianer? Desperate to cling to false hope, Yan Qingxian sneered as she turned her gaze towards Lin Xianer. Xianer, tell them, are those storage bags in your possession? Before her words could fully escape, another surge of spatial fluctuation interrupted her. Could there possibly be someone else? Her voice faltered, and she exchanged glances with Qing Feng and Jiao Wenchang, a sense of foreboding washing over them. As the spatial energy at the exit intensified, a stooped old man emerged from the rift. Resting lazily upon his shoulder was a small, green-feathered bird. As the old man stepped out, the entrance to the secret realm reached its time limit, gradually becoming indistinct. Within but 3 breaths, it vanished entirely. Upon sighting this figure, apart from Yan Qingxian, by Shiru, Wang Yuyao, Mu Lingxi, Lin Xianer, and Yi Qingsnow, everyone else was momentarily taken aback. Wang Jianqiang had actually emerged alive, appearing impeccably dressed and composed. Aside from a slightly pale complexion, suggesting he had expended considerable energy, he bore not a single wound. In stark contrast to Lin Xianer's disheveled appearance upon her exit, an ominous feeling grew stronger within Song Qiuyue and her companions. Lin Xianer, do the storage bags of those who perished in the secret realm reside with you? Song Qiuyue asked Lin Xianer once more. However, this time, her tone was laced with uncertainty and anxiety, lacking the earlier confidence. Upon hearing this, Lin Xianer shook her head bitterly. How could they not be with you? Song Qiuyue's expression changed, panic rising within her. As a mid-level foundation establishment cultivator, you cannot possibly have lost to an old fool at the peak of qi refinement? Song Qiuyue's words triggered astonishment among the disciples of the Hahuan sect. In their memories, Wang Jianqiang was merely at the 3rd level of qi refinement. When had he reached the peak of qi refinement? Simultaneously, Wang Jianqiang felt a surge of anger. This woman had a sharp tongue. Faced with Song Qiuyue's inquiry, Lin Xianer let out a resigned sigh. The bird on him was far too powerful, he said, shaking his head in dismay. Upon hearing this, Song Qiuyue glanced at the little chick perched on Wang Jianqiang's shoulder, seemingly grasping the underlying truth. Suddenly, she felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, nearly causing her to stumble. Chapter 68. Accountability to the end for Song Qiuyue. Even the near-total demise of the Xianqing Palace disciples within the secret realm paled in comparison to the blow dealt by losing the wager. These were among the most precious treasures she had accumulated throughout her cultivation journey, now fated to change hands. Yet, she was not the only one engulfed in sorrow. Jiao Wenchang and Qing Feng were equally disturbed, perhaps even more so than Song Qiuyue. Regret gnawed at their insides. They should have simply observed the bet between Song Qiuyue and Yan Qingxian, but why had they succumbed to greed? Why join in the chaos? Now, they had gained nothing and lost everything. Wang Jianqiang was oblivious to the nature of their wager. His gaze swept over the faces of Song Qiuyue, Jiao Wenchang, and Qing Feng, noting their expressions of profound despair, leaving him somewhat perplexed. It was understandable that Song Qiuyue and Jiao Wenchang appeared distressed, given the loss of so many disciples. But what was Qingfeng's involvement? Was it because Lu Qing'er and the others had departed the secret realm early, thus missing the final opportunity to reap rewards? That seemed unlikely. Had they remained, the Xinjiang sect and Xianqing Palace would have been on guard, preventing such a catastrophic outcome. Yan Qingxian, hearing the murmur, rarely allowed a smile to grace her lips. Good news, she declared. What good news? Wang Jianqiang was taken aback. You'll find out soon enough. First, let's present our gains from the secret realm. Ah, we're handing them over? I thought we only needed to offer 30% to the sect? Wang Jianqiang tightened his grip on the burden on his back. Yan Qingxian shot him an exasperated glance. Just bring them out. I'll return your share later. I assure you, you won't lose a single piece. With so many eyes upon us, I still have my dignity to consider. Wang Jianqiang exhaled in relief and set his pack down at Yan Qingchuan's feet. Here, it's all of this. As he spoke, he unwrapped the bundle, revealing a cascade of over 100 storage pouches that tumbled to the ground. The onlookers stared at the pouches, swallowing hard. Each storage pouch represented the entire accumulation of an outer sect elite. More importantly, they contained the spoils from the secret realm. This was the true treasure. Individually, a few might not seem significant, but collectively, their worth could easily catch the eye of even the most seasoned core formation cultivator. After Wang Jianqiang had produced the storage pouches, Jianqiang did not collect them immediately. Instead, she gestured toward them, asking Song Qiuyue, Zhao Wenchang, and Qing Feng, "Should I empty these pouches for you to compare?" The three exchanged glances, their faces darkening. "No need. It's merely a technique, and I, Qing Feng, can afford to lose." Qing Feng grimly tossed the jade slip containing the sword nurturing technique to Jianqiang. "Since the secret realm is now closed, I shall take my leave." With that, he glanced back at his disciples, waved his hand, and a colossal sword materialized. "Let us depart." He leaped onto the giant sword, followed closely by Lu Qing'er. Before long, all disciples of the Wanjian sect had boarded the immense weapon. "Farewell," Qing Feng called, surveying the ground below before guiding the giant sword into the distance. Zhao Wenchang, his expression dark as a storm cloud, silently tossed a jade slip to Jianqiang. His mood had plummeted to its nadir. The complete annihilation of Jianyang's sect's disciples was already a source of great distress, and he had hoped to win a treasure to lift his spirits. Instead, he had lost not only the treasure but also the sect's secret technique of explosive power. It felt as though a raging fire simmered within his chest, ready to erupt at any moment. After relinquishing the explosive technique, he too departed, leaving the snowfall mountain behind. Once Zhao Wenchang had exited, Song Qiuyue, her face etched with reluctance, produced a small palace carved from purple jade and 3 jade slips. After a moment's hesitation, she ultimately tossed them to Jianqiang. Jianqiang inspected the items, glancing at Song Qiuyue. The Zixiao Jade Palace, the blueprint for the longing ancient bell, an ancient alchemy formula, and the soul forging technique. "I suppose you are still somewhat honorable." With a wave of her hand, she collected the Zixiao Jade Palace and the 5 jade slips. Song Qiuyue snorted coldly, casting a fierce glare at Wang Jianqiang. Had it not been for this old fool, how could she have possibly lost to that wretched Jianqiang? "Let us depart," Lin Xianger said, followed closely by Yi Qing Snow. As the trio left, only the disciples of the Hahuan sect remained on Snowfall Mountain. Jianqiang glanced at the scattered storage pouches, waved her hand, and collected a portion. Just then, a voice, half smiling and half serious, echoed in Wang Jianqiang's mind. "I will take 30% of these items as tribute to the sect. As for those you have hidden away, they will not be counted." Upon hearing the mental message, Wang Jianqiang's expression stiffened, and he forced a smile. He had indeed concealed some treasures. Before leaving the secret realm, he had deliberately hidden the most precious storage pouches on his person, refraining from revealing them. Those pouches contained materials from the herbal garden, left behind by those who had entered. The value of those few pouches alone was nearly equivalent to the total worth of the hundreds he had just displayed. If he added his own pouch to the mix, the total value would be even greater. Jianqiang shot Wang Jianqiang an exasperated glance, feeling somewhat speechless. This old fellow was far too audacious to hide treasures, truly believing that the elder leading the expedition was merely a decorative title. Had she not promptly used her spiritual sense to cover for him right after he exited the secret realm, the hidden pouches would likely have been discovered by Yun's Hank. At that point, the sect's punishment would have been severe. She shook her head and proceeded to collect the sect's share from the other disciples before turning her gaze to Yi Lingyun, her expression instantly turning icy. With a flick of her finger, a red rune coalesced into a stream of light, swiftly penetrating Yi Lingyun's brow. Yi Lingyun felt an irresistible force crashing into him, suppressing his spiritual energy, rendering him utterly powerless. His complexion drained of color, an unsettling feeling stirred within him. With another wave of her hand, Jianqiang summoned Yi Lingyun's storage pouch into her grasp. "Yi Lingyun, while Hahuan sect may not be a prestigious orthodox sect, we are not part of the demonic factions either. If you had faced the 3 sects alone from the beginning, I would not hold it against you, nor would the sect. However, your feigned alliance with your peers, only to betray them at a critical moment, jeopardizing everyone's lives, violates our sect's regulations. Therefore, all your gains from the secret realm are hereby confiscated." Chapter 69. A serious discussion tonight. A day later, the most astonishing news was Wang Jianqiang's performance. "Have you heard? Wang Jianqiang has achieved the peak of qi refinement and defeated the #1 prodigy of Xianqing Palace, Lin Xianger, with a powerful spirit bird. Did you hear? Wang Jianqiang triumphed over Lin Xianger of Xianqing Palace using his bird. Have you heard? Lin Xianger of Xianqing Palace is involved with Wang Jianqiang." In less than a day, Wang Jianqiang's exploits had spread through numerous versions and had become increasingly exaggerated. Those who knew the truth were left both amused and bewildered. Lin Xianger was the pride of Xianqing Palace. How could she possibly have taken an interest in a man as old as Wang Jianqiang? Is there no sense of logic? What kind of genius could concoct such a sensational tale? Yet, the man at the center of it all, Wang Jianqiang, couldn't help but feel a twinge of guilt. Why did the story seem to gain credibility with each retelling? Fortunately, this was Hahuan sect, not Xianqing Palace. Otherwise, wouldn't his relationship with Lin Xianger be exposed? Indeed, in any realm, there are bound to be a few prodigies, colloquially known as show-offs. Wang Jianqiang lay in his room, gazing at the vast starry sky. A profound sense of solitude enveloping him. Thus, he summoned Wang Yueying. Instantly, the feeling of loneliness dissipated, and the room felt warmer. Presently, Wang Jianqiang was quite affluent. with no shortage of materials for both weapon forging and alchemy. In the following 3 days, he refrained from venturing outside and commenced a period of seclusion. Once he had accumulated sufficient cultivation points to elevate his alchemical prowess to the second tier, he promptly ceased his retreat and exited his abode, heading towards the External Affairs Hall. The primary materials for crafting the Foundation Establishment Pill were already in his possession, with the recipe assured by Dong Yu. And the supplementary materials could also be procured from the External Affairs Hall. Everything was in readiness. He was eager to concoct the perfect Foundation Establishment Pill and break through to the Foundation Establishment stage. At the External Affairs Hall, Dong Yu was as usual leaning against the desk. A tall man stood before her, his features chiseled like jade, with a face that seemed sculpted by a master artisan. A subtle smile adorned his handsome visage as he conversed with Dong Yu. However, Dong Yu appeared indifferent to him, her demeanor radiating a hint of annoyance as she responded in a half-hearted manner. Just then, she noticed a figure entering through the main door. Her eyes brightened instantly. Having met Elder Dong before, Wang Jianqiang approached Dong Yu directly and performed a respectful bow. Not bad, he smiled. The handsome man beside them furrowed his brows slightly upon witnessing the familiarity between Dong Yu and Wang Jianqiang. Rower, who might this be? He inquired. Upon hearing his address, a flicker of disdain crossed Dong Yu's eyes. Yi Fan, we are not that familiar. Yi Fan, unfazed, turned his attention to Wang Jianqiang. Friend, how should I address you? His gaze bore an intangible pressure. The moment his eyes fell upon Wang Jianqiang, he felt a formidable weight pressing down upon him. His expression hardened as he instinctively checked the man's information. Name, Yi Fan. Gender, male. Cultivation, early stage of core formation. Age, 205 root bones. Dual spiritual roots of wind and earth. Good and evil value, 70. A core formation cultivator. A good and evil value of 70. Wang Jianqiang's heart skipped a beat. Yi Fan, you are too reckless. Dong Yu rose abruptly from her seat. Yi Fan smiled faintly, calming his aura. Rower, do not be angered. I merely wish to greet this friend. All right, I will visit you again in a few days. Dong Yu replied. Yi Fan shrugged, casting one last glance at Wang Jianqiang, and exited the External Affairs Hall. Are you all right? Dong Yu turned to Wang Jianqiang after Yi Fan's departure, a hint of apology in her expression. I am fine, Wang Jianqiang replied with a wry smile. What a stroke of misfortune to encounter such a madman. And this madman is absurdly powerful. A good and evil value of 70 was indeed a dangerous figure. Had it not been for Dong Yu's presence, he might have suspected that the man would strike him down without hesitation. Dong Yu nodded and asked, did you come today to purchase items, or to make a purchase? Recalling the purpose of his visit, Wang Jianqiang's expression turned serious as he listed the items he wished to procure. 300 Tianqing flowers, 107 star grasses, 100 ling fruit, and 100 dragon pattern grasses. Upon hearing Wang Jianqiang's requests, Dong Yu was taken aback. These were all materials required for crafting the Foundation Establishment Pill. Could it be? She couldn't help but gaze at Wang Jianqiang. Have you become a second-tier alchemist? Wang Jianqiang nodded, smiling. I just broke through not long ago and was about to inform Elder Dong. Is the Foundation Establishment Pill recipe available for sale to disciples? Upon hearing this, Dong Yu was immediately thrilled. Wang Jianqiang had become a second-tier alchemist. If his talent for crafting perfect pills was maintained at this tier, he could indeed create a flawless Foundation Establishment Pill, making his breakthrough a possibility. Once he established his foundation, his lifespan would double, allowing him ample time to continue refining his skills. If he could ascend to a high-level second-tier alchemist, it would undoubtedly heal the injuries that had stunted her cultivation for over a century. Noticing Dong Yu lost in thought, Wang Jianqiang's heart raced. She wouldn't reconsider, would she? Unable to restrain himself, he called out, Elder Dong? Clearing his throat, he looked at Dong Yu with some trepidation. Elder Dong, you promised me that once I became a second-tier alchemist, you would make an exception and sell me the Foundation Establishment Pill recipe. You aren't going back on your word, are you? Of course not, Dong Yu replied with a smile, waving her hand as a jade slip materialized above the table. This slip contained the recipe for the Foundation Establishment Pill. Wang Jianqiang's eyes lit up, though he did not immediately take it. Dong Yu waved her hand once more, causing a multitude of materials to appear, floating before Wang Jianqiang. These are the materials you requested. The total value of the Foundation Establishment Pill recipe and materials amounts to 2 million spirit stones. Wang Jianqiang nodded and promptly retrieved a substantial assortment of items, magical tools, pills, and various materials from his storage bags acquired within the secret realm. Since he had no use for them, it was perfect to exchange them for spirit stones. Elder Dong, could you please evaluate how many spirit stones these items are worth? After assessing, Dong Yu looked at Wang Jianqiang and stated, these items total to 160,000 spirit stones. Wang Jianqiang nodded and then produced an additional 40,000 spirit stones. He quickly secured the Foundation Establishment Pill recipe and supplementary materials, taking his leave from Dong Yu with a sense of urgency, eager to depart the External Affairs Hall. Watching Wang Jianqiang's retreating figure, Dong Yu's expression shifted. It seemed she had made a resolution, her demeanor firm. It appeared she would need to have a serious discussion with him later that night. Chapter 70. I truly deserve this fate. Stop. Just as Wang Jianqiang exited the External Affairs Hall, a voice suddenly echoed. In the next moment, he felt a blur before a figure blocked his path. Yi Fan. The sight of the person obstructing him caused Wang Jianqiang's expression to change. What is your relationship with Dong Yu? Yi Fan's cold gaze fixated on Wang Jianqiang. Wang Jianqiang could easily deduce Yi Fan's intentions. The words love-struck fool were practically written across his face. He was tempted to provoke him. But recalling the man's dangerously low good and evil value of 70, he reconsidered. He feared that if pushed too far, Yifan might disregard the sect's rules in a fit of rage. Shaking his head, he replied, I have no relationship with Elder Dong. Impossible. Yifan scoffed. If you had no ties to her, how could she possibly smile at you? Wang Jianqiang pondered for a moment before responding. Perhaps it's because I frequently visit the External Affairs Hall. It seems you are unwilling to speak the truth. Yifan's expression grew increasingly frigid. An outer sect disciple. Having known Dong Yu for merely a few years, Dong Yu had always been indifferent to men. Yifan had known Dong Yu for over a century. When had she ever smiled at him? Consumed by jealousy, he fixed his gaze on Wang Jianqiang, a murderous intent beginning to surface. Ding. Good and evil value decreased. Current good and evil value, 80. Upon hearing the system's notification, Wang Jianqiang's heart raced. No way. I haven't even provoked him yet. And this guy is already on the verge of madness? Wait. I must clarify. In my mortal life, my ancestors had some ties to Dong Yu's family. That is why she has treated me with special consideration. Fearing Yifan's wrath, Wang Jianqiang fabricated a lie. Yifan's murderous intent faltered, and his icy demeanor melted away, replaced by a faint smile. I see. Since that is the case, why didn't you mention it earlier? Not that you would trust the truth. Such an exaggerated reason would be an instant belief for you, without a second thought. Was it that the mindset of an infatuated admirer clouded his judgment? Wang Jianqiang silently scoffed, yet spoke without hesitation. I merely wish to avoid impacting Elder Dong. After all, my reputation in the outer sect has not been exemplary, and it would be unwise to let word of your special treatment of me spread. Hearing Wang Jianqiang's earnest words, Yifan's face briefly displayed a look of appreciation. Indeed, it was as it should be. With a flick of his hand, a flying sword materialized, hovering above his palm. As this is our first meeting, and I have not prepared a gift, I see that your cultivation has reached the peak of chi refinement. This sword, a high-grade magical instrument, is perfectly suited for you. I bestow it upon you. A high-grade magical instrument? Merely a worthless trinket. Wang Jianqiang inwardly dismissed it with a sneer. However, he feigned gratitude, cautiously accepting the sword. Thank you for your generous gift, Elder. Wait. Just as Wang Jianqiang prepared to leave, Yifan suddenly called out to him. Wang Jianqiang turned nonchalantly to face Yifan. Elder, do you have further instructions? Yifan rubbed his hands together, saying, It's not really a request, but rather a favor I wish to ask of you. What kind of favor? Wang Jianqiang inquired. Yifan cleared his throat, a hint of embarrassment crossing his features. You must have noticed that I am not pursuing Rower, yet her attitude towards me has been rather indifferent. She treats you well, and your relationship in the secular world appears to be quite close. I hope you can speak favorably of me. Truly the mindset of an infatuated admirer. Dong Yu's demeanor has nearly frozen over, and yet Yifan claims indifference? Wang Jianqiang mused inwardly, yet his face revealed a sincere smile. Elder, you exaggerate. These matters are trivial. However, Elder Dong has her own thoughts, and I cannot sway them, but I will do my utmost to assist you. Yifan nodded repeatedly, gratitude evident on his face. I understand. Afterward, Wang Jianqiang took his leave once more, and Yifan did not hinder him further. He watched Wang Jianqiang's departing figure, filled with regret. What a considerate and polite junior. I was just contemplating violence against him. I truly should be ashamed. Upon returning to his dwelling, Wang Jianqiang immediately retrieved the Foundation Establishment Pill recipe. Upon hearing the system's prompt, he was taken aback. Upgrading to a first-tier high-grade recipe required merely 30 cultivation points. The Foundation Establishment Pill recipe was only a second-tier low-grade recipe, yet its price had soared over threefold. Previously, he had exhausted all his cultivation points to enhance his alchemical skills. He could only begin accumulating points once more. Half an hour later, after several rounds of alchemy, Wang Jianqiang discovered that with his alchemical proficiency elevated to the second tier, he could no longer earn cultivation points from refining first-tier pills. It seemed that for a second-tier alchemist to refine first-tier pills constituted a form of devaluation, incompatible with the essence of diligent cultivation. Wang Jianqiang pondered, then shifted to weapon forging. This time, no mishaps occurred, and he continued to earn attribute points as usual. Indeed, this confirmed his earlier speculation. He then retrieved materials for forging and continued his work. Time flew by as he immersed himself in the process. A day passed in the blink of an eye. After a full day's relentless effort, he had amassed 40 cultivation points. Just as he concluded his day of crafting and prepared to rest, a sudden knocking resounded at his door, followed by a familiar voice. Wang Jianqiang, are you in? Upon hearing this voice, Wang Jianqiang was momentarily startled, doubting his ears. Dong Yu? Surely not. This icy elder rarely ventured out of the affairs hall. What could have prompted her to visit him today? With a mix of astonishment and curiosity, he opened the door. Beneath the moonlight, a breathtaking figure stood before him. She was tall, draped in an elegant long dress, her waist cinched, creating a silhouette that was almost exaggeratedly slender, making one worry that such a delicate frame might be overwhelmed by her ample bosom. Elder Dong, please come in. Wang Jianqiang ushered Dong Yu inside, and after she was seated, he inquired, Elder Dong, what brings you to my humble abode? Dong Yu, pursing her red lips, did not beat around the bush, but got straight to the point. I have come to ask for your assistance. Assistance? Wang Jianqiang blinked, perplexed at how a disciple of his modest capabilities could aid an elder. Dong Yu pondered for a moment. Given your current abilities, you may indeed find it somewhat lacking. More accurately, I am here to request a promise from you. I will not take advantage of you. A promise for a condition. If you agree, I shall fulfill one of your requests. What promise? Wang Jianqiang was taken aback. Once you become a second-tier high-grade alchemist, I would like you to help me refine a small creation pill. Wang Jianqiang raised an eyebrow, surprised at Dong Yu's certainty that he could achieve the rank of second-tier high-grade alchemist. Why must it be me to refine it? The sect does not seem to lack second-tier high-grade alchemists, and there are even a few third-tier alchemists, as I recall. Dong Yu shook her head. The small creation pill is an ancient recipe I stumbled upon. Although it is merely second-tier high-grade, its refining requirements are rather particular. At the moment of pill formation, there must be no trace of pill toxins, otherwise it will transform into a toxic pill, rendering it ineffective. Ordinary alchemists cannot succeed in its refinement. Upon hearing this, Wang Jianqiang finally understood. No wonder she had offered him so many conveniences upon witnessing his ability to craft perfect pills, and why she had been so excited upon learning of his ascension to second-tier alchemist. She had clearly harbored ulterior motives. However, Wang Jianqiang did not feel repulsed by Dong Yu's intentions. Regardless of her motives, she had provided him with tangible benefits. As for why Dong Yu required the small creation pill, he did not inquire, nor did he feel the need to. A prodigy with a heavenly spirit root, yet stunted at the peak of foundation establishment, must have suffered a significant setback to her foundation. The small creation pill was undoubtedly the remedy she sought for her restoration. With this in mind, Wang Jianqiang scrutinized Dong Yu closely, a glimmer of admiration flashing in his eyes. Elder Dong, is your statement regarding a promise for a condition truly sincere? Of course, Dong Yu nodded affirmatively. Very well, my request is quite simple. Accompany me for a night. What? Dong Yu was taken aback, momentarily believing she had misheard. Wang Jianqiang repeated, accompany your disciple for a night. Dong Yu's face flushed instantly. While the Harmony sect esteemed dual cultivation, relationships among disciples were typically pursued with more subtlety, not as brazenly as in the demonic sections. She had many suitors. Yi Fan was merely one of the more audacious ones. Yet, even he always maintained a courteous demeanor in her presence. When had anyone ever uttered such crude words to her? How can you be so vulgar? Dong Yu had never encountered such a situation before. If others dared to tease her thus, she would have struck back without hesitation. Yet now, she was the one seeking a favor from Wang Jianqiang, and it was she who had proposed a condition in exchange for a promise. In that moment, her usually composed demeanor faltered. Wang Jianqiang, appearing innocent, responded, Elder Dong, your word seems somewhat misplaced. Is it not the Harmony sect that most venerates dual cultivation? I am merely being forthright. Dong Yu was momentarily speechless, and after a while, her face still flushed, she retorted, but you cannot say such things. I am an elder, and so what? If you do not speak of it, who will know? Dong Yu paused, contemplating, realizing there was some truth to his words. Considering the consequences of failing to break through, she ultimately steeled herself. Very well, I agree. Wang Jianqiang's face lit up with joy as he rubbed his hands together and approached Dong Yu. Elder Dong, my apologies. Time flies when one is enjoying themselves. The next morning dawned. Wang Jianqiang stepped out of the house, the morning sunlight cascading upon him, casting a gentle yet piercing glow that made him instinctively squint. Truly, Elder Dong was remarkable. Not only was his talent for cultivation exceptional, but his physical abilities were also astonishing. However, his timid nature was a bit of a flaw. As he had fled in the dead of night, Yi Fan, upon seeing the newcomer, Wang Jianqiang's brow imperceptibly furrowed. Young friend, it is good to see you again. After acknowledging the elder, Wang Jianqiang respectfully bowed to Yi Fan. There is no need for such formalities. Yi Fan quickly stepped forward, warmly supporting Wang Jianqiang. Then, feeling a bit embarrassed, inquired, young friend, after we parted yesterday, did you happen to see Roer? Yes, Wang Jianqiang nodded. Yi Fan's eyes brightened with urgency. Did you speak well of me? We were both rather fatigued yesterday and did not have the opportunity to discuss the elder. Wang Jianqiang replied with a hint of apology. Fatigued? Yi Fan was taken aback. Indeed, Elder Dong came specifically last night to guide his disciples in their cultivation. Wang Jianqiang affirmed. I see, Yi Fan exclaimed, then smiled. It seems your relationship with Roer is indeed close. I trust you with my matters. You will not disappoint. Wang Jianqiang smiled back. Rest assured, Elder, your affairs are my own, and I shall handle them with utmost care. Wonderful, Yi Fan exclaimed joyfully, repeating the word thrice out of excitement. However, there is something I am unsure whether to mention. At that moment, Wang Jianqiang hesitated, casting a doubtful glance at Yi Fan. Yi Fan chuckled. Oh, we are all like family here. Feel free to speak your mind, my brother. Then I shall be direct. Wang Jianqiang paused before continuing. Elder Dong has been plagued by an old ailment for many years, halting his progress and preventing any breakthroughs. Surely, Elder, you are aware of this? Of course, Yi Fan nodded, sighing. It is unfortunate. The elixirs to restore one's foundation are exceedingly rare, and I am unable to assist. There is no need for concern. Elder Dong has made some progress in her treatment. Wang Jianqiang smiled. What I wish to remind you of is related to this matter. Elder Dong has devoted nearly all her energy to resolving this issue and is unable to divert her focus. It would be wise not to disturb her at this critical juncture, or it may leave an unfavorable impression. Has Roer found a solution for her injuries? Upon hearing Wang Jianqiang's initial statement, Yi Fan's face lit up with joy. However, after processing the latter part of Wang Jianqiang's words, he fell into contemplation. eventually nodding in agreement. You are indeed thoughtful, my brother. I shall keep that in mind. With that, he solemnly clasped his fists in gratitude towards Wang Jianqiang. Wang Jianqiang quickly waved his hands. No, no. Elder, there is no need for such formalities. We are like old friends. Assisting you is only natural. Hearing Wang Jianqiang's words, Yi Fan couldn't help but recall his earlier rudeness when they first met, overpowering him with his strength. Yi Fan, look at him, and then look at yourself. Are you even human? The regret in his heart deepened. He gazed at Wang Jianqiang and couldn't help but sigh. You truly are a good person. Chapter 72. A bond with Yi Fan. 2 days later, he successfully accumulated 100 points in his cultivation. He retrieved the formula for the foundation establishment pill and focused intently on it as the system's voice echoed. Beep. Detecting a subpar formula. Optimization and upgrade will require 100 cultivation points. Would you like to proceed? Yes. Beep. The foundation establishment pill formula has been successfully optimized and upgraded to a perfect version. As the optimization prompt sounded, the perfect formula surged into Wang Jianqiang's mind. He quietly contemplated for half an hour before taking out the materials to begin refining. Given his aptitude, the consumption required for a successful foundation establishment would inevitably be substantial. He was well prepared for this. Retreating for 5 days to refine 100 perfect foundation establishment pills. Afterward, he spent over 10 days crafting a large quantity of perfect cloud mist pills before ceasing. After resting for a day to restore his physical condition to its peak, he was preparing to enter seclusion for cultivation when a knock echoed at the door. Wang Jianqiang's expression shifted as he rose to open the door. A breathtaking figure appeared before him. Elder Dong, what brings you here? Please, come in. Dong Yu's expression stiffened, as if recalling some unpleasant memories, and instinctively took a step back. I merely wish to see if you had refined the perfect foundation establishment pill. I will not intrude. That won't do. It would be quite disrespectful to leave an elder outside, Wang Jianqiang insisted, grabbing Dong Yu's hand and leading her inside. Dong Yu stiffened but had no choice but to follow him into the room. Once inside, she attempted to maintain an indifferent expression. Have you managed to refine the perfect foundation establishment pill? When do you plan to enter seclusion for your breakthrough? I have indeed refined the perfect foundation establishment pill, Wang Jianqiang stated, brandishing a perfect pill before Dong Yu's eyes. As for entering seclusion, how fortuitous that I was just preparing to do so when you arrived. Dong Yu curiously examined the perfect foundation establishment pill in Wang Jianqiang's hand, sensing an extraordinary potency far exceeding that of an ordinary pill. Her eyes sparkled. Truly, the effects of the perfect foundation establishment pill are astounding. She then turned her gaze to Wang Jianqiang. What are your chances? Wang Jianqiang cleared his throat. It could be a 50% chance, perhaps even 10%. Dong Yu was taken aback. What do you mean? A range of 10 to 50% is rather broad, is it not? Who has such a fluctuating success rate when establishing a foundation? In response, Wang Jianqiang scanned Dong Yu with an assertive gaze and chuckled. My current state of mind is not yet complete, which may affect my breakthrough, or perhaps it will not. If my state of mind is not influenced, my preparations should guarantee success. However, if it is affected, then it will depend on luck. Hearing Wang Jianqiang's words, Dong Yu's heart tightened. The issue of one's state of mind could be trivial or monumental. If misfortune led to the emergence of inner demons, Wang Jianqiang's breakthrough would become exceedingly difficult. Her hopes for restoring her foundation rested solely on him. If he were to fail, what would she do? Contemplating this, she adopted a serious expression. What exactly is the issue with your state of mind? Is there any way to remedy it? Wang Jianqiang chuckled. The issue with my state of mind actually stems from you. Resolving it is quite simple. From me? Dong Yu was taken aback, her expression reflecting confusion. Indeed. Wang Jianqiang nodded. Since that night, I have been reminiscing, which has led to this flaw in my state of mind. If Elder Dong could spend another night with me, my state of mind would surely become complete. Dong Yu was left speechless. After regaining her composure, she instinctively thought Wang Jianqiang was jesting and shook her head repeatedly. That won't do. We agreed it would only happen once. Wang Jianqiang sighed. If the elder is unwilling, then so be it. Perhaps with good fortune. This minor flaw in my state of mind will not affect my breakthrough. Upon hearing Wang Jianqiang's words, Dong Yu became increasingly anxious. While it was highly likely that Wang Jianqiang was joking, she could not afford to take that risk. After all, it had happened once before. So another time would not be too much. She silently gritted her teeth, her cheeks flushed as she looked at Wang Jianqiang in the path of cultivation. One must not underestimate the issue of the state of mind. I shall help you resolve it. Upon hearing Dong Yu's words, Wang Jianqiang smiled. Elder Dong, you are truly benevolent. I shall not be polite. After the storm passed, Dong Yu departed under the cover of night. The following morning, Wang Jianqiang restored his state and began his seclusion. After he entered seclusion, Dong Yu arrived outside his residence. She glanced at the house, her gaze penetrating the walls to see Wang Jianqiang cultivating within. In the next moment, spiritual light flickered, and a barrier enveloped Wang Jianqiang's dwelling. With this protective barrier in place, cultivators below the Dan formation stage could not interfere with his cultivation. Just as Dong Yu was preparing to leave, a figure suddenly appeared. Dong Yu's expression hardened. Yi Fan, what does he want? Could it be that he harbors ill intentions towards Wang Jianqiang and intends to cause him trouble? The mere thought of this caused a flicker of wariness to cross her face. In a swift motion, she positioned herself in front of Yi Fan. Yi Fan, what brings you here? Rower, you are personally safeguarding Wang Jianqiang. It seems your relationship is better than I had anticipated, Yi Fan remarked. a hint of delight flashing across his face upon seeing Dong Yu. Upon hearing his words, Dong Yu's caution heightened further, her spiritual energy beginning to surge, ready for action. Yi Fan, my relationships are not for you to meddle in. Noticing her clear defensive posture, Yi Fan was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. Rower, you misunderstand. I am not here to cause trouble. Dong Yu frowned, her gaze fixed on him in silence. Seeing that she remained on guard, Yi Fan laughed heartily. Since Wang Laodi is in seclusion, I won't linger here. I had simply come to reconnect with him, but fortuitously, I found him in deep meditation. Now that I have encountered him, I might as well lend my assistance. As he spoke, he waved his hand, producing a verdant orb. Dong Yu's expression changed dramatically, and she instinctively moved to obstruct him, but then hesitated as if realizing something. The green orb soared into the air above the house, transforming into a vibrant green barrier that enveloped the dwelling and the barrier Dong Yu had set up, forming a second layer of protection. Witnessing this scene left Dong Yu dumbfounded, her mind struggling to comprehend the situation. Initially, she thought Yi Fan's words were merely a tactic to lower her guard, but it seemed he was genuinely serious. What prompted such a sudden shift in his attitude towards Wang Jianqiang? What had transpired between them? This is the mother-child spirit barrier pearl. This is the child pearl. Only by holding this child pearl can the mother pearl's spiritual barrier be lifted. After establishing the second layer of protection, Yi Fan produced a smaller green orb, gesturing to present the child pearl to Dong Yu. I entrust this child pearl to your care. Now, you must trust my words. Dong Yu grasped the green orb before her, though she found it hard to believe. It appeared that Yi Fan was indeed speaking the truth. Was he attempting to demonstrate his magnanimity in hopes of earning her respect? Dong Yu was not vain. Yet the abruptness and dreamlike quality of these changes left her at a loss for any other explanation. At that moment, Yi Fan's voice rang out again. Since Wang Laodi is in seclusion, I shall not remain here any longer. Although Yi Fan desired to draw closer to Dong Yu, he swiftly quelled his thoughts, recalling Wang Jianqiang's counsel. With that, he turned and departed with decisive grace. Seeing this, Dong Yu let out a long sigh of relief. It seemed Yi Fan had undergone a transformation, refraining from clinging to her like a persistent adhesive as he usually did. This was undoubtedly good news for her. After Yi Fan's departure, Dong Yu pondered for a moment before deciding not to linger any longer. She had matters to attend to at the External Affairs Hall, and with the 2 layers of protection now in place around Wang Jianqiang's seclusion, it was sufficiently secure. Remaining there would serve no purpose until Wang Jianqiang commenced his breakthrough. Shortly after Dong Yu left, another figure approached the house. Brother Wang, the sect's directive has been issued. I will be advancing to the inner door tomorrow. I believe you will also succeed in your foundation establishment. Wang Yuyao murmured before turning to depart. 3 days later, a figure in a red dress arrived. Yan Qingxian gazed at the house, her face displaying a complex array of emotions. As an elder of the inner sect of the Hehuan sect, she was privy to secrets that were beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Consequently, she understood all too well the challenges Wang Jianqiang faced in his foundation establishment. Those with 5 elemental roots were exceedingly rare. In terms of scarcity, they were even less common than those with heavenly roots. However, the circumstances surrounding their cultivation were vastly different. Those with heavenly roots possessed pure spiritual energy and cultivated at an astonishing pace, rarely encountering bottlenecks before reaching the Dan formation stage. Conversely, those with 5 elemental roots, while endowed with denser spiritual energy than their peers, faced arduous challenges on their path to enlightenment. Historically, few had succeeded in their foundation establishment. Yet, once a 5 elemental root cultivator achieved this milestone, a transformation would occur, endowing them with overwhelming power that could rival even those of higher realms. It was rumored that in ancient times, a powerful faction had endeavored to cultivate 5 elemental root practitioners, expending vast resources to assist them in reaching the foundation stage. However, the endeavor was soon abandoned due to the exorbitant costs involved. The resources required to nurture a 5 elemental root foundation establishment practitioner far exceeded those needed for a typical cultivator to reach the Dan formation stage. What use was it for a 5 elemental root cultivator to possess great strength if they could not contend with Dan formation practitioners right after establishing their foundation? In light of such resource expenditure comparisons, nurturing 5 elemental root practitioners was evidently not cost-effective. Since then, no one had chosen to cultivate 5 elemental root practitioners, and they had been entirely forsaken, regarded as inferior roots. Were it not for Wang Jianqiang's acquisition of that token, the Yin-Yang sect would never have accepted him. A practitioner deemed to possess a wasteful 5 elemental root. Yan Qingxian sighed deeply. In the next moment, her figure faded and vanished completely. Due to Wang Jianqiang's prolonged absence, news of his seclusion for foundation establishment had inevitably been speculated upon and circulated by those with keen interest. Within just 2 days, the news spread throughout the external sect, causing quite a stir. Have you heard? Wang Jianqiang hasn't been seen for several months. It seems he is in seclusion for foundation establishment. The wasteful Wang actually has a day for foundation establishment? Who knows? Perhaps he is desperate due to his impending deadline, thinking of making a final push. Does he really believe he can break through just because he reached the peak of chi refinement? Is foundation establishment something one can achieve on a whim? Given that he has only 2 years left to live, why not enjoy himself instead of isolating himself? Upon hearing this news, all expressed scornful expressions, with none believing in Wang Jianqiang's ability. Foundation establishment represented the first significant threshold in a cultivator's path. Many 3 or 4 elemental root practitioners had reached the peak of qi refinement early on, but had stagnated for decades without advancing. Not to mention Wang Jianqiang's 5 elemental roots inferior qualifications. Given his imminent deadline and his physical condition far from optimal, the difficulty of his breakthrough was exponentially greater than that of others. The combination of these factors rendered the prospect of success utterly hopeless. Moreover, he had only recently attained the peak of qi refinement, leaving him with a flimsy foundation. Aspiring to break through was akin to chasing a delusion. By the 6th month of Wang Jianqiang's seclusion, the external world's mockery had reached its zenith. Many even derided that he had failed in his breakthrough and perished within his home. Upon hearing such rumors, even Dong Yu could not help but feel a twinge of concern, prompting her to check on Wang Jianqiang several times. Each time she found him still immersed in his cultivation, she felt reassured. Time passed. By the time Wang Jianqiang's seclusion had stretched to a year and a half, discussions about him had faded from the external sect. In their eyes, his prolonged absence indicated that he had likely perished long ago. Even Wang Yuyao, who had unwavering faith in him, began to waver. She visited Wang Jianqiang's residence every 10 days or so, but the 2 layers of protective barriers surrounding his dwelling prevented her from seeing through, leaving her unaware of his condition. On this day, Wang Yuyao once more arrived outside Wang Jianqiang's abode. Gazing at the house enveloped by a barrier, she whispered softly, "Brother Wang, why have you not yet emerged from your seclusion? Could it be that the rumors circulating outside are true?" As she spoke, her voice faltered, and a fleeting shadow of sorrow flickered in her eyes. Suddenly, the spiritual energy within this realm surged violently. Wang Yueying was taken aback, only to witness a breathtaking spectacle unfold before her. Above the house, a vibrant vortex, measuring over 30 yards in diameter, had mysteriously taken form. An immense influx of elemental spiritual energy continuously flowed into the house, as if a black hole resided within, devouring all the incoming energy. Simultaneously, a powerful aura emanated from within the house, rapidly intensifying. Upon witnessing this, Wang Yueying was momentarily stunned, but soon her face lit up with joy. "Brother Wang, he is not dead." Chapter 74, Harvesting the Fruit. Outside the Harmonious Union sect, a colossal, multicolored vortex loomed overhead, its terrifying pull affecting a significant portion of the outer sect's spiritual energy. In that instant, nearly the entire outer sect was stirred. Countless disciples exhibited expressions of astonishment, hastening toward the vortex. It was Wang Jianqiang's residence. In the external affairs hall, Dong Yu abruptly looked up. Upon seeing the colorful vortex in the sky, a rare smile broke through her typically indifferent demeanor. One disciple seated at the table was left dumbfounded. The ice-cold elder was actually smiling. How beautiful! In the inner sect, Yan Xian, after receiving a message from a woman, irritably waved her hand for her to leave. As the woman departed, Yan Xian seemed to sense something and immediately cast her gaze outside the room, where a smile, previously absent from her troubled face, now appeared. "Has it finally succeeded? I knew you could do it." Before her words faded, her figure had vanished from the room. In front of Wang Jianqiang's house, a large crowd had swiftly gathered. "He is breaking through. He is alive." As the onlookers beheld the colorful vortex of spiritual energy in the sky, their expressions turned to shock. Is this the commotion of a foundational breakthrough? It's rather excessive, isn't it? Though they were merely outer sect disciples, many had witnessed their peers' breakthroughs. Compared to the scenes they had previously observed, Wang Jianqiang's current upheaval was on an entirely different scale. There was simply no comparison. As the crowd continued to swell, Wang Yueying's expression darkened. She soared into the air, her gaze sharp as it swept over the throng. No one is to approach within 30 yards of this house, or bear the consequences. She was a foundational stage cultivator. Sensing the formidable aura radiating from Wang Yueying, the crowd recoiled instinctively, retreating several yards. The scene was momentarily brought under control. However, as time passed, the colorful vortex showed no signs of subsiding. Instead, it continued to expand, swiftly reaching a diameter of 40 yards. The commotion grew increasingly grand. Some inner sect disciples passing through the outer sect felt the disturbance and rushed over. A colorful vortex? What an astonishing phenomenon for a foundational breakthrough. An astonished voice rang out as a figure shot forth, disregarding everyone present and heading straight for the vortex in the sky. Another foundational stage cultivator. Witnessing this, the crowd's gaze flickered with intensity. The spiritual energy that coalesced during a cultivator's breakthrough was not ordinary. It was infused with the profound truths of the universe. This energy was not only crucial for the breakthrough, but also a tremendous boon for other cultivators. For the one breaking through, having this special energy seized was akin to calamity. Should it be taken, the breakthrough could falter, necessitating years of recovery, or worse, lead to catastrophic backlash and irreparable damage to their foundation. Thus, cultivators typically chose a secure location for their breakthroughs to safeguard against such eventualities. Although the Harmonious Union sect forbade personal combat, the penalties were ultimately limited if no lives were lost. In the face of overwhelming temptation, some would inevitably dare to take risks. Wang Jianqiang had sought Dong Yu's protection before his breakthrough to prevent anyone from reaping the fruits of his labor. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the figure swiftly entered the 30-yard radius surrounding the house. At that moment, a cold shout suddenly rang out. A colossal hand of spiritual energy, measuring over 10 yards in diameter, shot towards the figure. The newcomer's aura flickered, and a layer of protective spiritual light enveloped him. Although the protective barrier flickered violently for a moment, it held firm and sustained no damage. The figure flew backward for several dozen yards before regaining his footing. Wang Jianqiang regarded the man with a solemn expression. The man chuckled. Just a newly advanced cultivator dares to threaten me? I know not your connection to the individual breaking through here, but if you are wise, vacate immediately. I can overlook this, but the consequences will be yours to bear otherwise. Wang Jianqiang bit her lip, remaining silent. She could sense that the man's cultivation was far more profound than her own, and he had entered the inner sect earlier, mastering his techniques and wielding a spiritual artifact. Engaging in a true battle would undoubtedly place her at a disadvantage. Yet, she could not allow anyone to disrupt Brother Yang's breakthrough. With this thought, her resolve solidified. Noticing Wang Jianqiang's unwavering stance, a flash of coldness crossed the man's face. He was already taking a significant risk by acting within the sect. Time was of the essence. He needed to seize the opportunity before the punishment hall could react. The phenomenon was astonishing. Should he consume it, he might directly advance to the mid-foundational stage. Even if he faced punishment from the punishment hall, it would be worth it. He pointed, and a beam of sword light appeared, instantly materializing before Wang Jianqiang. With a wave of her hand, a golden seal emerged, enveloping her in radiant light. In the next moment, the sword light struck. The golden glow shattered like paper, revealing that the flying sword was also a spiritual artifact. Wang Jianqiang's expression shifted as she hastily activated her perfect moonlit skirt. Yet, while the exquisite artifact was powerful, it was still merely a tool. The moonlight barely manifested before it was pierced by the sword light, and soon after, Wang Jianqiang's shoulder was penetrated, causing her to cough up blood and fly backward. The man laughed coldly, continuing toward the colorful vortex. Seeing this, Wang Jianqiang gritted her teeth, forcing herself to halt her retreat despite the worsening of her injuries. Resolutely standing in the man's path once more, the sword before her trembled, transforming into dozens of beams of sword light that shot toward Wang Jianqiang. Instantly, numerous wounds appeared on her body, and she helplessly fell toward the ground. The man cast a disdainful glance at Wang Jianqiang as he pressed forward. Moments later, he reached the colorful vortex. Feeling the nearly liquefied pure spiritual energy within, a fervent expression crossed his face as he extended his hand toward the vortex. No, Wang Jianqiang, witnessing this, struggled to rise. However, her injuries were far too severe. She collapsed back down at the mere attempt. Despairingly, she could only watch as his hand descended upon the colorful vortex. The man's expression was ecstatic, ready to consume the energy within the vortex. When a tremendous spiritual pressure suddenly bore down upon his chest, his face turned pale as he spat blood, being thrown backward. Simultaneously, a figure materialized where he had just stood. Chapter 75, Kill. The man, having barely stabilized himself, looked up with a darkened expression. Yet, as he beheld the figure that had suddenly appeared, his gloom dissipated, replaced by shock and horror. It was her, Dongyu. While others may not recognize Dongyu as a venerable elder who has been a disciple for decades, he was acutely aware of Dongyu's formidable prowess. Although she was merely at the perfected foundation establishment stage, her combat capabilities had long transcended the confines of that level. This was evident from her position as an elder of the sect despite her foundation establishment status. While both he and Dongyu belonged to the same tier, if she desired to eliminate him, it would be as effortless as crushing an ant. As the man's complexion paled, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Upon witnessing Dongyu's appearance, disbelief was etched on the faces of many. It was indeed Elder Dong. This icy elder had come all the way from the outer affairs hall for the sake of a seemingly worthless disciple. After repelling the man, Dongyu's gaze fell upon the structures below. Upon confirming that Wang Jianqiang's breakthrough remained unaffected, she exhaled in relief, then turned her attention to Wang Yuyao. Flicking her fingers to produce a healing pill. Your injuries are severe, take this to recuperate. Wang Yuyao was equally astonished by Dongyu's appearance. Thank you, Elder Dong. She expressed gratefully, nodding before swallowing the pill and silently beginning her recovery. Once Wang Yuyao commenced her healing process, Dongyu's focus shifted back to the man. Stand still. If you dare to move, I shall execute you on behalf of the punishment hall. Her voice, laced with a chilling undertone, rendered the man's face ashen. He lamented his misfortune, realizing that a mere outer disciple could command such attention from the aloof Dongyu, who would even go so far as to intervene personally. He understood well that from the moment Dongyu appeared, his plans to absorb the colorful vortex had been thwarted. Though an elder, she could not execute him at will. His only recourse was to refrain from giving her any justification to do so. Thus, upon hearing her words, he dared not utter a single rebuttal, remaining obediently in place. Paralyzed with fear, he had no doubt that any attempt to flee would result in his immediate demise at her hands. Seeing the man comply, Dongyu's eyes flickered with a hint of regret. She then surveyed the surrounding crowd, her gaze lingering momentarily on several inner disciples mingling among the masses. Sensing the coldness in her stare, these inner disciples trembled involuntarily, hastily retreating to the back of the group, fearful of being misunderstood by Dongyu. The colorful vortex had expanded to a diameter of 49 zhang. At this moment, it seemed to have reached its limit, ceasing further expansion. Time trickled away. The vortex, in its brazen manner, voraciously absorbed the spiritual energy from the surroundings, directing it into the house below. This infusion continued for nearly the duration of a stick of incense before gradually subsiding. The rotation of the vortex began to slow, ultimately vanishing entirely. At the instant the vortex dissipated, a powerful aura surged within the house. It worked. Both Dongyu and Wang Yuyao beamed with joy. With a wave of her arm, Dongyu retracted the small flag. After dispelling the barrier outside the house, the aura within had already reached its zenith before beginning to retract. Moments later, with a creaking sound, a tall, young man emerged from the house. As he appeared, the gazes of the surrounding crowd converged upon him, revealing their astonishment. It was Wang Jianqiang. Observing this striking figure, they could not help but recall the frail, hunchbacked old man with a face full of wrinkles. Who would have thought that Wang Jianqiang was so handsome in his youth? Even Dongyu was momentarily taken aback. Wang Jianqiang, noticing the multitude outside, raised an eyebrow and nodded at Dongyu before making his way to Wang Yuyao amidst the many gazes. "Senior brother Wang," she exclaimed, rising to her feet. Though her injuries had been momentarily suppressed, standing up still caused her some discomfort, and her complexion turned pale. Wang Jianqiang's deep gaze swept over the wounds on her body, then settled on her ashen face. "How did you end up in such a state?" "I'm fine. It's just good that you have broken through." Wang Yuyao replied with a smile, though the pain was still evident, as her brow occasionally furrowed. Wang Jianqiang nodded. "You've worked hard." Previously, he had been engrossed in the critical moment of his breakthrough, his senses entirely sealed, leaving him oblivious to the events unfolding outside. However, he could surmise that certain individuals had attempted to take advantage of the situation, resulting in Wang Yuyao's injuries. That assailant was rather ruthless. A glint of cold, killing intent flashed across his face. "Now, tell me who did this." Wang Yuyao, sensing his murderous aura, felt a surge of concern. "Senior brother Wang, I'm all right. It's all in the past now. The punishment hall will handle the matter. You need not take matters into your own hands." Wang Jianqiang shook his head. "That won't do. To obstruct someone's cultivation is akin to killing their parents, and he has injured my own. How could I remain indifferent?" Seeing Wang Jianqiang's resolute stance, Wang Yuyao displayed a look of distress. "Calm down, senior brother Wang. This is the sect. If you act rashly, you will face punishment." At that moment, Dongyu's voice echoed urgently in Wang Jianqiang's mind. "Stay composed." "I am composed," Wang Jianqiang reassured her, his gaze shifting around before landing on a particular man. "You bear the marks of injury, and your aura aligns with the remnants from this conflict. It was you who struck first, wasn't it?" The man laughed heartily. "Indeed. It was I who attacked. That woman was also injured by my hand. Do you wish to exchange blows with me?" "I do indeed entertain such thoughts," Wang Jianqiang replied with a nod. The man's laughter grew more arrogant, his eyes filled with mockery. "You don't truly believe that having reached the foundation establishment stage, you can contend with me, do you? Such arrogance. If we were outside the sect, I could sever your head with a single strike. Is that so? Then I shall put that to the test." Wang Jianqiang's expression turned icy as he slowly ascended, rising to the same height as the man. "Senior brother Wang, do not act impulsively." Both Wang Yuyao and Dongyu cautioned him simultaneously in his mind. Wang Jianqiang shook his head. The man's provocations were clearly aimed at obstructing his path, an act tantamount to murder in the cultivation world. One lives by their spirit. Some grievances can be tolerated, but others cannot. As the saying goes, good people are easily bullied. If I concede this time, it may invite further brazen actions in the future. With this thought, he divided a fragment of his consciousness into his soul sea. On the attributes panel, the number of attribute points had astonishingly reached 100. Of these, 100 points were earned from refining a perfect foundation establishment pill, while the remaining 1000 points were rewards from his breakthrough. He gazed at the man before him, a ruthless glint in his eyes. How could he not see through the man's clumsy provocation? He merely wished to drag him into the punishment hall as well. However, one must possess the means to live first. System, allocate all attribute points to the Time Saint body. With a chime, the points were successfully allocated, and the number of spiritual patterns within the Time Saint body surged by 1,100, bringing the total to 1,580. He slowly clenched his fist, causing 1,580 spiritual patterns to tremble simultaneously. A rich golden light permeated the flesh and blood, making him appear as if he were forged from gold. The power of the 1,580 spiritual patterns was completely unleashed and under his control. It twisted into a single force, transforming into an explosive power that surged into his fist, which he then struck forward. The invisible force of the punch shot out, distorting the air in its wake. Initially, the man looked down upon Wang Jianqiang, considering him merely a novice who had just begun to cultivate. Without any spiritual tools and lacking the time to practice foundational spells, he believed there was no way Wang Jianqiang could challenge him. To him, Wang Jianqiang's strength hardly compared to Wang Yuyao's, presenting no threat whatsoever. However, as Wang Jianqiang unleashed his punch, the man's expression changed instantly. The force behind this blow exceeded all his expectations. In that fleeting moment, a wave of deathly threat surged through him like an electric current, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. He hastily activated his defensive spiritual tool, conjuring a barrier of spiritual energy to protect himself. Yet, the moment the punch struck, the barrier, which had withstood Wang Yuyao's full force, crumbled like paper against Wang Jianqiang's might. The punch landed squarely on the man's torso, causing his chest to implode. Blood mixed with shattered organs erupted from his mouth as he was sent flying like a scarecrow, crashing to the ground with a thunderous impact that left a deep crater. The earth trembled violently upon his landing, causing the brows of onlookers to twitch in unison. Wang Jianqiang's strike had effectively silenced everyone, particularly the inner disciples at the back of the crowd, who were wide-eyed in disbelief. Zhou Feng had been taken down in a single blow. How could this be possible? He had only just broken through to the foundational stage. How could he be this strong? Although the outer disciples may not have known Zhou Feng, those who were also inner disciples were well aware of his capabilities. Zhou Feng had reached the pinnacle of the early foundational stage, just a step away from mid-foundational, wielding 2 spiritual tools, making him a prominent figure among the inner disciples, well above average in strength. Typically, cultivators at the early foundational stage were no match for him, and those like Wang Yiyo, who had only recently broken through, would stand no chance against him. Even if faced with a mid-foundational cultivator, Zhou Feng would not suffer such a humiliating defeat. Yet now, he had been annihilated by a mere novice. Even Dong Yu could not suppress her astonishment. The power of a cultivator with 5 elemental roots was undeniably formidable, and she understood that if Wang Jianqiang had practiced several powerful foundational spells, this outcome would not have surprised her. But he had just begun his foundation. He had not even had the opportunity to familiarize himself with his own strength. The sheer power he displayed in such a state was truly astonishing. As the crowd marveled at Wang Jianqiang's might, he remained unfazed by their astonished gazes. He looked down at the deep crater below, where a bloodied figure was struggling to rise. Not dead. Wang Jianqiang raised an eyebrow, impressed by the man's resilience. If that was the case, let him take another hit. Before his words had fully escaped his lips, Wang Jianqiang dove down like a human meteor, crashing toward Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng looked up, his face instantly filled with terror. A piercing scream erupted. "You can't kill me. If you do, you'll violate the sect's regulations, and the sect will execute you. I was only acting in self-defense." In the face of his threats, Wang Jianqiang's assault showed no signs of faltering. "No." In a panic, Zhou Feng screamed as Wang Jianqiang crashed into him. It was as if a block of iron had collided with foam. Zhou Feng was instantly obliterated. Blood and shattered flesh splattered everywhere. Witnessing this, the crowd's faces turned pale with horror. There were no bones left. How ruthless. Wang Yiyo, however, showed no signs of joy, her heart filled with deepening worry. On the other side, Dong Yu sighed. Having reached this point, her expression calmed. Suddenly, her demeanor shifted as she looked gravely toward the back of the crowd. Had they arrived? Just as Dong Yu's whispered words faded, a cold voice echoed. "How dare you openly slaughter your fellow sect members within the sect? Such audacity." As the chilling words resonated, a group of 5 individuals shot forward, all dressed in identical attire emblazoned with a striking red character. They were from the punishment hall. Seeing the newcomers, the expressions of those present changed dramatically. Aside from the frowning Dong Yu and the worried Wang Yiyo, the others quickly recoiled as if from a venomous snake. To dare fight within the sect, one must possess great courage. At the forefront was a thin, middle-aged man, his eyes sharp and piercing like those of a hawk. Upon arrival, he fixed his unyielding gaze upon Wang Jianqiang. Wang Jianqiang met the thin man's eyes, stating, "He attacked me when I was breaking through. I was merely defending myself. I do not care about your circumstances. To intentionally kill within the sect warrants a death sentence." The thin man coldly retorted. Wang Jianqiang's expression tightened. The sect rules did not seem to stipulate such a punishment. "According to the rules, I was merely acting in self-defense. It is not for a junior like you to dictate how I enforce the law." Upon hearing Wang Jianqiang's words, the thin man's expression turned icy. He had been interrupted during his cultivation with his companions, and now this insignificant foundational novice dared to speak back. "Elder." Just as the thin man's words fell, another voice interjected. He frowned and coldly glared at the speaker. Under the thin man's gaze, Wang Yiyo felt her heart race. Gritting her teeth, she continued, "I can testify for Wang Jianqiang. This conflict arose due to Zhou Feng's actions. He sought to devour Wang Jianqiang's foundational manifestation, provoking him to retaliate. I implore you, Master Hall Leader, to show leniency." As she spoke, a wave of pressure from the core formation stage emanated from her. Wang Yiyo staggered, her injuries reignited, causing blood to spill from her mouth. The thin man chuckled coldly, shifting his gaze back to Wang Jianqiang. "Will you come with me willingly? Or shall I subdue you and take you?" For some reason, as he met Wang Jianqiang's gaze, a flicker of fear emerged within the thin man's heart. His expression darkened. He was a core formation cultivator, yet he felt fear from a mere foundational cultivator. Even the slightest hint of trepidation was an unprecedented humiliation for him. "It appears you do not intend to surrender," he sneered, extending his hand forward. A massive hand of spiritual energy appeared, reaching for Wang Jianqiang. Just as the hand was about to land on him, a figure suddenly flashed into view. A surge of sharp, piercing energy erupted, shattering the thin man's spiritual grasp in an instant. Simultaneously, a cold voice echoed in his mind. "Yan Biao, I will protect this person." Chapter 77. The overbearing Yan Qingqian. The sudden appearance of the figure startled the 4 individuals following Yan Biao. As they prepared to act, Yan Biao raised a hand to stop them. He turned to Dong Yu, a look of surprise crossing his face. "What? Elder Dong intends to interfere with my enforcement of the law?" Dong Yu remained silent for a moment before sighing. "Speak. What can be done to spare him?" Yan Biao chuckled upon hearing this. "Elder Dong, you are putting me in a difficult position. This individual has committed the heinous crime of murdering a fellow disciple. If I were to spare him, the risks involved would be far too great." Dong Yu regarded him with a cold gaze, remaining silent. Yan Biao smiled faintly. "However, if you can agree to one condition, I shall let him go." Dong Yu's expression shifted slightly. Yin Biao's eyes glimmered with a hint of lewdness as he continued. If you agree to become my Dao partner, I will spare his life. Upon hearing Yin Biao's words, Dong Yu's demeanor turned frosty. And just as she was about to respond, a mocking voice interrupted. You may be unattractive, but your aspirations are quite grand. Hearing this, Yin Biao's expression darkened immediately. He coldly directed his gaze at Wang Jianqiang, thinking, how foolish to speak defiantly when death is imminent. Due to your foolishness, I have changed my mind. I will no longer entertain any pleas for mercy. Moreover, your charges are no longer limited to the murder of a fellow disciple. You shall also be accused of defying the enforcers of the law. You are doomed. Wang Jianqiang smirked. Such grandiose claims. As if the rules of the Hehuan sect were established by you. Yin Biao's face stiffened. The rules of the Hehuan sect may not have been set by me, but I have the authority to execute punishment according to the sect's regulations. With that, he stepped forward, ready to take action. Stop. Dong Yu's expression turned icy as her energy instantly locked onto Yin Biao. He frowned, momentarily halting the surge of spiritual power within him. He and Dong Yu were of the same generation, and he had witnessed her brilliance firsthand. In her prime, Dong Yu was a paragon of talent, having once overshadowed all her contemporaries to become the first to reach the pinnacle of foundation establishment in her generation. She was a celestial figure he could only look up to. However, after encountering setbacks during her core formation, her foundation was severely damaged, leaving her permanently stuck at the peak of foundation establishment, unable to advance further. This fall from grace made him cautious in her presence. Though he had now reached the early stage of core formation, surpassing her in power, he still dared not underestimate her. A look of seriousness crossed his face. Elder Dong, you must think carefully. According to sect rules, anyone who interferes with the law enforcement hall will face severe punishment. You are no exception. Dong Yu remained silent, not moving an inch. Her intent was unmistakable. Seeing this, Yin Biao's eyes gleamed dangerously. Since Elder Dong has made her decision, I shall not hold back. As his words fell, a terrifying pressure erupted like a whirlwind. Dong Yu's long skirt fluttered, her hair billowing in the wind. Yin Biao's spiritual pressure was nearly blocked by her aura, and Wang Jianqiang, standing behind her, felt no sense of oppression. Wait. As the two were on the verge of confrontation, Wang Jianqiang suddenly interjected. Yin Biao shot a cold glance at him. What? Do you have a final wish? Huh. Elder Biao, are you so certain that my fate is sealed? Yin Biao scoffed. What? You think you can survive after killing someone within the sect? Wang Jianqiang shook his head. As far as I know, the sect has regulations that allow for atonement for all crimes except treason. Not to mention, whether I intended to kill or not is up for debate. Even if I did, there is still room for negotiation. Hearing Wang Jianqiang's words, Yin Biao couldn't help but burst into laughter, his mirth laced with derision. You wish to atone for your sins? Do you have any idea how exaggerated the ratio of merit to sin is? You believe you can offset a murder charge? At that moment, it was not just Yin Biao who laughed. The other 4 law enforcers joined in. A saying circulated within the law enforcement hall, 100 merits to offset one sin. This meant the ratio of merit to sin was more than 100-fold. The disciple Zhou Feng, who had died at Wang Jianqiang's hands, was in the early stage of foundation establishment. If Wang Jianqiang wished to counterbalance this sin, he would need to achieve merits that could create 100 or even several hundred foundation establishment disciples for the sect. Such merits were unattainable for someone like Wang Jianqiang, who had just entered the foundation establishment stage. Even a perfected foundation establishment cultivator would find it impossible without extraordinary fortune. While the 5 laughed, Dong Yu appeared unfazed, as if she had anticipated this reaction. Others might find it impossible, but she knew Wang Jianqiang could achieve it. If he were to reveal his secret of refining second-grade perfect pills, it would undoubtedly cause a stir among the higher-ups of the Hehuan sect. At that point, not only would killing Zhou Feng be overlooked, but even if he were to kill 10 or 20 more, the sect would not trouble him. First-grade perfect pills had limited effects and might not attract the sect's attention, but second-grade perfect pills were different. Just the perfect foundation establishment pill alone could easily produce a substantial number of foundation establishment disciples for the Hehuan sect, significantly enhancing its core strength and propelling its influence forward in a short time. As Yin Biao and the others mocked him, Wang Jianqiang was about to respond when a flash of red suddenly appeared. With a wave of her hand, a scorching and domineering surge of spiritual power rushed toward Yin Biao and his group. Yin Biao, caught off guard, let out a grunt and was sent flying backward. The 4 behind him, though not specifically targeted, were still affected and fell to the ground in a pitiful state, severely injured. Within 10 breaths, get out of my sight, or suffer the consequences. A cold voice reverberated through the space. Yin Biao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at the figure in red, his expression one of shock. Yin Qingshan, you too wish to involve yourself in this matter? He instinctively took several steps back, a flicker of apprehension crossing his face. 1 breath. Yin Qingshan cast a fleeting glance at him. 2 breaths. She continued indifferently. Yin Biao's expression changed. Yin Qingshan, are you so determined to disregard my standing in the law enforcement hall? Do you not fear a visit from the hallmaster? Yin Qingshan's expression remained unchanged. 3 breaths. Yin Biao's face contorted with humiliation as he gritted his teeth. Retreat. With a wave of his hand, he summoned his 4 subordinates to flee in panic. He knew that if he hesitated, Yin Qingshan would not hesitate to strike, even to the point of killing him. Every society has its exceptional individuals who rise above the rules. In the Hehuan sect, the ancestors and the 4 supreme elders constituted such a group. Below the nascent soul stage, there were very few who could be considered part of this elite circle. Jianqiang, hailed as the most promising talent to reach the nascent soul stage among the current core formation elites, was one of them. Chapter 78, Full Evil and Goodness Value. Abundant rewards from Jianqiang's appearance to Yin Biao's group being injured and then fleeing in disarray. A mere 20 breaths had passed. When has an institution as domineering as the law enforcement hall ever found itself in such a predicament? This sudden turn of events left the onlookers dumbfounded. And even Wang Jianqiang could not help but display a look of astonishment. He was aware of Jianqiang's strength, evident from the humiliating defeat of the other three major forces during the Cold Pool Secret Realm expedition, where no one dared to deny their losses. However, her ferocity exceeded his expectations. Scanning the crowd of spectators, she stated simply, "Leave." Her calm words caused the crowd to change their expressions drastically, and they fled in a panic. This was a person who dared to confront the law enforcement hall. Surely, they were not safe from her wrath. In an instant, the hundreds of figures surrounding them vanished, leaving the area eerily empty. Once the crowd dispersed, Dong Yu turned to Jianqiang, a hint of confusion crossing her face. "What brings you here?" Jianqiang paused momentarily, discreetly glancing at Wang Jianqiang. "Is my presence here surprising to you, senior sister?" "Indeed, it is quite unexpected." Dong Yu nodded. "And to my surprise, it seems you two have a day of meddling. Wang Jianqiang is the suitor preordained by the senior sister. Aiding him is akin to aiding her. How could that be considered meddling?" A seductive smile flickered across Jianqiang's face. Hearing her audacious words, Dong Yu's cheeks flushed. Despite holding the esteemed position of elder, she still indulged in such frivolous banter. "Am I being frivolous?" Jianqiang chuckled, her gaze shifting to Wang Jianqiang. "I never imagined this old fellow could appear so young and handsome. It's rather enticing. If the senior sister finds him unworthy, perhaps she could bequeath him to the junior sister instead?" Wang Jianqiang, initially taken aback by their relationship, suddenly recalled the former allure of this accomplished practitioner of the foundation establishment stage upon hearing Jianqiang's charming remarks. A surge of warmth filled his heart, and he chuckled. "If being moved is so easy, then why not we retire to rest together? I just emerged from seclusion and feel rather fatigued." Regret washed over him as soon as the words left his mouth. This one was not like Dong Yu. Dong Yu sought his assistance. No matter how much he teased her, she wouldn't retaliate. But this one was a different matter altogether. Just as Wang Jianqiang felt a pang of anxiety, he noticed that Jianqiang did not seem angry. She merely shot him a playful glance. "Since the senior sister values you so much, I shall not snatch away what belongs to another." Her smile faded as she turned to Dong Yu, her expression growing somber. "Senior sister, your time is running short. You should prepare yourself." Upon hearing this, Dong Yu's countenance darkened, and she fell silent. Jianqiang observed her silence, and shook her head. "The matters here will be handled by the punishment hall. You need not worry any further." With that, she trembled slightly and vanished from sight. After Jianqiang departed, Dong Yu did not linger. As for the fleeting time she mentioned, Wang Jianqiang assumed she meant Dong Yu's lifespan was drawing to a close, and he gave it little thought. He approached Wang Yuyo and supported her. "Are you all right?" Wang Yuyo shook her head. "Elder Dong provided me with a healing pill. Its effects are potent, and I am no longer in serious danger. With a couple more hours of recuperation, I shall be fully healed." Wang Jianqiang nodded. "In that case, let us remain here for your recovery." That night, seated in meditation, Wang Yuyo slowly opened her eyes. "Are you healed?" Wang Jianqiang leaned closer, donning a benevolent smile. However, as his smile began to fully form, he suddenly recalled that this expression no longer suited him. Thus, it transformed into a charming grin. Seeing his handsome visage, Wang Yuyo felt somewhat unaccustomed, and her cheeks reddened. She gently nodded. "Thank you, Brother Wang, for your concern. I am fully recovered." "That is splendid." As night fell, "It is getting late. Let us rest." The following morning, Wang Jianqiang stepped out, striding with confidence. Despite having had no rest the previous night, he felt no fatigue. As his body rejuvenated, the power of the perfected yang locking technique was fully manifested. What delighted him further was the notification from the system. Good and evil value has increased. Current good and evil value is 100, reaching its maximum. Would you like to solidify Wang Yuyo's attribute panel? He had suspected that upon reaching maximum good and evil value, the system would undergo a transformation, and indeed, his expectations were met. Solidify. With a thought, a smaller, silver glimmering attribute panel materialized beside his main attribute panel in the Sea of Souls. Name, Wang Yuyo. Gender, female. Cultivation, early foundation establishment. Age, 37. 200 root bones, 3 spirit roots of water, wind, and wood. Good and evil value, 100, unwavering until death, will not diminish. Previously, he could only see others' attribute panels when they appeared within his line of sight. However, with the solidification of Wang Yuyo's panel, it would now permanently manifest in his Sea of Souls, allowing him to inspect her attributes at any time, regardless of her presence. Ding. Wang Yuyo's attribute panel solidified successfully. Divine ability points. 1. Golden attribute points. 1. Silver attribute points. 1. You have received 1 opportunity for talent divine ability extraction. In the future, with each breakthrough Wang Yuyo achieves, the host will receive rewards of divine ability points, golden attribute points, and silver attribute points. Upon hearing the rewards, Wang Jianqiang was rendered speechless. He had anticipated some reward upon reaching maximum good and evil value, but he never expected it to be so bountiful. The opportunity for talent divine ability extraction alone spoke volumes of its worth, while the significance of divine ability points, golden attribute points, and silver attribute points was equally staggering. Divine ability points can be used to enhance the awakening level of innate divine abilities. Golden attribute points can enhance the host's root bones. Silver attribute points can enhance the solidified target's root bones. Gazing at the annotations within the system, Wang Jianqiang found himself at a loss for words to express his exhilaration. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Why did Wang Yuyo's good and evil value reach its maximum at this moment, neither before nor after? Could it be that she had been waiting for him to mature, and that was why her good and evil value had not reached its peak sooner? The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. 1,000,000 words omitted here. Chapter 79, Young Master Wang, thank you for your efforts. 3 hours later, Wang Yuyo, despite her exhaustion, fled as if in haste. Wang Jianqiang's agitation finally subsided, and his focus returned to the system. Enhance root bones. Wang Jianqiang concentrated, and the notification chimed. 5-element spirit roots require 5 golden attribute points for enhancement. He pouted. It was indeed not as simple as he had hoped to enhance his root bones. However, that mattered little. The main event lay ahead. He took a deep breath, preparing to extract his second talent divine ability when a sudden knock on the door interrupted his thoughts. He rose to open the door. Elder Dong, seeing the figure outside, he was momentarily taken aback. This was the first time Elder Dong had come to see him during the day. Coming back to his senses, he stepped aside to let Dong Yu enter. Once inside, Dong Yu looked at Wang Jianqiang with a serious expression. There is something I have pondered over, and I feel compelled to advise you. What is it? Wang Jianqiang asked, puzzled. Never disclose your ability to refine second-tier perfect pills. Why not? Wang Jianqiang raised an eyebrow. Dong Yu shook her head. You must be thinking that if you reveal your ability to refine second-tier perfect pills, you will surely receive significant support from the sect, correct? Isn't that so? Wang Jianqiang countered. Isn't that the case? Dong Yu sighed, revealing the gravity of the matter. While showcasing one's value to gain more resources is generally a sound strategy, many disciples have done so. Have you considered the immense impact a pill master capable of refining second-tier perfect pills could have on a sect? Take the Perfect Foundation Establishment pill, for instance. Typically, a 4-spirit root cultivator has a success rate of merely 1 in 10,000. And even a 3-spirit root cultivator only has a 1 in 1,000 chance of achieving foundation establishment. A Perfect Foundation Establishment pill could transform you, a 5-element waste root, into a cultivator. Do you comprehend what this signifies for a sect? Wang Jianqiang's eyes widened. Dong Yu continued. This means they could cultivate foundation establishment practitioners in bulk, without any prerequisites. Furthermore, you would continue to refine other second-tier perfect pills. With your singular prowess, you could steer the entire sect's development and elevate its strength dramatically in a short time. Wang Jianqiang inhaled deeply, fully grasping the reality of the situation. One must not lose their value, yet if one's value is too great, it may usher in disaster. He had never managed a faction. Instead, he habitually viewed matters from a personal perspective, failing to consider the standpoint of the sect's authority. However, upon Dong Yu's reminder, he instinctively placed himself in the position of a sect leader, and a cold sweat broke out in an instant. If he were the leader of a sect and a disciple of such significance emerged, his first reaction would not be to cultivate, but to exert control. He would seek to dominate the disciple entirely and turn him into a sharp blade in his arsenal. Furthermore, even without considering the internal dynamics of the Hahuan sect, how could the Xinqing Palace, Xingyang sect, and Wanjian Gate allow Hahuan sect to monopolize power? Their immediate response would likely be to eliminate him at all costs. As a foundation-level cultivator, how could he expect to fare well with 3 major sects targeting him? Seeing Wang Jianqiang's expression of fear, Dong Yu smiled and asked, have you figured it out now? Wang Jianqiang nodded but then furrowed his brow, saying, however, the first-tier perfect elixirs I refined have already circulated. Some people are aware that I can concoct perfect elixirs. Dong Yu chuckled and shook her head. The value of first-tier perfect elixirs is limited. It's not a problem as long as you don't speak of it. No one would suspect that you can also refine second-tier perfect elixirs. Becoming a second-tier alchemist only indicates that you can produce ordinary second-tier elixirs. It does not imply that your ability to concoct perfect elixirs extends to the second tier. Throughout the ages, there have been first-tier alchemists who, due to special opportunities, could refine perfect first-tier elixirs, yet upon reaching higher realms, they found themselves unable to produce higher-tier perfect elixirs, ultimately fading into obscurity. There are indeed such examples. You need not worry. Wang Jianqiang felt a wave of relief wash over him. Dong Yu continued, however, from now on, you must exercise caution when using second-tier perfect elixirs and avoid revealing them in front of outsiders. If you are truly discovered, just push the blame onto me. I once visited an ancient forbidden area, and the sect's higher-ups are aware. We can say it was something I obtained from that place. On that day, the two conversed extensively. As their discussion drew to a close, Dong Yu recalled her own matters. Due to certain circumstances, I must break through within a year. Do you have a way to expedite my advancement in alchemy? Upon saying this, she looked at Wang Jianqiang with eager anticipation. Wang Jianqiang was taken aback. Why was Dong Yu so anxious when she still had over 20 years of life left? His heart stirred, and after feigning contemplation, he hesitantly replied, there is indeed a way, but it may have some impact on my future in alchemy. Dong Yu's heart sank at his words, and she cautiously inquired, is the impact significant? Wang Jianqiang smiled nonchalantly, There is indeed a considerable impact, but for your sake, a slight hindrance to my prospects is inconsequential. Hearing this, Dong Yu felt warmth in her heart. Ding. The value of good and evil has increased. Current value, 90. A notification sounded in Wang Jianqiang's mind, bringing him joy. Previously, Dong Yu's value was only 65 points. He was pleasantly surprised that it had risen by a full 25 points this time. Ever since Wang Yuyao's value reached its peak, he had become acutely aware of the benefits of solidifying attribute frames. Now, Dong Yu's increase in value gave him hope for solidifying a second attribute frame. I once obtained a secret method in the Handan secret realm to forcibly elevate my alchemical prowess, which involves dual cultivation to enhance alchemy. If you can. Upon hearing Wang Jianqiang's words, Dong Yu's cheeks flushed. Dual cultivation to enhance alchemy? How could such a peculiar method exist? However, noticing Wang Jianqiang's serious expression, she felt a measure of belief in his words. There are countless techniques in the world. Perhaps a genius in alchemy truly developed such a secret method. Yet, the thought of the price made her blush again. Initially, she had only wished to have a single encounter with Wang Jianqiang, but she had unwittingly been deceived several times. And now she had to maintain this for an extended period. She then scolded herself for overthinking. Aside from the first time, Wang Jianqiang had proposed dual cultivation out of concern for her. Especially this time, he had even sacrificed his future and paid a significant price. To suspect him of ulterior motives was indeed unwarranted. Resolving her thoughts, Dong Yu finally made up her mind. Junior Wang, I appreciate your efforts. 3 hours later, Wang Jianqiang emerged from the inner chamber with a light step. After some time, Dong Yu appeared, looking frail. By the way, Ru, does the Outer Affairs Hall have any second-tier elixir formulas for sale? Wang Jianqiang inquired, turning to Dong Yu. Dong Yu, supporting herself on a chair, slowly sat down and shot him a reproachful glare. How dare you directly address the sect elder by name? Your audacity grows by the day. Wang Jianqiang chuckled. There are no outsiders here, so what is there to fear? Dong Yu shook her head in resignation, choosing not to linger on that topic. The sect strictly regulates second-tier and higher elixir formulas, and they are generally not available for public sale. The foundation-level formulas are permitted due to their unique nature, but the purchasing requirements are stringent. She glanced at Wang Jianqiang. You can consider yourself fortunate to have obtained it through backdoor channels. Wang Jianqiang grinned, unfazed by any shame. Dong Yu shook her head again and continued. If you wish to acquire other second-tier or higher formulas, you can only wait until you enter the inner sect and complete sect missions to obtain them through rewards. Wang Jianqiang frowned. The rewards for sect missions are often fixed. Who can say how long it will take for a task with an elixir formula reward to appear? Relying on this method to obtain formulas is too reliant on luck. Seeing Wang Jianqiang's furrowed brow, Dong Yu smiled. Don't be too troubled. I happen to have a low-level second-tier formula. As she spoke, she flipped her hand and produced a jade slip. This jade slip contained the recipe for a second-tier low-level elixir called Tianling Dan, a potion used to enhance cultivation. I found it years ago in a market. Wang Jianqiang's frown instantly transformed into delight. How much is it? Dong Yu shook her head. Not for sale. I'm giving it to you. Saying this, she tossed the jade slip to Wang Jianqiang. How can I accept such generosity? Wang Jianqiang caught the jade slip and tucked it away. His swift actions made Dong Yu roll her eyes, as if he feared she might change her mind. Seeing her charming expression, Wang Jianqiang's eyes brightened, and his innate ability involuntarily activated. Dong Yu's face paled in shock. See you tomorrow. Before her words faded, her figure had already vanished. Watching Dong Yu flee, Wang Jianqiang felt a wave of introspection wash over him, experiencing a sense of solitude akin to that of a master. Moments later, he entered his soul's sea, focused his thoughts, and extracted his innate ability. Ding! The extraction of innate ability was successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the divine level innate ability, Fire Eye. Upon hearing the system's notification, Wang Jianqiang was momentarily stunned. Could it be the Fire Eye of the great sage Sun Wukong? Regaining his composure, he hurried to check the system description. Fire Eye, divine level innate ability. Capable of discerning illusions and seeing through the essence. Current awakening level, primary, can discern illusions one major realm below oneself. It truly was. Wang Jianqiang was overjoyed. Although the Fire Eye doesn't directly enhance his combat prowess, it becomes invaluable in specific situations. For instance, when facing illusions and formations. After the initial excitement, Wang Jianqiang's attention shifted to the golden attribute point. After some contemplation, he decided not to use it immediately, but to save it for future needs. Since the first day, Dong Yu had been visiting Wang Jianqiang daily. For the past 3 months, there has been no interruption. During this time, Wang Jianqiang had also enlisted Dong Yu's assistance in procuring a substantial quantity of medicinal herbs, all essential for concocting the celestial spirit pill. Apart from attending to Dong Yu, he devoted nearly all his time to alchemy, successfully producing 1,000 perfect celestial spirit pills. Consequently, his cultivation points had accumulated to 1,000. Initially, he expended 200 cultivation points to elevate his alchemical prowess to the intermediate level of the second tier, followed by an additional 300 points, enabling him to break through to the advanced level of the second tier. The following day, Wang Jianqiang and Dong Yu emerged from the inner room, as per their routine. Rower, my alchemical prowess reached the advanced level of the second tier yesterday, Wang Jianqiang informed Dong Yu. Initially, she found it peculiar to hear him address her in such a manner, but after several corrections proved futile, she chose to disregard it. Over the course of 3 months, She had grown accustomed to it. Thus, upon hearing Wang Jianqiang's endearing address once more, she exhibited no signs of discomfort. However, the content of his statement left her momentarily stunned. Did you truly break through? She gazed at him in disbelief. Although she was aware of his secret method for dual cultivation that could enhance his alchemical capabilities, the reality of the breakthrough was still hard for her to accept. Countless individuals toil for decades, or even centuries without advancing from a low level to an advanced alchemist of the second tier, yet Wang Jianqiang accomplished it in merely 3 months. Then, as if a thought struck her, she looked at him and asked, "You mean to say you broke through yesterday?" Wang Jianqiang nodded. "Then why are you still with me today?" Dong Yu's eyes widened in surprise. Wang Jianqiang chuckled. Such a significant occasion calls for celebration. After a brief moment, Dong Yu retrieved an ancient jade slip. This is the formula for the minor creation pill. I obtained it from an ancient secret realm, and it is an ancient recipe. I previously had it appraised by an alchemist within our sect, and it is known for its remarkable efficacy in repairing foundational damage. It should provide me with a 60 chance of restoring my foundation. Upon hearing Dong Yu's words, Wang Jianqiang curled his lip. Only a 60 chance? Dong Yu shook her head. My foundational damage is far too severe. Merely surviving was already a stroke of fortune. A 60 chance is quite substantial under the circumstances. Wang Jianqiang nodded, accepting the jade slip and focusing intently. Ding, inferior formula detected. Would you like to optimize and upgrade? The system's voice resonated at the expected moment. With a flicker of thought, he responded affirmatively. Ding, the minor creation pill has been successfully optimized and upgraded to the perfect minor creation pill. As the system's voice echoed, the formula for the perfect minor creation pill materialized within Wang Jianqiang's mind. At that moment, Dong Yu waved her hand, causing several rare medicinal herbs to levitate before them. The ingredients for the minor creation pill are exceedingly rare. Over the years, I have managed to gather only 3 sets. Do you have the confidence to concoct it? She inquired, a hint of anxiety crossing her features. Wang Jianqiang smiled at her. I am confident. Seeing his unwavering assurance, Dong Yu let out a long sigh of relief. When do you plan to start the concoction? Today, he replied. Dong Yu was taken aback. But you just became an advanced alchemist of the second tier. Aren't you going to familiarize yourself with your new level of alchemical mastery first? Starting with something so challenging? Perhaps I should first find some ordinary advanced formulas for you to practice with? She suggested. No need. I have never needed practice in alchemy, nor have I ever failed. Wang Jianqiang asserted confidently, waving her off. Since awakening the system, he had forgotten the meaning of failure. Observing his determination, Dong Yu refrained from pressing further. I will stand guard outside for you, she said, bidding him farewell as she swiftly exited the room. As Wang Jianqiang commenced the concoction of the minor creation pill, within the inner sanctum of the Harmony sect, the surroundings were exquisitely designed and opulent, yet eerily quiet. As few individuals traversed this serene area reserved for the sect's higher echelons. In one corner of this area, within a finely crafted pavilion, 3 figures sat cross-legged in a circle, a middle-aged beauty, an ethereal young woman, and a visibly youthful girl. This was Mu Lingxi, the embodiment of the 3 lives. Upon receiving the elixir, she promptly entered a secluded meditation to attempt her breakthrough. Now, after nearly a month of confinement, the 3 figures simultaneously opened their eyes, disappointment flickering in their gazes. Another failure. Chapter 81. Mu Lingxi seeks help. Any cultivation that defies the heavens must carry its drawbacks. The power of the 3 lives technique is undeniable, yet its disadvantages are equally staggering. After practicing this technique, Mu Lingxi found her foundational advancement exceedingly difficult. Even the purified foundation pill was insufficient to aid her breakthrough. Was it truly only the legendary perfect foundation pill that could suffice? In the current realm of cultivation, perfect pills had nearly become extinct. Where could she possibly find a perfect foundation pill? A sense of despair washed over Mu Lingxi as she sighed deeply and departed the pavilion, restless and seeking solace within the sect. While wandering through the inner sect, she was suddenly drawn in by a conversation. Who has the time to concern themselves with the outer sect? You must be rather idle. Hey, this news is truly explosive. What news? 3 months ago, that Zhou Feng kid hit a snag in the outer sect and was taken down by a newly established disciple. No way. Who had the audacity to commit murder within the sect? Apparently, it was a disciple named Wang Jianqiang. Wang Jianqiang. That old coot managed to establish a foundation? Mu Lingxi froze, and as realization struck, she rushed to the 2 conversing disciples, eagerly asking, Did you just say that the outer sect's Wang Jianqiang has successfully established a foundation? The 2 inner sect disciples, initially engrossed in their conversation, were abruptly interrupted and furrowed their brows in annoyance. They were somewhat prominent figures in the outer sect, who dared to be so rude. With fierce expressions, they turned to confront her, only to be met with an exceptionally beautiful young face. So beautiful, they thought in unison. However, the next moment, they quickly regained their composure, their fierce demeanor softening as they forced smiles. Ah, it's Junior Sister Mu. We were unaware of your arrival. Please forgive us. Mu Lingxi ignored their previous rudeness and reiterated her question. The person you were discussing is named Wang Jianqiang, correct? An old coot? One of the disciples nodded, confirming, yes, indeed, that's the name. However, I only heard it through rumors. It seems he is quite aged and was once considered a notable waste in the outer sect, but suddenly, he seems to have awakened. Hearing this, Mu Lingxi's heart was set. The Wang Jianqiang they referred to was indeed that old fellow. To her astonishment, he had successfully established a foundation. Suddenly, She recalled his previous words in the secret realm, where he had offered to assist her in establishing her foundation. At the time, she had dismissed it, but now, if he, a 5-element waste spirit root, could succeed, perhaps he truly could help her. With renewed hope igniting within her, she leaped into action, soaring towards the outer sect. Outside, Dong Yu had been waiting by Wang Jianqiang's door for the better part of the day, occasionally glancing towards the room with a hint of anxiety. Although she held great confidence in Wang Jianqiang's alchemical skills, he had only just recently ascended to the advanced level of the second tier, and the difficulty of the ancient recipe was exceedingly high. Despite her lingering worries, Dong Yu could not help but feel anxious. After all, Wang Jianqiang's success or failure in alchemy directly influenced her future. She wondered how his progress was faring at that moment. Once again, she glanced around the room, having lost count of how many times she had looked up. Suddenly, the door swung open, and a figure emerged from within. Wang Shizhi, how did the elixirs turn out? Were you successful? Dong Yu rushed forward as Wang Jianqiang stepped out. He smiled quietly, not replying verbally, but instead revealing his open palm. In it lay 3 perfectly round pills, exuding a fragrant aroma. At this sight, the heavy burden that had been weighing on Dong Yu's heart finally lifted, her face lighting up with excitement. They had truly succeeded. She had long awaited this day. And now it had finally arrived. Dong Yu carefully accepted the pills from Wang Jianqiang's hand, cherishing them as if they were treasures. Suddenly, her expression froze. The potency of these pills differed significantly from what was recorded in the formula. They appeared to be far more potent. This was a perfect elixir. Dong Yu gasped in astonishment. Wang Jianqiang had not merely succeeded in crafting the minor transformation pill, he had elevated it to a perfect minor transformation pill. Was there truly someone in this world with such exceptional alchemical talent? Overwhelmed by this revelation, Dong Yu found herself at a loss for how to express her emotions. Noticing the shock on her face, Wang Jianqiang quickly deduced her thoughts. Thank you, she said earnestly, casting a deep gaze at him before swiftly departing. Just then, a figure approached rapidly. Mulingxi. Wang Jianqiang raised an eyebrow, halting in his tracks. What a splendid day it was. Recalling their previous conversation in the secret realm, he couldn't help but smile. Moments later, Mulingxi landed gracefully before him. You have indeed broken through to the foundation establishment stage. How could a 5-element waste spirit root achieve such a feat? What is your secret? The sight of Wang Jianqiang's youthful appearance left her thoroughly astonished. Even during ancient times, it was an arduous task for a cultivator with waste spirit roots to establish their foundation. Now, it seemed almost impossible. Wang Jianqiang chuckled at her words. You did not come here merely to confirm my breakthrough, did you? Mulingxi hesitated, a hint of embarrassment crossing her face. Is it true that you can help me break through? Of course, Wang Jianqiang replied with a grin. And if I wish for you to assist me in my breakthrough, what price must I pay? Wang Jianqiang regarded her thoughtfully, a moment of hesitation flickering across his face. Before we discuss terms, I must first ascertain one thing. What is it? Mulingxi inquired. How old are you? Does that really matter? Mulingxi looked at him quizzically. In the world of cultivation, aside from a few nearing their end, age was seldom a concern. It is quite important. Wang Jianqiang nodded earnestly. 21, she replied. As she spoke, Mulingxi transformed, adopting the appearance of a youthful maiden, reminiscent of her 3rd incarnation. This is my original form. Ah, good. Wang Jianqiang sighed in relief upon hearing Mulingxi's words. Very well, we can continue our discussion. If you wish for my assistance, the terms are simple. A single night's rest will suffice. Although Mulingxi had not personally experienced certain matters, her upbringing in the Hahuan sect had granted her considerable insight. Wang Jianqiang's urgency was palpable, and her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Could we perhaps negotiate a different term? Impossible, Wang Jianqiang chuckled, his gaze lingering on the ethereal beauty before him. Mulingxi hesitated. I have already expended a considerable amount during my own breakthrough, leaving only enough to assist one more in establishing their foundation. Yesterday, Xiao Chui sought my help, even offering to accompany me for a year. I did not immediately agree, intending to raise the offer to 2 years tonight. Given our old friendship, the price I have set is already quite low. If you can make a decision before tonight, I can prioritize you. Stunned, Mulingxi asked, who is Xiao Chui? Wang Jianqiang was taken aback. You don't know Xiao Chui? She's the most beautiful disciple in the outer sect, incredibly stunning. She begged me for assistance yesterday, but I declined. Mulingxi pondered, realizing she rarely ventured into the outer sect and was thus unaware of its happenings. She had only heard of the 3 most beautiful women during the outer sect competition. Among them, she had met Su Yutong and Bai Shira, but had yet to encounter the last one. Could it be that Xiao Chui was the final one of the 3? With this thought, Mulingxi felt an overwhelming pressure. While she considered herself equal to anyone, Wang Jianqiang's offer to Xiao Chui was for 2 years, while hers was merely for 1. By the principle of the higher bidder wins, he should naturally favor Xiao Chui. Yet, his attitude suggested a willingness to prioritize her. Feeling a twinge of guilt, Mulingxi reflected on Wang Jianqiang's selflessness in allowing her the first choice despite having a better option. Was she being too coy by not agreeing immediately? Moreover, did she even have a choice? Wang Jianqiang was her last hope for establishing her foundation. She had to give it a try. Taking a deep breath, Mulingxi fixed her gaze on Wang Jianqiang, her expression resolute. I've made my decision. I agree. Wang Jianqiang smiled broadly. Then it is settled. I just finished refining pills and could use some rest. Let us go now. Undeniably, the 3 incarnations technique was extraordinarily formidable, excelling in both combat and other aspects. While group battles were manageable, Her recovery speed was thrice that of an ordinary person. It was truly remarkable. After regaining her youth, Wang Jianqiang experienced a sense of vulnerability for the first time. 6 hours later, as she spoke, she couldn't help but grip the 3 jade vials tightly. Perfect foundation establishment pills. She had not anticipated that Wang Jianqiang possessed such treasures. It was as if she had stumbled upon a fortune effortlessly. At this moment, she finally comprehended how Wang Jianqiang had succeeded in establishing his foundation. Only a perfect foundation establishment pill could enable a 5-element waste spirit root to achieve such success. As Mu Lingxi's words faded, a brief silence enveloped the room before a faint voice emerged. With that, it swiftly ascended into the air and vanished in an instant. Half an hour later, Wang Jianqiang emerged from his room, fully restored. However, he wore a furrowed brow, feeling somewhat disheartened. He had initially believed that after regaining his youth, he would be invincible, yet he soon encountered formidable adversaries. Indeed, the world was never short of talent. Suddenly, Wang Jianqiang sensed an anomaly within his soul sea, causing him to frown as he focused his consciousness inward. Within the chaotic realm of the soul sea, wisps of mist floated about, representing his soul power. At the center of the tumultuous sea, 2 luminous barriers hovered, one large and one small. The smaller one flickered urgently, appearing much more ethereal than its previously substantial form. With Wang Yueying's attribute panel now fixed, he could not only monitor her attribute changes at any time, but also ascertain her circumstances, just as he could now. As Wang Yueying's attribute panel began to fade, it signified that she was in grave danger, severely injured. Witnessing this scene, Wang Jianqiang's expression tightened. His soul power permeated Wang Yueying's attribute panel, and instantly, a vivid image unfolded in his mind. It depicted the harrowing ordeal Wang Yueying was currently enduring. Upon seeing this vision, Wang Jianqiang's countenance darkened, and he swiftly soared towards the inner sect. The competition area was a designated arena established by the Hahuan sect for the inner disciples to engage in sparring. Within this realm, combatants could immerse themselves in a battle secret realm, exchanging blows, honing their combat experience, and testing their spells. Upon entering the secret realm, each participant would receive a token, and in dire moments, they could shatter the token to instantaneously exit the realm. This feature greatly safeguarded the lives of disciples participating in the competitions. However, could there ever be absolute safety in battles among cultivators? Since the establishment of the competition area, while instances of disciples failing to shatter their tokens and perishing were rare, they were not non-existent. The higher-ups of the sect were fully aware of the perils inherent in full-force combat among cultivators. Hence they specifically decreed that once one entered the secret realm, life and death were left to fate. Even if one were to severely injure or even slay their opponent, no penalties would be enforced by the sect's regulations. Since entering the inner sect, Wang Yueying had frequently visited the competition area every few days to refine her newly cultivated spells. Cultivating combat spells was distinct from merely enhancing one's cultivation level. Solely engaging in arduous training would yield minimal results. Only through combat could one progress at an accelerated pace. Over the course of 3 months, her skills had significantly advanced. On this particular day, after a few days of secluded training, Wang Yueying arrived at the competition area as per her usual routine. She casually selected an opponent who was merely at the initial stage of foundation building, expecting yet another ordinary sparring session. However, upon entering the battle's secret realm, she encountered severe trouble. Chapter 83. See Non-Tung within the battle's secret realm. As soon as Wang Yueying materialized, a colossal hammer descended upon her like the wrath of the heavens. A spiritual weapon. Sensing the overwhelming aura emanating from the hammer, Wang Yueying's expression shifted. Most individuals entering the competition area did so to cultivate spells. Aside from those harboring personal grudges, it was rare for anyone to resort to using spiritual weapons within the secret realm. Wang Yueying did not recognize her opponent, having never encountered them before. How could she have anticipated that they would wield a spiritual weapon, launching an immediate lethal strike? In her hurried response, she ultimately could not evade the blow, sustaining severe injuries. Instantly, she realized the gravity of the situation. Producing her secret realm token, she shattered it without hesitation. A surge of teleportation energy swiftly enveloped her. However, just then, the hammer-shaped artifact struck again. With a splatter of blood, Wang Yueying was sent flying. Fortunately, at that moment, the teleportation energy finally enveloped her completely, successfully transporting her out of the battle's secret realm. Simultaneously, due to her proactive shattering of the teleportation token, the sparring session concluded, and the battle's secret realm dissipated automatically. Her opponent was also transported out. Wang Yueying wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, casting an enraged glare at her assailant. She could not comprehend why someone she had never encountered would attempt to kill her. Ah, you seem quite surprised? Noticing Wang Yueying's fury, Liang Min flashed a strange smile. Wang Yueying furrowed her brow. Wang Yueying, long time no see. At that moment, a voice suddenly emanated from behind Liang Min. Wang Yueying froze. Turning to glance behind Liang Min, a face, adorned with a sinister smile, came into view. Upon seeing this person, Wang Yueying's expression instantly darkened. Orphaned at a young age, she had survived thanks to the adoption of a wealthy couple. The couple had a son of similar age, but after a few years, they fell victim to bandits, leaving her and the couple's son to narrowly escape. After enduring a tumultuous journey, she managed to join the Hahuan sect. Upon entering, the couple's son exhibited astonishing cultivation talent. achieving full qi refining in less than a decade and gaining significant renown in the outer sect, rivaling the then top disciple, Sinantong. Sinantong, known for his stubbornness and narrow-mindedness, perceived the couple's son as a major threat to his own fame within the sect. Thus, he deliberately befriended the two, eventually coaxing them into leaving the sect for a mission together. Unfortunately, having had no prior interactions with Sinantong, they were unaware of his true nature. Caught off guard, they fell into his meticulously crafted trap. Knowing he could not escape, the couple's son delayed his fate to allow her to escape. Regrettably, Sinantong seemed to possess extensive connections within the sect. Rather than facing repercussions, he targeted her, making her cultivation journey exceedingly arduous. This situation persisted until Sinantong ascended to the inner sect. When she became an inner disciple, she had considered the possibility of encountering this enemy. But she never anticipated that day would arrive so swiftly. Sinantong. Wang Yueying fixed her gaze upon Sinantong, each word dripping with hatred. Sinantong slowly approached Liang Min, looking down at Wang Yueying with an air of superiority. I never expected you to achieve foundation building with such aptitude, and so quickly. Qian Yu would surely be pleased if he knew. You beast. Wang Yueying glared at Sinantong, her anger boiling over as she spat out a mouthful of blood. Qian Yu was the son of the wealthy couple who had perished due to Sinantong's schemes. Oh. It seems you have not yet come to terms with the events of that year. Sinantong observed Wang Yueying with a cold glint in his eyes. In that case, how about I reunite you with him? At his words, Wang Yueying regained her composure, instinctively stepping back. You dare to lay a hand on me here? We are not in the battle secret realm. Huh, you need not provoke me. Indeed, I do not dare, Sinantong replied with a dark smile. However, I can certainly compel you to enter the battle secret realm willingly. With that, he nodded at Liang Min, who understood his intent and pressed his palm against the secret realm stone slab. In the next moment, his figure vanished, entering the battle's secret realm. A sense of foreboding surged in Wang Yueying's heart as she instinctively turned to flee. Yet, at that instant, Sinantong's eyes erupted with potent spiritual light. A strand of soul energy swiftly infiltrated Wang Yueying's consciousness. Wang Yueying's awareness instantly dulled, her expression momentarily vacant. Subsequently, her hand moved uncontrollably toward the stone slab. Wang Yueying, wake up! A commanding voice suddenly pierced through her mind. Wang Yueying's dazed gaze regained clarity. At that moment, her hand was nearly pressed against the stone slab. Startled, she retreated several steps, her face etched with fear. Just moments ago, she had been forcefully controlled by Sinantong. Noticing Wang Yueying suddenly breaking free from his influence, Sinantong's brow furrowed. He then seemed to sense something, casting his gaze behind Wang Yueying. In the next instant, a figure emerged. Upon seeing this figure, Sinantong was momentarily taken aback, feeling an unsettling familiarity. After scrutinizing for a moment, surprise overtook his expression. Wang, the waste, it's him. Wang Jianqiang had entered the sect long before Sinantong, thus he was not unfamiliar with him. However, it was surprising that this so-called waste was still so youthful. Upon contemplating this, he was momentarily taken aback, only to realize he could not discern Wang Jianqiang's cultivation level. Ordinarily, a practitioner at a higher realm could directly perceive the cultivation of those at a lower level. However, when practitioners of the same level intentionally concealed their aura, it became impossible to ascertain their true strength. Yet, if one actively released their aura, it was feasible to vaguely sense their power. The fact that he could not perceive Wang Jianqiang's cultivation level suggested one possibility. Wang Jianqiang had also reached the foundation establishment stage. In the same realm, since Wang Jianqiang had not voluntarily released his aura, he naturally could not gauge his strength. Realizing this, a look of astonishment crossed his face. You have actually established your foundation. Hearing Sinantong's words, Wang Jianqiang cast him a calm glance. Throughout his journey, he had been observing Wang Yuyo's experiences through the attribute panel, and he had naturally witnessed Sinantong's actions. Gently stroking the little chick perched on his shoulder, his eyes glimmered with coldness. The chick had fallen into slumber after leaving the cold pool's secret realm and had only awakened a couple of days ago. Wang Jianqiang was uncertain about the specific changes it had undergone, but he noted that its feathers gleamed more brightly, as if perpetually emanating a greenish flame. It seemed to have significantly increased in power, though he was unsure to what extent. Nevertheless, he assumed it would suffice to deal with Sinantong. Chapter 84, Strike to Annihilate. Perceiving the coldness in Wang Jianqiang's gaze, Sinantong's expression hardened, and a strong sense of derision emerged on his face. You worthless Wang, how dare you meddle in my affairs? Are you seeking death? While he was unaware of the sheer luck that had allowed Wang Jianqiang to establish his foundation, he could not naively believe that it would place him on equal footing with Sinantong. Before me, you are but a waste, regardless of your foundation. Upon hearing Sinantong's words, Wang Jianqiang chuckled. Indeed, there were always fools eager to flaunt their superiority. Sinantong had always carried an air of arrogance during his time in the outer sect, and it was surprising to find that, after all these years, his disposition had only intensified. Engaging in a verbal spar with such a person would not only diminish his stature, but also risk his intellect. He shook his head, grasped Wang Yuyo's hand, and prepared to depart. You seek death. Sensing Wang Jianqiang's disregard, a powerful killing intent surged from Sinantong. His eyes suddenly sparkled with a glimmer of spiritual light. Wang Jianqiang's heart skipped a beat as he felt his consciousness blur. A massive hand of condensed spiritual energy descended upon them. Brother Wang, be careful. At that moment, Wang Yuyo's anxious voice reached his ears. A chill flickered across Wang Jianqiang's face. He patted the little chick. You've rested long enough. It's time to work. Upon hearing Wang Jianqiang's words, the chick lazily stood up from his shoulder. With exquisite pupils resembling jade, it gazed at Si Nantung, flames of green fire igniting in its eyes. The incoming hand of spiritual energy was instantly enveloped by the azure flames and subsequently reduced to nothingness. Suddenly, Si Nantung emitted a piercing scream, hastily retreating several steps. He looked up at the chick, his expression one of sheer terror. Just moments ago, his internal spiritual energy had inexplicably ignited. Had he not reacted quickly, he would have likely been engulfed in flames. Brother Wang, no? Realizing Wang Jianqiang's murderous intent, Wang Yuyo's face turned pale. Previously, Wang Jianqiang had only subdued Zhou Feng due to Yan Qinxuan's intervention. If he were to kill Si Nantung now, Yan Qinxian might not come to his aid again, leading to potential troubles. Although she longed to eliminate Si Nantung, she did not wish for her brother to be implicated. Do not worry, just watch carefully. Wang Jianqiang replied with a smile, then turned his gaze back to Si Nantung, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. For a brazen individual like him, if he could not be swiftly dealt with, Wang Jianqiang feared he would never find peace. It was better to eradicate the roots than to guard against thieves for 1,000 days. Sensing Wang Jianqiang's murderous intent, Si Nantung felt a chill run down his spine and involuntarily took a step back, attempting to appear fierce. Wang Jianqiang, how dare you lay hands on me? Do you realize you are violating sect rules? If you are sensible, immediately bow and apologize, or prepare to face the punishment hall. Violate sect rules? Was it not you who struck first? Wang Jianqiang replied with a nonchalant smile upon hearing Si Nantung's threat. Si Nantung's expression shifted. Before he could react, Wang Jianqiang charged at him. A wave of coldness struck Si Nantung's heart, as he summoned his spiritual light to control Wang Jianqiang once more. A phantom blue flame suddenly ignited within him. At the moment the blue flame appeared, his spiritual energy was instantly ignited. A searing heat enveloped his entire being, causing cold sweat to bead on his forehead, disrupting the spell he had begun to cast. With a swift and sharp sound of air breaking, Wang Jianqiang appeared before him, delivering a powerful punch. The terrifying force erupted, collapsing Si Nantung's chest and sending him hurtling backward. Wang Jianqiang swiftly pursued, pressing a hand upon Si Nantung's head. Si Nantung's face, once filled with dread, shattered into pieces. From the moment Wang Jianqiang arrived, many gazes had already been drawn to the unfolding chaos. Most practitioners in the competition area were disciples who had joined the inner sect within the last few decades. They were well acquainted with the infamous Wang, known as a waste for over 70 years in the outer sect. When they initially saw Wang Jianqiang clash with Si Nantung, they anticipated a spectacle of ridicule directed at him. However, as Si Nantung fell, their expressions grew blank with shock. The divide between the foundation establishment stage and the Qi refinement stage was profound, resulting in minimal attention given to outer sect affairs. Consequently, they were unaware of Wang Jianqiang's recent advancement and his slaying of Zhou Feng. In their minds, Si Nantung had been a prodigy during his time in the outer sect. Although he might not have shone as brightly in the inner sect, he remained a well-known powerhouse, having nearly reached the peak of the mid-foundation establishment stage. Conversely, Wang Jianqiang was presumed to remain a waste until death. Yet now, this so-called waste had established his foundation, and he had slain the talented Si Nantung. After the initial shock, expressions of schadenfreude surfaced among the onlookers. Though Si Nantung had instigated the conflict, he was no ordinary individual. Rumors suggested he had significant backing within the punishment hall. Wang Jianqiang had slain him. It seemed he would face dire consequences today. It was a pity that a waste had only just begun to rise, yet his life was on the brink of conclusion. However, they were somewhat taken aback by Wang Jianqiang's lack of change in demeanor following Si Nantung's demise. He remained composed, exuding an air of indifference. Whether this was due to genuine confidence or ignorance of danger was unclear to them, but they leaned towards the latter. After all, if Wang Jianqiang truly had support, he would not have languished as a waste in the outer sect for so many years. Seeing Si Nantung obliterated by Wang Jianqiang, Wang Yuyo's expression turned anxious. Although her brother had avenged her, she felt no relief. Instead, worry consumed her. She wished to eliminate Si Nantung, but she did not want her brother to face repercussions. If possible, she would have even attempted to stop him from taking action. Unfortunately, her brother had acted too swiftly. By the time she processed the situation, Si Nantung's head had already been destroyed. At this point, it was too late for words. She could only relay whatever information she possessed to her brother to prepare him for what lay ahead. Nodding at Wang Yuyo's warning, Wang Jianqiang felt no ripple of emotion within. Behind Si Nantong, there are others. He is not a solitary figure. The worst-case scenario is merely the revelation of his alchemical prowess. He silently approached the stone tablet of the secret realm, observing Wang Jianqiang's actions. Wang Yuyao was momentarily taken aback. Brother Wang, what are you doing? Naturally, he intended to eliminate the opponent's accomplices. If he chose to act, he would leave no survivors. A cold glimmer flashed in Wang Jianqiang's eyes as he pressed his palm against the stone tablet. In an instant, his figure vanished from the sight of the crowd. Within the secret realm, Liang Min had expected Wang Yuyao to be swiftly ensnared by Si Nantong. Yet after waiting for a considerable time, she did not arrive. His brows furrowed in growing concern. Why hasn't that woman come in yet? Could it be that Si Xiao has faltered? Doubts began to surface in his mind. But he quickly shook his head. Si Xiao's soul mastery was learned from a formidable figure within the punishment hall. It would be difficult for an ordinary mid-foundation cultivator to resist it. Wang Yuyao had only recently established her foundation and would surely have no power to fight back. Just then, a sudden fluctuation in space rippled through the air. Has she finally arrived? Chapter 85, Slaughtering Fellow Disciples? This is purging the sect's vermin. In the battle's secret realm, Liang Min focused intently on the source of the spatial disturbance. Moments later, a tall figure emerged. Upon seeing this figure, Liang Min was stunned. Isn't that Wang Yuyao? Who are you? He blurted out. Although Liang Min was a subordinate of Xin Tong, he was actually much older than him. Having entered the sect even before Wang Jianqiang, he did not recognize Wang Jianqiang during his rise to fame in the outer sect. Damn it! Wang Jianqiang grinned widely and pointed at him. Little chicken, take him down. Hearing Wang Jianqiang's command, Little Chicken looked up at Liang Min, and two wisps of azure flame manifested in its pupils. Liang Min's inner spiritual energy was instantly ignited. As a mere early-stage foundation cultivator, he was far inferior to Xin Tong. Against Little Chicken's attack, even Xin Tong would find it challenging to resist. How could Liang Min withstand it? He didn't even have time to shatter the token of the secret realm before he was engulfed in flames, reduced to ashes in an instant. With the battle concluded, the secret realm dissipated, and Wang Jianqiang, along with a small pile of ash, was teleported out simultaneously. Around him, numerous gazes converged. They lingered momentarily on Wang Jianqiang before shifting to the small pile of ash, swallowing hard. Could this pile of ash be Liang Min? Wang Yuyao also glanced at the remnants before approaching Wang Jianqiang, her expression filled with worry. Brother Wang, the people from the punishment hall will arrive soon. Should we leave here first? Wang Jianqiang shook his head. We will have to face the punishment hall eventually. Fleeing is not a solution. As he spoke, a smile graced his face. Moreover, seeing is not always believing. Perhaps I am not slaughtering fellow disciples, but rather ridding the sect of its pests. Upon hearing his words, Wang Yuyao was momentarily taken aback, feeling somewhat perplexed. Wang Jianqiang shook his head, choosing not to elaborate, his gaze drifting toward the horizon. Moments later, a figure appeared in the sky. Even before the individual arrived, a domineering aura had already descended. Amidst a thunderous voice, the figure crossed hundreds of feet in an instant. Appearing midair, the newcomer was Yan Biao, who had previously met Wang Jianqiang. For reasons unknown, whether due to the severe injuries sustained that day or others, his four subordinates did not accompany him. Upon arriving, Yan Biao's first gaze fell on the headless corpse on the ground. Sensing the lingering aura, he suddenly froze. This is Xin Tong. The punishment hall can detect energy fluctuations through the sect's grand formation, enabling them to ascertain whether a battle has erupted within the sect, thereby monitoring the entire establishment. However, this surveillance relies solely on energy perception and cannot identify the combatants involved. Before his arrival, Yan Biao had no knowledge of the identities of the fighters. Now, upon discovering that one of them was Xin Tong and that he had been slain, he was taken aback, while others may be unaware. As a senior member of the punishment hall, he understood the intricate relationship between Xin Tong and the hall. The hall master, Si Tianyong, was known for his romantic escapades, leaving behind numerous tales in the mortal realm. Xin Tong was one of his offspring from such liaisons. Si Tianyong had sown many seeds. Had Xin Tong possessed no spiritual roots or only mediocre ones, he might have disregarded him. Yet, Xin Tong's exceptional talent had drawn Si Tianyong's attention, leading him to bring him into the Hahuan sect. However, the Hahuan sect was not a demonic sect. Such matters of mortal liaisons are often discussed in hushed tones. To maintain his reputation, Si Tianyong did not publicly acknowledge his connection to Xin Tong, nor did he allow him to join the punishment hall, instead keeping him in the outer sect. Although Si Tianyong had not explicitly stated it, he had not gone to great lengths to hide it either. Many in the management were not Na'vi and could infer Xin Tong's identity from various hints. Thus, they afforded him many conveniences. Xin Tong did not embarrass Si Tianyong, quickly rising in the outer sect, surpassing his contemporaries and becoming the most gifted outer disciple of that generation. After he successfully established his foundation and became an inner disciple, Si Tianyong imparted his renowned soul mastery technique to him, showcasing his deep favor for Xin Tong. This matter, involving the hall master, must be handled with great care and finesse. Otherwise, it could invoke the hall master's displeasure. With this thought, Yan Biao's expression turned grave. His gaze swept the surroundings, and his icy voice resonated. Who killed Xin Tong? I did, came a flat voice in reply. As soon as the words left Wang Jianqiang's lips, Yan Biao's expression stiffened. You again? Indeed, it is still I, Wang Jianqiang nodded. Hall Master Yan, good to see you again. Hearing this, Yan Biao felt a wave of darkness cloud his vision. How many years had it been since any disciple dared to engage in private battles within the sect? This young man had only established his foundation for a few days, and had already killed two. Was he a reincarnation of a plague god? He then recalled the moment when this young man had been humiliated by Yan Qingxian, a cold smile creeping into his heart. Perfect. Both new grievances and old scores could be settled. He glared at Wang Jianqiang, a glint of cold light flickering in his eyes. You really think that with Yan Qingxian backing you, you can do as you please? As he spoke, he raised his hand, preparing to seize Wang Jianqiang. Wait. Yan Biao paused, then sneered. What? Trying to buy time for someone to rescue you? I advise you to abandon that notion. No one can save you today. Had Wang Jianqiang killed an ordinary disciple, Perhaps Yan Qingxian could indeed have intervened to save him. But Si Nantong was the beloved son of the Hall Master. Si Tianyong. This time, even if Yan Qingxian came to his aid, she would undoubtedly be unable to protect him. Upon hearing Yin Biao's laughter, Wang Jianqiang shook his head. Are you so certain that I am slaughtering fellow disciples? What? With so many people watching, do you still wish to argue? Yin Biao sneered. Wang Jianqiang shook his head. Sometimes, seeing is not believing. Indeed, I killed Si Nantong, but I am not slaughtering fellow disciples. I am punishing the wicked and purging the sect of its vermin. As he spoke, he extended a fist, slowly opening his palm. A wisp of a remnant soul emerged. Sensing the presence of the remnant soul, Yin Biao was filled with rage. You actually extracted Si Nantong's soul. As he spoke, whether out of intent or overwhelming agitation, a powerful spiritual pressure surged toward Wang Jianqiang. Feeling this pressure, Wang Jianqiang remained unflinching, his expression unchanged. Just as the spiritual pressure was about to envelop him, a searing azure light enveloped him in an instant, effectively blocking the oppressive aura. Yin Biao furrowed his brow, glancing at the chick perched on Wang Jianqiang's shoulder, his gaze flickering. What a formidable bird. Wang Jianqiang met Yin Biao's eyes directly, offering a slight smile. Why must you be so agitated, Hall Master Yin? This Si Nantong is equally treacherous. Many years ago, he inflicted harm upon the sect's prodigies. Unfortunately, the punishment hall has long struggled to procure evidence for a conviction. At present, I am merely assisting in gathering some proof for the punishment hall. Chapter 86. Hall Master of the Punishment Hall, Si Tianyong. After Wang Jianqiang spoke, he pointed towards the remnant soul. Memories sealed within the remnant soul transformed into projections, manifesting in midair, forming alliances, suppressing dissenting voices, bullying fellow disciples, orchestrating ambushes against Wang Yue and Qian Yu, and undermining Wang Yue. Images flashed rapidly before them. Even scenes depicting his preference for handsome men and coercing talented disciples within the sect were vividly displayed on the large screen. Upon witnessing the memories contained within Si Nantong's remnant soul, an eerie silence enveloped the assembly. Si Nantong had indeed committed numerous heinous acts. The memories revealed that he had caused the demise of not only Qian Yu, but several others, all of whom were exceptionally gifted and had competed with him in the outer sect. To secure the title of number one in the outer sect, Si Nantong had meticulously lured these individuals out of the sect, slaying them with premeditated traps. Thus, it was clear that Si Nantong truly deserved the title of a parasite within the sect. At this realization, many gazes turned simultaneously towards Yin Biao, who maintained an impassive expression throughout. Is this the evidence you speak of? He asked, casting a cool glance at Wang Jianqiang. Is it not evidence? Wang Jianqiang retorted. Fabrication? Yin Biao's eyes glimmered with coldness as he raised his hand, prepared to seize Wang Jianqiang. Stop. At that moment, a sharp voice rang out. In the next instant, a young woman appeared beside Wang Jianqiang. It was Mu Lingxi. From the moment of Si Nantong's demise, Wang Jianqiang had discerned his true identity through the remnants of his soul. In a precautionary measure, he had transmitted 3 pieces of information simultaneously. He had not anticipated that the swiftest to arrive would be Mu Lingxi. Upon seeing her, Yin Biao's heart raced, compelling him to withdraw his spiritual energy instinctively. Though Mu Lingxi could not take direct action against him, she was backed by an extraordinarily powerful and fiercely protective aunt. Provoking her would likely yield consequences more troublesome than inciting Yan Qingxian. With this thought, he discreetly transmitted a message. After Mu Lingxi's appearance, she first nodded at Wang Jianqiang, then turned to Yin Biao, stating coolly, Hall Master Yin, I witnessed the recent events. The memory projections are authentic. Si Nantong harmed his fellow disciples out of jealousy. Wang Jianqiang's actions in eliminating him were a service to the sect, and he bears no fault. You should not apprehend him. Yin Biao scanned the surrounding crowd, then fixed Mu Lingxi with a profound gaze. He did not respond directly, but rather conveyed in secret. The individual he killed was the son of the Hall Master of the Punishment Hall, Miss Mu. I advise you not to wade into these murky waters. Upon hearing Yin Biao's transmission, Mu Lingxi could not help but glance at Wang Jianqiang. Previously, he had only informed her that someone had been killed, without specifying who. The Hall Master of the Punishment Hall was not an inconsequential figure. He might not easily accept her words. With this in mind, she touched a jade talisman at her waist. A single word, kill. When she turned back to face Yin Biao, her earlier trepidation had vanished. Miss Mu, have you made your decision? Yin Biao inquired, his voice devoid of warmth. Mu Lingxi bit her silver teeth, yet showed no inclination to yield, her intentions unmistakable. In that case, I must take offense. Yin Biao's eyes glinted coldly as he reached toward Mu Lingxi, enveloping her in a barrier of spiritual energy. Young man, I warned you. Today, no one can save you. Yin Biao's expression turned frosty, and he advanced toward Wang Jianqiang once more, a substantial hand of spiritual energy aimed at him. Wang Jianqiang's expression turned grave, and the chick on his shoulder was poised to retaliate. Suddenly, a blazing surge of spiritual energy swept in, shattering Yin Biao's grasp. Simultaneously, a chilling reprimand resonated. Yin Biao, do you wish for me to sever your hands? Before the words could fully leave her lips, a stunning figure in a red gown appeared in midair. Yan Qingxian, it's you again. Yin Biao's demeanor shifted, and he hurriedly distanced himself from her, exclaiming, the order to eliminate Wang Jianqiang comes directly from the Hall Master. You cannot alter the outcome. Yan Qingxuan's expression hardened, and without further words, she unleashed a punch. A fire dragon, composed of condensed spiritual energy, roared like a living creature as it lunged toward Yin Biao. Feeling the overwhelming power of the fire dragon, Yin Biao's complexion drained of color. Impudent. At that moment, a frigid voice interjected. As the fire dragon was about to collide with Yin Biao, it suddenly froze mid-air and dissipated without a sound. In the next instant, a towering figure materialized. The moment this figure emerged, the surrounding space transformed into an imperceptible domain, repelling all forms of power. Wang Jianqiang realized that upon the arrival of this imposing figure, his own spiritual energy was thoroughly suppressed, rendering him incapable of mobilizing even a fraction. Wang Yiyue and the others around him displayed similar expressions of shock, clearly experiencing the same predicament. Only two individuals remained unaffected, Yin Biao and Yin Qingxian. Yin Biao was unscathed as the domain did not encompass him, while Yin Qingxian endured immense pressure, her complexion paling despite her spiritual energy not being entirely suppressed. Si Tianyong. She raised her gaze toward the suddenly appearing towering figure, her expression finally turning grave. Upon hearing Yin Qingshuan's words, Wang Jianqiang's expression shifted. So this is Si Tianyong, the Hall Master of the Punishment Hall, a cultivator at the nascent soul stage. The mere aura emanating from him was sufficient to subdue everyone present. As Wang Jianqiang looked towards Si Tianyong, the latter's gaze swept over Yin Qingxian before settling on Wang Jianqiang. In that instant, Wang Jianqiang felt the oppressive force of the domain intensify, his body sinking as if the ground had swallowed him. Interesting. Si Tianyong remarked with surprise as he observed Wang Jianqiang. He had anticipated that this insignificant creature would be left in disarray, yet he remained unbowed. A tough nut to crack, indeed. With a cold smirk, Si Tianyong spoke. You have slaughtered fellow disciples, and according to sect regulations, you ought to pay with your life. Do you acknowledge your crime? I do not know of any crime, Wang Jianqiang replied, his expression resolute as he produced Si Nantong's remnant soul. I possess evidence to prove my innocence. Si Tianyong's gaze turned icy as he fixed his eyes upon the remnant soul in Wang Jianqiang's hand. In that moment, the remnant soul Wang Jianqiang held suddenly exploded. Chapter 87, Shameless Sixth. What a tyrannical hall master of the punishment hall. Witnessing Si Tianyong publicly destroy evidence, Yin Qingxian could not suppress a cold laugh. At her words, Si Tianyong turned to look at her, his brow furrowing slightly. Yin Qingxian, I have already extended you a courtesy regarding the previous incident in the outer sect. Do not overstep your bounds. And if I do? With a swift motion, Yin Qingxian positioned herself protectively in front of Wang Jianqiang. You destroy evidence in public. Do you not fear the ridicule of your fellow disciples? Si Tianyong's eyes flickered. I have already stated that it is fabricated evidence. Yin Qingxian let out a cold laugh, refraining from further argument, resolutely standing in front of Wang Jianqiang. Upon witnessing this, Si Tianyong's expression turned frosty. So, you intend to oppose me for the sake of this person? You may think so, Yin Qingxian replied gravely, her gaze fixed on Si Tianyong. Shaking his head, Si Tianyong retorted. You are far too arrogant and utterly unaware of the disparity between the core formation and nascent soul stages. As he spoke, Si Tianyong pressed his palm forward. Instantly, the space surrounding Yin Qingxian became viscous, rendering her immobile. You cannot stop me. Si Tianyong mocked with a sneer, stepping forward. The space beneath his feet rippled like water, causing his figure to vanish in an instant. Just as Si Tianyong disappeared, an invisible force descended, causing the very fabric of this region to tremble. In the next moment, Si Tianyong's form was expelled from the turbulent space. A voice then echoed. If she cannot stop you, then what about me? As the voice resonated, a woman suddenly appeared beside Yin Qingxian. She was strikingly beautiful, her figure exuding a graceful allure. Master, Yin Qingxian exclaimed, momentarily taken aback before hurriedly bowing. Wang Jianqiang gazed at the woman in astonishment. Is this the master of Yin Qingxian and Dongyu? The woman nodded at Yin Qingxian and then glanced at Wang Jianqiang. To his surprise, upon seeing his smile, the beautiful woman revealed a hint of goodwill, offering him a nod as well. Finally, her gaze shifted to Si Tianyong, her expression turning cold. Shall we let today's events pass? Let it pass? Si Tianyong laughed in anger. Shangguan Yuro, you speak so lightly. It is not your son who faces death. Shangguan Yuro sighed. What must be done for this matter to be resolved? Si Tianyong turned his gaze to Wang Jianqiang. Kill him. As the chilling command left his lips, his eyes pierced Wang Jianqiang like arrows, the overwhelming pressure locking onto him, leaving no room for evasion. At that moment, Shangguan Yuro flashed forward, positioning herself in front of Wang Jianqiang and blocking the impending attack with a wave of her hand. It seems you are not prepared to let this go. Shangguan Yuro fixed her gaze on Si Tianyong, taking a deep breath, a serious glint in her eyes. Both she and Si Tianyong were at the initial stage of the nascent soul, and she lacked complete assurance of victory should a genuine confrontation arise. Naturally, Si Tianyong shared the same uncertainty. As the two stood in a tense standoff, poised for conflict, a light laugh suddenly broke the silence. Oh, what a lively gathering this is. Si Tianyong, I too wish to intervene in today's affairs. May I count on your indulgence? Amidst the melodious laughter, a woman clad in colorful attire gracefully descended. Tall and exquisitely featured, although she appeared youthful, her aura was no less formidable than that of Si Tianyong and Shangguan Yuro. Little aunt, you have finally arrived. Upon seeing the woman, Mu Lingxi waved her hand, a look of delight crossing her face. You child, if I had not come. Your message would have surely overwhelmed me, the woman chided, casting a glance at Mu Lingxi. Wang Jianqiang observed the woman, who bore a resemblance to Mu Lingxi, and his expression shifted to one of recognition. Mu Yutong, do you intend to involve yourself in this matter as well? Si Tianyong directed his finger at Wang Jianqiang, stating, this young man has killed fellow disciples within the sect, violating our regulations. You obstruct my enforcement. Do you not fear I will report this to the ancestor? At the mention of the ancestor, both Shangguan Yuro and Mu Yutong's expressions flickered. Violated regulations? Mu Yutong chuckled softly. See, do not think that just because I arrived late, you can deceive me. This young brother has already proven his worth. The notorious Si Nan Tung was eliminated, and this young man merely cleansed our sect of pests. It is clearly a noble deed that warrants reward. Si Tianyong sneered. Mu Yutong, everything must adhere to evidence. You claim Si Nan Tung was notorious, but where is your proof? Mu Yutong frowned. You have already destroyed Si Nan Tung's remnant soul. Ridiculous. I indeed destroyed a remnant soul, but how can you assert that it was Si Nan Tung's? Mu Yutong's face darkened with anger. It was evident that Si Tianyong was attempting to play tricks, leaving no witnesses to his deceit. On the other side, Shangguan Yuro's brows knitted together in concern. Just then, a voice interrupted. I happen to still possess that evidence. The three turned their attention to Wang Jianqiang, whose demeanor remained calm. Shangguan Yuro and Mu Yutong displayed expressions of delight, while Si Tianyong's countenance darkened. With their eyes upon him, Wang Jianqiang calmly produced a round crystal. Within it, vivid scenes unfolded, showcasing Wang Jianqiang holding Si Nan Tung's remnant soul and revealing its memories, even capturing Si Tianyong's act of destroying the evidence. To think you had prepared a recording stone. Mu Yutong regarded Wang Jianqiang with admiration before turning to Si Tianyong. What do you have to say now? Si Tianyong fell silent. Suddenly, a glint of light flashed in his eyes, and the recording stone in Wang Jianqiang's hand exploded. Now, the evidence is gone. He glanced at Mu Yutong and Shangguan Yuro, a smug smile crossing his face. You, a dignified nascent soul practitioner, would resort to such despicable means. Both Mu Yutong and Shangguan Yuro were clearly taken aback by Si Tianyong's treachery. In a moment of negligence, he had succeeded, and their expressions soured. At that moment, Wang Jianqiang's voice rang out again. Excuse me for interrupting, but I happen to have many recording stones. They are not particularly valuable, merely 10 spiritual stones each. If the elders desire more, please feel free to continue. The three paused, glancing back at him in surprise. Wang Jianqiang revealed yet another recording stone, which not only contained the previous content, but also recorded Si Tianyong's recent act of shattering the stone in front of Mu Yutong and Shangguan Yuro. The image froze on Si Tianyong's triumphant face. Upon seeing this, Si Tianyong's expression darkened instantaneously. The frozen image felt like a slap across his face, igniting a fiery embarrassment. Young brother, your caution is commendable, and I truly admire you. Although Mu Yutong had been infuriated by Si Tianyong, she now felt a sense of relief. As she looked at Wang Jianqiang, he seemed increasingly pleasing to her eyes. Shangguan Yuro remained far more composed, keeping a wary eye on Si Tianyong while coldly inquiring. Si Tianyong, do you have anything left to say? Chapter 88. Personal bodyguard Si Tianyong acknowledged that he had been sufficiently cunning, yet he had underestimated Wang Jianqiang, who appeared to possess an abundance of cunning. Now, not only did Wang Jianqiang hold tangible evidence, but he had also recorded Si Tianyong's 2 attempts to destroy the evidence. If this matter escalated further, not only would Wang Jianqiang face no repercussions, but the sect, in an effort to uphold its image of authority and fairness among its disciples, might indeed reward him as Mu Yutong suggested. The thought filled him with frustration. Here he was, a distinguished practitioner of the nascent soul stage, being outmaneuvered by an ant who had just established his foundation. In the outside world, a mere breath from him could extinguish his opponent. Yet within the confines of the sect, everything had to follow the rules. He could exploit loopholes or secretly contravene them, but he could not brazenly disrupt matters in public. After several deep breaths to suppress his anger, he cast a dark glare at Wang Jianqiang. Boy, you had better pray that you do not fall into my hands in the future. Otherwise, his eyes glinted with cold menace. With a cold snort, she glanced at Shangguan Yuro and Mu Yutong before vanishing in an instant. As Si Tianyong withdrew, both Shangguan Yuro and Mu Yutong visibly relaxed. They exchanged pleasantries. And at that moment, Wang Jianqiang stepped forward, bowing respectfully to the 2 elders, expressing his gratitude for their intervention on his behalf. Mu Yutong offered a gentle smile, suggesting that any thanks should be directed towards Lingxi, for had it not been for Lingxi's request, she would not have risked defending Si Tianyong for his sake. Before Wang Jianqiang could respond, Mu Lingxi interjected with a smirk. Aunt, your relationship with Si Tianyong has always been poor. Why fear offending him? This audacious remark in front of others left Mu Yutong seething internally. Maintaining her composure, she pretended not to hear Lingxi's words, continuing to address Wang Jianqiang. Since the matter is resolved, I shall take my leave. With a subtle glare directed at Lingxi, she disappeared without a trace. Master, what brings you here so suddenly? Yan Qingxian approached Shangguan Yuro. It was your senior sister who sent me a message, Shangguan Yuro replied, casting a meaningful glance at Wang Jianqiang. A voice echoed in his mind. Wang Jianqiang, I am aware of the situation between you and Dongyu. Wang Jianqiang's heart skipped a beat. The voice continued. Your talent in alchemy is indeed remarkable. I appreciate your assistance in crafting the minor creation pill for Dongyu. Wang Jianqiang was momentarily taken aback. Observing his reaction, Shangguan Yiru smiled, believing she understood his thoughts, and continued, "Rest assured, I am Dong Yu's master, aligned with both her and Yan Qinxian. I will not disclose your ability to refine second-tier perfect pills to anyone." Wang Jianqiang cleared his throat and nodded subtly. After their exchange, Shangguan Yiru made her departure. Before leaving, a message reached Yan Qinxian's mind. "Qinxian, this young man holds great significance for our lineage. From this day forth, you are to protect him discreetly. Ensure his safety at all times." Yan Qinxian was taken aback, but upon contemplating Wang Jianqiang's talent in alchemy, she quickly understood. "I shall take my leave as well." After Shangguan Yiru's departure, Mu Lingxi bid farewell to Wang Jianqiang and hurried off. Having received the perfect foundation establishment pill, she intended to enter seclusion. But Wang Jianqiang's distress signal had summoned her urgently. Soon, only Yan Qinxian remained by his side. Noticing her lack of intent to leave, Wang Jianqiang was momentarily stunned and then smiled at Yan Qinxian. "I appreciate your assistance today, Elder Yan." Yan Qinxian gave him a knowing look. "You merely brushed it off without truly contributing? You are quite pragmatic." Old chap Wang Jianqiang chuckled. "Elder, you do me an injustice. 2 elders were present. And who said I was merely brushing it off? Your appearance was the grand finale. My gratitude towards you is the most sincere. That's more like it." Yan Qinxian surveyed their surroundings. "Come, I have some items for you." With a wave of her hand, they descended upon a secluded courtyard. She gestured towards the courtyard. "Now that you have established your foundation, this shall be your residence within the inner sect." Hearing her words, Wang Jianqiang suddenly recalled that his transfer order had yet to arrive. Typically, once outer sect disciples establish their foundation, the transfer order is issued within 3 to 8 days. He had been established for quite some time. Why had the order not yet been dispatched? Noticing Wang Jianqiang's expression, Yan Qinxian smiled. "Do not doubt. Your order has long been issued. However, the distribution of transfer orders from outer to inner sect disciples is managed by the Outer Affairs Hall. So it likely remains with your senior sister." Realizing this, Wang Jianqiang understood that Dong Yu must have held on to his order, considering it would be inconvenient for him once he entered the inner sect. It was quite considerate of her. At that moment, Yan Qinxian's voice resonated again. "And here are these." With a flourish of her hand, 3 jade slips appeared, gently floating before Wang Jianqiang. "These are the Dragon's Roar Ancient Bell Artifact Diagram, the Soul Forging Technique, and a fragmentary ancient pill formula, all won by me in the Cold Pool Secret Realm. I owe my victory to you. What a generous gift." Wang Jianqiang exclaimed, delight shining in his eyes as he accepted the slips. Yan Qinxian paused momentarily before producing 2 more jade slips. And these 2 techniques, the Explosive Force Technique from the Zhenyang Sect, and the Sword Nurturing Technique from the 10,000 Swords Sect, albeit only in copied form. While they lack the depth of the originals and cannot be cultivated to the highest realms, they will suffice for you as a newly established foundation disciple. Overjoyed by the 5 jade slips before him, Wang Jianqiang collected them eagerly. Turning to Yan Qinxian, he grinned. "I truly don't know how to repay you." Yan Qinxian rolled her eyes at him, casually tossing him a jade pendant. "This is the command to open the courtyard gate." With that, she flickered and vanished. Wang Jianqiang, believing she had left, was unaware that he had gained a vigilant personal protector. Chapter 89. A chance encounter with Yi Fan upon receiving the jade pendant. Wang Jianqiang turned to survey the courtyard. The entrance was bare, devoid of a gate. It appeared ensconced in an invisible barrier, through which he could see nothing but a haze of chaos. After a moment's observation, he tossed the jade pendant toward the entrance. As it approached the threshold, it seemed to encounter an unseen barrier, hovering in midair. Suddenly, the entrance rippled like water. In the next instant, his figure vanished. Wang Jianqiang felt a blur before his vision returned, revealing he had arrived in a spacious courtyard. It was far larger than he had imagined. The first thing he noticed upon regaining his sight was the exquisite pavilion nestled at the rear of the courtyard. In comparison, the outer sect's accommodations felt akin to a mere shack, especially upon entering the pavilion and seeing the soft, expansive bed that could easily fit 4 or 5 people. His satisfaction grew immensely. After clearing the room of its furnishings, he headed directly toward the Outer Affairs Hall. Half an hour later, he emerged from the hall. Dong Yu was not present, likely still in seclusion. Yi Fan, previously frowning and seemingly agitated, broke into a warm smile upon spotting Wang Jianqiang. "Brother Wang, back to see you again." "Ah, Brother Yi." Wang Jianqiang returned the smile. "Congratulations on establishing your foundation. My apologies for not visiting sooner. I've been preoccupied with matters." "Do not mention it. Your concern is more than enough to please me." Wang Jianqiang then feigned confusion. "But what brings you here, Brother Yi?" Hearing Wang Jianqiang's inquiry, Yi Fan appeared troubled. "Ah, do not mention it. The last time I encountered Yiru was while you were in seclusion. You advised me against pursuing her. So I sought an excuse to leave. For over a year, I refrained from bothering her. Recently, I felt enough time had passed and decided to check on her. Can you believe it? I've visited dozens of times and have yet to see her. Do you think she might be avoiding me because I left so abruptly? Hurting her pride?" As Wang Jianqiang listened to Yi Fan's grievances, an odd expression crossed his face. "When exactly did you go to see her?" "My dear brother, I have not forgotten your instructions. To avoid causing her any inconvenience, I have deliberately chosen to visit during her rest periods." Yi Fan seemed to misunderstand, hastily thumping his chest in assurance, almost swearing an oath. Wang Jianqiang never anticipated that one day he would find it so challenging to control the corners of his mouth. To describe the difficulty of this moment, One might resort to a famous saying from a past life. No one is more aware of Dong Yu's activities over the past 3 months than he is. For during this time, whenever she had a break, Dong Yu would consistently come to assist him in enhancing his alchemical skills. Had not Yi Fan chosen such a perfect time, they might have crossed paths. Fortunately, Yi Fan was in a rather despondent mood and did not notice Wang Jianqiang's peculiar behavior. Wang Jianqiang covered his mouth with his hand, feigning contemplation. Brother Yi, I certainly believe you. However, you have misunderstood Elder Dong. She hasn't been intentionally avoiding you. Yi Fan was taken aback, his face instantly brightening. Is that truly the case, Brother Wang? Wang Jianqiang smiled confidently. Brother Yi, are you doubting my relationship with Elder Dong or our brotherly bond? Upon hearing this, Yi Fan's expression relaxed completely, and he was suddenly filled with guilt. How could Brother Wang, so closely connected with Roer, be unaware of her whereabouts? Moreover, with Brother Wang's diligent assistance, he had foolishly questioned the veracity of his words. What a shame. Yi Fan looked at Wang Jianqiang with an apologetic expression, then gritted his teeth and took out a jade slip. Brother Wang, I was wrong to doubt you. This jade slip contains a second-tier alchemical formula I obtained during my previous travels. To express my regret, I present it to you. As he spoke, he released his grip, allowing the jade slip to float gently before Wang Jianqiang. Brother Yi, how can I accept this? Brother Wang, this is my heartfelt gesture. You must take it. Well then, since it is so, I shall not be polite. Wang Jianqiang reluctantly accepted the jade slip. After a moment of contemplation, he said, Did I not mention before that Elder Dong has found a way to heal her old affliction? The reason you cannot see her is that she has already gone into seclusion. I see, Yi Fan replied, realization dawning upon him. Wang Jianqiang looked at Yi Fan with seriousness. Very few within the sect know of this matter. I am only telling you, and you must not disclose it. Yi Fan felt a wave of emotion and nodded earnestly. Brother Wang, you are truly remarkable. Back in the loft, Wang Jianqiang retrieved the jade slip gifted by Yi Fan and could no longer contain his laughter. At the moment he received the slip, he had already comprehended its contents. The jade slip contained the formula for a second-tier intermediate pill known as the purple chi pill. He had been troubled about how to find a higher-tier formula once the effects of the heavenly spirit pill diminished. Now, this formula had come to him unbidden, saving him considerable trouble. He then sent messages to Wang Yuyao, Mu Lingxi, and Dong Yu, informing them of his current residence before commencing his cultivation. After reaching the foundation establishment stage, the consumption of resources for the 5 elemental roots had become alarmingly excessive. However, Wang Jianqiang had accumulated 1,000 heavenly spirit pills, allowing him to indulge without concern for consumption. As he ingested the perfectly crafted heavenly spirit pills, his cultivation advanced at an astonishing pace. 5 days later, a jade pendant at his waist suddenly radiated a flash of spiritual light. Wang Jianqiang sensed something and exited his meditative state, pointing at the pendant. The scene outside the courtyard appeared before him. A graceful figure stood at the entrance, waiting. Upon seeing her, Wang Jianqiang smiled. It was Yu Yao, arriving at the perfect moment. After several days of intense cultivation, it was just right to take a break. Chapter 90. Reunion with Mu Lingxi. 6 hours later, Wang Yuyao left, appearing somewhat fatigued. Wang Jianqiang remained unfazed. After all, to him, Wang Yuyao was but a mere acquaintance, hardly a significant drain on his energy. He resumed his cultivation without the need for adjustment. A month later, while practicing, a notification suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding! Wang Yuyao has broken through. Points awarded. 1 for divine ability, 1 for golden training, 1 for silver training, and 500 training points. Wang Jianqiang awakened from his meditation. A flicker of joy in his eyes. 5 months later, after a 6-month seclusion and refining over 800 perfect heavenly spirit pills, Wang Jianqiang's cultivation finally broke through to the mid-foundation establishment stage. He stood up, ready to step outside for some fresh air when he suddenly sensed fluctuations in the courtyard's protective barrier. His first thought was that Wang Yuyao had arrived. After all, during the past 6 months, she was the only one who had come to visit him and relieve his fatigue. However, when he used the jade pendant to project the scene outside, he was momentarily taken aback. The visitor was not Wang Yuyao, but Mu Lingxi. With a thought, he opened the barrier, allowing Mu Lingxi to enter the small courtyard and walk into the loft. Upon seeing Mu Lingxi again, he noticed that her cultivation had already reached the foundation establishment stage. Congratulations. Wang Jianqiang smiled at Mu Lingxi. Thanks to Brother Wang's pills, I am here specifically to express my gratitude today. Mu Lingxi sincerely bowed to Wang Jianqiang, stating that without the perfect foundation establishment pills gifted by him, she would have had no hope of breaking through in this lifetime. Wang Jianqiang shook his head with a smile. It is merely your own ambition. Just as Mu Lingxi was about to say something further, her words seemed to catch in her throat, unable to escape. Wang Jianqiang had just broken through and was still unaccustomed to controlling the surging spiritual energy. The unintentional aura he emitted caused Mu Lingxi to feel a subtle pressure. Such a sensation should not occur among cultivators of the same level. A startling thought suddenly arose in Mu Lingxi's mind. She flipped her palm and produced a crystal ball. In the next moment, the crystal ball emitted a strong spiritual light. Seeing this, Mu Lingxi instantly confirmed her suspicions. The object in her hand was a spiritual tool capable of discerning the cultivation levels of practitioners, a gift from her aunt, Mu Yutong. After he broke through to the foundation establishment stage, it could identify those below the core formation stage. Wang Jianqiang looked with surprise at the crystal ball in Mu Lingxi's hand. Such an item could discern the cultivation level of others, which was indeed remarkable for ordinary cultivators. It was a precious treasure. It could help one ascertain the foundation of unfamiliar practitioners when venturing outside, thus maximizing self-protection. However, for him, who possessed a system, this object was merely a trinket. This thought flickered through his mind and vanished, and he nodded at Mu Lingxi. I have just recently broken through. Aren't you a 5-element root? How did you advance so quickly? Upon hearing Wang Jianqiang's words, Mu Lingxi couldn't help but blurt out. However, as soon as she spoke, she felt a twinge of regret. The method of breakthrough was a deeply secretive matter for cultivators. The reason she had directly approached Wang Jianqiang for the foundation establishment method was that he had previously mentioned it during their time in the cold pool secret realm. Asking this question now seemed somewhat presumptuous. Observing Mu Lingxi's expression, Wang Jianqiang chuckled. The pills I obtained in the cold pool secret realm were not limited to just the perfect foundation establishment pill. Hearing this, Mu Lingxi's eyes instantly lit up. She opened her mouth, hesitating to speak. Do you want them? Wang Jianqiang's smile widened at her response. Mu Lingxi nodded. Is that possible? Due to her cultivation of the 3 lives body, although she possessed a heavenly spiritual root, the difficulty of her breakthroughs was significantly greater than that of cultivators with ordinary talents. It was uncertain how much time would be required for her to break through. Thus, the prospect of a swift breakthrough was certainly something she desired. Wang Jianqiang nodded gently. While it might be inappropriate for others, you have previously rendered me great assistance. So if you wish to take it, you certainly may. Upon hearing this, Mu Lingxi's expression brightened. However, I am aware of your pride. If I were to give it to you freely, you would undoubtedly feel reluctant to accept. Wang Jianqiang quickly added. Mu Lingxi nodded in agreement. Indeed, you are correct. So, how much spirit stone does each pill cost? I shall purchase them. Wang Jianqiang shook his head, saying, that would not do. Discussing spirit stones would damage our friendship. Instead, let us do it this way. I shall accept the token amount. 1 pill for a night's rest. Mu Lingxi was taken aback, contemplating which payment method would be more advantageous for her. Wang Jianqiang's suggestion left her somewhat perplexed. After a brief hesitation, she proposed. Perhaps I should pay with spirit stones after all? That cannot be. Did I not mention that discussing spirit stones would harm our friendship? You do not wish to be my friend any longer, do you? That is not my intention. Well then, that settles it. Wang Jianqiang cleared his throat and added earnestly. Lingxi, despite your noble background, you will find that you will require spirit stones for your cultivation in the future. It is wise to conserve where you can. A night's rest is beneficial, bringing you no loss, only gain. After all, you have experienced it once before. What is there to fear? Mu Lingxi pondered for a moment and then nodded, acknowledging, Brother Wang, your wisdom is appreciated. Thank you for your generous gift of pills. Wang Jianqiang nodded in satisfaction, retrieving 10 perfect heavenly spirit pills. This is the pill I mentioned. I shall provide you with 10 to start, and once you have used them, feel free to ask me for more. I still have plenty on hand. Thank you, Brother Wang. Mu Lingxi happily accepted the pills. Wang Jianqiang smiled and continued. Since that is settled, I find myself somewhat fatigued. Let us begin now. 6 hours later, Mu Lingxi left, her face aglow with joy. After a while, Wang Jianqiang emerged from his room. He had abandoned the idea of taking a stroll outside, having already exerted sufficient energy for the day. He sat down heavily in a chair and produced an ancient jade slip. This slip was one of 5 gifted to him by Yan Qingxian, containing a fragment of an ancient alchemical formula. Ding. Fragmented formula detected. Would you like to complete and optimize it? Completing it costs 100 cultivation points, while optimizing costs another 100. Completing and optimizing costs 180 cultivation points. As his focus turned to the jade slip, the system's prompt echoed in his mind. Upon hearing the pricing, Wang Jianqiang was momentarily speechless. After a moment's reflection, he decided, complete and optimize. Ding. The fragmented Xianyuan pill formula has been completed and upgraded to the perfect Xianyuan pill formula. After some research, Wang Jianqiang discovered that the materials required for refining the Xianyuan pill were quite rare, prompting him to temporarily abandon his plans for creating the perfect version. Fortunately, the perfect Xianyuan pill is a second-tier high-grade pill, and he still possesses a perfect Ziqi pill formula, which will suffice for a time. He had ample time to gather the materials necessary for crafting the perfect Xianyuan pill. Subsequently, he retrieved his materials and concocted several perfect heavenly spirit pills. Following his breakthrough to the mid-foundation stage, the efficacy of the perfect heavenly spirit pill had diminished significantly for him. Nevertheless, there were others who would benefit from them. It is always wise to maintain a surplus. Chapter 91. The third talent divine ability. 5 days later, Wang Jianqiang sensed the wards outside being triggered, halting his alchemical processes. The jade pendant at his waist flickered with spiritual light, projecting the scene beyond the confines of his dwelling. Upon seeing the figure outside, he could not suppress a smile. With a thought, he released the wards. Moments later, Mu Lingxi entered. She regarded Wang Jianqiang with a conflicted expression. After a brief pause, her cheeks flushed as she inquired, Brother Wang, are you tired? Hearing her direct concern caught Wang Jianqiang off guard, but he soon chuckled, initially not feeling fatigued. Yet your inquiry has indeed made me feel a bit weary. Come, assist me to rest. Blushing, Mu Lingxi approached, helping him into the loft. 6 hours later, Mu Lingxi exited the room, patiently waiting for a short while. Wang Jianqiang finally emerged, one hand on the doorframe, the other on his waist. Upon seeing this, Mu Lingxi hurried over to support him and assisted him into a chair. Once seated, Wang Jianqiang sighed contentedly. He raised his hand, indicating that she need not support him any longer. Mu Lingxi straightened up, a touch embarrassed as she looked at Wang Jianqiang. Brother Wang, I have exhausted the pills you previously provided. May I possibly owe you for some more? While others would certainly not be permitted such a request, you are different. We are akin to family. Wang Jianqiang smiled, flipping his palm to produce 20 pills, stating, should you require more, do not hesitate to ask your brother. Thank you, Brother Wang. Upon hearing his words, Mu Lingxi joyfully accepted the pills. Ding! Evil and good values increased. As Wang Jianqiang's words faded, a system notification echoed in his mind. He split a fragment of his consciousness to investigate. Following his series of actions, Mu Lingxi's good and evil value had reached 80 points. Now, after gifting her 20 perfect heavenly spirit pills, it had risen by an additional 10 points, reaching 90. The maximum value was drawing ever closer. After obtaining the perfect heavenly spirit pills, Mu Lingxi departed with a bright smile. After resting for half a day, Wang Jianqiang left his residence and arrived at the Internal Affairs Hall. Just as the outer sect has an External Affairs Hall, the inner sect possesses its Internal Affairs Hall, both serving similar purposes. Upon entering the Internal Affairs Hall, Wang Jianqiang felt a wave of disappointment. The hall was managed by a burly man with an unkempt beard. What do you want, kid? Buying or selling? The man asked lazily as Wang Jianqiang approached the counter. I wish to purchase some materials. Wang Jianqiang pondered for a moment before listing the names of the materials required for crafting the perfect Ziqi pill, concluding with, I would like 1,000 of each. The burly man stared in disbelief, thinking he had misheard. He rubbed his ears and repeated, 1,000 of each? Indeed, Wang Jianqiang confirmed with a nod. The man straightened up, counting on his fingers before looking back at Wang Jianqiang, stating, these materials total 150,000 spirit stones. Wang Jianqiang nodded, promptly retrieving the spirit stones. Just as he was about to unlock the wards to enter the courtyard, he suddenly sensed a violent surge of spiritual energy erupting around him. Drawn towards a single point with fervor, he paused, attuning his senses for a moment. He soon realized that within the range of his spiritual awareness, the spiritual energy was in turmoil. The scope was vast, likely encompassing most of the sect. This phenomenon persisted for nearly half an hour before a golden beam of light shot into the sky, illuminating the clouds above in a golden hue. Simultaneously, a pressure unique to core formation cultivators enveloped the area, instantly pervading much of the sect. Countless individuals halted, gazing at the golden light. Someone has successfully formed their core. As people gazed at the golden pillar with astonishment and envy, a smirk crept onto Wang Jianqiang's face. In that golden light, he sensed a familiar aura. Ding! Dong Yu's good and evil value has reached the maximum. Would you like to solidify Dong Yu's attribute panel? At that moment, a mechanical voice resonated in his mind. Wang Jianqiang's heart leaped with joy. Dong Yu's successful core formation had filled his good and evil value to the brim. Truly, a double blessing. Solidify, he murmured softly in his heart. Ding! The solidification of Dong Yu's attribute panel was successful. Within his soul sea, apart from his and Wang Yuyo's attribute panels, a third attribute panel materialized. Name, Dong Yu gender, female cultivation level, early stage of golden core age, 181. 500 root bone, gold attribute heavenly root virtue and vice value, 100, unwavering, never diminishing. At that moment, the voice of the system echoed once more in his mind. Spiritual points, 1, gold attribute points, 1, silver attribute points, 1, acquired a chance to draw a talent ability, 1 time. Wang Jianqiang's expression brightened. With the previous solidification of Wang Yuyao's attribute panel and the rewards from her breakthrough to the mid-stage foundation establishment, he now possessed 3 points each in spiritual points, gold attribute points, and silver attribute points. More importantly, he had gained another chance to draw a talent ability. He silently wished to draw a talent ability. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a platinum-level talent ability, Pure Yang Power. Just a platinum-level ability? Wang Jianqiang scoffed. Having already acquired an epic and a divine talent ability, he subconsciously looked down upon this lower-tier ability. Yet, it was better than nothing. Pure Yang Power, a breath of pure Yang energy, once activated, can enhance physical endurance and recovery speed. Current awakening level, beginner, enhancement factor, 1x. After reading the description of Pure Yang Power, Wang Jianqiang activated it immediately. In an instant, a scorching aura enveloped his entire being. He took out a flying sword and made a small cut on his body, which began to scab over at a visibly rapid pace, healing completely in a short while. After a moment, he retracted the talent ability, opened the protective barrier at the door, and was about to step into the courtyard when a figure suddenly appeared before him. Startled, Wang Jianqiang took a closer look and relaxed, revealing a charming smile. It was a time of celebration with the addition of a new golden core powerhouse in the sect. How could the protagonist neglect to prepare for welcoming congratulatory guests and instead come to me? Dong Yu's indifferent face flushed slightly at his words. I do not fancy such things. Since that is the case, let us go inside. Wang Jianqiang chuckled and naturally took her hand, leading her towards the courtyard. Dong Yu instinctively struggled for a moment, but seeing that Wang Jianqiang did not release her, she ceased her resistance. 6 hours later, a somewhat weakened Dong Yu departed. Wang Jianqiang then began to refine the perfect purple chi pill, a process that lasted for 3 months, during which he successfully produced 1,000 perfect purple chi pills before exiting his seclusion. One day, after a long period of not going outside, Wang Jianqiang stepped out of the loft, preparing to take a leisurely stroll. Mu Lingxi arrived again. 8 hours later, however, due to the reward of the perfect heavenly spirit pill, he left with great joy. Wang Jianqiang stood at the second-floor window, his demeanor calm as he stood with his hands clasped behind his back. The gentle breeze flowed through the window, tousling his hair and robe, exuding an aura of an extraordinary individual. Just moments ago, he had a sudden inspiration and activated pure yang power at a critical moment, with unexpectedly remarkable results. 8 hours was merely Mu Lingxi's limit, not his own. He easily surpassed the formidable challenge posed by her. Once Mu Lingxi departed, Wang Jianqiang's tense body finally relaxed. He closed the window and took out the perfect purple chi pill to begin his cultivation. This retreat lasted for over half a year. With the support of a vast quantity of perfect pills, Wang Jianqiang successfully broke through to the late-stage foundation establishment at a pace unattainable even by those with heavenly roots. Naturally, there were interludes during this period. Mu Lingxi visited him every 10 to 15 days, having successfully broken through to the mid-stage foundation establishment 4 months ago. Though her debts only cleared a month prior, Dong Yu had been promoted from an outer sect elder to an inner sect elder, often busy. Yet she managed to visit a few times amidst her hectic schedule. Wang Yuyao's frequency of visits rivaled that of Mu Lingxi. Having broken through to the late-stage foundation establishment a month ago, thanks to Wang Jianqiang's supply of perfect purple chi pills, his spiritual points, gold attribute points, and silver attribute points had each accumulated to 4, alongside a reward of 800 cultivation points. Compared to the 300 points rewarded during his breakthrough from early to mid-stage foundation establishment, this was a substantial increase. As her cultivation level continued to rise, the rewards for each breakthrough would grow even more. With his cultivation level increasing, the expenditure of cultivation points would inevitably rise as well. Relying solely on alchemy and artifact refining for support would be increasingly challenging. Therefore, having a new and substantial source of cultivation points was undoubtedly excellent news for him. He did not exit his retreat immediately, but instead took time to stabilize his cultivation. One day, a sudden dissatisfied chirping reached his ears. "All right, let's take you out for a stroll." Wang Jianqiang opened his eyes, glanced at the little chick, and smiled. Over the past 6 months, the little chick had not stepped outside the courtyard even once. While he could occasionally relieve his boredom, the little chick had been feeling cooped up for far too long. Just as Wang Jianqiang was about to exit the loft with the chick and head to the courtyard gate, the protective barrier outside was unexpectedly triggered. Wang Jianqiang pointed to the jade pendant at his waist, and the barrier at the courtyard gate opened. A figure entered the courtyard. Seeing the newcomer, Wang Jianqiang raised an eyebrow. Mu Lingxi, what a coincidence. He had encountered her just as he broke through to the mid-stage foundation establishment, and now, just after breaking through to the late stage, she came to visit again. Upon entering the courtyard, Mu Lingxi paused for a moment upon seeing Wang Jianqiang. "Wang Xixiang, are you preparing to go out?" Wang Jianqiang smiled. "I've been in seclusion for such a long time. It's time to get some fresh air." Mu Lingxi nodded. "Wang Xixiang, I plan to undertake a sect mission soon. Would you like to join me?" Wang Jianqiang was taken aback, then recalled a certain matter. Every inner sect disciple was required to complete a sect mission within 2 years. Considering the time, he had been in the inner sect for over a year and a half, and it was indeed time to choose a task. With that thought, he nodded with a smile. "Sure." Then, inadvertently revealing a hint of his aura. "Huh." Mu Lingxi exclaimed in disbelief, taking out a crystal ball to sense it for a moment, then looked at Wang Jianqiang in shock, stuttering. "Wang Xixiang, you have broken through again?" Wang Jianqiang stood with his hands clasped behind him, his expression serene. "I just broke through not long ago. How did you progress so quickly?" Mu Lingxi's eyes widened. Wang Jianqiang smiled faintly. "Did I not mention before? The pills I obtained in the Cold Pool secret realm were not limited to just the perfect foundation establishment pill. You have other perfect pills?" Mu Lingxi could not help but inquire. Cough, cough. "I obtained a total of 3 types of pills in the Cold Pool secret realm, including one that enhances cultivation." Wang Jianqiang did not reveal the entire truth. It was better to keep some secrets from Mu Lingxi until her virtue and vice value reached its maximum. Mu Lingxi blinked her eyes. "Is there more?" Wang Jianqiang cleared his throat. "There is still some left. Could you share some with me?" Mu Lingxi gazed at Wang Jianqiang with anticipation. "Of course." Wang Jianqiang replied without hesitation, nodding. Mu Lingxi beamed. "Let us follow the old rules." Wang Jianqiang's voice continued. Mu Lingxi's smile faltered slightly. "But I just took a break for a month. If only the adjectives in this realm were not so scarce. Had she lived in the world Wang Jianqiang came from, she would have surely exclaimed, even the production team's donkey cannot be worked this hard. However, thinking of the possibility of breaking through again in just a few months, she could not help but cast aside her worries and nodded with joy. Wang Jianqiang smiled, appreciating her knack for seizing opportunities. "I suddenly feel a bit fatigued. Xixiang, let me assist you to rest," Mu Lingxi promptly offered, stepping forward to support Wang Jianqiang. After a moment, the two entered the loft, leaving behind the wide-eyed little chick. After a while, the little chick rolled its eyes and used its tiny wings to cover its forehead. The next day, Wang Jianqiang summoned Wang Yuyao to join him. The three departed from the small courtyard and made their way to the administrative hall, where tasks were assigned in a grand hall bustling with people. For most disciples, the sect's missions represented the sole avenue to acquire spirit stones and various resources. This place was perpetually filled with numerous disciples. Tasks that offered high rewards or were of lower difficulty would be snatched up the moment they were announced. The tasks that lingered on the task screen were either of low value or exceedingly challenging. Wang Jianqiang scanned the screen and, finding no tasks that rewarded alchemical formulas, casually selected one. The task required them to travel 8,000 miles to the city of Heishui and eliminate 3 rogue cultivators causing chaos within the city. All 3 were at the mid-foundation stage, rendering the task relatively manageable for them. However, the reward was merely 3,000 spirit stones, a meager compensation that hardly matched the task's difficulty. Fortunately, he was not in need of spirit stones, and neither was Wang Yuyao, as he provided for her. Nor was Mu Lingxi, who had ample resources of her own. The quantity of spirit stones mattered little to them. Fulfilling the biannual task quota sufficed. In the Hall of Punishments, a dimly lit chamber, Yan Biao respectfully gazed up at Sixing Yong, the hall master seated in a high chair. According to reports from the hall's attendants, Wang Jianqiang, Wang Yuyao, and Mu Lingxi had already accepted the task to eliminate the rogue disciples in Heishui City. Are they finally leaving the sect? Upon hearing this, a cold glint flickered in Sixing Yong's eyes. Little brat, I cannot act against you openly within the sect. But once you step outside, I shall see who can save you. Chapter 93. Ample preparations for the journey to Heishui City after receiving their mission. Wang Jianqiang procured additional materials for artifact forging before departing the administrative hall with the 2 women. Undertaking a task in the outside world was markedly different from the conflicts within the sect. Inside the sect, various restrictions ensnared them. Those in privileged positions might exploit loopholes or manipulate the rules in public, yet openly breaking them was forbidden. Utilizing these rules, he could confront Yin Biao at the core formation stage and even face Sixing Yong at the nascent soul stage without fear. However, the outside world operated under a completely different set of principles. There were no rules to exploit, only the law of the jungle, where one's strength was the only reliable asset. Even though their targets were merely 3 mid-foundation stage demonic cultivators, which seemed straightforward, he dared not let his guard down. Before embarking on their mission, he aimed to enhance his combat prowess to the utmost. First and foremost, the recovery pill and the earth yellow pill were indispensable for restoring spiritual energy and healing wounds, respectively. Additionally, acquiring more spirit artifacts would be advantageous. Currently, his soul spirit artifact was a copper mirror seized from Yi Lingyun by Yi Qing Snow. Although the copper mirror was a high-grade spirit artifact, balanced in offense and defense, while capable of revealing everything within a 10-mile radius, its attack power was not particularly remarkable among high-grade artifacts. He did possess a blueprint for a highly powerful high-grade spirit artifact, the Dragon Chanting Ancient Bell. Should he successfully forge this bell, with one artifact for offense and the other for defense, his capabilities would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. With this thought, Wang Jianqiang focused his mind. His artifact forging skill remained at the first-tier high level, but upon expending 700 cultivation points, it surged to the second-tier high level. He then retrieved the blueprint for the Dragon Chanting Ancient Bell and, using cultivation points, optimized it into a perfect artifact blueprint. Subsequently, he took out the forging materials he had purchased from the administrative hall and forged 6 artifacts in one breath before extracting some herbs to begin crafting perfect earth yellow pills and perfect recovery pills. Time flew by as Wang Jianqiang busied himself. 3 days later, on a serene morning, he had just awakened from meditation when the barrier outside the courtyard suddenly stirred. He rose and walked outside. Brother Wang, are we setting off now? Upon seeing Wang Jianqiang emerge, Mu Lingxi and Wang Yuyao rushed forward. Wang Jianqiang pondered for a moment before sending a sound transmission to Mu Lingxi. Her expression shifted slightly as she nodded and swiftly departed. Brother, where's Mu Shimi going? Wang Yuyao inquired, puzzled by Mu Lingxi's abrupt departure. Just taking some necessary precautions, Wang Jianqiang replied with a smile, lightly tapping the sound transmission talisman again before adding, let us go. We'll wait for her outside the sect. Having said that, he soared towards the sect's exit, with Wang Yuyao promptly following suit. Once outside the sect, they did not wait long before Mu Lingxi rejoined them. The 3 then flew together towards Heishui City. Shortly after their departure, a figure suddenly appeared from the spot they had just vacated, eyes glinting with murderous intent as they gazed in the direction of the trio. Little beast, your time is nigh. With a deep, menacing voice, he took a step forward and instantly melded into the surrounding space. Yet, just as he was about to teleport, the very fabric of space trembled violently. The next moment, he was forcefully ejected from the disrupted space. His expression darkened as he looked up to find 2 figures before him. Shangwan Yuro, Mu Yutong, you 2 are truly relentless. Si Tian Yong, with us here, it would be wise for you to refrain from harboring any nefarious intentions, Mu Yutong coldly warned, fixing her gaze on him. If we catch you overstepping your bounds, you will face severe consequences. Shangwan Yuro added, indeed, do not presume you can act with impunity. Sect rules are the foundation of our establishment, and without them, chaos ensues. Although you hold a high position, if we expose your actions against the disciples, even the ancestors will not be able to shield you. Upon hearing their words, Si Tianyang's countenance darkened. He believed his actions had been sufficiently discreet, yet he had not anticipated being monitored by these 2 women. They were correct. While he belonged to the privileged class of the sect, such privilege merely allowed him to manipulate the rules to an extent. He could define the rules from his perspective, but could not shatter them. Otherwise, the entire sect would descend into chaos, a consequence he could not bear, nor could the ancestors. Thus, grudgingly, he relinquished his intentions. With a fierce glare at Shangwan Yuro and Mu Yutong, He snorted coldly and shot back towards the sect. Shangguan Yuro and Mu Yutong exchanged knowing smiles, choosing not to depart, but instead remaining stationed outside the sect. Si Tianyong, noticing their presence, extinguished any thoughts of personally eliminating Wang Jianqiang. His gaze flickered thoughtfully as an idea struck him. He recalled that Heishui City was primarily led by the Su and Yi families. Yi Lingyun was seemingly a member of the Yi family in Heishui City. After the conflict with Wang Jianqiang, he had ordered an investigation into Wang Jianqiang's background. It seemed Yi Lingyun had engaged in fierce confrontations with Wang Jianqiang during the outer sect competition. With this revelation, he soared towards a canyon within the sect. The Flame Canyon was notorious as a place of punishment within the Hahuan sect. Within the canyon, flames raged fiercely. Once a foundation stage cultivator was imprisoned here, their chance of survival was exceedingly slim. Consequently, those confined here were often disciples with grievous sins. He had already been here for nearly 4 years. This duration was perilous even for an average perfected foundation stage cultivator. Yet, Yi Lingyun not only survived, but fortuitously discovered an ancient cave dwelling within the canyon. Acquiring a powerful cultivation technique and a plethora of ancient pills, his cultivation had now surged to the late foundation stage. On that day, Yi Lingyun was laboriously evading fireballs plummeting from the sky like meteorites, adhering to the patterns he had painstakingly discerned. After half a day, due to his substantial contributions of ancient elixirs to the sect, he was granted an early release by the head of the punishment hall, who personally vouched for him. He first visited the punishment hall before departing the sect, soaring towards the direction of Heishui City. During his flight, he retrieved a jade vial from his pocket, containing a precious substance known as jade soul essence, which possesses the ability to nurture and restore the soul. Upon uncorking the vial, he let a few drops of the liquid fall onto a ring. A faint spiritual light flickered across the ring as the essence was instantaneously absorbed. Witnessing this, Yi Lingyun's countenance brightened, and he murmured softly, "Master, you have slumbered long enough. It is finally time for you to awaken." Half an hour later, while intently observing the ring, a melodious female voice suddenly resonated in his mind, calling out, "Lingyun, Master, you have awakened?" Yi Lingyun exclaimed with delight. Indeed, the voice continued. "My soul has been significantly restored, now even stronger than before. It seems you have encountered considerable fortune." Yi Lingyun offered a wry smile as he recounted his harrowing ordeal of being imprisoned in the blazing flame canyon and subsequently negotiating his release with Si Tianyong. Upon hearing his tale, the female voice sighed. "You have endured much suffering. Fear not. Your agreement with Si Tianyong is inconsequential, with me by your side. You shall undoubtedly vanquish Wang Jianqiang." Chapter 94. The Su family of Heishui City. Heishui City is a bustling metropolis where cultivators and ordinary folk coexist. Within its boundaries lie numerous sects, with 2 dominant families, the Su family and the Yi family, working in concert to maintain order. However, the arrival of 3 demonic cultivators from Inkue sect has thrown this once orderly city into chaos. A significant number of residents have begun to vanish, and even the various cultivation factions have not been spared. As the leading powers of Heishui City, the Su and Yi families took it upon themselves to hunt down the demonic cultivators. Yet, despite their efforts, they not only failed to locate the culprits, but also suffered the loss of many family members. In desperation, the 2 families sought assistance from the Hahuan sect. Given that Heishui City falls under the influence of the Hahuan sect, they could not remain indifferent to the unrest. Initially, the rewards for this task were modest, as it merely entailed the elimination of 3 mid-stage demonic cultivators, a challenge not deemed particularly arduous for the skilled inner disciples. Over the course of the 6 months since the task was posted, 3 groups of inner disciples had undertaken it. Notably, the 3rd group, dispatched 2 months prior, was led by a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator. Strangely, however, during their journey to Heishui City, Wang Jianqiang pondered the information gleaned by Mu Lingxi and furrowed his brow. What he had assumed to be a relatively simple task was proving to be quite the opposite. Upon closer inspection, it was fraught with peculiarities. He rubbed his temples, a sudden thought striking him. The Yi and Su families? Are they still on amicable terms? A peculiar expression flickered across his face as he surveyed Mu Lingxi and Wang Yiyao. "Do you happen to know the origins of Yi Lingyun and Su Yutong?" Mu Lingxi shook her head. Although she had held the title of an outer disciple prior to her foundation establishment, she had spent little time among them and was not well informed about their affairs. "It seems they hail from Heishui City." Wang Yuyao's expression shifted. During their time as outer disciples, Yi Lingyun and Su Yutong were renowned figures, and much information about them circulated widely. "I do recall some details." At her words, Wang Jianqiang couldn't help but chuckle. What a coincidence. This is becoming quite intriguing. 2 days later, the trio arrived in Heishui City. Entering the city, they found the expansive main street sparsely populated, each face displaying a mask of fear and anxiety. Wang Jianqiang raised an eyebrow, realizing the situation was far more dire than he had anticipated. Who would have thought that merely 3 demonic cultivators could wreak such havoc on a once thriving city? The extent of their power was truly astonishing. "Wang Shixiao, shall we commence an all-out search of the city, or?" Wang Yuyao inquired, glancing at Wang Jianqiang. Wang Jianqiang shook his head. "Let us first pay a visit to the Su and Yi families." After a brief inquiry for directions, the 3 made their way to the Su family residence, which stood on a bustling street, its grand entrance flanked by 2 young guards. As the enforcers of Heishui City's dominant faction, These guards were expected to exude authority, yet their eyes betrayed a palpable fear. With disappearances occurring daily, they, despite being cultivators at the third level of chi refinement, felt no safer than ordinary citizens against the demonic cultivators. The dread of an imminent death loomed over them. A tormenting uncertainty. Upon their arrival, the guards straightened, eyeing the trio warily. "Who are you?" "We come from the Hawan sect, and wish to speak with your family head," Wang Jianqiang stated plainly. "Please, come in," the guards responded, visibly relieved as they ushered the trio into the Su residence. "Esteemed guests, please wait here. The family head will arrive shortly." The guards led them to an elegant room before departing respectfully. Before long, a middle-aged man entered, clasping his fists in greeting. "I am Su Tong, the head of the Su family. It is an honor to meet the esteemed disciples of the Hawan sect." At the sight of Su Tong, Wang Jianqiang's gaze flickered. The resemblance between Su Tong and Su Yutong was striking. Could it be? A sudden hypothesis surged within him. Moments later, Su Tong's voice confirmed his suspicion. "My daughter, Su Yutong, is also cultivating in the Hawan sect. Do you happen to know her?" "Not only do we know her, but we are quite familiar," Wang Jianqiang replied with a smile. "Ah, so you are friends of Tong." Su Tong's demeanor brightened, his previous formality giving way to warmth. Wang Jianqiang chuckled, neither confirming nor denying the relationship. "We have come to inquire about the current situation in Heishui City." Su Tong began. "Currently, over 1 million residents have gone missing in Heishui City. Fear and anxiety grip the populace. If this continues, even those who are not killed may flee, leaving the city desolate." Wang Jianqiang nodded. "Were there not disciples from the Hawan sect here previously? What became of them?" "They mysteriously vanished as well," Su Tong replied. A flicker of horror crossing his features. "Vanished?" Wang Jianqiang's brow furrowed. "Indeed, they disappeared as if they had evaporated from existence, leaving no trace. Prior to your arrival, 3 groups of Hawan sect disciples came to investigate, and none returned." As he spoke, urgency crept into his expression. Tonger was among the 3rd group of disciples. "And she too has gone missing. Young brother, you are her fellow disciple. You must help rescue her." Su Yutong has also become an inner disciple? Wang Jianqiang momentarily paused before regaining his composure. In the cold pool secret realm, Su Yutong had already begun condensing her spiritual energy. Given her talents and the resources she acquired there, her successful foundation establishment was not entirely surprising. Regaining his focus, Wang Jianqiang smiled reassuringly. "Do not worry, uncle. I will do my utmost." "Thank you." Su Tong expressed his gratitude wholeheartedly. As the 3 left the Su family, Mu Lingxi and Wang Yuyao exchanged glances. Their expressions tinged with intrigue. Given Wang Jianqiang's ambiguous stance, Su Tong had inadvertently treated them as kin. "Almost got swept up in this," Mu Lingxi remarked. "Where to next?" "Let us pay a visit to the Yi family," Wang Jianqiang replied. Wang Jianqiang, having spoken, took the lead towards the direction of the Yi family. Chapter 95. The Crimson World Stop. This is the Yi family residence. Trespassers are not permitted. Just as the 3 arrived at the entrance of the Yi family, they were confronted by 2 imposing guards. Wang Jianqiang's gaze swept over them. Both guards were at the 3rd level of Qi training, equivalent to the gatekeepers of the Su family. However, in contrast to the Su family's guards, these 2 exhibited a far superior mental fortitude. With not a trace of fear or trepidation in their eyes, Wang Jianqiang addressed the guards. "We are disciples of the Hawan sect, here to deal with the demonic practitioners from Heishui City. We wish to see your family head." Upon hearing this, the guards exchanged glances, and one of them replied, "Please wait a moment." One guard promptly dashed into the courtyard. Wang Jianqiang raised an eyebrow and waited in silence. Shortly after, a young man emerged. Upon seeing Wang Yuyao and Mu Lingxi, a flicker of astonishment passed through his eyes. He then turned to Wang Jianqiang, wearing a broad smile, and introduced himself. "I am Yi Chong, the son of the Yi family patriarch, here to extend a warm welcome to the esteemed disciples of Hawan sect. My father discovered traces of demonic practitioners a few days ago, and has yet to return from his pursuit. For now, I shall host you 3. I hope you will not take offense." He gestured for them to enter. At that moment, a wealth of information about Yi Chong flooded into Wang Jianqiang's mind. Name, Yi Chong. Gender, male. Cultivation level, mid-foundation. Establishment age, 50. Root bone, fire, wind, earth. Tri-spirit root. Good evil value, 90. After reviewing the information, Wang Jianqiang was taken aback. A cultivator at mid-foundation establishment at the age of 50. Even within the Hawan sect, he would be regarded as a genius. The young scion of a minor cultivation family, who had not joined a sect but trained in the secular world, had managed to break through to mid-foundation establishment at merely 50 years of age. It was quite peculiar, especially considering that his root was only a tri-spirit root. What was even more alarming was that despite this being their first visit to Heishui City, Yi Chong's good evil value towards him was an astonishingly low 90. This indicated an almost irreconcilable animosity. Was it due to Yi Lingyun? "Then I shall trouble you, brother Yi," Wang Jianqiang replied, following Yi Chong into the inner courtyard. As they walked, Yi Chong was jovial and amiable, which earned Wang Jianqiang's admiration. Despite harboring a desire for his immediate demise, Yi Chong maintained a facade of friendliness and enthusiasm, as if treating an old friend. While conversing with Yi Chong, Wang Jianqiang occasionally surveyed his surroundings. The Yi family's estate was vast, with guards and servants moving about in an orderly fashion. Children played nearby, adding to the serene and warm atmosphere. After a while, the 4 of them entered a room. Wang Jianqiang inquired about the situation in the city. After his questions, he intended to take the two women and leave when suddenly, Yichang's communication talisman glowed. His expression shifted, and he quickly called out to Wang Jianqiang and the others, "Wait. My father has discovered the hideout of the demonic practitioners. 100 miles outside Heishui City lies a canyon perpetually shrouded in mist. The visibility there is exceedingly low. Under Yichang's guidance, the three hastily made their way to the location. Is this truly the hideout of the demonic practitioners? Wang Jianqiang scanned the canyon with his spiritual sense, looking towards Yichang, who nodded. To be precise, it is beneath this canyon. His face revealed a hint of urgency. We must hurry. There are 3 cultivators at mid-foundation establishment. While my father can handle one, he cannot withstand the combined might of 3. He pointed towards a volcano ahead. The entrance is there. With that, he accelerated towards the volcano. Yichang displayed remarkable courage, boldly engaging in a battle meant for mid-foundation establishment cultivators despite being merely at the peak of qi training. Wang Yuyao couldn't help but mutter a remark, and Mu Lingxi nodded in agreement. Wang Jianqiang smiled. Yichang must possess a treasure that conceals his aura, one that surpasses even Mu Lingxi's crystal ball. It was astonishing that the Yi family possessed such a powerful artifact. As he contemplated this, a glint of gold flashed in his pupils, and a cold smile crept onto his face as he followed Yichang down the volcano. After descending approximately 2,000 zhang, a vast underground realm came into view. It was a blood-red world. The earth, saturated with blood, had turned a deep crimson, with decaying corpses strewn about like a mass grave, invoking a sense of dread. The acrid stench of blood and decay was nauseating. Is this truly the lair of the demonic practitioners? Wang Yuyao surveyed the surroundings, her brow furrowed. Wang Jianqiang remained silent, observing Yichang ahead. Just then, Yichang suddenly flashed a peculiar smile, stamping his foot forcefully on the ground. A multitude of blood-red runes instantly appeared across the earth within a radius of several hundred zhang. The ground shimmered ominously with a crimson glow. Yichang, what have you done? Wang Yuyao and Mu Lingxi's expressions changed simultaneously as they prepared to rush at Yichang. Do not move. Wang Jianqiang suddenly grasped their arms. We have entered a killing formation. A single misstep could trigger its wrath. If you charge in recklessly, it will invite grave trouble. The two women paused at his words. You understand formations? Mu Lingxi inquired, unable to contain her surprise. Wang Jianqiang chuckled and turned to Yichang, who had casually walked a few steps forward. Already outside the formation. Are you finally going to make your move? I thought you would draw me to your father before doing so. Yichang appeared momentarily taken aback before scoffing. You're just putting on an act. Wang Jianqiang smiled. I not only anticipated your attack, but also know that the real culprits behind the disappearances in Heishui City are not the demonic practitioners, but rather your Yi family. Yichang's pupils constricted. How did you know? Wang Jianqiang replied with a smile. Since we entered Heishui City, everyone we encountered has shown signs of fear and anxiety. Even the Su family, who are your equals, displayed no exception. Yet your family members were all composed, with even the children showing no signs of distress. Which is hard not to raise suspicion. There was another point Wang Jianqiang refrained from mentioning. The overwhelming malevolence Yichang had displayed upon their first meeting. Although he had concealed it well, it couldn't escape the system's monitoring. The outcome was evident. Upon hearing Wang Jianqiang's words, Yichang suddenly burst into laughter. You guessed correctly. The disappearances of Heishui City's residents were indeed orchestrated by my Yi family. You knew I would come for you. Yet you still chose to jump into the fray. I cannot decide whether to call you arrogant or foolish. Wang Jianqiang surveyed the formation around them. Do you truly believe this formation can kill me? How quaint. Is that so? You should take care. Yichang retorted with a cold laugh. Not only you 3, but even 10 cultivators at Peak Foundation establishment would not escape alive from this formation. Is that so? Then you might want to watch closely. Wang Jianqiang grinned, grasping Wang Yuyao and Mu Lingxi's wrists, his pupils shimmering with golden light. Follow me, he commanded, and with a sudden burst of speed, they dashed out of the formation. Yichang's mocking expression froze instantly. Chapter 96. The chick from the Yi family having escaped the formation, Wang Jianqiang wasted no time, unleashing his full speed and barreling towards Yichang with a fierce resolve. By the time Yichang realized what was happening, Wang Jianqiang was already standing before him. As the figure approached, an aura of terror accompanied him, causing Yichang to pale in horror. With a resounding crash, his very being shattered into fragments, blood gushing forth. At the deepest recesses of this sanguine world, a lake of blood lay surrounded by mountains of desiccated bones. Above the lake, a middle-aged man sat suspended in midair, flanked by 36 ethereal figures. A thick mist of crimson vapor continuously rose from the bloodied surface, absorbed by these apparitions. As the blood mist surged, the energy of these 36 figures ascended rapidly and steadily. At the moment of Yichang's demise, the man at the center of the 36 figures abruptly opened his eyes. Dare to slay my Chonga? You seek death. A glint of blood red flashed in his eyes, and in an instant, he vanished. It was unexpected that the news of the demonic sect's massacre in Heishui City was a mere fabrication. After Wang Jianqiang killed Yichang, Wang Yuyao and Mu Lingxi approached him, disbelief etched on their faces. Who could have anticipated that an inconspicuous minor cultivation family under the jurisdiction of the Hahuan sect would dare to conspire against it? Then, a look of confusion crossed Wang Yuyao's face. If the true culprit behind the chaos in Heishui City was indeed the Yi family, why would they still seek aid from the Su family to appeal to the Hahuan sect? Wang Jianqiang pondered for a moment, if I'm not mistaken. The Yi family must have begun their slaughter of Heishui City's residents long ago, albeit initially in secret and in small numbers. However, as the number of disappearances increased, it became impossible to conceal. Sensing impending disaster, the Yi family devised a scapegoat, the demonic sect's massacre of Heishui City's citizens. They knew this cover wouldn't last long, so they accelerated the pace of their killings. With the demonic sect's failure to capture anyone for an extended period, the residents continued to vanish, and the rumors spread. Realizing that the truth would eventually come to light, the Hahuan sect would inevitably receive word of this. The Yi family decided to play a clever trick. They actively allied with the Su family to report the demonic sect's massacre, misleading the Hahuan sect to buy themselves more time for development. If I'm not mistaken, the previous 3 teams sent on missions were also lured here by the Yi family. Suddenly, a round of applause echoed through the air. Wang Jianqiang's expression hardened as he looked up. A middle-aged man had appeared in the sky. Name, Yi Jianshan. Gender, male. Cultivation level, initial stage of foundation establishment. Age, 205. 500. Spiritual roots, earth, water, and wind. Favorability, 100. He was indeed at the foundation establishment stage. Upon reviewing Yi Jianshan's information, Wang Jianqiang's expression turned grave, silently warning Mu Lingxi and Wang Yuyao to be cautious. Beware. This man is Yi Jianshan, the head of the Yi family, who has already broken through to the foundation establishment stage. Startled by Wang Jianqiang's warning, both women instinctively prepared themselves. You are quite astute, Yi Jianshan remarked, his gaze icy as he fixed it on Wang Jianqiang. Indeed, your deductions are accurate. However, since you are so adept at guessing, why not predict whether you will survive today in my presence? As he spoke, an overwhelming killing intent radiated from him, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet several degrees. Wang Jianqiang chuckled. We are unlike the previous 3 waves of Hahuan sect disciples. We have powerful backing. With that, he pulled Mu Lingxi forward. Do you see her? Her aunt is a nascent soul practitioner. Should you dare to kill us, she will not let you go. Pulled to the forefront abruptly, Mu Lingxi was momentarily bewildered before realizing the truth of his words. Indeed, my aunt is the esteemed elder Mu Yutong of the Hahuan sect. If you harm me, she will not spare you. Yi Jianshan erupted into mocking laughter. At this point, do you truly believe I fear a senior elder of the Hahuan sect? Even the Hahuan sect would have to think twice before moving against the Yi family. As he spoke, Yi Jianshan appeared to envision a bright future, his expression brimming with excitement. At that moment, Wang Jianqiang signaled to the small chicken perched on his shoulder. Under Wang Jianqiang's training, the little creature had developed an exceptional ability to read the room. Noticing Wang Jianqiang's cue, it shot forth without hesitation. Caught off guard by the excited Yi Jianshan, he scoffed. A mere foundation establishment spirit beast dares to attack me? Seeking death. With a cold huff, he unleashed his spiritual energy, intending to disperse the flames surrounding him. Yet, in the next instant, his expression shifted dramatically as his energy ignited upon contact with the azure flames, inadvertently fueling their intensity. What manner of bird is this? Yi Jianshan thought, astonished. It is merely at the peak of foundation establishment, yet possesses such power. Alarmed, he no longer dared to underestimate it. With all his strength as a foundation establishment practitioner unleashed, he finally managed to suppress the azure flames. However, just as he quelled the first wave of attacks, a fresh torrent of azure flames surged forth. Yi Jianshan could only continue to defend himself, feeling increasingly frustrated. Despite having successfully reached the foundation establishment stage 6 or 7 years prior, he had concealed his strength to avoid attracting the Hahuan sect's attention. He had anticipated that when he finally revealed his true capabilities, it would be a spectacular and world-shattering display. Instead, he found himself suppressed by a mere foundation establishment bird. The endless frustration intensified his rage. Blood spirit, great method. As the blood light separated from him, it transformed into a viscous crimson liquid, surging forth like a tsunami in all directions. The blood liquid, thick as blood and imbued with potent corrosiveness, extinguished the azure flames in its wake. After dousing the flames, the blood liquid swiftly coalesced under Yi Jianshan's command, forming a blood river that surged toward the small chicken. The little chicken flapped its wings, unleashing an endless torrent of azure flames, which it compressed into a fireball the size of a palm. The fireball shot forth, colliding with the blood river. In the next moment, the blood river engulfed the fireball entirely. Following a brief silence, an astonishing heat erupted from the blood river, and amidst the piercing hissing sound, it evaporated almost instantly, though the skirmish between the little chicken and Yi Jianshan was brief. The power displayed by the little creature left Mu Lingxi and Wang Yuyao in awe. They couldn't help but glance at Wang Jianqiang, who appeared unfazed. When did Brother Wang's bird become so formidable? Chapter 97, Digging One's Own Grave? Compared to Wang Yuyao and Mu Lingxi, the shock within Yi Jianshan was far more profound. The blood spirit great method was a formidable offensive technique he discovered alongside the blood sacrifice technique in an ancient cave. It was due to the blood sacrifice technique that he had swiftly broken through from a critically weakened foundation establishment practitioner to a formidable being in the foundation establishment stage. The blood sacrifice technique had provided the opportunity for the Yi family's rise. Such an immensely powerful technique could not possibly be outdone by the blood spirit great method, which was discovered alongside it. Though he had not showcased his true strength after his breakthrough, he was confident that he could easily suppress practitioners of the same level with the blood spirit great method. However, having now deployed this trump card, he still failed to defeat the strange bird. Not only did he not triumph, but he also failed to inflict any harm upon it. This outcome shattered the pride he held as a Foundation establishment practitioner. The initial confidence and arrogance that had adorned his face vanished entirely, replaced by a grave demeanor. His gaze flickered, and with a wave of his hand, dozens of small flags shot forth, vanishing into the void. Streams of spiritual light tore through the sky, coalescing into a grand formation that enveloped the underground world. As the formation took shape, an overwhelming force of suppression descended indiscriminately. Within the confines of the grand formation, the spiritual energy of all beings was suppressed, rendering them incapable of utilizing their powers. Mu Lingxi and Wang Jianqiang felt the stillness of their inner strength, their faces reflecting astonishment. I can no longer access my spiritual energy and soul power. Neither can I. The little creature, the Zhiji king, sensed its own power had been subdued as well. I can see that your bird is formidable. I am powerless against it. However, within this forbidden formation, its abilities are now restrained. I am eager to see what means you have left to oppose me, Jianqiang said, his expression darkening as he cast a murderous glance at Wang Jianqiang. Afterward, he produced a talisman, infusing it with energy until it shattered. A surge of spiritual light erupted, transforming into a shimmering membrane that expanded outward, ultimately merging with the forbidden formation. This is the heavenly light profound source suppression. Once this formation is established, entry is permitted but no exit. Only those at the nascent soul level can breach it. You are now trapped like fish in a net. Wang Jianqiang chuckled. Your bird may have been subdued, but so too has your spiritual energy been suppressed. Hearing this, Jianqiang erupted in triumphant laughter. My body, nourished by abundant blood vitality, far surpasses that of an ordinary cultivator. Even relying solely on my physical strength, I can contend with a typical Foundation establishment completion stage cultivator. What do you possess to challenge me? You shall surely perish today. A peculiar expression crossed Wang Jianqiang's face. Seizing the opportunity while Jianqiang laughed, he delved into his soul sea to check his cultivation point balance. With a thought, he allocated all his points to the sacred body of time. Ding. Points successfully allocated to the sacred body of time. The number of spiritual patterns increases by 1620, bringing the total to 3,200. Just as the system's notification resonated in Wang Jianqiang's mind, Jianqiang's smile faded, his gaze turning icy as he fixed it upon Wang Jianqiang. You brat. Prepare to meet your end, he shouted, launching a fist towards Wang Jianqiang. You can play over there. Wang Jianqiang casually tossed the little chicken aside and shot forward like an arrow aimed at Jianqiang. How foolish. Jianqiang scoffed upon witnessing Wang Jianqiang's audacity to confront him instead of fleeing. Yet, in the next moment, he was taken aback to find Wang Jianqiang's speed surpassed his own. His smile faltered, a sense of foreboding rising within him. At that instant, Wang Jianqiang retaliated with a punch, unleashing the power of 3,200 spiritual patterns simultaneously. A thunderous crash echoed as their fists collided. Jianqiang, his face a mask of shock, was sent flying backward, landing heavily dozens of yards away. He staggered to his feet, tasting blood in his throat, and looked at Wang Jianqiang with disbelief. You are merely at the late Foundation establishment stage. How can your physical strength be so formidable? Guess. Wang Jianqiang chuckled, delivering another punch. Jianqiang gritted his teeth to withstand it, but the next moment, he was once again sent hurtling away like a cannonball, blood spraying through the air. By now, his complexion had turned slightly ashen, not from injury, but from the pressure of holding back. He had thought to unleash a brilliant killing move, even employing the soul boundary talisman he possessed to seal the space. Yet now, he found himself ensnared instead, the hunter becoming the hunted. It was akin to exhausting all one's resources only to dig a pit for oneself, only to clumsily cover it back up. How could he not feel frustrated? Just then, Wang Jianqiang's taunting words poured oil on the flames of his indignation, elevating it to new heights. Jianqiang, had you not set up these two formations, perhaps I would have been unable to contend with you. But now, you've truly dug yourself a splendid grave. With a mischievous grin, Wang Jianqiang charged once more at Jianqiang, his fists raining down relentlessly. Jianqiang seemed to transform into a mere punching bag, repeatedly sent flying. At one moment, Wang Jianqiang's fist struck Jianqiang squarely in the face, deforming his features and sending him crashing down onto the distant ground, creating a deep crater in the hard stone floor. Jianqiang shakily rose from the pit, his crimson eyes fixed on Wang Jianqiang. You little brat. You have indeed exceeded my expectations, but I have declared it. You shall all perish today. No sooner had he spoken than a sudden sound of air being split echoed through the arena. Instantly, 36 blood-colored figures surged into the formation. The moment they entered, they were met with the indiscriminate suppression of spiritual energy by the formation. Their spiritual fluctuations fell silent, akin to meteors plummeting to the earth. A series of thunderous crashes accompanied the violent tremors of the ground as the figures landed behind Jianqiang. From each of the 36 figures erupted a surge of dense blood light, merging into Jianqiang's form. A flicker of pain crossed his face, a muffled groan escaping his lips. In the next moment, his body swelled as if engorged, his stature multiplying several times, muscles bulging. In this battle, you have forced me to sever the source of the Blood Guardian's power, ruining my plans. I will ensure you are utterly annihilated. Jianqiang cast a venomous glance at Wang Jianqiang, swinging his massive fist toward him. To meet my demise? You will have to exert yourself. Wang Jianqiang retorted with a cold laugh, his form instantly expanding. Simultaneously, the power of spiritual patterns within him surged. Pure yang power. A torrent of searing energy coursed through his body, doubling the strength of his spiritual patterns. The original 3,200 spiritual patterns, augmented by a twofold increase, surged to a terrifying 12,800.